A century ago, an invasion from another realm commenced, awakening the consciousness of Gaia and transforming Blue Planet into a game-like existence. In this realm, not only countless otherworldly creatures descended, but also terrifying deities lurked in the shadows. This marks an era of universal awakening, where practitioners gain strength by vanquishing monsters. Yuan traversed into this world, and on the very day of his class change, he became a rare Elemental Mage, awakening two formidable super talents. Just as he reveled in his newfound power, he found himself bound to a skill enhancement system. Ding! The fireball spell super enhanced into the forbidden fire incantation, Inferno. Ding! The ice bloodline super enhanced into the ice god shield. Thus, a superlative mage was born. He effortlessly conquered dungeons that others found insurmountable, until he stood at the pinnacle of power on Blue Planet, proclaiming his desire to explore their world. Why should they be the only ones to invade Blue Planet? Thus, calamity from the other realm descended. Chapter 1. The journey begins. In Huagua, Jiangxing City, within the Green City community, Yuan lay quietly on his bed, contemplating his current predicament and the path ahead. After all, it is only natural for one to feel out of place when suddenly transported from a peaceful nation to the perilous Blue Planet. 3 days prior, he had merely assisted an elderly lady across the street when he was inadvertently struck by a vehicle, leading to his inexplicable arrival in this world. To his astonishment, Blue Planet remained unchanged, albeit with a different ambience. A century ago, the void from another realm invaded this world's Blue Planet. Countless otherworldly monsters emerged across the globe, accompanied by an influx of foreign energies that began to reshape Blue Planet. In response to this upheaval, the primal protective consciousness, Gaia, awakened, transforming most hazardous zones into dungeon-like realms, creating various levels of secret realms. Humanity on Blue Planet could challenge these dungeons, obtaining materials and equipment to enhance their own strength. Consequently, Blue Planet became thoroughly game-like, and the primal protective consciousness engaged in a struggle against the otherworldly forces. Humans could weaken the otherworldly realm by exterminating the monsters within these dungeons, thereby ensuring that Blue Planet was not entirely consumed and merged. Due to the transformation by otherworldly energies and the assistance of Gaia's consciousness, individuals began to gradually awaken their own talents and transition into various professions. Among these professions were combat-oriented roles, such as traditional mages, warriors, and assassins. Additionally, there were life-oriented professions, such as enchanters who imbued items with magical properties, enhancers who fortified equipment attributes, and blacksmiths who forged gear. Some fortunate individuals even transitioned into hidden professions, which, while not necessarily the strongest, possessed their own unique characteristics. According to incomplete official statistics, over the course of a century following Blue Planet's transformation into a game, hundreds of different professions have emerged. This vast array of practitioners now constitutes the game-like society of Blue Planet. On Blue Planet, any individual who reaches the age of 18 may awaken and transition at the Awakening Pillar, though only a small fraction can become combat-oriented professionals. The original body, also known as Yuan, was a relatively accomplished student in Class 3 of the senior year at Jiangchang No. 1 High School, with a rather simple social background. At the age of 8, his parents tragically perished during a special operation to clear wild monsters from the city. Fortunately, he received substantial compensation from the Adventurers Association and safely reached adulthood under the care of his neighbors. Yuan maintained harmonious relationships with his classmates, free from the bullying of school delinquents or the inexplicable jealousy and animosity of wealthy peers, devoid of any melodramatic elements such as a school beauty. His life revolved around school and home, with occasional outings with friends on weekends, rendering him somewhat reclusive. Yuan possessed a commendable mental fortitude, having been a university student in his previous life on Blue Planet. Setting aside the dangers, he felt a deep curiosity towards this mysterious iteration of Blue Planet, having read countless novels about such worlds. Since I am here, I might as well make the most of it. Why overthink? Time to sleep. The awakening ceremony is tomorrow. Early in the morning, Yuan awoke, prepared a simple meal to satiate his hunger, and then rode his beloved yellow bicycle leisurely towards school. Along the way, he encountered several familiar classmates, exchanging greetings. Although he had traversed into this world, he fully embraced the original memories. The process was seamless, with no headaches or memory loss, akin to 2 cups of water being poured into the same vessel, blending together effortlessly. Have you heard? The number of participants in this year's awakening ceremony is the highest in 5 years. I bet someone will transition into a rare profession, said Li Lin from the adjacent class, whose father held a minor leadership position in the Jiangxing Education Bureau. It's difficult, exceedingly difficult. Rare professions are not easily attained, countered Wang Lin, shaking her head. Yuan found himself in agreement with her. It is well known that the majority of individuals awakening on Blue Planet fit into the elite tier or lower, and the probability of transitioning into a rare profession is merely 1 in 10,000. Jiangcheng, as a third-tier city, boasts a large population, with approximately 5,000 high school students each year, yet a rare profession had not emerged for a decade. The last rare professional was a bloodthirsty berserker of the warrior class, who reportedly serves as the vice commander of the 3rd Legion of Jiangxing now. Therefore, the randomness of awakening and transitioning is significant. While transitioning generally guarantees a profession, awakening is less certain. Those who can awaken their talents upon transitioning are typically geniuses with boundless potential, whereas most practitioners must wait until their 3rd transition to naturally awaken their talents. Transitioning and talent can also be influenced by external factors, such as early exposure to various extraordinary elements, which may enhance the probability of relevant profession transitions. However, commoners need not hope for such advantages. Anticipating today's transition ceremony, even Yuan felt a tinge of excitement, though he was adept at controlling his emotions, so he did not exhibit excessive enthusiasm. As per usual, he chatted and laughed with his peers while riding to school. Jiangxing No. 1 High School is the finest in Jiangcheng, with students annually transitioning into commendable professions, subsequently gaining admission to prestigious universities in Huagua. Upon entering the classroom, Yuan noticed that most of his classmates had already arrived, animatedly discussing the upcoming transition ceremony. Yuan, come over here, called out his desk mate Qian Xiaoqiang. He wore a pair of thick glasses, and his stature was rather diminutive, exuding an air of gentle timidity. In reality, however, he was quite the extroverted chatterbox, and he shared a commendable rapport with the others, categorizing him as a congenial friend. Yuan placed his backpack on his desk and proceeded towards the gathering of Qian Xiaoqiang and his companions. What are you all discussing with such enthusiasm that even your voices resonate outside the classroom? Haha, it's nothing but the matter of class transfers. I've heard that the school has invested significantly this year, providing us with exquisite awakening stones for the transition. What? Is there such a thing? It can't possibly be true, can it? Inquired the plump Wang Shu with great urgency. Of course it's true. The daughter of my 3 uncles' classmates' neighbor's sister-in-law is acquainted with a vice principal at our school, and it was she who relayed this to my mother, he declared. My mother informed me as soon as she returned home. The crowd fell silent, and Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation at the convoluted connections. Nevertheless, he held a degree of trust in Qian Xiaoqiang's words. This fellow had long been dubbed the information chief at their school, and many of his rumors had ultimately been validated. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Teacher Wang is coming. Upon hearing this, the students hastily returned to their respective places. After all, Teacher Wang's position as the homeroom teacher for the graduating class at Yizhong was indicative of his formidable capabilities, as he was already a seasoned warrior. Students had always shown respect for the strong, which was undoubtedly linked to this teacher's penchant for asserting authority through strength. The creaking door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a standard white practice uniform from Yizhong. He stood tall with a robust physique, sharp eyes, and a slightly tousled hairstyle. Beneath his ample clothing lay bulging muscles, exuding an aura of formidable strength. He surveyed the students sitting upright and displayed a satisfied smile. Excellent. Students, listen closely to what I have to say. Today's class transfer ceremony marks one of the most pivotal moments of your lives. Now, follow me to the transfer location. Everyone must adhere to the rules. I trust the regulations have been clearly communicated. Lastly, I wish each of you success in your transitions. Now, assemble, and let us proceed to the transfer hall. Chapter 2. The Job Transition Ceremony. Yuan followed the crowd, rising to step outside. As the best high school in Jiangxing, Yizhong boasted an expansive campus, and it took them approximately 15 minutes to reach the location designated for the job transition. Before them stood an imposing grand hall, its ceiling adorned with a circular barrier that radiated a serene blue light. Upon their arrival, numerous groups had already assembled before the hall. As the transitions were organized by class, later students, please line up according to your designated positions and enter the job transition hall in order. At the entrance of the hall, a teacher wielding a staff was guiding the crowd. Yuan's class was the 3rd, so they had to wait a bit longer. However, the job transition process was swifter than he had anticipated. Each individual spent only a brief moment inside. Those who had completed their transitions gathered opposite them. Hey bro, I became a summoner. What about you? I'm an array master. Such a pity. I was hoping for a combat profession. Not bad. Array masters are in high demand and quite safe in the rear. You two are fine. Why am I a chef? Huh, my friend, you're doing well. I'm a plumber. Can someone tell me if this even requires a job transition? The group was abuzz with excitement as they discussed their new professions, though, as with all things, joy was tempered by disappointment. After all, the job transition was random, and some individuals inevitably found themselves with roles that did not align with their aspirations. Soon, it was time for Yuan's class to enter. Old Wang led the group to the front as they stepped into the job transition hall. To Yuan's surprise, the interior of the hall was not as mysterious as he had imagined. Rather, it was quite simple. To the south, a viewing platform was set up where most of the school leaders from Ijong observed the ceremony. The centerpiece was the striking job transition stone pillar. Surrounding the pillar were 6 practitioners holding spellbooks, channeling energy into the awakening stone at its pinnacle, sustaining the operation of the job transition array. Yuan carefully examined the job transition stone pillar, noting the intricate inscriptions that adorned its surface, depicting various arcane symbols, including flowers, birds, fish, insects, as well as representations of elemental forces and diverse professions. It was particularly noteworthy that the awakening stone at the top of the pillar was a delicate blue, and he instantly understood that it was indeed a high-quality awakening stone. Old Wang handed the list of transitioning students to the teacher presiding over the awakening and then moved towards the viewing area. All right, everyone quiet down. The students whose names are called, please approach and touch the job transition stone pillar in order. Li Lin, Wang Shu, Zhao Chong, Mu Yuan. Upon hearing his name, Mu Yuan walked purposefully towards the job transition stone pillar. As he approached, he increasingly felt the waves of energy emanating from the exquisite awakening stone at the top. Since the gaming transformation of Blue Star a century ago, the equipment items dropped from defeating monsters in dungeons or the wild displayed various colors, ranging from ordinary to excellent. Exquisite, rare, legendary, mythical, and epic, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and rainbow, respectively. Of course, Mu Yuan was well aware of these common facts. He was merely curious as to why the school had suddenly decided this year to use exquisite awakening stones for their transitions. After all, such stones significantly increased the probability of awakening talent, and for the school and other entities, each use consumed considerable resources. Mu Yuan, please place your hands on the job transition stone pillar, close your eyes, and naturally sense the special energy within. Listening to the teacher's guidance, Mu Yuan took a deep breath and slowly placed his hands upon the pillar. Upon contact, he felt a gentle energy surging from the point of contact between his palm and the stone, flowing into his body. With a resounding boom, a more powerful wave of energy emanated from the job transition stone pillar. Mu Yuan felt an insatiable craving for this energy within him, a primal instinct for evolution, prompting him to absorb the energy even more quickly. He continued until his entire body felt warm, akin to soaking in a warm bath, and he could no longer absorb any further energy. Simultaneously, countless arcane elemental symbols began to manifest around him. These symbols represented the powers of the void elements, the searing flames, the tempestuous winds, the ice that froze all. The teachers observing the job transition stone pillar had long since noted these phenomena. It's an awakening phenomenon. Judging by these signs, it appears he will be an elemental mage. One teacher exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, it is an elemental mage. It seems Ijong has produced another prodigy, remarked Principal Liu, who wore a pointed wizard's hat and held a red spellbook, flames flickering along its cover. A magical cat with lively eyes perched on his shoulder, intently watching the elemental symbols beside Mu Yuan. The cat then emitted a contented meow, seemingly in agreement with Principal Liu's words. It seems that this year's national joint examination will yield excellent results for Jiangxing Ijong, the dean chimed in eagerly. Certainly, elemental mages are rare professions, especially those who can learn elemental amplification. Their output capabilities can rival some legendary professions, the principal noted. Mr. Wang, it seems you've taught a remarkable student, the principal said cheerfully to Mu Yuan's teacher. Oh, not at all. It's all thanks to Mu Yuan's own diligence, Old Wang quickly replied with modesty. While he consistently endeavored to educate his students, focusing primarily on combat knowledge and skills, job transitions were inherently reliant on luck. However, this did not diminish Old Wang's joy, not only for Mu Yuan but also for himself, as a student's successful transition could influence his performance assessments. Congratulations, Mu Yuan. You have successfully transitioned into an elemental mage. One of the nearby teachers smiled and congratulated him. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully transitioned. The Skill Enhancement System is now officially bound. Is this the standard feature for travelers, Brother Tongzi? Yes, host, the system is bound. You can enhance your skills using enhancement points, which you earn with each upgrade. Additionally, you will receive super enhancement points with each advancement. Since this is your first awakening, you will be granted 1 super enhancement point as a bonus. Super enhancement points. These are the most valuable points for enhancement, capable of significantly elevating your skill tier. The system function introduction is now complete. Subjective intelligence will soon shut down, retaining only basic prompts and query functions. Goodbye. How efficient. Just delivers and runs. Mu Yuan murmured. Are you alright, Mu Yuan? The guiding personnel, noticing his prolonged silence, inquired softly. This kid isn't dazed with joy after transitioning into a rare combat profession, is he? Oh, my apologies, teacher. I was contemplating my profession. Every year during the awakening season, various occurrences unfolded, and the guiding personnel had grown accustomed to such events. Mu Yuan, come over here. Old Wang waved to him excitedly after his transition. Mu Yuan, you should be well aware of the transition process. If you awaken any talents, Please keep them confidential and refrain from disclosing them to others. Of course, basic professional information is permissible. Additionally, now that you are a professional, your personal space has been activated. You can visit the Adventurers Guild to bind your exclusive storage. By the way, here is something for you. This energy wristwatch is issued to every new professional. You can bind your professional ID on it. Once bound, you can remotely access your personal storage and marketplace, both of which are connected to your personal space. You can buy or sell items within the space, and this wristwatch serves as a trading device. Thus, this item remains of utmost importance. Please do not misplace it. Should it be lost, you must promptly report it and request a replacement. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Wang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he replied. Very well. Old Wang said, changing occupations can be quite taxing. Make sure to rest well at home today. However, do remember to visit the administrative office tomorrow to collect your transfer rewards. As you are currently the only student in our school's cohort to have transitioned to a rare profession, the school has prepared a set of preliminary resources for you, which you must retrieve tomorrow. All right, Teacher Wang, I will see you tomorrow. Yuan waved goodbye to Old Wang and made his way to the campus parking area. Is this the feeling of liberation after the college entrance examination? It's wonderful. Tomorrow marks a new beginning. Chapter 3, Divine Talent. Upon returning home, Yuan immediately bound his occupational ID, a designation naturally bestowed by the consciousness of Blue Star, ensuring that each practitioner is unique. Upon opening the panel, a pale blue luminescence appeared before him. Name, Yuan. Profession, Elemental Mage. Level, 1. Health, 60. Mana, 200. Magical attack, 20. Physical defense, 10. Magical defense, 10. Talent, Master of Elements. Divine endowed with extraordinary intelligence, you possess unparalleled mental prowess and affinity for elemental forces. Recognized as the sovereign by the elements of the void elemental realm. Effect 1. Skill consumption is reduced by 99, with magical skills activating instantaneously and without cooldown. Effect 2. Once daily, you may cast a designated spell without any consumption, and the spell's power will be doubled. Effect 3. You are immune to magical damage from enemies. Chaos, unknown blessed by the supreme deity. You possess a remarkable destiny, rendering you impervious to negative states and undetectable by divination spells. In the eyes of the stars, you remain the most enigmatic being hidden within chaos. Skills, Fireball, Meditation, Identification. Fireball, F grade. Skill consumption, 10. Skill description, conjures a fireball using the power of fire elements. Dealing 50, magical attack 15, damage to enemies, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Meditation, after disengaging from combat, you can accelerate your mana recovery through meditation. Identification, a skill inherent to every practitioner of Blue Star, allowing the detection of attributes of monsters up to 10 levels below oneself, and can also be used to identify equipment. Equipment, none. To my astonishment, I have awakened dual talents. Could this be due to my status as a transmigrator? Moreover, these talents are exceptionally powerful, particularly in enhancing the capabilities of an elemental mage. Truly, they are divine talents. Oh heavens! The advantages you have bestowed upon me are rather extravagant. It is worth noting that divine talents reside above the SSS tier, and in the century-long gamification of Blue Star, there has yet to be any report of anyone awakening such a caliber of talent. With this occupational template, I feel as if I am destined to soar. Even with the most admirable of mental fortitude, Yuan felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing such an extraordinary talent. After all, who wouldn't he desire to be formidable? Especially in this gamified Blue Star, where even the most languid may face dire consequences. I must not forget the enhancement points. Below my attributes was a conspicuous display of remaining enhancement points. Current super enhancement points. 1. Skill Enhancement System. It appears I can strengthen my skills, though I am uncertain to what extent. After a brief contemplation, I decided to prioritize enhancing Fireball, as damage-dealing skills are essential for early-level grinding. Identification and the post-battle mana recovery of meditation would not serve me greatly at level 1. Thus, Yuan attempted to apply a super enhancement point to Fireball. Ding! Fireball enhancement successful. Super enhancement triggered. Fireball has been upgraded to the fire-based forbidden spell, Heavenly Flame Conflagration. What is this? How has it transformed into a forbidden spell? Despite my preparations, I could not have anticipated that this super enhancement point would be so formidable, instantly elevating my skill to a divine level. Yet, I am merely level 1, and you bestow upon me a forbidden spell? Is this reasonable? In Blue Star, forbidden spells are so named because such spells engage the forces of elemental laws, realms typically reserved for deities and prohibited for mortals. There is also a very practical concern regarding mana consumption. However, with my Master of Elements talent, I can reduce consumption by 99 once my mana accumulates. Casting a forbidden spell independently should not pose a challenge, especially with its instantaneous casting. Just envision unleashing it upon adversaries. The imagery is indeed harmonious. Moreover, I can release a skill daily without consumption, which essentially grants me the ability to cast a forbidden spell right now. Mu Yuan took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration. I must remain composed. Although I now possess a formidable weapon, my skills are somewhat singular, and my output may lack sustainability. Furthermore, in this world, where prodigious talents abound, I must cultivate prudently and avoid arrogance. Grumble, grumble. Suddenly, Mu Yuan's stomach growled, reminding him that since cycling back from school, he had yet to eat. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 11. Perhaps I should visit the snack shop downstairs. The little eatery he frequented was run by a woman named Li, whom he affectionately called Sister Li. Unfortunately, Sister Li lost her husband at a young age and now raises her daughter alone. As a cook, she opened this small snack shop to support herself and her daughter, and the local community is very supportive of the two of them. Upon entering, Mu Yuan saw that the shop was relatively crowded, with only 2 empty tables remaining among the 6. Sister Li, I'd like a bowl of vegetable wontons and a steamer of crab roe buns, please. He made his way to an empty table by the window while addressing the busy figure in the small kitchen. Oh, it's you, Mu Yuan. The woman peered out and, upon recognizing him, greeted him with a warm smile. Is Xiaoling out playing? Xiaoling is Sister Li's 5-year-old daughter, a lively and charming little girl who is quite endearing. Yes, that little rascal went to play at Xiao's house. Mu Yuan, you'll have to wait a moment. It's quite busy right now. That's all right, Sister Li. I'm in no hurry. Mu Yuan surveyed the shop's decor. Some of the tables and chairs appeared a bit worn, yet they were spotless, shining under the light. It was evident that the owner, despite her modest means, took great care to keep the place clean. After approximately 10 minutes, Sister Li brought out his wontons and buns. Each wonton was perfectly crafted with thin skin and generous filling, and the broth was exceptionally fresh, clearly simmered for a long time, coupled with the delicious crab roe buns. Dipped in vinegar, Mu Yuan savored each bite with delight. Truly, the culinary creations of a cook are exceptional. It is said that some cooks can even learn recipes to enhance attributes for practitioners in a short time, making them highly sought after. However, such recipes suitable for secondary professions are rare and precious. Mu Yuan's eating pace was swift, and with such delectable food, he finished in no time. Afterward, he patted his belly, wearing a satisfied smile typical of a food lover. Sister Li, here is your payment. Mu Yuan was quite aware of the food prices at the establishment, so he directly counted out the money and handed it to Sister Li, who was busy at the moment. Xiao Yuan, have you eaten well? She asked. Yes, I'm full. You carry on, Sister Li. I'll be heading back now. Mu Yuan replied with a smile. Come again next time. Of course. Mu Yuan planned to first visit the Adventurers Guild in Jiangsheng to bind his personal warehouse. This warehouse, akin to the space in a professional's backpack, was a gift from the Blue Star Consciousness, granted to every individual upon successful job transition. The binding process required merely a visit to the Adventurers Guild. Once bound, it could be accessed remotely, sharing a connection with one's personal space, and was even larger than the latter. By the time Mu Yuan arrived at the Adventurers Guild, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The binding area for warehouses was located in the novice section of the guild, where a considerable number of adventurers had gathered, mostly newly transitioned professionals from Jiangxing. There were swordsmen wielding large swords and summoners accompanied by their pets, among others. As Mu Yuan surveyed the surroundings, a young lady dressed in the Adventurers Guild uniform approached him, smiling as she inquired, Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Hello, I am a newly transitioned professional, here to bind my exclusive personal warehouse. Certainly, sir. Please fill out this form, she said with a smile, retrieving a form from her chest. Mu Yuan took the form she offered, scrutinizing it carefully. There was nothing particularly private, mostly basic personal information and his professional ID. He completed it swiftly and handed it back to her. He was then informed that the process was complete. He merely needed to wait at home for 3 hours, after which they would notify him via text message. Mu Yuan felt quite satisfied with this efficiency. Time to head home. Once I collect my resources from school tomorrow, I can start hunting monsters to level up. I'll strive to reach level 10 before the National Joint Examination. Only with commendable results can I acquire more resources to enhance myself, ensuring my survival in this world. I have a clear vision of the path I must tread. Chapter 4. Collecting supplies. When Mu Yuan awoke the following day, it was already past 7 in the morning. The previous afternoon, Teacher Wang had specially called to inform him to assemble at the Academic Affairs office by 9 o'clock, rather than dining downstairs. Mu Yuan prepared a quick bowl of noodles at home to satiate his hunger before hurrying to school. Upon arriving at the Academic Affairs office, he spotted the burly Teacher Wang standing there, boasting to another teacher about the exceptional talents emerging from his class. Mu Yuan, you've arrived. Wang's eyes lit up upon seeing him approach, and he waved enthusiastically. You truly bring honor to our teacher. In our school, you are the only student who has transitioned to a rare profession. That's thanks to your excellent guidance, teacher, Mu Yuan replied, smiling. His emotional intelligence was certainly not lacking. He understood the importance of flattery. After all, everyone appreciates a person with high emotional acuity. Wang was visibly pleased, recognizing that while Mu Yuan's words had a hint of embellishment, they nonetheless reflected respect for his teacher. It seems Mu Yuan is quite a composed individual, Wang mused inwardly. having seen many who became arrogant after their transitions. Mu Yuan, should there be skill books as rewards, you may prioritize selecting passive skills. Wang suggested as he led Mu Yuan into the academic affairs office. Upon entering, they found several students already present. The director, who had been conversing with others while seated, stood up immediately upon seeing Wang and Mu Yuan enter, cheerfully announcing, "Ah, our genius from Class 1 has arrived." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the newly arrived Mu Yuan, some with envious eyes, while most regarded him with curiosity. Mu Yuan graciously nodded to everyone, who reciprocated with smiles. As they were all from the same cohort of professionals, familiarity blossomed quickly, leading to a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter. "All right, since everyone is here, let's proceed to the school warehouse to collect your supplies. Follow me," the director instructed, leading the group outside. "You all hail from Jiangqing's Class 1. Although you'll attend different universities after the national joint examination, you may need to team up for early dungeon raids. It would be beneficial to get to know one another. Mu Yuan, you should get acquainted with everyone." As they walked, the camaraderie grew among the young contemporaries, and the conversation flowed naturally. It became apparent that few had transitioned into combat professions, and even fewer had achieved ranks above the excellent tier. This year, Mu Yuan stood out as the sole individual with the rare elementalist profession. The best from previous years had only reached elite status. This was particularly significant given that Jiangqing Class 1 had access to abundant educational resources, unlike other high schools in Jiangqing. This was Mu Yuan's immediate impression after learning about his peers' professions. The secret treasure warehouse of Jiangqing Class 1 was adjacent to the transition hall. "Classmates, you'll each enter one at a time and inform the staff inside of your professional ID. They will send the list of resources allocated by the school to your energy wristbands, from which you can make your selections and collect your items." Mu Yuan was the first to enter, with his classmates graciously allowing him to go ahead. Ultimately, the director jokingly remarked, "Let Mu Yuan go first, who knows? Once he becomes powerful, you might want to cling to his coattails." Laughter ensued. Seeing the director's jest, Mu Yuan decided not to decline any further, as pushing back at this point would seem somewhat disingenuous and would undermine others' goodwill. He clasped his hands together, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, everyone," before stepping inside. He was greeted by an instructor whose profession was arcanist, donned in a hood adorned with star patterns. "Ah, you must be Mu Yuan. I saw your transition yesterday. Congratulations." The teacher exclaimed. "Thank you, sir. I'm counting on your guidance. The monsters from other realms are formidable," Mu Yuan replied. "Enough talk of that. Here are the resources prepared for you upon transitioning into a rare profession," the instructor said, as Mu Yuan provided his ID. The instructor then sent the list of resources he was entitled to receive. Upon accessing his energy wristband, Mu Yuan was astonished to find a resource list that included crystal coins, 20,000, 3 skill books for his profession, a spear-bound staff. "How do you find it? Are you satisfied?" the instructor inquired. "Satisfied hardly begins to describe it. This is beyond my expectations," Mu Yuan exclaimed. He had not anticipated the school investing such resources in him. Crystal coins were not the common currency used in everyday life. These coins could only be acquired by defeating monsters from other realms and were forged from enigmatic crystals, redeemable for exceptional equipment and items in specific circumstances, as well as capable of powering magical artifacts. Thus, they held immense value, and transactions between professionals typically favored crystal coins. The usual exchange rate between crystal coins and huabai was 100, meaning the school had essentially granted Mu Yuan the equivalent of 2 million huabai. For him, a commoner, this was a substantial sum of starting capital that would enable him to navigate the initial stages with ease. Regarding the skill books, he recalled the words of teacher Wang and opted for a passive skill book alongside 2 active ones. This was, indeed, the sole passive skill book available among the selections. In Blue Star, skill books are highly coveted, exclusively dropping from dungeon monsters. Not only is the drop rate for dungeon items exceedingly low, but there is also a significant annual demand from those seeking to change careers, resulting in a market where skill books are both rare and precious. The 3 skill books he selected were Source of Magic, Ice Arrow, and Chain Lightning. Source of Magic, C grade. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, you shall receive the blessing of magical energy, increasing your magical attack by 10 and granting you an additional 1,000 mana, while enhancing your mana recovery rate by 10. Ice Arrow, F grade. Skill cost, 10. Skill description, harnessing the power of ice elements. This skill conjures an arrow of ice that strikes at the enemy, inflicting 15 magic damage and 30 points of slowing effect, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Chain Lightning, F grade. Skill cost, 10. Skill description, this skill condenses into a chain of lightning, bouncing between 3 enemies, dealing 15 magic damage and applying a 0.5-second paralysis effect, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Mu Yuan was quite satisfied with these 3 skills, particularly the passive skill book, which would significantly enhance his mana, allowing for greater endurance. As for Ice Arrow and Chain Lightning, one targeted single enemies while the other affected groups, both providing some degree of control. This diversification in his skill set would render his offensive capabilities far more adaptable. The Lingua staff was also an exceptionally fitting weapon for Mu Yuan. Lingua staff, exquisite. Required level, 10. Magic attack power, 100. Casting speed, 5. Mana recovery speed, 5. Fire element damage, 5. Special trait. No level restrictions for equipping. Mu Yuan examined the attributes of the staff with utmost seriousness. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did it offer a substantial boost to magic attack, but it also possessed a unique trait, a rarity among equipment. This no-level restriction trait meant that any mage, regardless of their level, could wield it, significantly accelerating his early leveling speed. After all, a level 1 mage wielding a level 10 weapon would undoubtedly possess formidable output capabilities. How do you find the rewards from the school, Mu Yuan? The voice belonged to Principal Liu. He had been so engrossed in selecting suitable skill books that he had not noticed the principal had approached him. Principal Liu's smile radiated warmth, devoid of any airs characteristic of a master-level practitioner. He treated not only Mu Yuan with kindness, but also extended his generosity to underprivileged students. Having served as the principal for 30 years, he had nurtured countless students, and this place had become his home. I am quite satisfied, Principal, though I find it somewhat extravagant. The principal patted his shoulder, saying, "You are like newly sprouted flames. We can only strive to provide you with the fuel necessary for your growth in these early stages. I hope that every student who emerges from our school can realize their potential and contribute meaningfully to this world. In this regard, I believe there is no distinction between combat and auxiliary professions. It is merely a matter of different roles. Yet the grim reality is that our world is under siege from otherworldly invasions. Those formidable entities from beyond are incessantly plotting to enslave and annihilate us. The stable environment you currently enjoy is a result of the sacrifices made by many. However, due to varying talents, we can only allocate resources to those who exhibit greater promise. This is how our world will continue to thrive." Mu Yuan was deeply moved by the principal's words, instilling in him a sense of urgency to level up. Having traversed to this world, he pondered whether he should contribute something meaningful, should he possess the capability. Of course, these matters are still somewhat distant for you. What you need most now is to elevate your professional level and not squander this opportunity. I understand, Principal. Mu Yuan nodded gently, resonating with the principal's sentiments. In his former homeland, he had often encountered the adage about self-cultivation in times of hardship and extending a helping hand when one achieves success. "Xiao Lu, please bring out the items Mu Yuan chose," the principal instructed. The arcane teacher, upon hearing this, rose to retrieve the selected materials from the storage space. "Mu Yuan, please verify." Mu Yuan glanced over the items laid out on the table and nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that nothing was missing. "Very well, now that you are prepared, you may return. You can choose to level up in the novice area outside the city, and once you reach level 5, you will be able to form a party to delve into dungeons. Go forth, young one. Strive to grow stronger. This world needs you. Live well." As he spoke the last words, the principal's eyes glistened with emotion, his voice tinged with solemnity. Perhaps he had offered this counsel to many gifted individuals before. Mu Yuan listened quietly until he concluded, then bowed deeply in gratitude before stepping away. He still had his own journey to undertake, and it was at this moment he began to realize that this was a tangible world, rather than a mere game. The essence of this world lay in the brutal struggle against otherworldly beings, rather than the simplistic grind of leveling up. Chapter 5, The Novice Camp. Since returning home yesterday, Mu Yuan had refrained from venturing out, instead immersing himself in the Adventurer Forum on his energy wristband. The Adventurer Forum, established by the authorities, aimed to facilitate communication and information exchange among practitioners. The forum was replete with numerous guides beneficial to novices, allowing newly transitioned individuals to swiftly familiarize themselves with the distribution of monsters in the vicinity of Jiangqing. Jiangqing, located in the central region of Huaguo, is bordered by the Li River to the south and Yanshan to the north. Since the incursion of otherworldly forces, countless realms have fused with Blue Star, most of which have been transformed into dungeons. However, the high-level dungeons surrounding Jiangqing are quite scarce, predominantly featuring those of moderate difficulty, thus rendering the area relatively safe from a geographical standpoint. In reality, the options for Mu Yuan's leveling zones were limited, as he was currently only at level 1. Novices typically opted to train near the novice camp outside Jiangqing, an establishment set up by the local authorities, which also served as a defensive line against wild monsters. From the Adventurer Forum, he gleaned that this camp was surrounded by numerous low-level training zones and was conveniently adjacent to 3 major dungeons. These 3 dungeons represented the lowest tiers available in Jiangqing, all set at level 5. Mu Yuan resolved to procure a suitable set of equipment from the auction house, as he possessed no gear apart from his staff. With a substantial sum of 20,000 crystal coins at his disposal, he was determined to prepare adequately before embarking on his adventures. Through his energy wristband, he connected to the online auction house and, after browsing for a considerable time, settled on a standard set of novice equipment. It was not that he did not wish to select better gear. Rather, Either it was unavailable or prohibitively expensive. For instance, items with no level restrictions commanded exorbitant prices. Equipment suitable for level 1 was already scarce. The novice gear was produced in bulk by the forging and tailoring professions. Ultimately, Yuan spent 500 crystal coins to acquire a set of ordinary mage equipment. While the magical attack boost was modest, the defensive attributes were substantial, which Yuan deemed essential for his current needs. Time waits for no one. Donning the new equipment and grasping his linguist staff, he resolved to venture beyond the city to train. Before departing, he paused to glance into a mirror, where the reflection revealed a youthful figure. His physique was well proportioned, and his features were strikingly handsome. Most captivating were his bright, luminous eyes, clear and serene, evoking a sense of tranquility. He donned a white mage's hood adorned with arcane emblems, draped in a robe woven with golden threads, and held aloft a staff that shimmered with magical brilliance. In a word, striking. The city offered a special transport service directly to the novice camp beyond its walls, accessible only by presenting one's energy wristband ID. It was evident that he was a newcomer, as the driver enthusiastically regaled Yuan with recommendations for places suited to his level outside the city. You might want to start by gathering a party at the novice camp square. Typically, new adventurers form groups of 5. The optimal composition includes 1 defensive class, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers, which maximizes the efficiency of leveling up. Brother, considering your class is a mage, you're quite in demand. A nearby warrior cast an envious glance at Yuan's staff. He appeared to be in his 30s, robustly built with well-defined muscles. Alas, I've just transitioned to a warrior class. Deep down, I too harbor aspirations of becoming a mage, he remarked, scratching his head in a somewhat endearing manner. Munyo, with your intellect, do you truly believe you could become a mage? Spare me the jest, retorted an assassin wielding a dagger, giving him a playful rap on the head, indicating their camaraderie as teammates. Munyo, unfazed by the playful reprimand, grinned back. Aren't all classes equally valid? The warrior class isn't too shabby either. His words seemed to muddle further as he spoke. The vehicle soon filled with a jovial atmosphere. After approximately an hour of travel, Yuan and his companions finally arrived at the novice camp. Good luck, lad, called the bearded driver, waving his farewell. Yuan stood in place, watching the vehicle recede. Returning the gesture, as he approached the camp, he was met with a spectacle that left him utterly astonished. The warrior beside him chuckled at his expression. Impressive, isn't it? When I first arrived here, I was just as awestruck. It was no wonder Yuan felt astonished. The camp exceeded all his expectations. He had envisioned a modest area encircled by wooden fences, perhaps with a small wall, but what lay before him was truly grand. A massive magical barrier emanating of blue glow arched over the camp, its core housing a towering magical spire that soared over 100 meters high, continuously emitting a beam of energy that connected to the camp's barrier. Surrounding the camp were tall walls adorned with formidable magical cannons. At the entrance, several guards were diligently registering the credentials of incoming adventurers. Yuan joined the queue alongside fellow adventurers, and soon it was his turn. Greetings, please present your class panel. You may choose to display only your name and class. We merely need to verify your status as an adventurer. As you are likely aware, the outside world is rife with the presence of the fallen, and these measures are in place to prevent their infiltration and potential havoc. Noticing Yuan's slight confusion, the inspecting guard elaborated. The fallen are those adventurers who have succumbed to the allure of another realm, forsaken by the will of Blue Star. They cannot display their class panels. Understood. Yuan replied with a gentle smile, indicating his comprehension. He opted to conceal his detailed information, revealing only his name, class, and level. Name, Yuan. Class, Elemental Mage, Rare. Level, 1. The guard regarded him with a look of astonishment, seemingly impressed by his class, yet refrained from further inquiries. He simply nodded and advised, be sure to form a party early on, prioritize your safety. Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps due to the looming threats of this world, adventurers seemed remarkably amicable towards one another. A sentiment echoed from Teacher Wang to the principal and the individuals he encountered today. After completing his registration, Yuan stepped into the camp. The first thing that caught his eye was a prominent sign indicating the trade zone. Gazing towards the bustling trade area, he noted that many merchant guilds from Jiang City had established branches there. Continuing onward, he was enveloped by the cacophony of lively vendors hawking their wares. As numerous adventurers set up stalls to sell their equipment and items, the trade zone served as a marketplace for adventurers to peddle their spoils. While one could directly auction items through personal spaces, a 10 fee was incurred, prompting many to prefer setting up stalls or selling directly to guilds. Take a look. New novice staff from the level 5 Goblin Village dungeon. 20 crystal coins for purchase, plenty of wolf pelts needed. Exquisite armor dropped by the boss of the Centaur dungeon. Inquire if you're interested. Yuan meandered through the stalls, overwhelmed by the myriad of goods. Hey there, you must be a mage. How about this novice staff? A warrior, clad in thick steel armor and bearing a large shield, enthusiastically pitched his wares. Yuan surmised he was a defensive shield warrior. The warrior presented a staff from his stall, and its attributes immediately caught Yuan's eye. Goblin Priest Staff, excellent. Required level, 5. Magical attack power, 15. Damage to goblins, 5. Description: a staff wielded by the Goblin High Priest in normal difficulty, quite suitable for novice mages. The attributes were decent. Yet Yuan had already acquired the Spirit Wisp Staff, rendering this item uninteresting to him. He smiled and replied, "Brother, the attributes are indeed impressive, but I lack the required level." The warrior, undeterred by Yuan's disinterest, observed his novice robe and responded, "No worries, just level up quickly." He further advised, "The grouping area is just ahead. You can reach it by crossing the trade zone." Yuan thanked the warrior and proceeded in the direction indicated. The two areas were not far apart. The party square appeared slightly smaller than the trade zone, yet it was just as bustling with activity. Here, Yuan truly witnessed the diverse array of classes. There were spellcasters like himself, radiating magical energy, alongside warriors wielding great swords and spears, exuding a fierce aura. He also spotted summoners accompanied by pets, and even those with a cyberpunk flair, wielding psychic firearms. He recalled seeing such a class in the encyclopedic compendium. It was noted that psychic gunners possessed formidable output capabilities, qualifying them as an elite class. Looking for one more damage dealer for a 5-person leveling party. Goblin Village. Normal difficulty. Seeking shield warriors over level 7. Must have 150 health. Centaurs dungeon group forming. Normal difficulty. Looking for support classes, no land grabbers, or pet enthusiasts. Level 15 mage mentoring novice adventurers to level up. 200 crystal coins for leveling to 5. As Yuan surveyed the bustling party square, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet he sensed that forming a party was not particularly suited to him. He wished to first tackle a dungeon to elevate his level before considering the formation of a party. This was not arrogance, but rather a realization derived from the knowledge he had gathered from the compendium and adventurer forums regarding the formidable power he currently wielded. Choosing to join a party for leveling, akin to ordinary adventurers, would undoubtedly diminish efficiency, especially since experience points would be divided among members. Very well. I shall directly proceed to the dungeon. Chapter 6. Entering the dungeon. For the adventurers of Jiang City, traversing from the novice camp to conquer a dungeon was relatively straightforward. One could either walk directly or utilize the teleportation array located in the party square. Yuan opted for teleportation, as traversing directly to the dungeon area would require him to navigate through numerous perilous zones populated by formidable monsters. This was an insurmountable challenge for a level 1 character like him. The dungeons of Blue Star are manifold. Some are directly fused with otherworldly realms, while others are mere projections of alien energy. The former presents a higher level of difficulty, while the latter is relatively easier. Adventurers can alleviate the energy onslaught from other realms by vanquishing monsters and clearing dungeons. It is crucial to understand that the more severe the invasion of Blue Star, the greater the influx of terrifying beings from other dimensions. Currently, humanity on the front lines is struggling immensely against the monsters that have already descended. However, the dungeon mechanism of Blue Star imposes level restrictions. One cannot enter if their level is below 5 or exceeds 10, with the exception of primordial dungeons, which are newly generated and yet to be conquered. In Jiang City, there are only 3 dungeons suitable for novices: Goblin Village, Centaur Tribe, and Slime Temple. Although these 3 dungeons are all level 5, the strength of the monsters within significantly surpasses that of those in the outside world. Before entering a dungeon, adventurers can choose from various difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and cataclysm, with the monster ranks differing accordingly. Taking Goblin Village as an example. While the final boss is a level 5 Goblin High Priest in both normal and cataclysm difficulties, one is elite, and the other is a demon lord, showcasing a stark contrast in attributes. The monster ranks are classified into 7 levels: common, rare, elite, enhanced elite, chief, lord, and demon lord. Due to the continuous infusion of primordial energy from other realms, dungeons possess sustainability, allowing players to grind as many times as they wish, provided they can succeed. Consequently, Gaia, the primordial consciousness protecting Blue Star, encourages this repetitive endeavor. Yuan decided to first tackle the Goblin Village dungeon. According to forums, this dungeon is deemed the most challenging among the 3 level 5 dungeons, naturally offering the richest experience. Most importantly, there is a chance of acquiring skill books and equipment from magic-based professions from this dungeon. The easy difficulty of Goblin Village is easily manageable, typically clearable by a standard team of 5 level 8 adventurers. However, as the difficulty escalates, so does the ferocity of the monsters. After paying the fee to the teleportation administrator, Yuan found himself transported to the area surrounding the dungeon's gathering stone. It was a spacious hall, designated as a safe zone, where several high-level professionals from Jiang City were stationed to prevent any mishaps. Upon his arrival, Yuan observed a diverse assembly of adventurers. A party was forming for the level 5 Goblin Village, seeking damage dealers. Another party was recruiting support classes for the hard difficulty, requiring courage blessing of level 2 or higher. Mu Yuan knew that Courage Blessing was a signature skill of priests, enhancing the damage output of damage dealers. A nearby warrior called out to him, "Hey buddy, want to join our dungeon run? We're still looking for a damage-dealing mage, and I see you have a staff. You must be a mage, right?" Mu Yuan glanced at the warrior and replied, "Apologies, my friend, but I have plans to enter with my companions." "Oh, that's fine. Perhaps next time," the warrior said nonchalantly and continued to recruit teammates. Mu Yuan was, of course, reluctant to team up with others. Not only could he solo the dungeon, but he also didn't want to reveal his capabilities in front of teammates. The thought of making headlines with a title like Shock, a level 1 mage performs such feats in front of teammates, was rather amusing yet concerning. The method of entering the dungeon was straightforward. One merely needed to cross the central rotating portal of the hall to be teleported inside. However, before entering, he took a moment to glance at the clearance records beside the dungeon. Previously, he learned that while names on the records could be hidden, the times could not. He had no intention of standing out too prominently in the early stages. With the system at his disposal, he could grow steadily without the need for ostentation. It is important to remember that in the context of the invasion of Blue Star, many fallen individuals acted as traitorous guides. For instance, the notorious Evil Spirit Society is infamous for its worship of otherworldly deities, persistently attempting to summon these beings to Blue Star. The ranking records of dungeons are typically displayed on the energy stone tablet at the dungeon entrance. He chose to view the leaderboard for the Cataclysm difficulty. The leaderboard for Cataclysm difficulty read: 1. Imperial Capital Longhua Squad, 1 hour 30 minutes. 2. Magic City Jinshin Squad, 1 hour 40 minutes. 3. Cloud City Luoxia Squad, 1 hour 45 minutes. 10. Jiang City Moyuan Squad, 2 hours 50 minutes. Mu Yuan noted that even the fastest squad to conquer the Cataclysm difficulty took over an hour. This was due to the fact that even the minor monsters in this difficulty level were elite, and the Goblin High Priest served as a Demon Lord level boss. Even a well-organized squad of level 15 adventurers would need to proceed with utmost caution to succeed. This clearly illustrated the terrifying nature of the Cataclysm difficulty dungeons. In truth, the leaderboard offered little allure to Mu Yuan at this moment. While it had its advantages, the overall drawbacks outweighed the benefits. As he could not easily explain how he achieved a clear, unless he fully exposed his trump cards to others, which was obviously out of the question. He chose to enter. As Mu Yuan stepped into the dungeon, a prompt suddenly rang out. Ding. Due to your possession of the chaotic fate, you can conceal your dungeon achievements. Would you like to proceed with hiding? Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his secondary talent possessed such a capability. He opted to hide it without hesitation. No surprises here. Mu Yuan successfully concealed his dungeon achievements. He selected the Cataclysm difficulty. Upon finalizing the difficulty choice, he felt a peculiar sensation of temporal dislocation before being transported into the dungeon space. Initially, every adventurer enters the dungeon in an absolute safety zone, avoiding the cliché of being teleported into a horde of monsters. Dungeon introduction. Goblin Village, a settlement formed by a ruthless congregation of goblins, has long been a nightmare for countless inhabitants of Blue Star. Level requirement, 1 to 15. Party limit, 5. Clearance condition, defeat the Goblin High Priest, Demon Lord level. Goblin Village appeared vast, with various types of goblin monsters wandering about. A dense cluster of goblins congregated in one area. Most striking was a massive iron cauldron at the village entrance, emitting steam and filled with the skulls of various unknown creatures, producing eerie bubbling sounds. At the center of the village stood a colossal temple. The goblin guardians there were notably distinct from the surrounding monsters, clad in organized armor and patrolling around the temple incessantly. At the temple's entrance stood 2 enormous goblins in black armor. Mu Yuan used his identification skill to take a closer look. Giant Goblin Temple Warrior, Chief. Level, 5. Health, 10, 000 10, 000. Attack, 1, 500. Physical defense, 1, 800. Magical defense, 1, 600. Description: a fearsome variant of goblin. Their massive size is exceedingly rare among the goblin population, possessing terrifying strength. These attributes were indeed formidable. It seemed this was the grand hall where the final boss of the dungeon resided, aligning perfectly with the information found on the forums. Observing the monsters below, Mu Yuan's expression turned expectant as he slowly raised his staff towards the temple's ceiling. Come forth. Let me witness the true power of the legendary forbidden spell known as the Power of the Gods. Chapter 7. The Forbidden Spell, Inferno's Wrath. Mu Yuan unleashed his skill, the forbidden spell instantaneously manifesting under the augmentation of his elemental mastery talent. The power surged to terrifying heights. Inferno's Wrath. In an instant, countless fire elements coalesced above the goblin temple, a formidable wave of arcane energy resonating from the void. The intense fire elements seemed poised to ignite the very air, a searing breath enveloping the entire village. Below, the goblins began to panic. Suddenly, vibrant crimson flames materialized above the temple, followed by a thunderous roar as the sky transformed. The heavens above the dungeon space were suffused with a vivid blood-red hue. weeping as if foretelling a cataclysmic judgment. Countless crimson flames converged into a golden river of fire, suspended in the sky. The goblins below were left in awe, acutely aware of the pervasive heat of the fire elements surrounding them. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. They felt their skin ablaze, their blood evaporating. The heat was unbearable. It was evident that even breathing became a strenuous endeavor, as they scurried about in terror, struggling to escape. These monsters, all at least level 5 elites, appeared to be facing their doomsday reckoning. Some goblins even fell to their knees, beseeching their deities in fear, yet all was in vain. The goblin high priest within the temple hurriedly emerged, desperate to cast water spells, only to find the space devoid of any elemental presence save for the relentless fire. An infinite sea of flame. He gazed at the sky in despair, emitting an anguished cry of defiance. As the forbidden spell activated, the river of flames engulfed the entire dungeon, golden fire sweeping through, leaving annihilation in its wake. Yuan truly comprehended the terrifying nature of such high-tier magic. It was a cataclysmic scourge, a cold judgment from the divine. Not merely the damage from burning, but horrific reactions transpired between the fire elements themselves. Explosions, violent eruptions. Enormous white fireballs erupted from the center of the forbidden spell, unleashing a maelstrom of devastating damage among the monsters. 9999999999999 99999999999 99999999999 ding. Detected an extraordinary magical outburst. Damage values have exceeded maximum thresholds. Dungeon protection mechanism activated. Ding. You have slain the Goblin Flame Mage, boss. Ding. You have slain the Goblin Temple Warrior, boss. Ding. You have slain the Goblin High Priest, Demon King. Ding. You have eradicated all dungeon monsters. The cataclysmic difficulty dungeon has been successfully cleared. Dungeon completion time, 1 minute. All monsters were obliterated. Even the fearsome Demon King Goblin High Priest, who had no time to mount any resistance, was utterly annihilated. Upon hearing the notification of monster extermination, Yuan dispelled his spell. As he made his way down the slope, he felt the ground beneath his feet was oddly abrasive. Looking down, he realized the surface had transformed into a crystalline expanse, as hard as glass, almost as if it had been vitrified. Upon entering the village, an overwhelming wave of suffocating heat assailed him. Gazing around, he saw that every structure within the village had been reduced to ashes by the golden river of flames. A pungent odor permeating the air. Above, layers of gray mist drifted upwards, spreading with the heat wave. Thus, gray snow began to fall throughout the dungeon space. Yuan surmised that had it not been for the damage immunity mechanism of Blue Star, he was uncertain whether the monsters would have survived. But he himself would undoubtedly have perished. The so-called damage immunity mechanism ensures that the spellcaster's damage-type spells do not inflict harm upon the caster themselves. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Congratulations. You have leveled up. The bountiful experience from clearing the cataclysmic level dungeon allowed Yuan to ascend 5 levels in one go. Truly, the rewards from a cataclysmic dungeon are immense. It is worth noting that the experience required for leveling up increases progressively for Blue Star practitioners. What a delightful upgrade speed. It is rare to find any comparable. Reflecting on this, Yuan could not suppress a satisfied smile. After all, a level 1 practitioner enjoying the experience of a cataclysm dungeon is a privilege even second-generation practitioners would envy. Ding. Detected host level has risen to level 6. Reward, 5 enhancement points. Yuan beamed at the enhancement points displayed beneath his attributes. Indeed, leveling up grants enhancement points. If he could continue to level up, he could perpetually strengthen his skills, augmenting his power. It was time to collect the dropped items. In the distance, several beams of light shimmered. The remnants of the monsters dropped loot. Would you like to consolidate the rewards into the dungeon reward space? Consolidate. Yuan retrieved his dungeon rewards from the reward space. A total of 3 skill books and 5 pieces of equipment. The drop rate is abysmally low, no wonder numerous practitioners lament about it. However, from another perspective, the scarcity of both outputs naturally ensures their value remains high. Thus, combat practitioners on Blue Star generally enjoy sound financial conditions. Examining the rewards from this dungeon, Yuan displayed a satisfied smile. The skill books included the Mage's Universal Skill Book Magic Shield, the Warrior's Charge, and the Summoner's Wood Spirit Summon. The equipment he could utilize comprised a robe, a magical hood, and a ring. The remaining items were a gunslinger's weapon and a tank shield. To his surprise, he had acquired accessory gear. The drop rate for such items on Blue Star is notoriously low. Yuan hastily identified the equipment, their attributes materializing before him. Flame Spirit Robe, rare. Required level, 5. Armor, 100. Magic resistance, 200. Magic attack power, 100. Casting speed, 5. Magic recovery speed, 15. Fire spell damage, 10. Equipment description: no fire mage can say no to this piece of gear, dropped by the Goblin High Priest at cataclysmic difficulty. Such an exquisite robe. Not only does it provide a substantial boost to magic attack, but it also enhances fire magic damage. It is likely the most perfect robe for fire mages before level 10. Clearly, this level of dungeon yields exceptional gear. Next, Yuan inspected the ring, which radiated a fiery red hue, engraved with runes of fire elements, warm to the touch. Flame ring, exquisite. Required level, 5. Mana, 100. Magic attack power, 50. Fire damage increase, 5. Equipment description. This small ring harbors the power of flames, dropped by goblin flame mages at hell difficulty and above. Another exceedingly practical accessory with commendable attributes. Excellent. Now, let me examine the hood. This hood, upon identification, was surrounded by a pale blue starry radiance. Undoubtedly, it was a piece of exquisite gear. Goblin Starlight Hood, exquisite. Required level, 5. Armor, 50. Magic defense, 100. Magic attack power, 20. Health, 50. Casting speed increase, 10. This hood's attributes are remarkably suited to his needs, prompting Yuan to don all 3 pieces of equipment. Deciding to sell the ones he had replaced to the merchant guild, it was time to exit. Chapter 8, Inventory check. Would you like to exit the dungeon? Exit. Dungeon completion time, 1 minute. Would you like to conceal the dungeon completion record? Conceal. Ding. You have achieved the first rank in the Goblin Village dungeon, Cataclysm difficulty. As your completion time was under 5 minutes, congratulations are in order for earning the title of Novice Speedrunner's Medal. Ah, how surprising to discover a medal-type equipment. Yuan was somewhat astonished, as such items are even more elusive than jewelry. He promptly took out the medal. Novice Speedrunner's Medal, rare. Drop rate, 10. Item description. What extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such a magnificent feat? The stars bestow upon you this medal as a reward. To think it enhances the drop attributes of equipment. How extraordinarily fortuitous. Without hesitation, Yuan equipped the medal. In the gamified world of Blue Star, the drop rate for equipment is shockingly low, as evidenced by Yuan's experiences in the dungeon. A Cataclysm-level dungeon yielded only a handful of items. It is noteworthy that the number of monsters vanquished under Yuan's forbidden spells was quite substantial, and they were of no insignificant rank. When Yuan reappeared outside the dungeon, the Great Hall was still abuzz with voices, filled with requests for parties and assistance. He glanced at the leaderboard for the Goblin dungeon and, as expected, his name did not appear. Yuan was not one to indulge in vanity. He preferred tangible benefits. His time spent inside the dungeon was relatively brief, yet due to the crowd in the hall, no one noticed him. Moreover, one could exit a dungeon at any time, albeit without the completion rewards. Well then, let us bide our time and develop. Yuan chose not to team up with others for dungeon runs, as he wished to return to the camp first to manage the equipment and skill books he had acquired. Though he could directly list items on the trading post from his personal space, he preferred to avoid unnecessary transaction fees. His philosophy was to conserve resources wherever possible, to endure, and to quietly amass wealth. After paying 5 crystal coins, Yuan opted to teleport back to the novice camp. First things first, let us learn some skills. He found a secluded inn and retrieved the Magic Shield skill book obtained from the dungeon, selecting to learn it. Magic Shield, F grade. Skill cost, 10. Skill description. Consume your own mana to form a magical shield, capable of absorbing damage up to 10 mana points. Exceeding this will cause it to shatter, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. As expected, a plus sign appeared after this newly learned skill, indicating that Yuan could choose to enhance it with enhancement points. Unfortunately, he lacked super enhancement points, or else he could have acquired a more powerful skill. After completing his skill acquisition, Yuan examined his character panel. Name, Yuan. Class, Elemental Mage, rare. Level, 6. Health, 500. Mana, 5100. Magical attack, 400. Physical defense, 200. Magical defense, 500. Talent 1, Master of Elements, Divine. Talent 2, Chaos, Unknown. Active skills, Magic Shield, F. Ice Arrow, F. Lightning Chain, F. Meditation, Identification, Inferno, Divine. Passive skills, Source of Mana, C grade. Equipment, Spirit Staff, Exquisite. Flame Spirit Robe, rare. Flame Ring, Exquisite. Goblin Starlight Hood, Exquisite. Novice Gloves, Common. Novice Boots, Common. Novice Pants, Common. Novice Speedrunner's Medal, Beginner. Remaining enhancement points, 5. This dungeon run proved quite rewarding. However, it was unfortunate that he could only cast a forbidden spell once a day. Otherwise, he would have endeavored to run the Cataclysm dungeon several more times, which would have greatly boosted his equipment and level. Despite this, he was relatively satisfied with his current attributes. He estimated that his classmates who had also transitioned to their classes might not even have reached level 3 yet. However, he needed to consider where to allocate his enhancement points to most rapidly elevate his strength. After browsing the mage strategies on the forum, he decided to prioritize enhancing his passive skill. Excluding his talents, he currently possessed only one passive skill, Source of Mana, which, when enhanced, could significantly increase his mana and mana recovery speed. Combined with the newly learned Magic Shield, it was a perfect synergy. With this, he would become a formidable mage with both durability and damage output. Who could fear a mage turret with such formidable survival capabilities? Thus, he proceeded to enhance source of mana. Ding. Enhancement of source of mana successful. Source of mana, be great. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, you shall receive the boon of mana. Increasing your mana by 2,000 and magical attack by 20, while your mana recovery speed enhances by 20. Yuan observed his mana dramatically increase, solidifying his resolve to fully enhance this skill. He continued enhancing. Ding. Enhancement of source of mana successful. He enhanced it 2 more times, and the attributes of this passive skill underwent a tremendous transformation. Source of mana, great. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, you shall receive the boon of mana. Increasing your mana by 10,000 and magical attack by 100, while your mana recovery speed enhances by 50. Yuan felt confident that he would no longer struggle with mana when casting standard skills. His talent as the master of elements already reduced his mana consumption. And now with such an abundance of mana, he was set, except for forbidden spells, which consumed a staggering amount. Phew, let us take flight. Indeed, it was exhilarating to have such continuous advantages. Enhance again, Yuan exclaimed in delight. Ding. This skill can be enhanced to a maximum of S-grade. To advance it further, the host must utilize super enhancement points. Yuan received the system notification and sighed regretfully. It seemed he would have to wait until level 10 to obtain super enhancement points. With his remaining 2 enhancement points, Yuan decided to allocate them to Magic Shield, as it complemented his passive skill perfectly. Currently, his standard output skills included Ice Arrow and Lightning Chain, which were sufficient for leveling. As a fragile mage, what he truly lacked were skills for survival. Ding. Enhancement of Magic Shield successful. The Magic Shield skill was enhanced to Elemental Shield. After applying 2 enhancement points, he was surprised to find that even the name of the shield had changed. This enhancement truly defied expectations. Elemental Shield, degrade. Skill cost, 500. Skill description, absorb elements from the void to form a shield, capable of absorbing damage up to 50 mana points. If the damage exceeds this, the shield will shatter, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. As I suspected, this shield skill, combined with my S-grade source of mana, should allow me to withstand most low-level monster damage, including those within the dungeon. If I can further enhance my damage-dealing skills, soloing dungeons may not be a distant dream. As for skill enhancements, Yuan decided to halt here, as he had run out of enhancement points. In truth, for practitioners in Blue Star, skill enhancement is quite challenging. Although the world has been gamified, it does not function entirely like a game. Skills learned from skill books cannot be directly enhanced. They can only be advanced through skill progression scrolls, which drop only from high-difficulty dungeons. Thus, advanced skills remain scarce among Blue Star practitioners. Yuan resolved to visit the trade district in the camp to sell the 2 skill books he had acquired in the dungeon, along with any equipment he no longer needed. The trade district outside was as bustling as ever. Rather than setting up a stall, Yuan proceeded directly into the nearby Huan Chamber of Commerce. The Huan Chamber of Commerce is a well-known chain business association in Jiangxing, with a reputation that has always been commendable. Yuan believes it will not disappoint him. Chapter 9. The Huan Chamber of Commerce. The Huan Chamber of Commerce boasts formidable strength, being the most renowned chain business association in Jiangxing. Beneath its auspices exist several professional teams of treasure hunters, and it is rumored that there are master-level professionals overseeing its operations, though the veracity of this rumor remains uncertain. In essence, it is one of the local powerhouses in Jiangxing. Despite its colossal presence, the chamber enjoys an unexpectedly positive reputation, having no reports of unscrupulous practices. Rather, it is known for its considerate treatment of professionals. Generally, it does not impose severe price reductions on those selling goods, making it a favored establishment among Jiangxing's practitioners. As Yuan pondered the evaluations of the Huan Chamber of Commerce by fellow practitioners on the forum, a soft voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Good day, sir. I am Lu Xiaoyi, a hostess of the Huan Chamber of Commerce. How may I assist you? Turning around, Yuan beheld a young woman clad in the Huan's black uniform. She appeared to be in her 20s, with fair skin and a graceful figure. Particularly striking were her eyes, which sparkled like water, leaving a lasting impression. I wish to sell some equipment, Yuan replied, smiling at the amiable young lady. Is the equipment you wish to sell unidentified? Lu Xiaoyi's eyes brightened at his response. Indeed, Yuan affirmed. Excellent, sir. Please follow me this way. She gestured toward a designated area. In Blue Star, when practitioners sell items, the chamber typically provides a discreet location. After all, the general mindset favors concealing wealth. In this regard, the chamber wisely avoids any missteps that might prompt customers to display their items in the lobby, which could lead to unnecessary complications. Therefore, transactions are generally conducted within a reception room protected by a minor magical barrier. As Yuan followed her, their pace was leisurely, and Lu Xiaoyi took the opportunity to introduce the Huan Chamber of Commerce. They soon arrived at a door-marked reception room, where she produced an identification badge from her attire and swiped it at the slot outside, causing the door to open automatically. Please, sir, Step inside and wait a moment while I summon our appraiser. Lu Xiaoyi smiled sweetly at Mu Yuan before exiting. The appraiser here is no ordinary practitioner with identification skills. Rather, they belong to an elite profession known as appraisers. Unlike standard identification skills possessed by every practitioner, the equipment assessed by them may yield exceptional attributes. The higher the appraiser's level, the greater the likelihood of such outcomes. Mu Yuan did not wait long before he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Young friend, I am Lu Shan, the appraiser from the Huan Chamber of Commerce. Are you here to sell unidentified equipment? The newcomer was an elderly gentleman, somewhat frail in stature, yet his voice was robust. Though most of his hair had turned gray, it was neatly arranged. And what drew attention was the distinctive goatee adorning his pointed chin. Yes, Mu Yuan replied, producing the handgun and shield he had obtained from the goblin dungeon. Oh. The old gentleman's eyes widened in surprise as he observed the equipment Mu Yuan presented. However, he refrained from asking many questions and instead scrutinized the two pieces of gear with utmost seriousness. He then slowly withdrew a piece of white silk cloth from his jacket pocket and gently began to wipe the handgun. After cleaning it, he retrieved a small vial of transparent liquid from his personal space, dropping a single drop onto the handgun. Instantly, waves of energy surged forth, enveloping the handgun in a ghostly blue glow. He examined the firearm closely, admiring its structure, and remarked, "Ah, indeed. A splendid piece of equipment, both intricately designed and possessing commendable attributes." He then handed the appraised handgun back to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan, glancing at the handgun's attributes, was equally astonished. Rapid energy handgun, exquisite. Required level, 5. Attack power, 80. Armor penetration, 30. Energy rounds, 1. Equipment description, a handgun crafted by an artisan from the spirit realm. It appears quite resplendent. One could imagine it delivering quite a sting. Without missing a beat, Appraiser Lu immediately proceeded to assess the shield. The process was similar, except he applied a bit more of the mysterious liquid. Suddenly, a flash of purple light emerged. A hallmark of rare equipment. This. Lu Shan exhibited a look of incredulity, his goatee quivering, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. It was no wonder he was taken aback. Despite his extensive experience, he had not anticipated that the seemingly youthful Mu Yuan would possess such remarkable gear. This was not the common, run-of-the-mill equipment, but rather of rare quality. It is known that most professionals are elated to possess even one exquisite piece of gear before reaching level 20. Guardian's Rock Shield, rare. Required level, 5. Health points, 240. Magical defense, 200. Physical defense, 200. Block chance, 15. Equipment description, the rock shield, unyielding in nature, appears to be crafted from exceptionally durable material. Care to test it with your head? Lu Shan repeatedly expressed his admiration. What fine equipment. I hear you wish to sell these 2 items? Mu Yuan nodded gently. Very well, allow me to propose a preliminary price for your consideration. Lu Shan stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before stating, the rapid energy handgun is worth 10,000 crystal coins, and the rock shield is valued at 50,000. What do you think? Mu Yuan was slightly taken aback, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the elderly man before him, puzzled by his assessment. Clearly, the valuation seemed rather inflated. He thought, rarely does one intentionally offer to pay more. The absence of price negotiation already signifies the chamber's integrity. It was understandable why Mu Yuan held such thoughts, as he was somewhat familiar with the market price for lower-level equipment. Previously, while purchasing novice gear, he had observed the prices for level 5 equipment at the auction house. Generally, exquisite-grade equipment at level 5 would not exceed around 5,000 crystal coins, and rare-grade items would typically be capped at 20,000. Mu Yuan was not one to take advantage of others, especially in such an inexplicable manner. After all, one should be wary of unsolicited favors. There's often a hidden agenda. Thus, he courteously inclined his head toward the elderly Lu and inquired, "Might I trouble you to answer a question, esteemed elder?" "Haha, I understand what you wish to ask. In truth, young friend, there is no need for concern. I simply found your equipment intriguing." Lu Shan evidently perceived Mu Yuan's reservations and was surprised by his demeanor. Generally, when individuals receive a benefit, they do not express discontent. Having appraised equipment for much of his life and encountered countless individuals, Lu Shan recognized that such character indicated great potential in Mu Yuan. Having lived a long life, he understood that this world is rife with those who are swayed by greed, yet it is the individuals who adhere to their principles and integrity who are truly rare. Thus, he patiently elaborated, "For one so young to present such exceptional equipment, forming a positive rapport with you is advantageous for our chamber. Consider this. Should you acquire more fine equipment in the future, would you not preferentially choose the Huan Chamber of Commerce? Furthermore, the fact that your handgun possesses an added skill level is indeed a rarity." Noticing Mu Yuan contemplating this, he continued, "Additionally, this shield, being a rare quality low-level item, holds considerable allure for newly emerging teams of practitioners with ample resources. Those individuals are certainly not lacking in wealth. And as the defensive class holds a pivotal position within a team, The price of this shield still allows us considerable profit margins. Mu Yuan, understanding his words clearly and feeling quite enlightened, responded, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Let us proceed with this price for the sale." Chapter 10. The transaction of skill books. Very well, the total comes to 60,000. Please provide your profession ID, and I shall arrange for the transfer to your crystal card immediately. Hold on a moment, esteemed elder, Mu Yuan interjected, raising his hand. Old Lu, somewhat surprised, queried, "Is there something else you require, young friend?" Mu Yuan nodded and smiled at Old Lu. "Are you not aware that the guild also purchases skill books?" Upon hearing this, Old Lu's interest was piqued. Skill books? Indeed, skill books. Noticing Old Lu's fascination with the phrase, Mu Yuan reiterated, "Yes, we do purchase them," Old Lu replied, promptly taking a sip from his tea on the table. It was no wonder he was so animated. Skill books with notoriously low drop rates are of paramount importance to every guild. Moreover, once acquired, the guild can either choose to sell them or utilize them, making it unlikely for any guild to find its inventory of skill books insufficient. Taking a deep breath, he gradually inquired, "Might I ask what level of skill books you wish to sell?" Without hesitation, Mu Yuan produced 2 skill books from his backpack. Here, these 2 are both F grade. One is the Warrior's Charge, and the other is the Summoner's Wood Spirit Summon. These 2 skill books are relatively common, Old Lu mused, initially anticipating a significant surprise, or perhaps a shock. Upon hearing the titles, he exhaled in relief. Had Mu Yuan presented an A-grade skill book, Old Lu might have questioned his own judgment and profession. "How about 10,000 each? If you agree, I can transfer the funds directly to you." Mu Yuan contemplated this offer and accepted the price, recognizing it to be quite reasonable. While skill books are indeed precious, they are graded, and these 2 represent the lowest tier. Thus, 10,000 each is a fair valuation. Higher tier skill books would command astronomical prices. By the way, young friend, here is a membership card for our Huan Guild. With this card, you will enjoy discounts when buying and selling items at our guild, and we will notify you of any upcoming events. Thank you. Mu Yuan gratefully accepted the membership card offered by Old Lu, recognizing it as a gesture of goodwill that he could accept. "Is there anything else you require, young friend? Perhaps equipment or additional skill books? If so, our Huan Guild will be hosting an auction in 3 days at the guild hall. You may wish to attend." "Oh, do you not consign equipment to the auction house?" "Certainly, we do. However, we generally prefer to conduct offline auctions for rarer items. Equipment sold through offline auctions tends to fetch a higher price." Mu Yuan realized the intricacies of this process. It made sense why he had observed mostly standard equipment at the online auction house. High-quality gear and skill books were seldom found, and when they were prohibitively expensive. "Old Lu, might I inquire if you possess any passive skill books?" Mu Yuan had experienced the benefits of enhancing passive skills and believed they offered substantial improvements compared to active skills at this stage. Old Lu did not immediately dismiss the query. Instead, he retrieved his energy wristwatch, logging into the internal warehouse system of the Huan Guild to conduct a search. He examined the information diligently for about 5 minutes. Mu Yuan was taken aback to discover that this elder held such authority. It seemed his status within the Huan Guild was quite significant. We do have a passive skill book suitable for mages available for sale," Old Lu remarked, somewhat astonished. "Generally, skill books in the guild are utilized internally and rarely circulate. What skill is it?" While Mu Yuan felt excitement, he maintained a composed demeanor as he inquired. "It is the Mage's Mana Drain." Old Lu then displayed the attributes of this skill book to Mu Yuan. Mana Drain, F grade. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description. Your release spells have a 1 chance to inflict a mana drain effect on enemies, allowing you to recover mana equal to the damage dealt while reducing the enemy's mana. "Oh, so it is this skill," Mu Yuan recalled seeing it discussed on forums. This skill is a double-edged sword for mages. Its allure lies in the potential to transform into an unstoppable mana engine if triggered, significantly enhancing their sustainability. However, the downside is its low activation probability, often leaving them without mana even after exhausting their resources. Mu Yuan pondered his own situation and concluded that this skill could indeed be beneficial. Although his mana pool is substantial and his recovery rate swift, the ability to siphon mana from enemies would be a practical advantage. As for the probability issue, it posed no concern for him, as he possessed enhancement points to augment skills. Imagining a scenario where he casts a spell, depletes an enemy's mana, and fully replenishes his own, the prospect seemed extraordinarily enticing. "This is the one," Mu Yuan resolved firmly. "What is the price for this skill book?" Old Lu refrained from interrupting Mu Yuan's contemplation, only responding when he was asked. "If you desire it, you may acquire it for 50,000 crystal coins." 50,000 is quite reasonable. It feels almost like a bargain, Mu Yuan thought, noting that he still had nearly 20,000 on hand, and with the proceeds from today's sales, his total savings approached 100,000 crystal coins. Missing out on a skill book would be regrettable. He must seize this opportunity. "All right, 50,000 it is. Please hold for a few moments. I will have Xiaoyi fetch it for you. There may be some formalities to complete." As Old Lu spoke, he activated his wristwatch to send a retrieval message to someone outside. "There's no hurry," Mu Yuan replied, signaling his understanding. Young friend, should you have any further needs in the future, feel free to come to our guild and seek me out directly. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses. Moreover, we maintain absolute confidentiality regarding our clients' information. That sounds perfect. In truth, Yuan was quite pleased with his experience at the Huan Guild, whether it was selling equipment or acquiring skill books. Even without old Lu's suggestion, he would have prioritized this establishment. Before long, a young woman entered the room. It was the same Xiao Yi who had accompanied Yuan earlier. She held an ancient-looking skill book, likely the mana drain he sought. Grandfather, I brought the skill book, the girl said softly to old Lu. Please hand it to this young friend, old Lu instructed, gesturing towards Yuan, who stood up from the sofa and nodded in acknowledgement as he accepted the skill book from her hands. After expressing his gratitude to the esteemed Mr. Lu, Yuan exited the reception room and made his way towards the entrance of the Commerce Association. Mr. Lu gazed at the receding figure of Yuan and remarked wistfully, "This young man has an immeasurable future ahead of him." Lu Xiaoyi, astonished, looked at her grandfather. It was the first time she had heard such an appraisal from his lips. She knew him well, and his standards were exceedingly high. "Xiaoyi, you must be starting school soon, right?" The old man inquired without further elaboration. "Yes, quite soon," Lu Xiaoyi replied obediently. Chapter 11, Solo Challenge of the Difficult Dungeon. After leaving the Huan Commerce Association, Yuan took a brief respite in his room. He casually dined at a restaurant within the camp before preparing to challenge the dungeon once more. Now at level 6, he felt confident that, with his attributes and careful strategy, he could solo the level 5 dungeon without issue. Specifically, one below held difficulty. He first decided to test the waters in the goblin village at difficult level. Without hesitation, Yuan teleported to the dungeon's assembly area and selected the difficult difficulty, promptly being transported into the dungeon. The objective remained the same, to eliminate the goblin high priest. However, the high priest at this level was merely an elite enhancement. Upon entering the dungeon, he found himself on a slope. Yuan activated his elemental shield skill and proceeded forward cautiously. Instead of dashing down immediately, he positioned himself at a distance from the patrolling monsters outside the village, carefully targeting the foremost goblin that had just released an ice arrow. A subtle ripple of elemental energy manifested, and a crystalline arrow imbued with an aura of extreme cold materialized before him. With a flourish of his staff, the arrow soared towards the distant creature. With a resounding impact, the ice arrow struck the goblin wielding a large blade, shattering upon contact. A terrifying damage figure of 300 floated above the creature as its health plummeted by half. Goblin Blade Wielder, Common, Level, 5 Health, 200. 500 Attack Power, 100 Physical Defense, 120 Magical Defense, 100 Monster Description. The most common type of monster in Goblin Village. Be wary of close encounters. Simultaneously, the frigid air rapidly enveloped the goblin, turning its body a chilling blue hue. Frost began to form beneath its feet, clearly indicating that it had been slowed. The wounded goblin emitted a cacophony of distressing shrieks. Unfazed, Yuan unleashed another ice arrow towards it. As the Goblin Blade Wielder witnessed yet another spell aimed at itself, it frantically screeched to its companions in terror. With no surprise, the creature, now left with only half its health, was swiftly dispatched. A white essence emerged from the fallen monster, entering Yuan's body. He noted that his experience points had only increased slightly, realizing that he might need to clear the entire dungeon to level up. Nevertheless, the goblin's death cry had attracted the attention of nearby monsters. Soon, 3 Goblin Blade Wielders, brandishing their cutlasses, charged menacingly towards him. This time, Yuan refrained from casting Ice Arrow. Instead, he opted for Chain Lightning, a spell capable of inflicting damage upon 3 foes simultaneously. A sharp electric current crackled atop Yuan's staff. Go forth, Chain Lightning. The spell traveled faster than the Ice Arrow, striking the leading monster in an instant. The goblin was immediately engulfed in a convulsion, its fur standing on end as its movements became rigid. The other 2 goblins were not spared, as the lightning arced between them with lethal precision. Yuan continued casting Chain Lightning, one after another. These 3 creatures, typically requiring a cautious 5-member team to defeat, were rendered completely incapacitated under his relentless onslaught, dissipating into experience points without a trace. What a delight! Is this the life of a mage? Had there been spectators, they would undoubtedly have condemned Yuan for his shameless exploitation of the system. A true mage's spells require incantation, especially higher-level ones, which demand longer casting times and cooldown periods. Yet, here he was, unleashing spells in rapid succession without pause. Moreover, early-game mages often need to sit and recuperate their mana after casting only a few spells. Yuan, however, benefited from the elemental mastery talent, which allowed him to conserve 99 of his mana when casting spells. Coupled with the S-rank passive ability, Source of Magic, his mana pool was far beyond what would be expected at his level, and his mana regeneration rate was remarkably swift. Was this not the very definition of cheating? Observing how effortlessly he dispatched this wave of dungeon minions, Yuan donned a contemplative expression. Perhaps it was time to test the defensive capabilities of his elemental shield. If it could withstand incoming attacks, he could lure more monsters at once, significantly enhancing his efficiency in clearing the dungeon. With renewed determination, Yuan released another ice arrow towards a distant goblin blade wielder. Upon being struck, the creature charged towards him. However, Yuan refrained from casting a second ice arrow, wary of delivering a fatal blow. Instead, he observed the goblin, noting how it emerged from the slowing effect, and swung its large blade at him. With a clanging sound, the blade collided with Yuan's elemental shield, reducing its value by 50. Yuan glanced at his remaining shield health, still over 20,000, and smirked slightly. "My dear friend, you seem rather feeble." After this reflection, he rewarded it with yet another ice arrow, sending the goblin blade wielder to its demise. He realized he had been overly cautious. His prudent nature had yet to adapt to this new role as a powerhouse. Time to unleash his full potential. With that thought, Yuan unleashed a barrage of chain lightning towards the cluster of monsters in the distance. Countless arcs of electricity danced among them, each dealing 50 damage. Most importantly, the paralysis effect of chain lightning ensnared these creatures in a state of immobility. As a storm of lightning ravaged the area, the goblins outside the village were completely obliterated. His experience points surged, roughly increasing by a fifth. Leveling up proved to be a daunting task. This experience gain was exceedingly slow. No longer lamenting, Yuan advanced towards the village entrance, where he would soon confront the first boss of the dungeon. This dungeon featured 3 mini-bosses: the Goblin Patrol Captain, the Goblin Fire Mage, and the Goblin Knight guarding the Goblin High Priest. The first boss was none other than the Goblin Patrol Captain. As Yuan arrived at the village entrance, he caught sight of the imposing figure of the Goblin Patrol Captain, wielding a colossal axe. Seated amidst a throng of goblin blade wielders, casting an identification spell, the attributes of this formidable foe appeared before him. Goblin Patrol Captain, Elite, Level, 5 Health, 2000. 2000 Mana, 800 Attack Power, 400 Physical Defense, for 20 Magical Defense, 450 Skills, Heavy Strike, Whirlwind/Monster Description, the Patrol Captain of Goblin Village. Countless souls have perished beneath its mighty axe. Defeating it should be a straightforward task. Yuan regarded this so-called newcomer killer with a discerning eye, arriving at this conclusion. After all, only a player of his caliber could make such claims. Generally, elite level 5 monsters possess health around 1,000 or so. A single blow from this creature could easily cleave half of a tank's health away. The formidable nature of the challenging dungeon becomes evident, proving to be an arduous endeavor for the average individual. However, for Yuan, such trials pose no difficulty whatsoever. With an elemental shield boasting over 10,000 points of durability, coupled with his magical attack power exceeding 400, this exceptionally formidable newcomer assassin finds the encounter merely a matter of deploying a few skills. He begins by utilizing chain lightning to dispatch the lesser creatures, then follows up with ice arrow to target the boss. With his magical energy surging throughout his being, arcs of electricity illuminate the surroundings, effortlessly obliterating the Goblin Patrol Captain and his minions. Next, he turns his attention to the formidable foe. 3 consecutive ice arrows are unleashed. Without hesitation, Yuan casts a barrage of multiple ice arrows to slow his opponent. The Goblin Patrol Captain, wielding a colossal axe, trudges toward Yuan with great effort. Yet before it can reach him, its health is completely depleted. Oh no! The creature emits a cry of despair, exploding in a burst of energy. A massive orb of white energy wafts into Yuan's being, and a luminous green item materializes on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovers it to be the axe wielded by the Goblin Patrol Captain. Goblin Patrol Captain's great axe, excellent. Required level, 5. Attack power, 100. Armor penetration, 50. Equipment description, a formidable weapon wielded by the Goblin Patrol Captain, renowned for its destructive capability. He has managed to obtain a weapon from this giant. This axe is quite commendable for classes such as Berserkers. It should fetch a decent sum of crystal coins. Onward to Chapter 12, Successful Clearance. Yuan picks up the Goblin Patrol Captain's axe, humming a cheerful tune as he strides forward. The next boss is the Goblin Fire Mage, and the flame ring adorning his finger is precisely what it drops. I hope it will provide me with some worthy loot. Under the Cataclysm difficulty, it has yielded only a piece of exquisite grade equipment. Although this item is an accessory, it hardly aligns with the status of a Lord-level monster. Yuan silently critiques the current drop rates of the dungeon. The Goblin Fire Mage is a creature clad in deep crimson, brandishing a purple wand, meditating against a large tree with its eyes closed. Yuan casts an identification spell, revealing the creature's attributes before him. Goblin Fire Mage, Elite. Level 5. Health, 1,800 1800. Mana, 3,000 Magical attack power, 450. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 480. Skills, Rain of Fire, Giant Fireball. Sticking to his tried-and-true strategy, Yuan unleashes chain lightning on the lesser creatures. After a few strikes, Only the Goblin Fire Mage remains, standing solitary in the clearing. Its health diminished by about 1/5 from the electrical onslaught. Its magical resistance is formidable. Despite his over 400 magical attack power, the damage is significantly mitigated. It seems he will have to grind slowly. The beleaguered Goblin Mage, having absorbed so many hits, becomes enraged, emitting a shrill cry as it begins to chant a spell. The spell is none other than its signature, Giant Fireball, which manifests before it in a size comparable to a basin. With a flick of its wand, the massive fireball hurtles toward Mu Yuan. Unfazed, Mu Yuan scoffs, remarking, "If you were a physical class like the patrol captain, perhaps that would be a concern. But elemental spells? Are you attempting to wield a broadsword before the master of the elements? Such folly." The fireball, upon contact with Mu Yuan's elemental shield, is effortlessly absorbed, not even causing the slightest ripple in its integrity. As anticipated, Mu Yuan's elemental mastery talent comes into play. "Oh, little mage, I am immune to all elemental damage." The Goblin Fire Mage, witnessing its fireball being so easily nullified, displays an expression of disbelief before commencing another incantation for Rain of Fire. Mu Yuan, uninterested in its theatrics, activates his artillery mode, launching a volley of ice arrows in rapid succession toward the Goblin Fire Mage. The creature, upon witnessing this onslaught, lets out a terrified scream. Observing Mu Yuan with an expression of dread, chattering incomprehensibly. What is that creature barking about? Mu Yuan pays no mind to its mutterings, continuing to bombard it with ice arrows, ultimately sending the Fire Mage to its demise. A green glow descends, revealing what appears to be a pair of shoes. Picking them up, he examines their attributes, which are quite satisfactory. Goblin Fire Mage's boots, excellent. Required level, 5. Magical attack power, 10. Health, 30. Equipment description, a pair of novice boots crafted from magical materials, appearing quite commendable. Just what I needed to replace my novice boots. Although the bonuses are modest, every little bit helps. Mu Yuan discreetly conceals the equipment's glow. Otherwise, he would find himself in a rather conspicuous situation, akin to standing upon a halo of green light. Time to hasten my pace. After dispatching 3 more waves of minor foes, he finally arrives at the Goblin Temple, the stronghold of the Goblin High Priest. The third boss, the Goblin Guard Knight, stands alongside the High Priest. First, he must deal with the temple guards. Under Cataclysm mode, the 2 guards at the entrance of the Goblin Temple are of boss caliber, whereas in the hard mode, they are merely of rare rank. He unleashes ice arrows towards the knight, aiming to eliminate this hefty adversary first. Although the Goblin High Priest possesses high magical attack power, it primarily wields elemental spells, posing no threat to him. However, the Goblin High Priest is evidently not of the same mind, swiftly casting a massive explosive magic ball toward Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan dismissively curls his lip, turning his back to it, focusing instead on the knight as he engages in a spell-casting barrage. The Goblin Knight is relentlessly slowed by the ice arrows, with paltry damage numbers appearing above its head. Not too shabby, he can wear it down gradually. The Goblin High Priest, perceiving Mu Yuan's blatant disregard, feels an unprecedented humiliation rising within. In a fit of rage, it exclaims, "You vile and arrogant worm. Kukulka shall bury you in flames." It then embarks on an extended incantation. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan continues to assault the Goblin Knight, fully engrossed in his task. As the knight's health plummets to half, a golden shield suddenly envelopes it. This is the Golden Armor Shield. Upon activating this skill, the slowing effect of the ice arrows becomes nullified. The knight, ecstatic, spurs its massive boar mount toward Mu Yuan with the speed of the wind. Yet, Mu Yuan remains unperturbed. This creature is not a Cataclysm-level boss and cannot breach his shield in one blow. Indeed, as the Goblin Knight charges and crashes into Mu Yuan's elemental shield, he stands resolute, while the knight is rebounded against the temple pillar with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity as the knight struggles to rise, Mu Yuan relentlessly fires ice arrows toward the Goblin Knight. At that moment, a towering column of fire erupts beneath him, an indication of the Goblin High Priest's fire shock skill. However, much to its dismay, it inflicts no damage, instead replenishing Mu Yuan's elemental shield significantly. Despair fills the Goblin High Priest's eyes as it witnesses Mu Yuan's resilience. Mu Yuan is all too familiar with that expression. He had seen it on the High Priest's face when confronting his own forbidden spell. The Goblin High Priest trembled as he pointed at Mu Yuan, exclaiming, "You, a wretched insect, who has stolen the power of the divine, shall undoubtedly face divine retribution." Listening to the Goblin High Priest's words, Mu Yuan felt no stirring in his heart. Instead, the speed of his ice arrow intensified. Before long, the Goblin Knight let out a shriek as he met his demise. A blue light fell from his form. Without bothering to collect the loot, Mu Yuan turned his gaze toward the Goblin High Priest. "Now it's your turn, old fellow. I've tolerated you long enough." Upon hearing this, the Goblin High Priest instantly displayed a countenance filled with fear and indignation. Ice arrows and chain lightning were hurled at the High Priest in rapid succession. Casting conventional spells cost him virtually no mana, and the recovery was almost instantaneous. In just a few minutes, the tormented Goblin High Priest collapsed at his feet. Like the knight, he too dropped a piece of exquisite equipment. Simultaneously, a golden light ascended, signaling that he had finally leveled up. This upgrade was exceedingly challenging. However, receiving 2 exquisite items from a hard difficulty was a stroke of luck, and he felt quite pleased, especially with the bonus from his title. Ding. The Goblin Village Dungeon, hard, has been cleared. Completion time, 25 minutes. Ding. You have ascended the leaderboard. Would you like to conceal your information? As per routine, he chose to hide it. Would you like to exit? He selected to exit without hesitation, promptly leaving the dungeon. Chapter 13, Team Formation. After exiting the dungeon, Yuan retrieved the last 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the bosses. Appraisal. A flash of white light illuminated the properties of the items before him. Goblin Knight's Lance, exquisite. Required level, 5. Agility, 10. Attack power, 80. Armor penetration, 50. Equipment description. This is a sharp lance. Though quite ordinary, its penetrating power is formidable. Goblin High Priest Flame Gauntlets, exquisite. Required level, 5. Armor, 50. Magic resistance, 100. Magic attack power, 60. Mana recovery rate, 5. Fire spell damage increase, 5. Equipment description. This is a magical piece well suited for novices, enhancing your fire spell damage. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan replaced his novice gauntlets with the new ones. His magic attack power surged by 60, now exceeding 500. He stowed the lance directly into his backpack, planning to sell it alongside other accumulated equipment in the coming days. Yuan reflected that he should refrain from revisiting this dungeon, as he had already reached level 7. In Blue Star, when a player's level surpasses that of monsters, the experience gained from defeating them diminishes. It would be better to venture directly into a level 10 dungeon, while the wild monsters outside were easily dispatched. They offered scan experience. Yuan resolved to proceed directly to a level 10 dungeon, where monsters were typically 3 levels higher than himself, thus providing a substantial experience boost. This time, he could team up with others to tackle the dungeon, as he was still relatively unfamiliar with the level 10 monsters. Moreover, his spell accuracy and damage might be somewhat lacking against them. However, his skills could be cast instantaneously, ensuring his output remained commendable. It was worth a look. If a suitable team could not be found, he could always solo the easy difficulty. There were 5 level 10 dungeons in Jiang City, all situated near the novice camp. Yuan promptly chose the Inferno Demon Cavern. The name suggested that the monsters within were predominantly fire-based. From the encyclopedia, Yuan learned that this location was once a volcano in the Void Realm, teeming with Inferno demon creatures. It was only upon merging with Blue Star that Gaia transformed it into the Inferno Demon Cavern dungeon. Yuan opted to teleport, as the journey on foot would be too lengthy. Hello, Inferno Demon Cavern, 1 person, 20 crystal coins. The attendant managing the teleportation array collected the fee and promptly activated the portal. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he arrived at his destination without incident. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him, causing the ambient temperature to rise significantly. Before him lay a large camp at the foot of the volcano, which billowed black smoke. The sky was shrouded in a dense gray mist, and Yuan could distinctly sense the heightened presence of fire elements in the area. This level 10 dungeon's camp appeared considerably larger than the Goblin dungeon, with many more adventurers present, most of whom ranged between levels 10 and 15. Those exceeding level 15 were scarce, as players ceased to gain experience after surpassing monsters by 5 levels. For a magical class in the ordinary Inferno Demon Cavern, Ice Mages were optimal. Meanwhile, the hard variant would require a level 15 Shield Warrior and a healing class. The gathering place resembled previous dungeons Yuan had encountered, with a multitude of voices calling out for team formations. Yuan contemplated that he should first seek out an ordinary team to acclimate himself. Coincidentally, someone was shouting for a mage for an ordinary difficulty team, precisely what was needed for an ice mage. The caller was a tall warrior brandishing a lance, clad in gleaming silver armor, likely in his 20s. Hello, my name is Yuan, a mage. May I join your team? Yuan approached him directly with his inquiry. Hello, I am Zhao Tianliang, the captain of this squad. May I ask if you are an ice mage? You know, the monsters in the Inferno Demon Cavern have high fire resistance, and only ice mages can maximize damage. Upon seeing Yuan's approach, the warrior's face lit up with a bright smile. I possess an ice-based skill and another electric one. My magic attack is around 500. Yuan did not hesitate to disclose his skills, as such information was essential for teamwork. As long as he refrained from mentioning that he possessed a fire-based forbidden spell, he felt no need to withhold further details. Your magic attack exceeds 500? That surpasses the average level 10 mage significantly. Yuan understood his astonishment. Rare classes provided substantial intelligence bonuses, and his equipment was commendable, boasting even purple rare items. In contrast, the warrior before him, if not a second-generation player, would likely possess only a few green excellent pieces of equipment. Welcome, brother. I'm the captain of the Tianxin team. Our teammates are ahead. Follow me, and I shall introduce you. Zhao Tianliang warmly pulled Yuan along, eager to ensure that this hard-won magical class did not slip away. Yuan felt somewhat exasperated, yet discreetly withdrew his hand from Zhao Tianliang's grasp. The Tianqian team was stationed at the entrance of the camp. When their companions arrived, Zhao Tianliang called out to the three figures in the distance, "Look, I've brought a mage." Yuan sighed inwardly, turning to follow Zhao Tianliang's gaze. He saw two women and a man standing together, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing Zhao Tianliang's voice, they hurried over. "Hey, boss, you finally recruited someone." The speaker was a youthful boy, likely younger than Zhao Tianliang, carrying a massive shield on his back, evidently the team's shield warrior. "You little brat, are you still complaining? If magical classes were so easy to find, they wouldn't be so sought after." Zhao Tianliang ruffled the boy's hair, introducing him. "This is our shield warrior, Lu Xiaodian." "Hey, Zhao Tianliang, I've told you not to mess with my hair." Lu Xiaodian retorted, displeasure evident in his voice. Haha. The two girls beside him stifled their laughter behind their hands. "Hello, I'm Yuan." Yuan greeted them with a smile. Greetings, my dear brother. May I inquire about your age? I can't help but feel that you might be younger than I." Before he could finish, Zhao Tianliang promptly interjected. "Are you conducting a census?" Lu Xiaodian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Apologies, brother Yuan, I shouldn't have pride." Yuan quickly waved his hand to indicate that it was of no consequence. Zhao Tianliang then introduced Yuan to the others, saying, "These two are the sisters, Su Rou and Su Ling. The elder sister is a water mage, while the younger one is a priest." Yuan turned his gaze towards the elder sister, and before him stood a striking young woman with flowing long hair, a beautiful visage, clad in a light blue robe, holding a staff adorned with a sapphire. As their eyes met, she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks and softly introduced herself. "Hello, I am Su Rou." "Greetings, handsome. I am Su Ling," chimed in the petite priestess who had been trailing closely beside her. Yuan smiled warmly and replied, "Hello, I am Yuan. All right, let us hasten our ascent up the mountain. We can familiarize ourselves with one another along the way. We should strive to complete the dungeon before nightfall," Zhao Tianliang declared, pointing his spear towards the mountain summit. Thus, the group exited the camp and began their ascent. The portal to the Infernal Demon Cavern dungeon lay at the mountain's peak, and the party encountered numerous wild monsters on their journey, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Yuan and his companions, as they were merely around level 10. Soon, a crimson portal materialized before them. "Is everyone prepared? If so, let us proceed," Zhao Tianliang inquired, showing a considerate nature before entering. The others nodded in agreement, and together they stepped through the portal. Chapter 14. The Infernal Demon Cavern. Yuan followed his team directly into the portal of the Infernal Demon Cavern. Upon entry, a notification echoed in his mind. "Ding. Your party has selected the normal difficulty for the Infernal Demon Cavern. Infernal Demon Cavern, normal. Required level, 5 to 20. Player limit, 5. Dungeon description. Once a beautiful village, it was buried by a volcanic eruption. Years later, the village transformed into a dreadful cavern, inhabited by countless fire elemental monsters. Completion condition. Defeat the Infernal Demon Leader, Elite. Hint. You are about to enter the dungeon." Instantly, Yuan felt a familiar sensation of transport, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself before an entrance radiating intense heat, with his companions surrounding him. Upon entering, Lu Xiaodian swiftly retrieved his shield, grasping it in his left hand while wielding a shimmering one-handed sword in his right. Zhao Tianliang noted that while everyone appeared ready, they did not rush into the cavern. Instead, he took the opportunity to brief the group on the dungeon. "All right, let me briefly explain this dungeon. There are 4 bosses in the Infernal Demon Cavern: the Infernal Demon Berserker, the Infernal Demon Mage, the Infernal Demon Priest, and lastly, the Infernal Demon Lord. Our party possesses commendable attributes, and if we proceed cautiously, clearing the dungeon should pose no problem." Xiaodian, before engaging the first boss, only aggro 2 monsters at a time to allow everyone to adjust. "Understood, brother Zhao. Leave it to me," the confident young boy nodded. "Brother Yuan, you and the sisters Su Rou and Su Ling are both fragile magic users. You must consistently be mindful of your positioning. We do not seek a speedy completion. Our goal is simply to clear the dungeon safely. I will handle the damage output and, if necessary, take on the role of tank to alleviate Xiaoyan's burden. Does anyone have any questions?" Zhao Tianliang explained meticulously. "None here," Yuan and the others responded in unison. "Then let us proceed. Xiaodian, be ready to consume a fire resistance potion. Linger, choose the appropriate moment to cast Blessing of Courage and Shield, and be vigilant in healing Xiaodian." "Yes, brother Zhao." Su Ling responded with a playful wave of her staff. "Relying on you, dear sister Linger," Lu Xiaodian acknowledged, fully aware that his life depended on the priest's support. Onward. With that, Yuan and his companions ventured deeper into the cavern. Contrary to his expectations of a dimly lit dungeon, the interior was remarkably illuminated. As he scanned the surroundings, he noted various unidentified red crystalline ores embedded in the walls, casting a soft crimson glow that provided excellent visibility. "Monsters ahead, Xiaodian. Draw them in," Zhao Tianliang advised, clearly well-versed in the dungeon's layout. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, I am no novice. Xiao Tian replied confidently as he charged towards a distant creature entirely cloaked in red. With remarkable speed, he reached the monster within moments. Shield bash, he bellowed, as his large shield slammed into the monster's face with a resounding thud, stunning it. Simultaneously, Mu Yuan unleashed an ice arrow towards the creature, following it up with an identify spell. Infernal Demon Slave, normal, level 10, health 1000, mana 800, attack power 220, physical defense 200, magic defense 280. Monster description: the most common creature in the Infernal Demon Cavern. They serve the Infernal Demon Lord as slaves. It's no surprise that a level 10 dungeon's attributes are comparable to those of rare monsters in a level 5 dungeon, Mu Yuan mused. Soon, Mu Yuan's ice arrow struck the Infernal Demon Slave with a resounding impact, causing a damage number of 300 to float above its head. That is a bit low. It seems the monster's level is rather high, he remarked. Observing the significant drop in the monster's health from Mu Yuan's attack, Lu Xiaotian exclaimed, Brother Mu Yuan, your damage output is astonishing. Mu Yuan modestly brushed it off. Oh, it's nothing much. Zhao Tianliang gave him an approving thumbs up, while the Su sisters looked on, slightly taken aback. Particularly Su Ro, a fellow mage, who believed her water spells could not achieve such high damage, especially considering she was level 17. Despite their astonishment at Mu Yuan's damage, the seasoned adventurers continued their assault without faltering. Zhao Tianliang's output was also impressive, each shot dealing over 100 damage. Su Ro, despite being a water mage, displayed remarkable power, consistently inflicting over 200 damage with her water gun spell, indicating her high level. This disparity in power was apparent to Mu Yuan. The group quickly dispatched wave after wave of minor enemies, and Mu Yuan found himself increasingly in sync with their rhythm. Eventually, they arrived at the location of the first boss. Zhao Tianliang gestured for everyone to halt. Mu Yuan, you three should quickly recover your mana. The next encounter is the first boss of this dungeon. The Infernal Demon Berserker possesses formidable damage output. Linger, ensure Xiao Tian remains well healed. With Su Ro's water healing, our healing burden should be manageable. The priority is to deal damage. We must eliminate the boss within a minute of its berserk state, or it will enter a bloodthirsty mode, which would be catastrophic, even for Xiao Tian. Mu Yuan listened intently to Zhao Tianliang's strategy regarding the boss. Though he need not restore his mana, as he was already at full capacity, the Su sisters quickly consumed their mana potions to regain their strength. All right, let us proceed. Zhao Tianliang took a deep breath, ready to dive into the fray. The location of the Infernal Berserker is a spacious hall, where it sits upon a stone chair as the group enters. Mu Yuan gazes ahead and beholds a ghastly creature with a green face and sharp fangs, its body ablaze with flames. In its grasp is a long, formidable sword, shimmering with a blood-red glow. Filthy insects, how dare you tread here? The creature bellows upon noticing Mu Yuan and his companions. Damn it! Lu Xiaotian, clearly a hot-tempered young lad, charges forward wielding his shield. Gentle holy light, grant the warrior a steadfast shield. Su Ro, a gentle girl, softly chants as she bestows a golden shield upon the charging Lu Xiaotian. Su Ro continues her incantation, preparing to unleash her water spell. Without uttering more, Mu Yuan unleashes a flurry of 3 icy arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 icy projectiles dart through the air, faster than Lu Xiaotian's charge, immediately displaying damage numbers upon the creature. 150, 150, 150. The Infernal Berserker is momentarily slowed, just as Lu Xiaotian reaches its side. Mu Yuan inspects the attributes of the Infernal Berserker. Infernal Berserker, rare. Level, 10. Health, 2,052,500. Mana, 1,000. Attack, 600. Physical defense, 400. Magical defense, 300. Skills, Bloodthirst. Blood Fury Slash. Monster description: the Infernal Berserker is a fearsome entity among the Infernal clan, adept at wielding the power of blood energy. Note that the lower its health, the higher its damage output. What terrifying attack power! Mu Yuan uses at the 600 attack value. Indeed, he observes as Lu Xiaotian loses 270 health from a single strike, even with the protective shield from the priest. Without it, the damage would likely exceed 400. Mu Yuan estimates Lu Xiaotian's health to be around 1200. His class template does not seem elite, thus the bonuses are minimal. Despite the relentless damage inflicted by the Infernal Berserker, Lu Xiaotian remains unfazed, continuously blocking its attacks with his shield. Meanwhile, Su Ling employs her healing spell to keep his health consistently above a safe threshold. Zhao Tianliang, armed with a spear, busily jabs at the Berserker from behind. The Berserker's health diminishes rapidly. Damn pests, perish. It snarls. Be cautious, Xiaotian. Zhao Tianliang urgently warns. Lu Xiaotian promptly raises his shield to protect himself. However, disaster strikes. The Infernal Berserker suddenly reveals a sinister, bloodthirsty grin, turning to unleash a horizontal slash at Zhao Tianliang. Blood Fury Slash. Not good. Lu Xiaotian instinctively attempts to redirect and shield Zhao Tianliang from the incoming attack, but time is against him. Just as the moment hangs in the balance, a gentle voice resonates. Water elementals, take the form of chains and bind all before me. Instantly. For sturdy chains of water rise from the ground, immobilizing the infernal berserker mid-attack, its furious expression frozen in place. Realizing its ambush has been effortlessly thwarted, rage floods its visage. Lu Xiaodian seizes the opportunity to deliver a stunning blow with his shield. Mu Yuan's gaze sharpens as he unleashes a barrage of icy arrows towards the berserker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damage numbers arise once more. 150, 150, 150. A chilling aura envelopes the infernal berserker, even extinguishing the flames that engulfed it. The debilitating slow effect renders its movements cumbersome, prompting the group to hasten their assault. In mere moments, the infernal berserker emits a desperate roar before collapsing to the ground. A green item drops from its lifeless form. Thank you, Xiao. I would have been in peril otherwise. Zhao Tianliang expresses his gratitude without collecting the loot, turning instead to Su Ro. And to you, Brother Mu Yuan. Without your damage output, our progress would not have been so smooth. Naturally, the group refrains from questioning how Mu Yuan executed his skills with such swiftness. Mu Yuan merely smiles and responds politely. It is all thanks to our collective efforts. The group exchanges cheerful glances, laughter echoing throughout the hall, transforming the once terrifying cavern into a warm sanctuary. Zhao Tianliang then picks up the equipment dropped by the infernal berserker, revealing its attributes to the group. Infernal berserker's chainmail, excellent. Required level, 10. Armor, 200. Magic resistance, 120. Stamina, 15. Health regeneration rate, 5. Equipment description, crafted from cold iron. This chainmail is notably heavy when worn. Zhao Tianliang stows the gear away, and after a brief discussion, the group decides to allocate the items after completing the dungeon. Let us proceed. A long journey lies ahead, he declares, pushing open the bronze door behind the infernal berserker, leading the group deeper into the cavern. Chapter 15. Unforeseen Circumstances. Mu Yuan and the others continue onward, discovering a winding downhill path beyond the door. The slope is steep, with Lu Xiaodian hoisting his massive shield at the forefront to scout ahead. The terrain limits visibility, causing the group to advance cautiously. However, this layout bears advantages, as monsters are not densely clustered together. Thus, Lu Xiaodian faces at most 2 creatures at a time. Yet, even with this manageable number, he struggles under the strain. Were it not for the priest's healing spells and Su Ro's water healing, he would have been overwhelmed long ago. The monsters within this corridor are predominantly spellcasters. Fiery orbs detonate against his shield, causing its durability to plummet. Lu Xiaodian gazes mournfully at his battered shield, wishing he could shed tears. This shield was a prized possession earned through long hours of saving. Mu Yuan surveys the distant spellcasting monsters. Infernal Mage, common. Level, 10. Health, 900. Mana, 1400. Magical attack power, 240. Physical defense, 200. Magical defense, 300. Monster description, commonly found in the Infernal Cave. These creatures belong to the Infernal clan and wield powerful fireball spells. He estimates that he could manage the monsters himself if needed. With Mu Yuan's presence, the group's efficiency in clearing monsters escalates swiftly. Soon, they arrive before the second boss. Zhao Tianliang takes the opportunity to let everyone rest and recuperate while explaining the strategy for the upcoming encounter. The Infernal Grand Mage has a high damage output, Shaoling. Keep a close eye on Xiaoyan's health. Also, Su Ro, remember to continuously shield Xiaodian with your water shield. Understood, Brother Zhao. Su Ro nods affirmatively. Other than that, there's nothing more to discuss, Zhao Tianliang concludes. Then let us commence. Lu Xiaodian declares with bravado, brandishing his shield. Without further ado, the group strides into the realm of the Infernal Grand Mage. The temperature here is noticeably higher than in the previous corridor. Mu Yuan observes magma flowing nearby. The incandescent magma illuminates the entire area, allowing them to clearly spot the creature before them, the Infernal Grand Mage. It was a creature adorned with dark red scales. Its elongated head accentuated by a pair of sunken eyes that fixated intently on the gathering crowd. Clutching a crimson magic staff, it spoke with a slow cadence that resonated with a sense of foreboding. Flame shall ultimately entomb all, such is our fate, and yours shall mirror it. Everything is but a cycle. The timbre of its voice was deliberately measured, evoking a rhythm of both menace and gravity. As Mu Yuan gazed upon this monstrosity, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him. Infernal Archmage, rare. Level, 10. Health points, 3000. Mana points, 5000. Magical attack power, 510. Physical defense, 400. Magical defense, 500. Skills, Fireball. Flame Barrier. Monster description, its origins remain shrouded in mystery, yet it undoubtedly conceals secrets within its being. Lu Xiaodian raised his shield and charged towards the Infernal Archmage. Activating his charge skill, Gentle Water Element, transform into a shield and protect the one before you. Su Ro swiftly chanted the water shield spell, enveloping Lu Xiaodian in a shimmering blue barrier that rippled like water. He felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. The Infernal Archmage, true to its rare classification, unleashed a massive fireball directly at Lu Xiaodian as he approached. The fireball collided with the water shield, erupting into a cloud of scalding steam. Damage, 150. Acceptable. Though the water element shield dissipated upon impact. Quick to react, Lu Xiaodian executed a shield bash, stunning the Archmage and buying time for Su Ro and the others. Just as the water shield shattered, Su Ro began casting a new water shield spell. Mu Yuan was equally prompt in his assault, launching 3 ice arrows followed by a chain lightning for brief crowd control. Damage, 100, 100, 100. While the damage was modest, the ice element still had an advantage over fire. Zhao Tianliang twirled his spear, its tip shimmering like countless cold stars, piercing the infernal archmage and provoking its furious roars. Alas, the creature eventually succumbed, yet it yielded only a pair of ordinary shoes as loot. How disappointing. I thought mages were affluent. Lu Xiaodian lamented. Be grateful. As long as something drops, that's all that matters. Are you unaware of the loot drop rates in dungeons? Zhao Tianliang consoled. Mu Yuan too felt the drop rate was disheartening as the group continued forward, voicing their grievances about the creature's stinginess. Their next destination was the domain of the fire demon priest, teeming with fiery beasts. These creatures, reminiscent of wolves, were engulfed in black flames, exhibiting both swift speed and formidable attack power, posing a significant threat to the 3 magic users. Cautiously, the party traversed this perilous stretch, wary of provoking too many fiery beasts. After a series of stops and starts, they finally arrived at the grand hall housing the fire demon priest. Following their strategy, Lu Xiaodian positioned himself at the forefront, already bolstered by Su Ro's water shield. Roar! Let me see who shall be buried in flames. The fire priest, a humanoid figure standing upon a blood-red magic circle, hunched over, clutching a flaming skull, regarded the intruders with an eerie expression. Is it really necessary to repeat the same 2 phrases daily? Mu Yuan thought, exasperated, as Lu Xiaodian, in his usual playful manner, engaged with the creature. Is that so? Let us play a delightful game, shall we? The fire priest chuckled ominously. Careful, something feels amiss. Zhao Tianliang warned, his brow furrowing as he called out to Lu Xiaodian. Mu Yuan, too, regarded the creature with growing concern, instinctively sensing that something had shifted within the dungeon. Haha, foolish insects. Did you truly believe you could escape? It taunted. It has already descended. Hardly had the words left its mouth when the fire priest emitted a ghastly wail, its flesh melting into a viscous liquid that flowed towards the flaming skull it held. Ding! The fire demon priest has activated the sacrificial array. The primordial being is about to descend. Ding! The dungeon passage has been sealed. Please complete the dungeon. Ding! The primordial being, spirit of flame, is about to be born. A flurry of notifications echoed within the minds of the group, increasing in urgency. Mu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. His foreboding premonition had been validated. Chapter 16, Spirit of Flame. What? Why is this happening? Zhao Tianliang asked, his face ashen, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. He had cleared this dungeon countless times. Yet this was his first encounter with such a scenario. My mentor once mentioned that dungeons are fragile points of fusion between realms. If struck by otherworldly energies, there is a chance of mutation occurring, Su Ro explained gravely. But the probability is exceedingly low. So low that some individuals might never encounter it even after a lifetime of dungeon runs, she added with a wry smile. Indeed, we cannot escape. Mu Yuan attempted to exit the dungeon, only to be met with an insurmountable barrier. It's futile. Look at the markings on us. These are the primordial marks. We cannot hide from it, Su Ro remarked, her expression turning bittersweet as she pointed to the blood-red flame emblem emblazoned on each of their foreheads. It appears we must confront it head-on. Mu Yuan tightened his grip on his staff. Zhao Tianliang surveyed the group, forcing a smile. Who would have thought we'd be so fortunate? Haha. The others exchanged glances of resignation. None had anticipated such a predicament. Young priestess Su Ling, trembling, turned to Su Ro. Sister, I'm scared. Su Ro, suppressing her own tears, gently reassured her. Do not fear, little Ling. I am here. Seeing the usually vibrant Su Ling now so frightened, Lu Xiaodian stepped forward, shielding her with his shield and ruffling her hair. Fear not, little Ling. Brother Xiaodian will protect you. Zhao Tianliang took a step forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Do not worry, Brother Zhao is here too. Mu Yuan observed the poignant scene, momentarily silenced by the somber atmosphere that enveloped them. As the blood-red skull emitted a blinding light, he cast an identification spell. Spirit of Flame, Demon Lord level. Level 10. Health points 38,000, 65,000. Mana points 70,000, 70,000. Magical attack power 13,000. Physical defense 12,000. Magical defense 15,000. Skills: Flame Whip, Chain Fireball, Fire Rain Meteor, Fire Dragon Technique, Hellfire, Flame Curse, Fire Breath, Extreme Fireball. Status: in the process of formation. Cannot be interrupted. Monster introduction: This is an exceedingly fearsome flame creature from the Void Realm, a cherished embodiment of fire. Due to an extraordinarily unique incident, it has been summoned to this world. Newly born, it craves a sacrifice, and as time elapses, it will gradually regain its strength. With formidable attributes, boasting 8 light skills, it truly lives up to its status as a demon lord-grade monster. Yuan gazed at the creature whose health was steadily increasing and let out a heavy sigh. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief, for it was an elemental type of monster. Had it been physical, he would likely have faced dire consequences. Excuse me for interrupting. Yuan immediately addressed the 4 individuals. Upon hearing his voice, they turned to look at him. You should promptly exit this hall and head in the direction from which we came. The farther away, the better. The 4 responded. Lu Xiaodian, scratching his head in confusion, quietly asked, Brother Yuan, do you not wish to die alongside us? Yuan, Zhao Tianliang, being the most mature among them, brightened his eyes and said, Brother Yuan, do you have a method to deal with this monster? Yuan said little, merely nodding emphatically and assuring them with 3 words, trust me. Su Rou and the others, observing Yuan's resolute gaze, ultimately chose to place their faith in him. As they prepared to leave, Su Rou handed him a white scroll and a blue necklace. She softly remarked, Yuan, this scroll seals a C-grade ice shield, capable of instantly protecting you from 1 instance of damage. Additionally, this necklace is my life-saving charm. You must wear it. Yuan accepted the items she offered and nodded in acknowledgement. The 4 were not ones to linger. They understood that against a demon lord-grade monster, they could offer no assistance. Rather than complicate matters for Yuan, they chose to trust their ally. As Yuan watched the 4 depart, he turned his attention to the impending manifestation of the flame spirit. He adorned himself with Su Rou's necklace, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from the icy cool accessory. Legend of the Frostbinder's Extreme Ice Necklace. Required level, 5. Magic attack power, 200. Casting speed, 10. Ice spell damage, 15. Extreme cold. Trait your ice spells will ignore 30 of the enemy's ice elemental resistance. Frost Assault. You can unleash an icy breath to freeze your opponent, consuming 2,000 mana to inflict 500 magic attack damage with a 20 ice spell effect, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Equipment description. This necklace was once worn by a legendary class practitioner, embodying a mother's most sincere love for her daughter. It is the most extraordinary necklace Yuan has encountered thus far, one that can be worn indefinitely by ice mages even as their levels rise. Thud, thud. Thud, a powerful heartbeat resonated from the nearby skull, followed by a terrifying pressure radiating outward. In an instant, crimson light flooded the surroundings, stinging Yuan's eyes. Yet he remained focused on the spectacle before him. This was his first encounter with a monster of such caliber, the prior catastrophe dungeon being an exception. He had merely observed the goblin high priest from a distance before it was obliterated by a forbidden spell. A deafening roar erupted as a creature composed entirely of flames materialized before Yuan. Its imposing figure was adorned with intricate patterns of fire, while its blood-red eyes shimmered with insatiable flames. Roar! I have finally emerged. The monster, freshly liberated, expressed its elation. This world shall ultimately be consumed by my flames. Hee hee. Chapter 17, Successful Kill. Yuan, facing the newly freed creature, wasted no time and unleashed a torrent of magical attacks, instantly transforming into a spellcasting machine gun. He waved his staff, launching a barrage of frost-laden ice arrows toward it. Each shot was an unbreakable force of damage, something Yuan had anticipated. Yet, he continued to rain down spells without hesitation. Roar! You wretched insect! Dare you offend the great flame spirit? The flame spirit was taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly feeble creature to retaliate. Insect, let the flames bury you. Inferno eruption. With a sweeping motion of its hands, towering pillars of fire erupted around Yuan, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Haha. The creature gleefully laughed upon witnessing Yuan struck by the fiery columns. Immune, immune, immune. Yuan felt not a scratch of damage and instead continued to unleash ice arrows at the flame spirit, his speed noticeably increasing. The flame spirit's health continued to diminish with each hit. Roar! What are you? Why can you resist my damage? The flame spirit stared incredulously at Yuan. Yuan did not respond. Instead, he continued to alternate between ice arrows and lightning chains in his onslaught. Extreme Flame Blast. Fire curse waves of fire spells surged toward Yuan, yet all were rendered ineffective against him. The flame spirit began to panic, unable to comprehend how this seemingly frail creature could withstand its fiery onslaught. Don't come any closer. The flame spirit trembled, addressing Yuan. Ignoring its pleas, Yuan relentlessly unleashed his ice arrows. These arrows, cascading together like a meteor shower, struck the flame spirit with a series of crisp sounds. Time passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, until the flame spirit's health was reduced to a mere 100. The once mighty creature was now stripped of its former grandeur, its sanity seemingly fraying as it howled in rage, launching fire spells haphazardly around, as if attempting to expend its magical energy completely. Why bother? As the words left his lips, Mu Yuan activated the Frostbinder Necklace's skill, draining the Flame Spirit's last vestige of health. You monster! Ultimately, the Flame Spirit fell, begrudgingly collapsing at Mu Yuan's feet. A multitude of radiant lights emanated from its body, revealing the dropped items. With a resounding thud, 2 golden pillars of light enveloped Mu Yuan, as the experience from this level 10 Demon Lord monster was substantial enough to propel him to an immediate 2-level increase. At that moment, fatigue washed over him, and he sank onto the ground, paying no heed to the devastation surrounding him from the magical bombardments, panting heavily. After a brief respite, he regained some vigor and approached the spot where the creature lay defeated, collecting the items that had dropped. Using his identification skill, several items attributes materialized before him. Flame Spirit's Energy Ring, Rare. Required level, 9, Mana, 500. Magic Attack Power, 200. Fire Spell Damage, 10. Magic Recovery Speed, 10. Equipment Description. This ring is formed from the Flame Spirit's concentrated energy, encapsulating immense fire energy. The first item was a ring pulsating with a purple glow, concealing its luminescence. Mu Yuan revealed its true form. A fiery red ring crafted from an unknown crystal, with traces of lava flowing within, perpetually exuding warmth. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan equipped it, significantly enhancing his attributes. Pet Egg, Flame Spirit. Item Description. This egg nurtures the unique Flame Spirit. You must provide ample fire attribute materials to successfully hatch it. To his astonishment, it was a pet egg, and upon this revelation, Mu Yuan was filled with exhilaration. It is well known that in the Blue Star, pets are exceedingly precious, and the average practitioner could scarcely obtain one. He had previously encountered pet eggs at the auction house, the cheapest fetching no less than 1,000,000 crystal coins. Particularly, a formidable pet like the Flame Spirit was worth its weight in gold. It was important to note that, had the Flame Spirit not been countered by him, it could effortlessly annihilate an entire squad of practitioners. The third item was a skill book, specifically the Flame Spirit's Flame Curse. Flame Curse, Grade B. Skill cost, 3,000. Skill description. Harnessing the power of fire elements to unleash a terrifying flame curse. Inflicting fire element damage equivalent to 10,001 of the target's current health for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Mu Yuan's eyes sparkled. This skill was astonishingly powerful, being a percentage-based ability. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Next, he needed to locate Zhao Tianliang and the others, as they were likely anxiously awaiting his return. As expected, Zhao Tianliang and his companions were indeed in a state of eager anticipation. The distant sounds of battle and the horrifying roars of monsters only heightened their concern. Su Rou could not help but worry for Mu Yuan, for he was facing a demon lord-level monster. As time ticked by, their hearts sank deeper into despair. Just as they were on the brink of hopelessness, a melodious notification chimed in. Ding! The primordial monster in the dungeon has been vanquished. Su Rou's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, revealing a joyful expression. She could hardly believe that her brother Mu Yuan had truly succeeded. Let us hurry to see Brother Mu Yuan, Zhao Tianliang exclaimed with delight. Yes. What if Brother Mu Yuan is injured? Lu Xiaodian quickly chimed in. Indeed, look at me. I've become overly excited. Zhao Tianliang chastised himself with a slap to his forehead. Let us move swiftly. Su Rou grasped her sister's hand, and they rushed towards the cave where the flame demon priest resided. Along the way, having previously cleared the minor monsters, they made good speed. Upon their arrival, Mu Yuan had just emerged from the cave. He was about to seek them out when he was surprised to find the four had come looking for him. Su Rou spotted Mu Yuan from a distance, and seeing that he bore no significant wounds, her anxious heart finally eased. She swiftly approached him and softly said, Everyone was worried about you. That's why we rushed over. A warm sensation spread through Mu Yuan's heart as he smiled at them, reassuringly saying, Fear not. I am perfectly fine. Zhao Tianliang said nothing further but bowed deeply to Mu Yuan, his expression grave as he declared, Brother Mu Yuan, the debt of gratitude for saving my life is heavier than a mountain. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. Mu Yuan hurriedly helped him up, replying, Brother Zhao, you overstayed it. Lu Xiaodian, equally excited, added, Brother Mu, I feel the same. Mu Yuan chuckled, patting the young boy's shoulder without elaborating further. Su Ling, her eyes reddened, looked at Mu Yuan tearfully and said, Brother Mu Yuan, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Mu Yuan affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and addressed the group. All right, let us proceed to complete the dungeon. We still have the final boss to confront. It is worth noting that there remains one last boss to defeat. After we conquer the dungeon, we shall exit. Indeed. I almost forgot without you reminding me. Brother Mu Yuan, Su Ling said, wiping her tears with an adorably dazed expression. At that moment, the others couldn't help but laugh at her innocent demeanor. Chapter 18, Clearing the Dungeon. The group followed Mu Yuan as they ventured forward. As they passed the battlefield where Mu Yuan had battled the flame spirit, they beheld the land ravaged, with fiery pits overflowing with molten lava. These immense craters connected to one another, and in some places, they formed rivers of flame, the air thick with scorching heat. Zhao Tianliang and the others were awestruck by the devastation, struggling to fathom the brutal combat that had transpired here. Yet, no inquiries were made about how Mu Yuan had triumphed over the flame spirit, nor was there any mention of the monster's drops. Instead, they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Mu Yuan. Navigating through the domain of the flame demon priest, they soon encountered a variety of minor monsters. The most common among them was a creature known as the flame demon guard. These beings sported curved horns and wielded long blades. While their health was not particularly high, their attack power was formidable. In the face of such ordinary foes, the group demonstrated remarkable synergy. Mu Yuan would casually cast a few ice arrows, and the monsters would be swiftly dispatched. Though they eliminated numerous flame demon guards along the way, they only yielded a single piece of ordinary equipment. Mu Yuan noticed that Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Tianliang were frequently digging at the ground. Upon inquiring, he learned that the flame demon cavern consistently produced a common mineral known as flame crystal. This mineral could be forged into equipment, thus providing additional income for those who sold it to blacksmiths. Lu Xiaotian mentioned that his shield had been acquired by selling flame crystals. Zhao Tianliang and the others agreed that the mined resources from the dungeon would be shared among them. Mu Yuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating he did not mind. The Flame Demon Lord was the final boss of the Flame Demon Cave dungeon. Zhao Tianliang merely cautioned Lu Xiaotian to ensure his fire resistance potions did not run out. Saying nothing further, perhaps he understood that with Mu Yuan, capable of single-handedly defeating Demon Lord-level monsters, this ordinary difficulty boss was hardly a challenge. The location of the Flame Demon Lord was a grand palace of red flames, and Mu Yuan found it difficult to conceive such a magnificent structure could exist within an underground cavern. This palace was constructed of large blocks of red stone, and at its entrance stood a pair of flame demon statues, markedly different from the flame creatures they had encountered on their journey. These statues appeared far more enigmatic, and behind them, the grand hall's doors were inscribed with various arcane symbols. Intrigued, Mu Yuan drew closer to scrutinize the inscriptions, but regrettably, he could not comprehend them. Zhao Tianliang observed Mu Yuan studying the inscriptions and spoke up. I once heard from an archaeologist that these inscriptions record the history of the flame demon race. Do monsters have a history? Su Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued. Certainly. To us, they are invaders of our world. However, as a species from another realm, as long as they possess their own civilization, they likely have means to document their history, Zhao Tianliang patiently explained. Then why do they invade our world? Lu Xiaotian questioned. How am I to know all the reasons? Zhao Tianliang retorted, somewhat exasperated. Mu Yuan continued his meticulous observation and discovered that the palace walls were adorned with numerous paintings. These illustrations depicted flame demon-like creatures alongside various bizarre beings whose names he could not recall, all engaged in constructing a massive altar. Beneath the altar lay countless corpses, densely packed, including those of flame demons. The mural contained limited information, much of it fragmented, particularly the imagery following the altar's completion, where the walls appeared barren, devoid of any further detail. Let us proceed inside. It is time to clear this dungeon, Mu Yuan declared to the four who were still engrossed in their discussion about the origins of the monsters. Lu Xiaotian led the way, with Mu Yuan and the others following closely behind. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a path paved with countless corpses. Mu Yuan's mind conjured an image of the Flame Demon clan's sacrificial rites. Could it be that this grand hall served as that very altar? At the terminus of the path strewn with corpses, a colossal black silhouette knelt on the ground, steadfast and unmoving. Zhao Tianliang gestured towards the figure and addressed Mu Yuan. Brother Mu, that is the lord of the flame demons. Each time we descend into the dungeon, it remains kneeling there. The moment we attack it, it awakens. Mu Yuan cast his gaze toward the entity Zhao Tianliang indicated. The lord of the flame demons, elite. Level, 10. Health, 7,000. Mana, 4,000. Attack power, 800. Physical defense, 720. Magical defense, 700. Skills, Flame Demon Strike, Flame Demon Stomp. Monster description, it is the mightiest among the Flame Demon clan. Once the most promising leader to guide its kin towards glory, alas, it is now but a sinner. Observing the ascertained attributes, Mu Yuan's eyes flickered. It seemed this dungeon concealed numerous secrets. However, he was not particularly concerned. Since the emergence of monsters on Blue Star, such phenomena had become exceedingly commonplace. Typically, only those in archaeological professions possess the time and energy to unearth the hidden secrets buried deep in history. Let us summon the creatures, Mu Yuan declared to Lu Xiaotian, who stood poised with a shield. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's command, Su Ling promptly cast a damage-reducing shield spell on the young boy. Su Ro also acted without hesitation, chanting the water shield spell to envelop him. Lu Xiaotian retrieved a vial of crimson liquid from his backpack and downed it in one gulp before charging directly at the lord of the flame demons. Onward. With a resounding thud, his diminutive form collided with the gigantic silhouette, inflicting a mere 20 points of damage upon the lord. At last, the figure that had remained prostrate stirred to life. Beams of crimson light shot forth from its eyes, and with a raspy voice. It issued a deathly warning to the gathered group. All who disturb the tranquility of the Flame Demon clan shall be buried by my hand. It rose abruptly, hoisting its war hammer aloft, casting a sorrowful glance at the surrounding corpses. My, how towering. This was Mu Yuan's immediate impression. As the Lord of the Flame Demons loomed over 20 meters high, rendering Lu Xiaotian a mere speck before it. Its body was marred by numerous long, blood-red scars, each surrounded by bizarre symbols etched into its skin. Be cautious. It swung its massive hammer, engulfed in fierce flames. With a thunderous crash, it struck Lu Xiaotian's shield, resulting in a staggering 400 points of damage. Mu Yuan marveled. Such formidable damage. Su Ling was not idle. The moment Lu Xiaotian was struck, a healing spell surged towards him, restoring 230 points of health. Mu Yuan unleashed a flurry of ice arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A line of glistening frost arrows sped towards the Lord of the Flame Demons. Boom, boom, boom. Each arrow that struck the creature erupted in a brilliant explosion. Damage numbers of 80 appeared consecutively on the Lord. A roar of agony escaped the Lord of the Flame Demons as it turned its furious gaze upon Mu Yuan, leaving the onlookers in awe of his damage output. They understood his capability to slay a demon lord indicated immense strength. Yet the sheer impact of his prowess still astonished them. In that moment, the Lord of the Flame Demons swung its hammer down hard upon the ground, unleashing its Flame Demon Strike skill. A colossal shockwave sent Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Tianliang flying, rendering them momentarily dazed. Ignoring the two sprawled on the ground, it charged towards the rear, particularly targeting Mu Yuan. Nay, it seemed to be homing in on him directly. How careless. A pang of regret flashed through Zhao Tianliang's mind as he witnessed Mu Yuan deftly sidestep to the forefront, extending a single hand to meet the Lord of the Flame Demon's hammer. Thud. The shockwave radiated outward as Mu Yuan disdainfully curled his lip. He had caught the Lord's hammer with one hand, suffering no damage whatsoever, thanks to the elemental shield he had activated beforehand. You still have a long way to go, my friend, the youth declared with spirited bravado to the towering monster. Simultaneously, he clenched his right hand, summoning an arcane fire rune that manifested within his grasp. Extending his right arm forward, the rune surged along the hammer and penetrated the Lord of the Flame Demon's form, his newly acquired fire curse. The fire curse did not disappoint, inflicting damage numbers of 200, 200, 200, as terrifying values leaped from the Lord of the Flame Demons. Hasten your attacks, let us vanquish this behemoth. Mu Yuan urged the petrified quartet surrounding him. The forthright Lu Xiaotian exclaimed, Brother Mu, you are truly a beast. Zhao Tianliang nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Rou and her sister exchanged soft laughter. Thus, the ultimate boss of the Flame Demon Cavern, the Lord of the Flame Demons, was effortlessly dispatched. No, the Flame Demon clan shall not perish. I am not a sinner. It roared in defiance before collapsing to the ground. Two pieces of equipment fell from its form, one blue, one green. Finally, it was over. Gazing at the fallen boss, Mu Yuan exhaled in relief. This dungeon run had been exceedingly exhausting. Ding. Your team has completed the Flame Demon Cavern, normal. Completion time, 4 hours 53 minutes. Would you like to exit the dungeon? Exit. Let us depart. Mu Yuan beckoned to the others and exited the dungeon. Chapter 19. The Feast at the Fragrant Pavilion. Upon leaving the dungeon, Mu Yuan and his companions found that it was already past 7 in the evening. Atop the volcanic summit, a radiant moon hung in the sky, while a gentle breeze stirred Mu Yuan's flame spirit robe. How beautiful! The young girl Su Ling exclaimed, pointing at the moon and urging her sister to look. Su Rou gazed at the moon and the people, lost in thought. Let us descend, Zhao Tianliang quickly urged, aware of the late hour. The journey back was relatively tranquil, and upon reaching the camp, Zhao Tianliang let out a long sigh of relief. At last, we have returned. The youthful Lu Xiaotian stretched languidly, expressing his sentiments while stowing his shield back into his backpack. Shall we all dine together? Zhao Tianliang suggested. Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. For the expedition had indeed been laborious. Given that they had narrowly escaped, a celebratory feast was in order. Come, I shall treat, Zhao Tianliang declared grandly, gesturing toward a distant tavern. Following his direction, Mu Yuan beheld a lavishly adorned establishment, a 9-story tavern, resplendent with lanterns, with a bronze wooden plaque above the entrance inscribed with the gilded characters Fragrant Pavilion. The Fragrant Pavilion was renowned within the novice camp, its dishes typically crafted by skilled culinary artisans. Noticing Mu Yuan's gaze upon the Fragrant Pavilion, Su Rou smiled and explained, Brother Zhao rarely treats. I intend to indulge today. Lu Xiaotian grinned mischievously. Hee, as if I could eat too much. Today, you must witness your brother Zhao's prowess. Zhao Tianliang chuckled at this and led the way forward. As Mu Yuan and Su Rou lagged behind, he removed the necklace she had previously given him from around his neck and extended it toward her. Su Rou paused in surprise, accepted it, and promptly adorned it once more around her neck. At that very moment, a gentle warmth emanated from the necklace, stirring a subtle unrest within her heart. Fortunately, the little Su Ling was not present there. She had instead hurried to the forefront, engaged in a discussion with Lu Xiaotian about what to eat later. Otherwise, her sister's unusual demeanor would surely have been noticed. Mu Yuan, I truly thank you this time. Had it not been for you, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do. Su Ro gazed at him quietly, her watery eyes shimmering like stars, her face suffused with gratitude. Hearing her words, Mu Yuan smiled and replied, we are teammates in the same squad. Besides, I was also in the dungeon. Only by defeating that monster could we escape. So, there's no need for such formalities. I believe if the roles were reversed, you would have stood up as well. His expression remained calm as he looked at Su Ro. Yes, I would, she nodded firmly. Seeing that she had reached clarity, Mu Yuan refrained from further remarks and instead recalled the pet egg he had just acquired. By the way, I want to ask you something. What is it? Speak. She answered, I want to buy a pet. How does one hatch a pet egg after purchasing it? Mu Yuan did not disclose that he had obtained the flame spirit egg in the dungeon. He fabricated a casual reason for his inquiry. To hatch a pet egg, you first need to purchase a contract array, then feed it materials corresponding to the pet's attribute. Once the absorption is complete, the egg can be hatched. Su Ro, upon hearing his question, immediately transformed into a scholarly maiden and softly explained. You can buy the contract array at the auction house, usually priced around 200,000 crystal coins. Ah, I understand, Mu Yuan nodded. Su Ro did not press further. Though a reticent girl, she was well aware of what to say and what to withhold. Brother Mu, sister, hurry up and go. Su Ling, who had grown impatient from hunger, rushed over to urge them forward as they lingered behind. Su Ro gently patted Su Ling's small head, exchanged a glance with Mu Yuan, and with a resigned expression, moved ahead. Mu Yuan followed suit. Upon their arrival at the entrance, Zhao Tianliang had already procured a number and led the group to a private room on the second floor. The room was exquisitely adorned, with various exotic green plants emitting a refreshing fragrance. Mu Yuan, upon entering, was assigned by Zhao Tianliang to the seat directly opposite the door. As everyone settled, he placed several pieces of equipment obtained from the dungeon on the table and addressed the group. Everyone, take a look. These are all the items dropped during this dungeon run. 2 ordinary white items, 2 excellent green items, and a refined blue item. Mu Yuan examined the last 2 pieces dropped by the Flame Demon Lord. Their attributes were quite decent. Flame Demon Lord's gauntlets, refined, required level, 10 armor, 300 magic resistance, 120 stamina, 20 block chance, 5 fire resistance, 15 description. These gauntlets were once worn by the great lord of the Flame Demon clan, though the ravages of time have long since dulled their former glory. Such exquisite gear. Lu Xiaotian's eyes gleamed with desire as he regarded the gauntlets. The other item was an excellent piece. Flame Demon Sword, excellent, required level, 10 attack power, 100 agility, 15 description. This is the standard longsword commonly wielded by warriors of the Flame Demon clan. Brother Mu, I plan to sell these items at the guild. All the crystal coins earned will be yours, Zhao Tianliang declared. We already agreed in the dungeon. If we escaped safely, all loot belongs to you, he continued. Mu Yuan hastily waved his hand. Brother Zhao, that's too formal. Brother Mu, don't be so quick to decline, Zhao Tianliang said earnestly. Without you, we would have perished. You were the key to clearing the dungeon, so the loot rightfully belongs to you. We have no objections, he emphasized solemnly. Indeed, Lu Xiaotian concurred, and Su Ling and Su Ro nodded in agreement. Seeing their unanimity, Mu Yuan smiled and said to Zhao Tianliang, Brother Zhao, if you truly consider me a comrade, please stop speaking like that. We are brothers who survived hardship together. Though I contributed much in the dungeon, I cannot accept all the loot. Brother Mu, Zhao Tianliang began. Brother Zhao, please hear me out, Mu Yuan interrupted gently, urging him to listen. As for the loot, I was originally entitled to 1/5, but now I am willing to take half. That half shall be considered my reward. If you cannot accept this, then I suppose this meal is unnecessary. Mu Yuan's gaze was steady as he met Zhao Tianliang's eyes. Both discerned the sincerity therein. Very well, Brother Mu. Since you speak thus, I shall not be difficult, Zhao Tianliang replied, understanding the earnestness behind Mu Yuan's words. He then picked up the wine glass on the table and toasted Mu Yuan. The others promptly raised their glasses as well, though little Su Ling drank juice. After downing their drinks, laughter erupted, and the atmosphere within the private room grew lively. Chapter 20. Conflict. Just as the group was reveling, the door suddenly burst open with a bang. Mu Yuan glanced toward the entrance to see 4 figures enter, led by a corpulent man in a brightly patterned jacket and dyed yellow hair. He appeared roughly the same age as Zhao Tianliang, slightly overweight with a face full of coarse flesh. Trailing behind him were 3 or 4 henchmen, also sporting yellow-dyed hair. Upon entering, the man addressed Zhao Tianliang. Hey, Zhao Tianliang, why didn't you inform me you were back? Without waiting for a reply, he plopped down beside Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, but remained silent. Zhao Tianliang frowned with displeasure and said, Lu Jun, don't you know manners? Can't you see I'm treating friends to a meal? Oh, and there are beauties too. The man named Lu Jun's triangular eyes swept the room, lust igniting in his gaze, especially upon the Su sisters, with particular focus on Su Ro. With a loud slap, Lu Xiaotian struck the table, standing and shouting angrily. Lu Jun, are you here to cause trouble? Lu Jun turned disdainfully toward Lu Xiaotian, sneering, you again, you little brat. Go play somewhere else. I don't have time for you. Zhao Tianliang also rose, inhaling deeply before approaching Lu Jun. Our grudges can be settled privately. But I warn you, do not trouble my friends, or else what? Lu Jun's eyes darkened with menace. His coarse face twitching with a mocking smile as he retorted, or else you can go die. Mu Yuan calmly picked up a dish with chopsticks, his voice icy. The yellow-haired Lu Jun, taken aback by this high school-looking youth's boldness, instantly flared with rage. What are you? How dare you speak that way? He bellowed. Then scoffed mockingly, probably still a kid with barely a hair on your chin, yet you come here acting tough. He rose to his feet, and his 3 henchmen closed in, surrounding the group. Brother Mu, do not stoop to the level of such a person, Zhao Tianliang hastily interjected, positioning himself between Lu Jun and Mu Yuan, glancing back at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan was his savior, and he did not wish to embroil him in this trouble. In truth, Zhao Tianliang feared that Mu Yuan, in a moment of youthful fervor, might inadvertently injure or even kill Lu Jun. It is well known that the novice camp strictly prohibits practitioners from utilizing their abilities to engage in combat against one another. Any violators would be apprehended by the camp's security forces. Kid, if you've got the guts, repeat what you just said. Lu Jun, clearly a reckless individual, misjudged Zhao Tianliang's intervention as a sign of Mu Yuan's weakness. With his 3 lackeys closing in, he brazenly addressed Mu Yuan. I said, or else you might as well prepare to die. What's wrong? Are you deaf? Mu Yuan, however, had no intention of yielding to such a petty thug. He understood that with individuals like Lu Jun, the more submissive you appear, the more they take advantage of you. Yet, he did not overreach. A profound magical aura emanated from him, enveloping him in a transparent elemental shield. He then delivered a swift slap to Lu Jun's face, sending him staggering to the ground. His visage instantly swelling on one side. Big brother. His 2 lackeys rushed to assist Lu Jun kill him for me. If he dies, it's on me. Lu Jun roared like a beast, barking orders at his subordinates. One of them, upon hearing this, brandished an iron rod and swung it toward Mu Yuan's head. Yet, to their dismay, a resounding thud echoed as the lackey was repelled by Mu Yuan's elemental shield, collapsing unconscious. Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaotian did not remain idle. They swiftly dispatched Lu Jun's remaining 2 lackeys with a well-timed elbow and a whip-like kick. Lu Jun, you old fool, do you not remember the pain of a beating? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Lu Xiaotian declared, rolling up his sleeves and advancing towards Lu Jun. Xiaotian. Enough. Zhao Tianliang restrained Lu Xiaotian. Today is a joyous occasion. There is no need to let this scum ruin our spirits. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Lu Jun hastily gestured for his 2 companions to help the unconscious lackey and made a hasty retreat towards the exit. He turned back, attempting to salvage his pride. All right, I'll remember you all, especially you. Don't let me cross paths with you outside. Lu Jun, taken aback by Zhao Tianliang and his companion's formidable strength, left with a grim expression, clutching his face, having suffered a humiliating defeat. Brother Mu, I sincerely apologize. He was targeting me. I did not anticipate you getting dragged into this. Lu Jun is of little consequence, but his brother is the vice president of the Tyrant Guild, Zhao Tianliang said, his face etched with guilt, as he explained the origins of the conflict. In a previous dungeon raid, Xiaotian and I clashed with him over an item, and he has held a grudge ever since. He is a treacherous individual. You must be cautious. Brother Zhao, you worry too much. I do not regard him as a threat, Mu Yuan replied, his tone not one of arrogance, but rather a reflection of his genuine strength. What 9th level mage on Blue Star could cast forbidden spells? Who possesses an S-rank passive skill? Moreover, once he completed the Cataclysm dungeon again tomorrow, he would surely rise above level 10. At that point, he would gain a super enhancement point, further accelerating his growth. As the top seed from Jiangxing No. 1 high school, any challenges he faced could easily be resolved with the assistance of his teachers and principal, especially in this world. It was common for practitioners to band together. While Jiangxing No. 1 high school may not rank highly on a national scale, it produced a multitude of practitioners, fostering a sense of camaraderie. For instance, they had previously discussed the vice captain of the 3rd Legion of Jiangxing, among many other influential figures who were alumni of their school. Thus, Mu Yuan held Lu Jun in contempt, confident in his ability to defeat him single-handedly. When it came to connections, Lu Jun could not compete with him. So what was there to fear? Should he be cornered, a single forbidden spell would suffice, regardless of who stood before him. It is crucial to understand that in the extraordinary realm, the wrath of the powerful often demands blood. While it is wise to be humble and modest, one must also discern when to stand firm. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere target. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's words, the others recognized his capabilities and refrained from further discussion, turning their attention to savoring the delectable offerings of the restaurant. The meal was a delightful affair, and they lingered until after 9 o'clock, especially Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaotian. who were thoroughly enjoying their drinks with Mu Yuan. As they parted ways, they exchanged friend requests, allowing for future communication via their energy wristbands. As they were leaving, Su Ling called out, eager to join him for future dungeon raids. Mu Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. However, Su Ro quickly pulled her back, understanding that a talent as brilliant as Mu Yuan would undoubtedly tread a path distinct from theirs. She did not wish to become a burden to him. Though their time together had been brief, Su Ro felt a complex mix of emotions towards Mu Yuan at that moment. Ultimately, despite the multitude of words she wished to convey, they coalesced into a gentle sigh as she softly urged, Mu Yuan, please take care. Before saying no more and leading Su Ling away, Mu Yuan returned to the inn where he had been staying, securing a private room for a mere 3 crystal coins. Lying on the bed, he reflected on the events of the day. His strength had grown immeasurably compared to just 2 days prior. Though still relatively weak, he was no longer defenseless against danger. He pondered how best to allocate his super enhancement point once he reached level 10. Currently, he possessed the offensive means of forbidden spells, yet he lacked a solid defensive skill. It was time to seek out a passive skill that offered protection, with another enhancement. The likelihood of soaring in strength was high, allowing him to level up with ease. As he contemplated these matters, drowsiness overtook him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 21. Entering the Cataclysm Dungeon for supplies. When Mu Yuan awoke again, it was already past 9 in the morning. He slowly rubbed his still drowsy head and hurried to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, instantly feeling more alert. Beep, beep, beep. The energy wristband on the table emitted a clear sound. Mu Yuan opened the virtual screen to find a message from Zhao Tianliang, informing him that all the equipment had been sold to the Merchant Guild and asking him to verify the totals. Since they had added each other as friends the previous day, Zhao Tianliang directly transferred the crystal coins to Mu Yuan via his professional ID. There was also a message from Su Ro, letting Mu Yuan know that she and Su Ling had returned home. She mentioned that if they needed a priest or healer for the dungeon, they could call on her and urged him to stay safe. Mu Yuan felt warmth in his heart as he organized his equipment and replied affirmatively. Once everything was in order, he planned to use today's opportunity to cast a forbidden spell in the level 10 Cataclysm dungeon. It was not that he did not wish to attempt the level 15 dungeon. Rather, his current level of 9 was simply insufficient. However, if he waited to level up before tackling the level 15 dungeon, he estimated he would need to complete it numerous times just to gain experience. Moreover, the Cataclysm dungeon's difficulty was manageable for him without resorting to forbidden spells. He speculated that the Infernal Demon Lord in the level 10 dungeon would possess an attack power nearing 20,000. His shield could only absorb slightly over 20,000 damage. And should he encounter a berserk boss, the risks would be considerable. Additionally, monsters in dungeons of hellish difficulty or higher possessed significant magical resistance, rendering his efforts futile. It would be far more efficient to unleash a forbidden spell, swiftly reach level 10, and then consider his options with the super enhancement point at his disposal. After all, he still had the points from previous level ups that he had yet to utilize. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan resolved not to tackle the Inferno cave at the disaster difficulty, but instead opted for the Frosty Snow domain. This was also a level 10 dungeon. Yet unlike the Inferno cave, its final boss was a mage-type creature. He believed it would yield more useful equipment to enhance his abilities. Upon teleporting to the map of the Snow Domain dungeon, he immediately felt the biting cold. Thick snow blanketed the ground, and snowflakes danced down from the sky. A gust of frigid wind swept past, making Mu Yuan sneeze. Dressed in the light clothing he had worn during his excursion to the Inferno cave, he appeared quite conspicuous among the throng of players bundled in heavy coats. Brother, look, there's a big fool over there. A little girl pointed at Mu Yuan and remarked to the man beside her. Little sister, don't speak so carelessly, the man replied, quickly casting an apologetic glance at Mu Yuan. Must be a newbie, haha. It reminds me of my lost youth, chuckled a burly warrior clad in thick furs. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Mu Yuan hastily summoned an elemental shield to fend off the cold. Wow, you can do that. The burly warrior was instantly taken aback by Mu Yuan's display of skill. A mage indeed, how audacious. He mused as he watched Mu Yuan's retreating figure. Mu Yuan trudged up the snowy path towards the mountain, the cold wind howling and snowflakes swirling around him. A group of level 10 snow monsters followed closely behind, but he chose not to engage them just yet, planning to deal with them once he reached the summit. However, his presence had drawn quite a crowd along the way. Hey everyone, look out. There's a whole horde of monsters behind him. An eagle-eyed archer, observing the throng of creatures trailing Mu Yuan, warned those who had yet to enter the dungeon. He readied an arrow to assist Mu Yuan, who was nearing the mountaintop, and decided it was best to eliminate the snow monsters first. With a flick of his wrist, Mu Yuan's magical staff began to gather energy, and chains of lightning shot towards the snow monsters. The air crackled as arcs of electricity danced among the horde. 380, 380, 380. The devastating damage erupted within the group, and in mere moments, the snow monsters dissolved into experience points that surged into Mu Yuan's being. He felt a twinge of disappointment as he noted the meager experience gain, wild monsters offered scant rewards. Meanwhile, those gathered at the mountaintop watched in awe as Mu Yuan, akin to a thunder god, approached. They instinctively parted to allow him passage. The archer, who had first spotted the monsters, swallowed hard. This is too terrifying. The crowd nodded in agreement, and a singular thought crossed their minds as they beheld Mu Yuan, a celestial descends, a figure of imperial grace. Unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers, Mu Yuan stepped directly into the dungeon. As per usual, he concealed his information and selected the disaster difficulty. Ding. You have entered the frosty snow domain, disaster. Dungeon description. Legends speak of snow spirits inhabiting the great snowy mountains, claiming that those who venture into the mountains on a full moon night may receive the blessings of the snow spirit clan. However, one fateful day, a mysterious creature entered, and the mountain vanished. Level requirement, 5 to 20. Participant limit, 5. Completion condition, defeat the fallen frost witch, Demon King. The frosty snow domain was a vast expanse of snow-covered mountains, perpetually blanketed in snowfall, teeming with ice-type monsters. Upon entry, Mu Yuan, shielded by his elemental shield, felt relatively warm. Ah, there are quite a few monsters here. Let us proceed with the plan. He unleashed the cataclysmic spell, heavenly fire consuming the plains. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of magical energy radiated from him, transforming the eternally snowy sky into a canvas of vibrant hues. A swirling mass of orange clouds formed above, followed by a deluge of flames converging in the heavens. The temperature in the snow domain soared dramatically. A golden river of fire engulfed the entire dungeon space, melting the thick layers of snow and releasing plumes of steam. 9999, 999, 9999, 9999, 999, 9999, 9999, 999, 9999. Ding. Detecting transcendent spell eruption, initiating dungeon protection mechanism. The exaggerated damage figures obliterated all creatures within the dungeon in an instant. This was yet another mundane foray into a dungeon that felt more like a shopping spree. Mu Yuan adjusted his robes, relishing the spring-like warmth surrounding him, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The once continuous snow-capped peaks had vanished, with golden flames relentlessly consuming all in their path. He understood this was the nature of the heavenly fire consuming the plane's spell. As long as the flames remained, they would adhere to surfaces, incinerating them until nothing was left. As Mu Yuan dispelled the spell, the golden inferno gradually receded from the dungeon space. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the frosty snow domain, disaster. Dungeon completion time, 50 seconds. Alas, each time is shorter than the last. Mu Yuan mused upon hearing the voice in his mind. Simultaneously, 2 beams of light enveloped him as he leveled up. Finally, level 11. It was quite a challenge. With this, Mu Yuan only needed to complete the advancement task to officially become a mid-level elemental mage. Next, he retrieved the items that had dropped from the dungeon reward space. To his surprise, he found 2 skill books and 3 pieces of equipment. Is this really all? I may have taken a shortcut, but the drop rate is simply ludicrous, especially since I possess a drop rate boosting medal. Mu Yuan grumbled about the dungeon's dismal drop rates while perusing his haul. Chapter 22, A Frenzied Ascension. Though he grumbled, Mu Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at the skill books and equipment in his inventory. Particularly, one of the skill books was usable by him, the mage's ice ring technique. The other was a priest's holy word, also a sought-after skill. Excellent. I can learn another skill, and it's one with solid crowd control. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Ice ring technique, E. Skill cost, 100. Skill description. Conjures ice elements to impact the surroundings, creating an ice ring that freezes enemies for 2 seconds and deals 300 magic attack power worth of ice damage, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Now equipped with the ice ring technique, Mu Yuan felt far less apprehensive about being ambushed by enemies. As for the holy word, he could either sell it or trade it for a skill book he could use. Next, he turned his attention to the equipment, hoping not to be disappointed. He decided to identify the white staff, resembling cold jade. Upon casting the identification spell, the equipment shimmered with a captivating orange glow. Wow, I struck gold. In that moment, the true nature of the staff revealed itself to Mu Yuan. It was a staff, approximately 1 meter in length, entirely resembling white jade, adorned at its tip with irregular shards of greenish-blue gemstones, forming the shape of a blossoming ice pillar. As he reached out, the staff radiated an aura of chilling ice. Frost Pillar, Legendary. Level requirement, 10. Magic attack power, 500. Casting speed, 15. Ice spell damage, 15. Mana recovery speed, 20. Frosty characteristics. Your ice-based spells will disregard 20 points of the enemy's magic resistance. Equipment description. This is a treasure of the Snow Domain's female demon clan, once wielded by the illustrious Frost Witch. Possessing it grants the power to freeze the entire world. What a magnificent staff. Mu Yuan toyed with the frost pillar in his hand, instantly feeling that the spirit staff had lost its luster. He promptly replaced the spirit staff, tossing it into his backpack. He then turned his attention to the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, which were a pair of pants and a necklace. Ice Mage's frosty trousers, rare. Requirement level, 10. Armor, 200. Magic resistance, 300. Magic attack power, 200. Casting speed, 10. Ice spell damage, 10. Equipment description. These trousers are woven from ice silkworm silk, and wearing them will impart a chilling sensation. Frost necklace, exquisite. Requirement level, 10. Magic attack power, 100. Mana, 300. Equipment description. A necklace forged from cold iron, capable of slightly enhancing your sensitivity to ice elements. Both pieces are quite satisfactory. Yuan equipped them without hesitation. He then glanced at his attributes. Name, Yuan. Profession, Elemental Mage, rare. Level, 11. Health points, 800. Mana, 200, 000. Magic attack power, 1850. Physical defense, 480. Magic defense, 900. Talent, Master of Elements, Divine, Chaos, Unknown level. Active skills, Flame Inferno, Divine, Fire Curse, B, Elemental Shield, D, Ice Ring Technique, E, Frost Arrow, F. Chain Lightning, F. Passive skills, Source of Magic, S. Mana Absorption, F. Super Enhancement Points, 1. Enhancement Points, 5. With these attributes, Yuan believed he was indeed formidable for an 11th level mage. He was confident that if he were to venture into the ordinary Inferno cave dungeon now, he could dispatch the Inferno Lord in under 10 seconds. Today's acquisitions were complete, and tomorrow would bring more. He was in no rush to leave. Instead, he spent a considerable amount of time perusing the auction house, ultimately discovering a passive skill book that could enhance his defensive capabilities. This book cost Yuan 50,000 crystal coins. The price was surprisingly low due to the skill being somewhat lackluster. Frost Bloodline, F grade. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description, grants you the Frost Bloodline. Upon being attacked, it triggers a frost shield that absorbs 1 damage and reduces the enemy's movement speed. This skill was rather underwhelming. Had it not been for his encounter with it, he doubted many would have considered purchasing it. Yuan chuckled at the skill's attributes. This is it. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. System, enhance it for me. Ding. Super enhancement point successfully enhanced. Congratulations to the host for triggering a divine enhancement. Frost Bloodline has successfully been enhanced to Ice God Shield. Yuan. Ice God Shield, Divine. Skill type, passive skill. Skill description. You shall become the sole embodiment of the Ice God in this world. When attacked by enemies, you will gain the Ice God Shield, which will render you immune to physical damage and freeze your foes. Does this mean I have become an invincible being? With the Master of Elements talent, I can resist magical damage, and with the Ice God Shield, I can withstand physical harm. At this moment, Yuan could only ask one question. Who else could stand against me? Suppressing his exhilaration, he truly felt that he possessed the means to develop and explore freely. He allocated the remaining enhancement points, giving 2 to Fire Curse. Ding. Fire Curse enhancement successful. The skill has been upgraded to Flame Spirit Curse. Flame Spirit Curse, S. Mana cost, 20,000. Skill description. Harness the power of fire elements to unleash a fearsome curse that inflicts 100 of the target's current health as fire element damage until their demise. Flame Spirit Curse will disregard 50 of enemy fire resistance, with a skill cooldown of 10 minutes. He devoted the remaining 3 points entirely to Chain Lightning, as he had long desired a group attack skill to enhance his monster-slaying efficiency. Ding. Chain Lightning successfully enhanced to Linked Lightning. Linked Lightning, C. Skill cost, 1,000 mana. Skill description. You will unleash a series of linked lightning strikes upon your enemies, dealing 2,000 magic attack power as magical damage. The lightning can strike up to 5 targets, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Yuan was quite pleased with the enhanced attributes. He could now clear dungeons of the same level without the need for forbidden spells. After allocating his points, he planned to return to the camp first, as he needed to complete his promotion quest. The promotion quest is triggered every 10 levels and requires the practitioner to return to the location of the job change stone pillar to accept it. Upon successfully completing the quest, Yuan would receive Gaia's energy infusion, allowing him to advance to intermediate Elemental Mage. He would learn new professional skills, and even his talents might have a chance to upgrade. Thinking of this, Yuan immediately used the Snow Domain teleportation array to return to the novice camp. The novice camp did not feature a job change stone pillar. Those were all located within Jiang City. Therefore, Yuan had to teleport back to Jiang City from there. The cost to teleport from the novice camp to Jiang City was 20 crystal coins per person, a rather steep price. Yuan paid the fee and was promptly transported to the Jiang City Adventurers Association. In addition to the school, there was also a job change stone pillar at the Adventurers Association, so Yuan had no intention of returning to school. The Adventurers Association was as bustling as he remembered. He approached the front desk and stated his purpose. Sir, please present your profession panel. Just your level and ID will suffice. A staff member in uniform smiled and softly addressed Yuan. Without further ado, he displayed his basic professional information. Name, Yuan. Profession, Elemental Mage, Rare. Level, 11. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Here is your promotion certificate. Please present this to the staff next to the job change stone pillar. The front desk attendant quickly registered Mu Yuan's profession information and handed him a blue token. Thank you. Mu Yuan tucked the promotion certificate away and proceeded toward the designated job change area. Upon arrival, he noticed that only 4 individuals were waiting to promote. So his turn came quickly. Mu Yuan stepped forward and handed the promotion certificate to the nearby staff member, who informed him that he simply needed to touch the job change stone pillar. As long as he met the promotion requirements, the stone pillar would issue the quest. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yuan approached and placed both hands upon the stone pillar. A flash of purple light enveloped him. Ding. The system has detected that the practitioner meets the promotion requirements. The promotion quest has been issued. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Mu Yuan looked to the bottom of his profession panel to see the promotion quest. Promotion quest. Clear the realm of phantoms, apocalypse. What does apocalypse difficulty entail? Is it even above disaster level? You always manage to come up with something new for me. Mu Yuan pondered deeply over his task. Chapter 23, Journey to the Necropolis. After receiving the quest, Mu Yuan's confusion only grew, like a tangled ball of yarn that he could not untangle. Though he had researched related information regarding promotion quests extensively on forums, he had learned quite a bit. However, he had only heard of others needing to clear ordinary difficulty dungeons. He had never encountered anyone mentioning an apocalypse difficulty before. Mu Yuan found himself utterly perplexed by the situation. What, pray tell, was the realm of phantoms? He promptly retrieved his encyclopedic compendium and perused its contents for an extended period, yet to no avail. In desperation, he sent a message to Principal Lu. The principal's response was swift, instructing him to immediately return to the school library, as he possessed information regarding the realm of phantoms. Truly, it seemed that fate had not entirely forsaken him. Without delay, Mu Yuan hailed a cab and hastened towards the school. Upon his arrival, it was already noon, and the campus was eerily quiet, having been vacated for the holidays. The library, located in the southeastern corner of the school, housed an impressive collection of tomes, which Mu Yuan found quite memorable. When he entered, he spotted Principal Lu engrossed in a thick volume at a table. Sensing Mu Yuan's presence, he smiled and gestured for him to come and take a seat. Once Mu Yuan was seated opposite him, the principal's expression turned grave as he inquired, Mu Yuan, from where did you acquire information about the realm of phantoms? Mu Yuan chose not to divulge the details of his advancement task, instead mentioning that he had inadvertently received a hidden quest at the Adventurers Guild. The principal regarded him thoughtfully but refrained from pressing further, instead retrieving a book from his spatial storage and handing it to Mu Yuan. This tome, crafted from bronze, contained the following inscription about the realm of phantoms: a forbidden land for living beings. Those who enter shall perish, while those who exit shall survive. Mu Yuan found himself bewildered by this revelation and looked to Principal Lu with an earnest expression. The principal stroked his beard, not providing an immediate answer but instead posing a question. Do you know how many individuals have been recorded as having entered the realm of phantoms throughout history? Mu Yuan shook his head, unaware of such details. The principal solemnly stated, according to records, a total of 91 individuals have ventured into this secret realm, yet only one has returned. The gravity of the task began to dawn on Mu Yuan. As he pondered, the principal uttered a chilling remark. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether that survivor was indeed the same person, as he mysteriously vanished not long after his return. Even the royal-level practitioners of Manhwaaudibook could not foresee this occurrence through prophetic spells. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. Mu Yuan stared at Principal Lu in astonishment. The principal chose not to elaborate further, continuing. The account of the realm of phantoms was brought back by that very individual. When discovered, he was found unconscious, clutching a blood-stained fragment of cloth on which were inscribed a few bloodied characters, querying, where lies the realm of phantoms? And how does one gain entry? Mu Yuan was resolute. He would not abandon his quest, for he now possessed the means to pursue these enigmas. Furthermore, he was compelled to do so, as it pertained to his advancement task. Failure to complete it would prevent him from becoming an intermediate practitioner. Mu Yuan, heed the principal's counsel. That task should be relinquished. Principal Lu cautioned, observing Mu Yuan's apparent determination. Your current strength is insufficient for such an endeavor. Principal, please share your knowledge with me. You know my curiosity knows no bounds. Once I possess the requisite strength, I can attempt it anew. Seeing Mu Yuan's unwavering resolve, the principal decided to reveal more. There are various methods of entry. If you are in Jiangqing, on the 15th of each month, a phenomenon known as the blood moon will manifest in the necropolis dungeon of disaster difficulty. You need only leap into the abyss of darkness to the north of the cemetery beneath the blood moon to reach the realm of phantoms. This secret is known only to master-level practitioners. In fact, the Adventurers Guild has been conducting explorations of the realm of phantoms through high-level quests for many years. Yet, none who have entered have ever returned. Mu Yuan, to explore the mysteries of this world, you must possess strength. Always act within your means, Principal Lu advised earnestly. Mu Yuan found himself in agreement with the principal's words and recalled the date mentioned for entry. The 15th tomorrow is indeed the 15th. It seemed he must make a visit to the necropolis today. He bid farewell to the principal and set off towards the cemetery. The necropolis was an exceptionally peculiar dungeon surrounding Jiangqing, having long been influenced by an unknown energy, rendering it impossible for novice camps to directly teleport there. Only at a gathering point, 50 miles away from the necropolis, could one access it. Yuan promptly teleported to this location. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find the entire outpost devoid of life. Something was amiss. Quick to react, Yuan instinctively summoned an elemental shield. Though for him, it was somewhat redundant at this stage, he chose not to dispel it. Observing his surroundings, he noted the eerie silence. Not even a bird's chirp could be heard. It was unsettlingly quiet. Exiting the teleportation portal, he made his way toward the buildings within the outpost, reasoning that even if this level 15 dungeon had fewer participants, there should still be some presence from Jiangqing's officials. Could there have been some unforeseen calamity? As he wandered, he entered a large establishment, a restaurant within the outpost. He pushed the door open, and it creaked ominously. To his astonishment, it was empty. Strangely, the food on the tables remained warm, with steam still rising from the soup. This was peculiar. Surely, the inhabitants couldn't have vanished in an instant? Yuan drew forth his frost pillar and ventured into the kitchen, calling out, "Is anyone here?" No reply came. He exited the restaurant and proceeded to the central hub of the Adventurers Guild. There, too, he found it desolate, yet he uncovered some clues. The defensive magical array of the guild had been activated, as evidenced by the lingering elemental aura. Thus, Yuan made his way upstairs to the chamber where the magical barriers were set, certain that he would uncover something significant. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a chilling scream pierced the air from outside. A bloodied figure emerged from the distant black forest, running frantically, crying out, "They're all dead. Everyone is dead." Yuan rushed towards the individual. "Hold on, I'm coming." He sprinted swiftly. But suddenly a long arrow composed of black mist shot forth from behind the man, striking him squarely in the back. The man staggered a few steps before collapsing entirely. Damn it! Yuan observed clearly that the dark arrow had been launched from the black forest. He approached the fallen man, flipping him over. The sight was horrifying. The man's hair was white, his eyes sunken, skin tightly stretched over bone, and his mouth gaped open in a silent scream. Gasping in shock, Yuan felt a surge of anger. A life had been extinguished before him so easily, disregarding his presence entirely. No matter what entity was responsible, he vowed that they would regret their actions today. First, he pulled out his energy wristwatch to message Principal Liu, hoping to inform him of the unfolding events. Unfortunately, the transmission failed. With a grimace, Yuan realized he could not return. There was nothing left to do but venture into the depths of the forest. For the necropolis lay just beyond it. I shall uncover the truth behind this malevolence. Chapter 24, The Conspiracy Begins. The Forest of the Dead. Such is the name of the dark woodland that lies before Yuan, where various level 15 undead creatures lurk. This vast forest is densely populated with trees that exude a potent aura of death. As Yuan steps into the forest, he immediately encounters a dried, crimson-black trail of blood. He surmises that it must have been left by the person who fled moments ago. What could have slain him? And when he spoke of all dead, was he referring to the inhabitants of this outpost? The clues are still too scant. Yuan ponders the implications of the bloodstain. The deeper he ventures, the more he senses an eerie stillness, for he has yet to encounter a single creature. What is the meaning of this? He could accept the absence of adventurers, but not a single monster? That is truly peculiar. It is not until he reaches the heart of the forest that he makes a startling discovery. The trees in this area have been completely cleared away. A complex crimson ritual circle is etched into the ground, surrounded by various blackened bloodstains, long since dried. Sacrifice? A word flashes through Yuan's mind, and he feels he is on the verge of uncovering the truth behind the events. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows formed from black mist hurtles toward him. Yuan squints and recognizes them as the same peculiar magic that had previously dispatched that man. He smirks disdainfully, thinking to himself, "I fear you might not reveal yourself like a rat." With a flick of his wand, a series of robust lightning bolts are unleashed toward the source of the incoming magic, executing his chain lightning skill. The black arrows are instantly absorbed by Yuan's elemental shield upon contact. Boom, boom, boom. Yuan's chain lightning detonates in the distance, wreaking havoc upon the ground, toppling trees and igniting some into flames. Approaching the site of his own magical onslaught, he discovers a black creature lying lifeless on the ground. He casts an appraisal spell. Evil Puppet, rare, level, 15 health, 0-30-800 mana, 1000 magic attack, 600 skills, dark arrow monster description. This is an exceptionally malevolent puppet, conjured from the darkest emotions within a human heart. Evil Puppet, what manner of being is this? No matter, I shall press onward. I refuse to believe I cannot unearth the puppet master behind all this. Furthermore, Yuan has begun to suspect that this is likely linked to the fallen. He strides deeper into the forest, encountering more and more evil puppets, the precise number of which he cannot even recall. At last, he reaches the edge of the forest, standing in silence as he surveys the scene before him. Before him lies a massive blood-red pit, filled with the corpses of various adventurers and undead creatures, all grotesquely intertwined. Surrounding the pit are 4 enormous crimson ritual circles, similar to the one Yuan had previously discovered in the forest, yet significantly larger in scale. Several figures draped in blood-red robes guard the circles. Yuan counts 9 in total. The most striking among them is a pale, terrifying man of gaunt stature, whose beauty is almost otherworldly. He wields a black skull staff and wears a blood-red robe embroidered with a bizarre black eye, which resembles an abyss, ensnaring the gaze of any who dare to look upon it. My lord, our evil puppets have been considerably diminished by an unknown adventurer. Shall I have my subordinates capture them? A burly man wielding a great axe inquires beside the eerie figure. Haha, no need for that. The main character has already arrived, the pale man replies, suddenly directing his gaze toward the thicket where Yuan conceals himself. Discovered. What keen perception Yuan uses. Incredulous yet unfazed as he steps forth from the underbrush. You seem utterly unafraid. The eerie man observes Yuan with a curious glint in his eyes. Yuan waves his hand dismissively, responding with a smile. What use is fear? Death comes for us all. Besides, it may well be you who finds yourself trembling soon. This is intriguing. The leader studies Yuan intently. Through the flame of life, he discerns that this individual is no mere disguise, but rather a young man. Certainly not yet 20. What could he possibly rely on to remain so composed before me? Impudent fool, how dare you speak to Lord Red Hawk in such a manner? The burly man points his axe menacingly at Yuan. And what will you do about it? Yuan retorts, raising his own frost pillar in a provocative gesture. Interesting. Exceedingly interesting. I had thought that those who venture into a level 15 dungeon would not possess great strength. Thus, if we merely sealed off the means of escape, no matter how many adventurers came, they would serve as our sacrifices. Yet here stands an amusing challenger. Boy, what is your name? The Red Hawk regards Yuan with an unusual admiration. Yuan, undeterred, replies, shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Very well. I look forward to seeing your defiance in moments to come. Red Hawk licks his lips hungrily, his sinister demeanor igniting a surge of anger within Yuan. In an instant, a chain lightning spell is unleashed toward Red Hawk. Haha, little brother, you have quite the temper. Red Hawk, being the most formidable among them, effortlessly evades Yuan's spell with a teleportation skill. Lian Shan, capture him alive. He commands the man wielding the giant axe. Understood, boss. Watch this. Lian Shan grins menacingly at Yuan after receiving the order. He propels himself forward, unleashing a torrent of energy as he charges toward Yuan with his axe raised high. Remarkably swift. Yuan cannot help but exclaim as Lian Shan approaches like a red whirlwind. He quickly assesses that Lian Shan's level is undoubtedly high. The burly warrior must be at least a seasoned fighter, equivalent to nearly level 30. As Lian Shan charges forward, Yuan remains still, simply tightening his right hand, summoning 5 flames that dance upon his fingertips. Believing Yuan to be paralyzed by fear, Lian Shan sneers, prepare to meet your end. As the giant axe descends upon him, Yuan calmly states, you underestimate yourself. The moment their weapons collide, a resplendent azure shield envelopes Yuan. The clash resonates with a thunderous boom. Yuan stands unwavering, unaffected by the impact. What? Lian Shan's expression shifts to one of disbelief. How could his attack be so effortlessly thwarted? In that fleeting moment of shock, a chilling wave rushes toward him. Oh no, Lian Shan, seasoned in battle, attempts to retreat upon realizing his failure, but alas, Yuan's ice shield instantly encases him in ice upon receiving an attack. This all transpires in the blink of an eye. Lian Shan is frozen, his astonished expression preserved within the ice. With a smirk, Yuan reaches out and presses his hand against the ice-encased Lian Shan, channeling the flame spirit curse directly into him. With a deafening crack, Lian Shan is consumed by the torturous duality of ice and fire. Ultimately, he was thoroughly consumed by the curse of the flame spirit, reduced to ashes. Yuan then slowly turned around, gazing coldly at the red owl, and said, Dead demon, it is now your turn. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle. Has Lian Shan truly perished? The red owl, witnessing Yuan dispatch Lian Shan with such ease, immediately donned a grave expression. He was well aware of Lian Shan's strength, though it did not rival his own. However, subduing this young lad before him should have been a simple task, yet reality proved to be rather unexpected. As the red owl regarded the youth staring back at him from a distance, a sense of unease gripped his heart, prompting him to instinctively lick his lips. Confronted by the bizarre array of magical formations, Yuan raised the frost pillar in his hand, determined not to prolong the confrontation any further. Who could predict what unforeseen changes might arise? Youngster, it seems I have underestimated you, the red owl bellowed, seizing his staff and commanding those surrounding him, for of you. Maintain the formation, the rest, deal with this brat first. With that, he prepared to chant his incantation. In an instant, 3 bolts of lightning surged towards the red owl. Humph, The red owl observed the approaching lightning without halting his chant, instead quickening his pace. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, a short, stout figure stepped in front of the red owl. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, conjuring a transparent shield that materialized before them. The lightning struck with a resounding crack, the two energies clashing and consuming one another, until Mu Yuan's spell ultimately dissipated, having exhausted its last vestige of power. Yet the stout figure did not escape unscathed. As he sustained the barrier, his complexion turned ghastly pale, revealing the difficulty of his task. The other two assailants did not relent in their assault on Mu Yuan. One vanished from sight, seeking an opportunity to exploit any weakness, while the other readied a bronze longbow, drawing the string taut like a crescent moon, unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Swish, swish, swish. The barrage of arrows hurtled toward Mu Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. Each arrow was thwarted by Mu Yuan's ice shield, which stood resolute against their onslaught. Mu Yuan regarded the arrows deflected by his shield with a disdainful smile, retorting, "Do you truly consider me a living target?" No sooner had he spoken than a chilling gust materialized beside the archer, icy tendrils of frost creeping up from his ankles, swiftly encasing him in a crystalline prison, leaving him frozen in the act of aiming his bow. As long as the enemy's attack strikes my shield, I can choose to encase them in ice. This capability is conceptual in nature. This is the terrifying aspect of a divine-level passive skill. Mu Yuan felt quite satisfied with his ability, as it afforded him control over the situation. At that moment, the red owl finally completed his incantation. Dark elements surged around him, and a tiger composed entirely of these shadows was summoned forth. "Go forth, phantom tiger, and rend this insolent fool to shreds." The red owl beamed with satisfaction at his signature spell, as though Mu Yuan would soon be obliterated. "Humph, naive." Mu Yuan shook his head in derision, facing the charging phantom tiger without a hint of fear, for he knew this spell was one he could easily negate. Flame Spirit Curse. Mu Yuan's right hand slightly curled, 5 mysterious flames igniting atop his fingertips. With a flick, these cursed flames propelled themselves directly toward the red owl. Mu Yuan was eager to witness how the red owl would counter this spell, for the Flame Spirit Curse was unlike the lightning. It possessed a locking nature that could not be evaded by mere agility. The red owl's pupils constricted. He recognized the flame spell that had annihilated Lian Shan. Not daring to underestimate it, he hastily commanded the stout figure beside him, "Haishi, conjure a water elemental barrier." The short and stout Haishi felt a surge of apprehension as he activated his power, enveloping them both in a water-blue barrier. Mu Yuan regarded their attempt to shield against his flame spirit curse with a sense of naivete. Sure enough, the moment the 5 flames made contact with the water barrier, they vanished without a trace. The red owl's expression brightened as he turned to Haishi. "Well done." However, Haishi's face betrayed confusion as he replied, "My lord, the spell has disappeared, yet the water barrier shows no signs of expending energy." The red owl was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with alarm. He immediately activated his teleportation ability, attempting to distance himself. Yet it was too late. 5 flames materialized upon his chest, burrowing into his body in an instant. He let out a pained howl, sweat pouring down his face, agony forcing him to hunch over, unable to stand upright. Cold beads of sweat drenched his robe as he gritted his teeth and directed his words toward the distant Mu Yuan. "What a peculiar tactic. I concede defeat." With that, he retrieved a black humanoid statue from his robe, its visage identical to that of Haishi. He bit his lip, spitting forth a mouthful of foul-smelling blood onto the statue. "My lord, no?" Haishi's expression shifted to one of sheer terror and despair upon witnessing the red owl's actions. Yet, hearing Haishi's cry, the red owl steeled himself, his hands continuing their ritual. The black blood quickly saturated the statue, and flames erupted upon it. He hurled the statue to the ground. While Haishi was immediately engulfed in flames, Mu Yuan realizing that it was his own flame spirit curse that burned upon him. "The damage has been transferred? How intriguing. I wonder how many more times you can shift it." Mu Yuan chuckled coldly. Without hesitation, he brandished the frost pillar, sending 3 more flame spirit curses hurtling toward the red owl. Upon seeing the impending onslaught, the red owl's face turned ashen. He understood that the ability to transfer damage was not without its limits. If one spell had forced him into such disarray, the multitude of spells now threatening him could very well spell his demise. "No, I must flee." With a quick thought, the red owl tore open a scroll, a flash of white light engulfing him as he was transported hundreds of meters away. He then dashed toward the direction of the necropolis. If you manage to escape, I shall write my name backward." Mu Yuan showed no urgency in pursuing the red owl, allowing the 3 flame spirit curses to soar toward the direction he fled. First, he needed to resolve the matters at hand. 5 fallen ones remained, the lone invisible figure aside. The other 4 were still inputting energy into the sacrificial formation. Upon witnessing the red owl abandon them, despair washed over their faces. The sacrificial array required at least 1 individual to sustain it. Thus, they had no choice but to continue feeding it energy. Even if they wished to flee, no opportunity remained. Mu Yuan unleashed 4 bolts of lightning toward the 4 remaining adversaries. Crackle! The lightning clashed with a strange red light, the scent of blood wafting toward Mu Yuan from afar. The 4 individuals, upon witnessing this, instantly wore expressions of elation. One of them shouted, "Quickly! Our formation is about to complete. Only by finishing the array and summoning that entity do we stand a chance of escape." Mu Yuan was no fool. He would not allow them the time to complete their sacrificial ritual. Thus, he unleashed 4 flame spirit curses upon them. Ultimately, the spell did not disappoint. It penetrated the red barrier, burrowing into the bodies of the 4. Instantly, they contorted in agony. Not good. We must fight back. The 4 individuals, resolute in their decision, immediately recognized that they had fallen into a trap. With a steely determination, they resolved to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant dragging Mu Yuan down with them. At that moment, their eyes glinted with a blend of despair and madness as they fixed their gaze upon him, then proclaimed loudly, "It is time to offer ourselves to the divine." Upon uttering these words, they recited a sinister incantation, which, as it emerged, sent violent waves of blood surging from the gaping pit. Trouble loomed. Mu Yuan could not help but lament the unfolding situation before him. Chapter 26, The Primordial Instance. This incantation was so peculiar, articulated in a language entirely foreign to Mu Yuan, though he could not decipher its precise meaning. He sensed that it emanated an aura of the most vile essence, evoking a wave of nausea merely by its sound. How terrifying! As the incantation escaped their lips, the expressions of the 4, previously tormented by the curse of the flame spirit, gradually transformed into a calmness that was eerily unsettling. Subsequently, they bore a strange smile, their visages shrouded in dark mist, and began to dissolve like candles ignited by fire. Mu Yuan had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Even his own flame spirit curse merely reduced individuals to ashes, not transforming the living into such a grotesque spectacle. They were then seamlessly integrated into the magical formation, which erupted in blinding crimson light. The red luminescence expanded, tinting the very sky of the undead graveyard in hues reminiscent of blood. What a grand spectacle! Mu Yuan marveled at the enormity of the scene before him. Ding! An anomaly in interdimensional energy detected. What? The voice resonating in his mind startled Mu Yuan. He then felt a surge of energy coalescing before him, originating from the massive pit at the center of the sacrificial formation. As he gazed ahead, a pitch-black fissure materialized, warping the surrounding space. Ding! Interdimensional energy influx detected. The primordial instance is about to descend. The primordial instance? Good heavens, must it be this dramatic? Other professions typically face merely challenging instances for their advancement tasks. Yet here he was, grappling with the harrowing realm of the void, beset by fallen ones, and now confronted with the arrival of the primordial instance. Mu Yuan felt an unsettling notion that a hidden hand was orchestrating these events. Damn it! Do not let me discover your identity, he muttered bitterly. The so-called primordial instance refers to a realm that has only recently merged with Blue Star, where the creatures within remain largely unaffected by its rules, retaining much of their original power. It is only after the adventurers conquer the instance that the creatures' levels begin to decline. For instance, had Mu Yuan triumphed over the Inferno Demon Cave instance without the Blue Star's interference, the final boss, the Inferno Demon Lord, could have obliterated them with a mere flick of its finger. With this thought, Mu Yuan promptly resolved to vacate this perilous domain. However, an irresistible force from afar ensnared him, pulling both him and the concealed fallen one directly into the fissure. Ding! You have entered the primordial instance, Bloody Land. Bloody Land, primordial. Instance description. This is a region inhabited by a species that revels in blood. Due to certain upheavals, this mysterious area has been forcibly merged with Blue Star. Exercise caution when confronting any creature within this domain, for you may uncover intriguing secrets. Required level, unknown. Completion condition, slay the blood priest. Blood, everywhere blood. Mu Yuan stood aghast at the sight before him. The sky was a vivid crimson, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The ground was a dark red, and with each step he took, he felt the earth oozing with blood. After wandering for what seemed an eternity, Mu Yuan found no signs of vegetation. Everything was stark and barren. Just as ennui began to settle in, a roar echoed, and a blood-formed canine monstrosity emerged before him. It bore no skin, no sinews. Its entire being was a deep crimson, especially its eyes, which glowed with a malevolent red light, fixated intently on Mu Yuan. Its gaze was rife with savagery, and its exposed, sharp teeth dripped with foul saliva. It seems you have gone hungry for quite some time. Haven to you? Allow me to assist you, and you shall never know hunger again, Mu Yuan quipped darkly, then cast an identification spell toward it. Ding! Monster level too high. Identification failed. As expected, Mu Yuan had not held out much hope. The beast, perceiving his lack of fear and his mocking demeanor, let out a furious snarl and lunged at him. Mu Yuan retaliated with the curse of the flame spirit, which struck the blood beast instantly, emitting a sizzling sound as black gas enveloped its form. Damage values of 1500 continuously floated above its head. Excellent. truly worthy of an S-rank skill, capable of inflicting such substantial damage on a creature that appeared to be of a much higher level. Despite the incessant cursing damage, the blood beast charged at Mu Yuan with unrelenting ferocity. Yet, upon contact, the ice god shield activated, encasing the blood beast in ice. Mu Yuan had no intention of advancing further, but chose instead to observe the creature. Encased in ice, it continued to display damage values, until 5 minutes later. It finally crumbled to ash, succumbing to death. Why hasn't my experience increased? Mu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he had just slain this creature. Yet there were no experience points awarded. Was this a characteristic of the primordial instance? Nevertheless, Mu Yuan did not dwell on it. Ultimately, to escape, he must conquer this instance. The primordial instance differed from ordinary instances in this respect, and it was rumored that one might encounter legendary, terrifying monsters within. These monsters were known as divine abominations, though the likelihood of encountering one was exceedingly low. However, it was said that upon completion of the instance, one could receive special rewards from Gaia. Time to explore. Mu Yuan grasped his staff and ventured forth. Along his journey, he encountered several waves of blood beasts, all of which he dispatched with ease. Uncertain of how far he had traveled, he eventually glanced at his watch and realized he had been walking for 2 hours. Reaching a stone wall, he retrieved some provisions and water from his backpack to replenish his energy. As he looked up at the stone wall, he noticed it was inscribed with various blood runes. This was not new to Mu Yuan, having encountered numerous such relics along his path. Yet, as he passed through the massive stone wall, he was taken aback by the scene that lay beyond. No way. Behind the wall was a flourishing village, surrounded by fields of crops, including wheat and sorghum. In the fields, many men and women labored diligently, while children frolicked and laughed. The sounds of joy and laughter wafted toward Mu Yuan, rendering the entire scene surreal. How could there be humans in this other world? While it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, after all, Blue Star and the other realm had merged, and some people and places might inadvertently have been swept into this new reality. Such occurrences were typically quite rare. Mu Yuan descended toward the village, and his presence soon caught the attention of the villagers, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Even their whispers were comprehensible to Mu Yuan. They spoke in the dialect of Huagua, albeit with a slightly different intonation. "Young man, where do you hail from?" In that moment, an elderly man emerged from the crowd, dressed in linen garments. His curiosity piqued as he addressed Mu Yuan. "I come from Jiangxing in Huagua. May I ask where you are from, old sir?" Mu Yuan had no intention of concealing anything. He needed to acquire information about this place swiftly in order to determine his next course of action. "What is Huagua?" inquired a little girl, clad in a coarse cloth dress, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. "Huagua is my homeland. And where is this?" Mu Yuan gently patted her head and asked. "This is the village of the Demon King." "Which Demon King?" she queried. "The man-eating Demon King," she replied. Mu Yuan pondered her words, wondering why the inhabitants of this place would bestow such a peculiar name upon their village. Dear guest, do not be afraid. Our village is not truly a Demon King's domain. It is merely a name passed down from the past," an elderly man interjected, noticing Mu Yuan's confusion. "Come, young man, follow me into the village. It will soon be dark. The area outside the village is quite perilous at night." The old man cast a glance at the distant evening glow and hurriedly urged him. After hearing this, Mu Yuan chose to follow the old man into the village. His interest in this place piqued. Is it truly dangerous at night? Perhaps all the answers will be unveiled when darkness falls. Chapter 27. The Eerie Village of the Demon King. As Mu Yuan entered the village of the Demon King with the old man, he discovered that the village was not particularly large, comprising perhaps 100 households. The village appeared quite primitive, evident from the prevalence of thatched houses. Along the way, the villagers greeted them warmly, recognizing the old man leading Mu Yuan. It was only then that Mu Yuan realized this kindly old man was the village chief. "Chief, may I inquire how long our village has existed?" Mu Yuan decided to subtly probe for information. The chief pondered for a moment before replying. "I cannot recall." Mu Yuan was taken aback by such a response. Surely, they must know an approximate time. What did it mean to not remember? This struck him as exceedingly strange. He pressed further. "What year is it now?" The chief looked at Mu Yuan in surprise and replied, "Young man, this year is 2030. Mu Yuan's heart trembled at this revelation. He knew that this year held particular significance in the current realm of Blue Star. 2030 marked the onset of the interdimensional invasion. Could it be that the village of the Demon King had inadvertently been drawn into the otherworldly chaos at that time? Mu Yuan found this hard to believe. After all, over a century had passed, and none of the villagers had undergone any transformations. How could they survive in such a bloody land? Moreover, it was no longer a century ago. Why would the old man insist that it was 2030? As Mu Yuan delved deeper into conversation with the elder, his perplexities regarding the village of the Demon King only multiplied. "Young man, you should stay at Shao Qing's house tonight. This child seems to share a special bond with you," the village chief remarked, glancing at the well-behaved little girl who had been following Mu Yuan. Xiao Qing was indeed the girl who had informed him of the village's name at the entrance. She had lost her parents at a young age and now lived with her grandparents. Mu Yuan did not decline the offer. He intended to explore the village further once darkness completely enveloped it, as he felt there was something peculiar about the village of the Demon King during the day. Upon arriving at Xiao Qing's home, Mu Yuan greeted her family and retreated to his room. Soon, darkness descended, and the sounds of the entire village of the Demon King abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Mu Yuan lay quietly on his bed, his frost pillar staff resting beside him. Suddenly, he heard shouts emanating from outside, and chaos erupted in the village. Quick, run. There are many monsters here. Mommy, I'm scared. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Chief, lead everyone to retreat. We will hold off these monsters. The clamor of screams and cries echoed from outside. A chill ran down Mu Yuan's spine. Something was amiss. He immediately grasped his staff, opened the door, and stepped outside. However, upon doing so, all sounds vanished. Mu Yuan's expression turned grave. He had heard those cries quite clearly. Was it an illusion? Yet it felt too real. He closed the door and lay back down on the bed. Just as he settled in, faint voices reached his ears once more. The ritual is about to begin. As long as you can appease the divine, your village will be spared. Those beings cannot be trusted. In their eyes, we are not even worthy of being slaves. Do you think they care about our village? Then tell me what we should do. So many have died already. If this continues, our village will be left with no one. Regardless, we must ensure the children survive. Mu Yuan listened quietly to their words, a heavy weight settling upon his heart for reasons he could not fathom. The revelations he heard hinted at a truth regarding the village of the Demon King that he might find difficult to accept. It is time to venture out. Mu Yuan opened the door, and the cold wind swept in. Xiao Qing's home was silent, with a few yellow leaves falling from the tree, producing a rustling sound. He made his way directly to the chief's house. Having memorized its location during the day, it was a brick building situated in the center of the village. The streets were dark and quiet. Every household was shrouded in darkness, despite the fact that night had only just begun. Upon reaching the chief's door, Mu Yuan knocked softly. There was no response, prompting him to consider entering uninvited. Big brother, we must leave quickly. If we don't go now, it will be too late. The bad people are coming. A timid voice called from behind him, causing him to turn. It was Xiao Qing, still adorned with her braided hair and simple dress. Though her complexion appeared unusually pale, she looked at Mu Yuan with concern, casting fearful glances at the chief's house. It's all right, Xiao Qing. Do you trust your big brother? Just stay here and wait. I'll be back shortly. Mu Yuan reached out to pat her head, but to his dismay, his hand passed right through her form. In an instant, Xiao Qing's figure began to fade until she vanished completely. Mu Yuan stood frozen, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart despite his prior intuition. He understood that this little girl truly wished for him to leave. Xiao Qing, do not worry. Your big brother will ensure justice for you. With his resolve firm, Mu Yuan pushed open the chief's door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man clad in simple garments seated in the hall, his expression vacant as he stared blankly outside. It was the village chief. As Mu Yuan entered, the chief slowly spoke. Young man from afar, would you care to hear a story? Mu Yuan, silent, nodded in response. The old man gazed at his home and sighed. We have lived in this village for generations. Once, it was a very friendly place. We shared the same ancestry and had resided together for hundreds of years. We thought we could continue living like this indefinitely. Until that year, when the blood moon descended, we inexplicably found ourselves in this world. At this juncture, the chief's expression shifted to one of anguish. He lowered his head, and when he raised it again, his face was streaked with tears, pausing momentarily before continuing. Then the nightmare began. That night, countless monsters surged in, slaughtering the villagers with ease. They were my descendants. At that moment, a being with blood-red skin from another realm entered the village. He halted the massacre of our people, and we believed we had found our savior. Little did we know, we had welcomed an even more terrifying demon. The chief's face contorted with darkness, his expression grotesque. Mu Yuan listened intently to his tale. Later, the malevolent demon proclaimed that if we offered sacrifices to the deities he revered, we could ensure the safety of our children, allowing them to thrive upon this land. We were utterly bereft of options, either face annihilation or preserve the children as the flickering embers of hope. Mu Yuan gazed at the village chief before him, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Thus, on that fateful night, the remaining men of the village and I concealed the children in a secure location stocked with provisions. Little Qing, that dear girl, remained obedient, offering comfort to her younger siblings along the way. We locked them in a hidden chamber, instructing them to remain there until 3 days had passed. Little Qing inquired where we were going. I told her we were departing, leaving them to fend for themselves henceforth. At that moment, the little girl must have felt abandoned by us. Ultimately, all the adults in the village leapt into the blood pit. I wished for the safety of the children, did I not? At that moment, a serene yet yearning light glimmered in the village chief's eyes, a radiance that subdued the dark aura enveloping his visage. Indeed, they were safe. Mu Yuan murmured softly to the desolate elder before him, that is well, that is well. I long to hear those children call me Grandpa Chief once more. He sighed gently before transforming into a wisp of dark mist and soaring towards the southern expanse of the village. Yuan clutched his staff tightly, a fierce fire igniting within his heart. Chapter 28, Annihilation. Yuan stepped outside, and soon the elemental forces of wind surged, lifting him atop the village chief's abode. Before him lay the transformed visage of Demon King Village, where countless tendrils of darkness surged towards a vast abyss in the distance. The scene shifted, and Yuan beheld the events of that fateful day with clarity. Flames engulfed the surroundings, mingling with the blood of monstrous beasts as innocent villagers fell victim to their ferocity. The cries for help echoed, resonating with the very sounds Yuan had heard earlier in the confines of his chamber. Adult men banded together, their flesh and blood resisting the onslaught, shielding an elder as they retreated with the children, until a demon clad in a crimson robe appeared, its skin a deep scarlet, adorned with a twisted horn upon its brow, its countenance grotesque. It then halted the slaughter of the bloodthirsty beasts and engaged in conversation with the village chief. Unbeknownst to Yuan, the words exchanged rendered the chief's visage pallid, while those nearby displayed expressions of rage and despair. The demon gestured towards the children behind them, and in that instant, the villagers fell silent. What followed was a gathering of the village chief and several adults, who concealed the remaining children in an underground chamber. Among them that little girl, Ah-Ching. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yuan witnessed every detail with unsettling clarity. As the sacrificial moment approached, Yuan glanced at his wristwatch. It was midnight. A colossal pit emerged in the heart of the village, and numerous adults leapt into its depths, one after another. In a flash, a burst of blood flame erupted from the demon's hand, igniting the bodies of the villagers, who writhed in agony until all signs of life ceased. The demon wore a satisfied grin before shifting its gaze towards the hidden chamber where the children were kept. Another wave of blood flame was unleashed, engulfing that place in flames. Yuan watched in anguish, realizing that a sacrificial array encircled the dwelling. After completing its grim task, the demon produced a black crystal and bit into its finger, smearing the blood upon it. It recited an eerie incantation, reminiscent of one Yuan had heard before. A dark mist emanated forth, and countless white souls ascended from various corners of the village, coalescing within the crystal until the village regained its original appearance. When the souls of all the villagers had been absorbed, the demon erupted into satisfied laughter and exited the village. As the scenes concluded, Demon King Village fell silent once more. Yuan descended from the rooftop and strolled along the street, away from the village. The entire night swiftly passed, for he lingered there to validate a hypothesis. He sought to ascertain the authenticity of the village chief and little Ching from earlier that day. Dawn broke quickly, and beneath a blood-red sky, life returned to Demon King Village. He witnessed the village chief, little Ching, and the former villagers emerging from the village. It was at this moment that Yuan comprehended the truth. All the events of the day were real. The Crimson Demon's sorcery had ensnared their souls, binding them eternally to this place. By day, they would forget everything and live normal lives, only to remember the horrors of that sacrificial night upon the fall of dusk. The demon's manipulation of the human heart was laid bare before him, though their souls were captive, doomed to wander in a perpetual stupor. The relentless influence of the otherworldly environment granted them fleeting moments of clarity. They remained unaware of why their village was named Demon King Village. Yet they constantly reminded themselves not to forget their true home in Manhwaedit, far removed from this brutal realm. This was an affront too great to bear. I, Yuan, shall not rest until I send these wretches to the depths of hell. With fury in his heart, Yuan gazed into the distance, where a gust of wind swept by, causing his robe to flutter. As if sensing his righteous indignation, all the villagers of Demon King Village turned their gazes toward him. Their expressions oscillated from anguish to sorrow, and from sorrow to tranquility. Ultimately, they transformed into countless orbs of soul light, merging into little Ching's form. Big brother, can you take us away? Little Ching asked serenely, her eyes fixed on Yuan. We have wandered here for an eternity, unaware of how long we have been trapped. Until one day, we regained our memories. A century has passed. Each day, we have battered against the confines of our prison, witnessing the past unfold anew. Our suffering has only served to strengthen our souls. However, we can only emerge when we encounter someone from our homeland. After listening to little Ching's heartfelt revelation, Yuan nodded in understanding, suspecting that perhaps all of this was part of the demon's insidious scheme. Their potent souls would be a delicacy to the demon, yet regrettably, he had arrived. How shall I bring you home? Yuan inquired, his tone somber. He refrained from voicing his suspicions. His sole desire was to return these souls to Blue Star. We will transform into a crystalline essence of souls. Just bury us in Lu village of Donjiang province. Big brother, thank you. With that, little Ching's form grew increasingly transparent, a smile gracing her face as she looked upon Yuan before ultimately vanishing into the blood-soaked ground. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a soul crystal. Soul crystal special. Item description. This item is forged from the deepest obsessions of those lost in another realm. When you return them to their homeland, you shall receive their rewards. Beware, demonic entities have a particular affinity for this item. Mu Yuan grasped the transparent white crystal and placed it in his backpack before departing from Demon King Village. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw only a vast pit, devoid of any trace of the village, save for a black crystal, cracked and inscribed with blood-red runes, nestled at its center. With a flick of his identification spell, he examined it. Demon Soul Crystal, rare. Item description: this is a special soul crystal used in the Blood Demon clan's coming-of-age rituals to honor the deities. It can render the souls trapped within it eternally ensnared. But due to the impact of the soul, this crystal is now defunct and serves as a vital component in the creation of soul crystals. It seems that the souls of all the deceased villagers of Demon King Village, influenced by the otherworldly environment, have relentlessly battered against their prison for nearly a century, leading to the crystal's deterioration. Yet, everything appears to be as I suspected. Mu Yuan gazed at the blood-red sky, feeling for the first time the visceral hatred directed towards the demons of this foreign realm. It is time for the scoundrels of this world to face their reckoning. He had no intention of seeking out that member of the Blood Demon clan. A century had elapsed, and without any tracking or prophecy spells, it was utterly impossible for him to ascertain the adversary's whereabouts. Yet, Mu Yuan resolved to employ a forbidden fire spell to obliterate every loathsome entity within this realm. By annihilating all life, escape would be futile. Drawing forth his frost pillar, he aimed it at the sanguine sky and unleashed the forbidden incantation. Heavenly fire ignites the prairie. In an instant, the heavens above this blood-soaked land cleaved open, and countless fire elements converged within the space. This was the power of the divine, a judgment upon this sanguinary domain and a salvation for the villagers of the Demon King Village. Golden flames of varying sizes and shapes appeared in the sky, cascading down like meteors onto the earth below. With a thunderous roar, innumerable golden fireballs erupted, setting the ground ablaze. The blackish-red terrain of this blood-soaked land was incessantly ignited by the golden flames, releasing thick plumes of dense black smoke. These flames then coalesced into rivers, devouring everything upon the land. Standing atop a stone wall, Mu Yuan gazed upon the countless bloodthirsty beasts consumed by the golden fire, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Truly, heavenly fire ignites the prairie was worthy of its status as a forbidden fire spell. This primordial dungeon was far grander than any he had previously conquered, yet it was thoroughly engulfed by the golden flames, which continued to cascade from the skies. Everywhere he looked, there was only a sea of golden fire. Beep. Congratulations on slaying the Crimson Beast King, Demon Lord. Beep. Congratulations on defeating the Blood Demon Clan Guard leader. Beep. Congratulations on vanquishing the Blood Demon Clan Chief, Demon Lord. Beep. Congratulations on killing the Blood Priest. Countless notifications echoed in Mu Yuan's ears, but he immediately chose to mute them, until a voice resounded. Beep. All otherworldly creatures in the blood-soaked land have been exterminated. Congratulations on clearing the blood-soaked land, Primordial. Unlike usual, Mu Yuan did not retract his spell. He intended to let this accursed land, its sinful inhabitants, and their souls remain perpetually engulfed in the golden flames. As all monsters were eradicated, a cerulean portal materialized. Mu Yuan exhaled deeply and said slowly, "Aching, village chief. It is time to take you home." He then stepped into the portal. Chapter 29. The necropolis. Beep. The blood-soaked land, Primordial, has been cleared. Thank you for your contributions to Blue Star. Upon your promotion, you will receive Gaia's supreme blessing. Beep. Your special privileges on Blue Star have been enhanced. Could this be the reward for clearing the primordial dungeon? What exactly is this blessing? It seemed he would have to complete the promotion quest to find out. At the outskirts of the necropolis, a sapphire portal suddenly appeared. The surroundings remained as they were when Mu Yuan last departed. The large crater was still marked by the scars of his battles with the fallen. Has so much time truly passed? Observing the sun overhead, Mu Yuan felt puzzled and quickly checked his wristwatch. Why has only 30 minutes passed outside? Could it be that time flows differently within the primordial dungeon? Quite peculiar, but perhaps fortunate. This spared him from confronting the Chinese Adventurers Association directly. It would be difficult to explain how he cleared such a high-level dungeon as the blood-soaked land. Although Mu Yuan was no longer easily intimidated, avoiding unnecessary trouble was preferable. As for escorting Shao Qing and the others home, he planned to wait until after his joint examination. For now, he had to enter the necropolis and await the Blood Moon's arrival. Upon arriving at the entrance to the necropolis dungeon, a charred corpse caught his attention. Notably, the victim wore the attire of the Red Hawk who had fled here previously and bore the aura of Mu Yuan's flame spirit curse. Dead demon. I told you, you couldn't escape. Such was the terrifying nature of the flame spirit curse, an S-rank skill that would not relent until the foe was incinerated. Mu Yuan exhaled sharply, recalling how repugnant that fellow had been. Without lingering, he stepped into the necropolis. Beep. You have entered the necropolis dungeon. Please select difficulty level. Disaster level. Selection successful. Entering now. Necropolis. Disaster level. Required level. 10. 25 player limit. 5 dungeon description. This was once a beautiful otherworldly town until the mad Lich Dadars arrived, unleashing a terrible plague that transformed all living beings into undead monsters consuming flesh and blood. Clear condition: defeat the mad Lich Dadars. Yuan read the description and surmised that the final boss was another deranged and twisted individual. Liches were universally detested by all sane beings, for they embodied plague and death, turning every land they touched into a wasteland. Standing at the necropolis' perimeter, Yuan observed several wandering skeletons within. He employed identification magic, revealing their attributes before him. Undead skeleton, rare, level, 15 health, 3000 mana, 1500 attack, 670 physical defense, 600 magic defense, 600 monster description. These are the lowest tier monsters in the necropolis. Victims of the Great Calamity. Not all skeletons retained human forms. Some bore the shapes of animals or unrecognizable creatures. Surveying their stats, Yuan immediately unleashed chain lightning upon the cluster of skeletons. The devastating electric arcs exploded among them, purifying all in their path. The terrifying damage instantly converted the skeletons into experience points, yet regrettably, the experience bar barely budged. Is this a joke? Why is leveling up so difficult? A disaster level dungeon 4 levels above mine, and these small fry barely grant any experience. Quite vexing. Yuan was speechless. It was easy to imagine how arduous leveling must be for other classes. He proceeded, clearing a path with lightning as he advanced toward the dark abyss, a special area within the necropolis, close to the lair of the final boss, the mad Lich Dadars. Yuan resolved to grind through this dungeon before leaping off the cliff. After all, today was only the 14th, and the blood moon phenomenon would not occur until tomorrow. He swiftly dispatched the lesser monsters and soon arrived at the location of the first boss. The necropolis contained only 3 bosses, though few. Each was immensely powerful: the Bone Maker, the Death Knight Commander, and the mad Lich Dadars. Since the dungeon was not vast, the order of defeating the first 2 bosses was inconsequential. Yuan chose to confront the Bone Maker first. Bone Maker, Lord, level, 15 health, 50, 00050, 000 mana, 30, 000 magic attack, 9, 600 physical defense, 8, 000 magic defense, 8, 500 skills, skeleton summon, bone spear technique, bone armor, bone demon summon. Bone soul monster description. This is the mad Lich Dadars' most cherished creation, capable of manufacturing various skeletal monsters to guard the necropolis' first line of defense for its master. The Bone Creator is a towering monstrosity, measuring over 20 meters in height, with an upper body that is an uncanny amalgamation of bear and tiger, while its lower half is constructed from an assortment of bizarre bones. Most striking are its eerie, green flames that flicker in its hollow eyes, lending it an otherworldly aura. Damn mortals, you have trespassed into the domain of my Lich Master. I shall transform you into a bone puppet. It cackles. The creature possesses acute senses, and as soon as Yuan entered its territory, he was immediately detected. It broke into a sinister grin, though its face, composed of bone, merely rattled as it emitted a grating laugh. You foolishly underestimate your own worth. Yuan, however, regarded these calamity dungeon monsters, barely a few levels above him, with disdain. You shall pay for your arrogance. Upon perceiving Yuan's contempt, the Bone Creator swiftly unleashed its skill, for even the undead have their limits. Bone summon. Suddenly, the ground trembled as countless pale bone hands erupted from the earth, followed by the emergence of their skeletal forms. Within moments, dozens of formidable bone warriors wielding great swords appeared before Yuan. With a sweeping motion of its hands, the Bone Creator commanded these skeletons to charge at him. Blades raised. Yuan refrained from employing his usual chain lightning technique, for these were not the rare level skeletons he had faced previously, but rather enhanced elites. Greatsword Skeleton, Enhanced Elite. Level, 15. Health, 13, 000. Mana, 4, 000. Attack power, 2, 400. Physical defense, 3, 000. Magical defense, 3, 200. Skills, Bone Slash, Bone Armor. Bone Explosion. The creatures summoned by the Bone Creator are to be approached with caution due to their formidable greatswords. A couple of strikes would be quite painful. Given their significant magical defense, Yuan realized that his chain lightning would not be as effective as before. It would be wiser to eliminate the source first. With a decisive plan, he acted swiftly. His fingers unfurled, conjuring 5 flames imbued with arcane energy, which he then thrust toward the Bone Creator. This was the S-rank skill. Flame Spirit Curse. The Flame Spirit Curse sped toward its target with remarkable swiftness, and due to the Bone Creator's massive size, it struck true. Oh, you wretched insect. How dare you employ such despicable tactics against me? Upon being struck, the Bone Creator found itself ensnared by 5 robust chains of fire that constricted relentlessly, sapping its vitality. Damage indicators flickered incessantly around it, and Yuan knew that the creature was doomed. The Flame Spirit Curse was not akin to the previous B-rank Flame Curse. It would persist until death. Turning his attention to the swarm of skeletal warriors, Yuan faced dozens of greatsword-wielding skeletons charging fiercely toward him. Their eye sockets alight with unholy flames as they swung their blades toward his neck. Clang, clang, clang. Unfortunately for them, their strikes met the icy barrier of Yuan's Frost Guardian shield, causing a chilling frost to envelop their weapons. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, the movements of the skeletons slowed until they were entirely encased in ice, none escaping their frozen fate. Glancing back at the Bone Creator, Yuan noted that its health had dwindled to a mere sliver. "Oh, you detestable insect, my master will avenge me." Though the undead cannot feel physical pain, the Flame Spirit Curse inflicted torment upon its very soul. The creature attempted to counteract the dreadful curse with its own spiritual energy, but the more it struggled, the greater the curse's potency became, as though it were adding fuel to the fire. Ultimately, resigned to its fate, the creature emitted a final, defiant sound before perishing. A blue and a purple gleam of equipment materialized where it fell, while a massive orb of white experience floated into Yuan's being. Delightful. Observing his experience points surge by 15, Yuan smiled in satisfaction. After vanquishing the minor minions and this sub-boss, his experience had reached around 25. He speculated that upon completing this dungeon, he would surely level up. Among the spoils on the ground lay a finely crafted longsword and a pair of rare-grade boots. He promptly stowed the longsword in his backpack and examined the boots. Bone Creator's magical boots, rare. Required level, 10. Armor, 400. Magic resistance, 450. Mana, 400. Magical attack power, 300. Casting speed, 10. Magic recovery speed, 10. Description: this equipment is well suited for intermediate magic users, enhancing magical attack power. Lastly, do not inquire why a skeletal being would wear shoes. As Yuan surveyed the attributes of the boots, a satisfied smile graced his face, and he exchanged his goblin fire boots for them. His magical attack power surged beyond 2,000. Excellent. Now it is time to procure from those two bosses. Whistling a cheerful tune, Yuan made his way toward the domain of the Death Knight Commander. Along the path, empowered by his chain lightning, Yuan transformed into a god of thunder, unleashing torrents of lightning upon the undead creatures he encountered. Witnessing his experience points rapidly increase, he finally grasped the true essence of grinding. The Death Knight Commander's lair was situated within a training ground, a peculiar concept in a necropolis. Was it possible that they were training the undead? Soon, Yuan would understand why the creature was known as the Death Knight Commander. It was due to its blatant disregard for combat ethics, accompanied by 20 loyal minions. Upon entering the arena, Yuan beheld an orderly formation of over 20 skeletal steeds, each ridden by a fully armored Death Knight. One day, I shall acquire a skill to summon minions of my own and elevate it to a forbidden spell, making you all taste the bitterness of being overwhelmed. Mortal, you shall be trampled by the Death Knight Legion, the Death Knight Commander boomed. Its stature significantly larger than that of an ordinary Death Knight, as it sat astride a skeletal steed wreathed in white flames. Yuan regarded the imposing figure before him, wielding a long spear. Death Knight Commander, boss. Level, 15. Health, 450,000. Mana, 20,000. Attack power, 10,000. Physical defense, 11,000. Magical defense, 8,000. Skills, Death Charge, Death Strike, Death Stomp, Legion Charge, Symbiotic Contract. This health pool is truly monstrous. Without the percentage-based Flame Spirit Curse, I cannot fathom how long it would take merely to scratch it, Yuan lamented. Just as he was lamenting the Death Knight Commander's excessive health, the foe had no intention of waiting any longer. Death Knights, raise your spears. The knight at the forefront, commanding the legion behind him, issued the order with a grim determination. They raised their skeletal lances in unison, their bodies leaning slightly forward, adopting a posture of charge. Charge! With the Knight Commander's command, all the Death Knights surged forward, initiating their charge skill. In an instant, the earth trembled as the 20 or so Death Knights, enveloped in a pale, ghastly flame of death, rushed towards Yuan. Were they so eager to meet their demise? Yuan cast a disdainful glance at the charging battalion of Death Knights. Adhering to his usual strategy, he unleashed the Infernal Curse, targeting the Death Knight Commander, not just once, but thrice. The three curses struck the commander mid-charge, instantly transforming into 15 enormous chains of fire that ensnared him. 18,000. 18,000. 18,000. The terrifying flames erupted from the Knight Commander's head, while the anguish burning his soul from the Infernal Curse even caused his charge speed to diminish. Such high damage numbers. However, it was worth noting that the Infernal Curse dealt percentage-based damage. The more health a Death Knight possessed, the greater the damage inflicted upon it. The Knight Battalion soon reached Yuan's side, but regrettably, they all transformed into blue ice sculptures without exception. With the Ice Goddess shield at his disposal, Yuan was an insurmountable force against such purely physical adversaries. With a thunderous roar, he became the Thunder King, unleashing bolts of lightning upon them. No, the Death Knights would not falter. Ultimately, the Knight Commander shouted his battle cry before collapsing to the ground. A long spear radiating a purplish glow appeared before Yuan. And at that moment, his experience points reached half of the current level. He estimated that defeating the Demon King level Mad Lich Daedalus would grant him the necessary experience to level up. So he stowed the spear in his backpack and strode towards the Lich Castle ahead. Chapter 31, Entering the Castle. The castle of the Mad Lich Daedalus lay deep within the necropolis, nestled against a dark abyss perpetually shrouded in deathly miasma. Upon Yuan's arrival, he realized that the castle's scale exceeded his expectations. Though it was only 3 stories high, each floor was disproportionately vast, and the exterior walls were entirely crimson, occasionally oozing blood, which added an eerie quality to the structure. A flock of red-eyed crows perched upon the castle's outer walls, remaining eerily silent as they fixated on the castle's grand entrance. Creak. Yuan pushed open the iron gate surrounding the castle, perhaps due to years of neglect. The door emitted a piercing sound with the slightest nudge. My servants, a living being has trespassed upon this territory, tear him apart. Just as Yuan stepped inside, a hoarse voice, suppressed with madness, echoed from within the castle. He recognized that the voice belonged to the Mad Lich Daedalus. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless skeletal hands erupted from the earth, followed by hundreds of undead skeletons clawing their way up from the soil. In an instant, the castle's exterior became overcrowded, and Yuan, witnessing the scene, could only remark, indeed, the familiar recipe. With the elemental power surging around him, he charged into the throng of undead skeletons, bolstered by the ice god as shield. With a resounding crash, numerous undead were sent flying, while several blades struck Yuan, only to be frozen by the icy aura emanating from his shield. The elemental force of ice erupted, casting the ice ring spell. A colossal blue ice ring surged towards the undead creatures surrounding Yuan, followed by a series of lightning strikes. These 2 skills, employed in tandem, delivered a devastating ice and thunder combo to the skeletal horde. Crack, crack, crack. After several seconds, the skeletons finally reached their limit, dissolving into white experience points that flooded into Yuan's being. Simultaneously, a finely crafted long blade dropped, which Yuan did not bother to identify, but simply placed into his backpack before continuing deeper into the Lich Castle. Creak. The long-sealed door of the Lich Castle swung open at Yuan's behest. He entered, finding the first floor of the castle remarkably clean, resembling that of a noble household. Yet a foul stench wafted from an unknown source. Damnable undead, so utterly useless. My steward, drive this repugnant human out. Another hoarse, frenzied voice rang out from the upper floors of the castle. At once, my master. In tandem, a shadowy figure emerged from the dim corner at the base of the staircase, an abominable creature clad in a tailcoat, wielding a massive butcher's knife, its head resembling that of a pig. Second brother? Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the creature, finding its attire somewhat ludicrous. Was it truly a pig dressed in formal wear? You wretched little brat, I shall slay you on behalf of my master. The pig-headed creature, noticing Yuan's disdainful gaze, was instantly enraged, charging at him with its knife raised high. Yuan swiftly cast an identification spell, revealing the creature's attributes before him. Favored pig steward, boss. Level, 15. Health, 30, 000 30, 000. Mana, 10, 000 10, 000. Attack power, 5, 000. Physical defense, 4, 800. Magical defense, 5, 500. Skills, Frenzied Slash, Bloodlust, Devour, Dark Curse. Monster description, it is the Mad Lich Daedalus's most cherished creation after his descent into madness, and he is particularly fond of this steward. Beware of its skills, do not be deceived by its appearance. Goodness, the Lich has quite the peculiar taste. Impressive, indeed. No wonder it is a veteran in the realm of the undead, indulging in such eccentricities. With the completion of this identification spell, Yuan acknowledged that he was astounded. The bond between this pig and the Mad Lich was undoubtedly profound. The pig-headed steward, however, was oblivious to Yuan's musings. All it knew was that the individual before it regarded it with contempt, which irked it greatly. Thus, it charged forward, knife in hand, eyes ablaze. You wretched pig. Think you can chop me? I shall turn you into roasted pig. Yuan unleashed an ice ring spell, intending to control the creature from a distance, the frosty power radiating outward. The pig-headed steward, appearing somewhat unwieldy, was surprisingly agile. As the ice ring approached, it swiftly evaded to the edge of the hall. Damnable intruder. You dare to desecrate my master's parlor. Seeing the chaos wrought by the ice ring, the steward's fury intensified. Great dark god, your servant beseeches you. Unleash divine retribution, and let darkness consume this foe. The pig-headed steward chanted a spell with remarkable speed, a dense black mist enveloping Yuan. Yet Yuan remained unfazed. He knew he was immune to attacks of the dark element, and with his chaos affinity, he could easily disregard any negative status curses. Indeed, The black mist proved ineffective against him, instead drawing forth countless dark elements as if they had found their way home, flooding into his being. Exhilarating. Absorbing the spell left Yuan feeling invigorated. He beckoned the pig-headed steward with a casual gesture. Second brother, could you conjure a bit more? The steward was momentarily bewildered at Yuan's immunity to its spell. Don't dawdle. Hurry up, Yuan urged, feigning a lingering desire for more. The steward, witnessing Yuan's expression, glared at him with an unsettling gaze. You arrogant intruder, I shall cleave you into pieces. It roared in a low, rumbling voice. Its skin flushing crimson as its body began to swell. Indeed, it was activating its bloodlust skill. The pig-headed creature had completely lost its sanity. Its bloodshot eyes fixated on Yuan. With a sudden surge of force, it stomped down, shattering the tiles of the lich's castle beneath it, creating a thunderous sound akin to a tank charging towards Yuan. Observing this, Yuan felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Truth be told, he had hoped to engage in further play with this second senior brother. Upon witnessing its bloodthirsty state, he decided against prolonging the encounter. With a slight exertion of his own strength, he charged at the rampaging pig-headed steward. In an instant, the collision of their disparate forms, a large and a small, occurred. Yuan extended his right hand to make contact first, feeling an immense force surge from the creature. Subsequently, the ice god shield activated, perfectly absorbing the power and damage transmitted from his foe. The terrifying frigid energy coursed along the creature's large blade, enveloping its entire body and transforming it into a massive ice sculpture of a pig in the hall. Yuan gazed upon the sculpture with a satisfied smile, then summoned the power of fire elements, invoking the arcane and eerie flame spirit curse, which swiftly penetrated the surface of the ice sculpture and entered the pig-headed steward's body. In mere moments, the pig-headed monster was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a white orb of experience, marking a slight increase in Yuan's own. Alas, the creature proved somewhat miserly, yielding no loot for Yuan. However, he had long since grown accustomed to such disappointments and proceeded to ascend the staircase to the second level of the lich's castle. As Yuan climbed the stairs, he was greeted by a long corridor adorned with oil paintings. The walls were illuminated by oil lamps, burning with an unknown greasy substance that emitted a sickly green light and a pungent odor. While strolling, Yuan examined the antique paintings, noting their age, and selected a few favorites to take with him for leisurely appreciation. Damnable thief, how dare you pilfer the treasures of the great lich Daedalus? Just as he placed the paintings into his backpack, an enraged roar echoed from above the castle. Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he reflected that he merely wished to admire the paintings as cultural artifacts, not intending to steal. How could a cultured person's actions be deemed theft? Amidst his musings, a peculiar laughter echoed from behind him. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. Could it be a ghost? A chill ran down his spine. Although he had encountered numerous dungeons and otherworldly creatures, he had yet to encounter a specter. Damn you, Yuan exclaimed, unleashing a chain of lightning bolts towards the largest painting on the wall. As an elementalist, his sensitivity to energy was keen, and he had distinctly sensed a faint energy emanating from the painting before the strange laughter had manifested. Indeed, when his lightning struck, the painting radiated a black glow, completely nullifying his electrical assault. Suddenly, the woman's eyes in the painting flickered, fixating on Yuan with a vengeful glare. What are you staring at? Yuan retorted, refusing to indulge the creature's unpleasant demeanor. He unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts, illuminating the dim corridor with blinding white light, dissipating much of the castle's pervasive eerie presence. Ah! The woman in the painting shrieked in terror upon witnessing the onslaught of lightning. The entire painting coalesced into a transparent spirit, attempting to flee. However, the narrow corridor was no sanctuary, and within moments, the spirit was utterly obliterated by the relentless lightning. Cursed thief, not only have you stolen my treasures, but you have also destroyed my most cherished painting. You shall perish in endless torment. A frenzied voice echoed from afar. Yuan scoffed in response, you old rotting carcass. All you do is scream. Just wait for me. With that, he continued his ascent to the castle's uppermost level, effortlessly dispatching numerous monsters along the way. At the staircase's end, he encountered an imposing door adorned with magical runes, surrounded by bookshelves that, regrettably, bore no volumes. With no other path available, it seemed the mad lich awaited him within. Yuan pushed the door open and was immediately assaulted by a nauseating odor. Fixing his gaze ahead, he beheld a disheveled humanoid creature with green glowing eyes staring back at him. Its visage was devoid of flesh, merely a layer of skin stretched over bones, with deep-set eye sockets harboring a flickering green flame. It was clad in a tattered, greasy robe and wielded a skeletal staff. Cursed thief, vile intruder, you have finally arrived. The great lich Daedalus shall bestow upon you death. Yuan stared at Daedalus, momentarily taken aback. He had not expected this wretched, beggar-like figure to be the mad lich. I must say, for a lich, you've certainly fallen on hard times, Yuan jested. Cursed little rogue, you despicable invader. The mad lich, upon noticing Yuan's mockery, offered no retort, merely repeating those two phrases incessantly. Mu Yuan shook his head, pondering the absurdity of squabbling with a fool, and then cast an identification spell upon the Lich. Mad Lich Daedalus, Demon Lord, level, 15 health, 100, 000 100, 000 mana, 130, 000 130, 000 magical attack, 21, 000 physical defense, 18, 000 magical defense, 27, 000 skills, Undead Summon, Dark Rite, Bone Spear, Plague Mist, Bone Explosion, Life Drain, Lich Wail, Lich Shield. Monster description: Daedalus was once the most promising genius lich in the realm of necromancy, but upon uncovering a staggering secret, he inexplicably descended into madness, ultimately becoming a mad lich. Mu Yuan assessed the identified attributes of this formidable foe, realizing he would need to tread carefully. Moreover, he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the secret Daedalus had uncovered, though he had no intention of probing a madman. "Let us begin," Mu Yuan declared, unleashing a series of lightning bolts aimed directly at the mad lich's face, eager to gauge the damage he could inflict. Daedalus, noticing the incoming spell, was not idle. With a wave of its hands, 8 skeletal figures emerged from a conjuration circle, positioning themselves before him. Following that, several grotesque stitched monstrosities materialized, assembled from various creatures. Mu Yuan glanced over and noted that both summon waves were of boss-level caliber, each boasting over 20,000 health points. What a nuisance. Before long, Mu Yuan's lightning struck the skeletal defenders, regrettably inflicting only a paltry 100 points of damage. Haha, cursed little thief. Are you merely tickling my adorable minions? Daedalus cackled maniacally. Noticing Mu Yuan's silence, it lost interest and began chanting in the language of the undead. Its incantation was swift, and as the spell concluded, all light in the hall vanished, plunging the space into utter darkness. This was its Dark Rite skill. Mu Yuan felt countless dark elements flood the area, eroding all living beings within. Yet, to him, the dark elements felt strangely affectionate. The duration of this skill was not brief. After approximately 5 minutes, the hall was illuminated once more. Halos gazed at the unscathed Mu Yuan, an expression of disbelief etched upon its visage, followed by a peculiar surge of soul energy emanating from its being. Mu Yuan sensed this fluctuation and turned his attention to Halos. The latter gravely inquired, "Who are you? How is it that you can siphon the powers of the dark deity?" In that moment, Dathalos's eyes were clear, devoid of any madness, filled instead with boundless curiosity. The lich then produced a scroll from its spatial ring, swiftly tearing it apart. Instantly, a formidable surge of fire element power manifested, conjuring 3 colossal fireballs that hurtled directly towards Mu Yuan. With a resounding explosion, the fireballs detonated upon contact with Mu Yuan. Observing that Mu Yuan was impervious to its magical assault, Halos seemed to have received the validation it sought. "How did you acquire this power? It is truly strange. One of such might has not been tainted by the aura of that place. It seems you are not of that realm. How intriguing." Dathalos's sudden shift in demeanor and subsequent behavior astonished Mu Yuan, who immediately retorted, "Who are you truly? You are certainly not Dathalos." Mu Yuan suspected that this instance of the dungeon had undergone a transformation, believing that this lich had been substituted. "I am indeed the Lich Dathalos, but not the mad Lich Dathalos. If you wish to uncover the truth, come to the Throne of Bones. I cannot linger in this world for too long, lest I be discovered by that entity. Additionally, allow me to offer you a final piece of advice. Do not level up too swiftly." Dathalos regarded Mu Yuan with a hint of mysterious interest, its eyes once again glowing crimson, fixating on Mu Yuan with a frenzied gaze, now devoid of any rationality. After hearing the lich's words, Mu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. The Throne of Bones. He silently repeated the name of this dungeon, aware that it was renowned in the Blue Star. It was one of the most terrifying primordial dungeons that had never been conquered since its inception. Faced with this now mad lich, Mu Yuan did not hold back and unleashed the flame spirit curse towards it. A barrage of fiery projectiles flew forth, a relentless stream of 15 blazing flames trailing long tails, striking the mad lich Dathalos directly. Subsequently, thick chains of fire element energy ensnared its form, incessantly siphoning the lich's life force. The damage numbers, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, continued to erupt from Dathalos, the anguish from the soul's burning rendering it nearly incapacitated. Energy surged within it as it attempted to harness its lich powers to escape the flame spirit curse, yet the bizarre curse only consumed its necromantic energy, inflicting even greater harm. As time progressed, Dathalos finally emitted a cry of despair, collapsing to the ground. Finally brought this fiend down. Mu Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief as he beheld its downfall. A radiant glow of several pieces of equipment materialized, accompanied by a substantial surge of white energy flooding into Mu Yuan's being. With a resounding thud, a golden light shot skyward, signifying Mu Yuan's level up. Indeed, the experience bestowed by a demon lord level boss was plentiful. Mu Yuan surveyed the additional experience accrued after his advancement, filled with satisfaction. He then collected the items dropped by Dat Halos, a long sword and a robe. On the ground lay 2 skill books, both pertaining to magic professions, the Mage's Blink and the Summoner's Beast Spirit Summon. Oh, I never anticipated receiving this skill book. Yuan exclaimed joyfully as he picked up the Blink skill book, examining it eagerly before promptly deciding to learn it. Blink, C-Class. Skill cost, 1000. Skill description. Harness the power of the elements to teleport up to 10 meters in any direction. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Excellent, this is splendid. Moreover, with my elemental mastery talent, Blink can be cast instantaneously, significantly enhancing my mobility. This skill had long been a subject of my envy. I had seen Blink skill books in the auction house, each priced quite exorbitantly. As for Beast Spirit Summon, Yuan simply stowed it away in his backpack, planning to sell it later. He then began to appraise the robe. As he traced his hands over it, a mysterious purple glow erupted forth. Robe of the Lich, rare. Required level, 15. Armor, 500. Magic resistance, 580. Mana, 500. Magical attack power, 320. Casting speed, 10. Damage to undead creatures, 10. Bloodthirst. Trait your skills will restore health equal to 10 of the damage dealt. What an exquisite robe. Truly befitting of a level 15 Demon Lord boss's equipment. The trait is rather overpowered. However, for me, it may prove somewhat redundant. Given the existence of the Ice God Shield and Elemental Mastery, which render health loss nearly impossible. Yet, considering that its attributes surpass those of my current Flame Spirit robe, Yuan decided to keep it for himself, intending to switch once he reached level 15. He placed the robe into his backpack. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the undead tomb, Cataclysm. Would you like to exit? No. Yuan opted not to exit, but instead made his way out of the castle towards the location of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss lay just beyond Dathalos's castle. Along the way, Yuan encountered no further undead creatures. Before long, he arrived at the abyss, gazing into its unfathomable depths, internally lamenting the method suggested by old Lu. Is it really safe to jump down? He picked up a stone roughly the size of his fist and tossed it into the abyss below. Unfortunately, after a lengthy wait, no echo returned. This is rather deep. However, Yuan was not overly concerned, with the Ice God Shield in place. Even a plunge from 1,000 meters would result in the shield perfectly absorbing the impact. Moreover, he could always exit the dungeon via a portal at any time. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted that it was already evening. Yuan decided to rest for the night and await the arrival of the blood moon tomorrow to make his descent. He was eager to complete his advancement quest and indulge in some well-deserved relaxation, as the recent rigorous dungeon dives had left him mentally fatigued. Furthermore, the auction house hosted by the Yuan Merchant Association was about to commence. He wondered if he would make it in time. With this thought, Yuan let out a gentle sigh. He then retrieved a large camping tent from his spatial storage. This tent had cost him a fair sum, but it was worth every penny. Not only was its interior spacious, but it also purified the air. And the vendor had included a simple alert magic array as a bonus. Crafted by a formation master, activating it would create a magical barrier, providing a measure of security, truly an essential piece of equipment for any journey. After setting up the alert magic array outside, Yuan slipped inside the tent, which was quite roomy. He then produced a copper pot along with various meats and vegetables he had procured earlier at the campsite. After placing some charcoal at the bottom of the pot, he summoned a flame using his fire element energy, tossing it onto the charcoal. Excellent. Enjoying lamb hot pot in the Cataclysm dungeon is quite delightful. As he savored his meal, he relished a delicious dinner. Afterward, retrieving his wristwatch to project a film into the air. Now this is truly living. Yuan held a delightful beverage in his left hand and popcorn in his right, gazing at the cinematic marvels projected before him, with a sense of contentment. He reflected on the fleeting nature of leisurely moments. Before he knew it, night had descended once more, and he found himself staring at the moon, quietly awaiting the emergence of the blood moon. This celestial phenomenon, unique to the undead graveyard dungeon, only occurred at the disaster difficulty level, typically around 9 o'clock in the evening. As the hour struck, the once pallid moon suddenly transformed. It began at the base, gradually appearing as though drenched in blood, progressing from a crimson hue to a fully obscured, sanguine orb. When the moon reached its zenith, the sky was entirely dominated by the blood moon, emitting an eerie glow that rendered the already macabre undead graveyard even more unsettling. To his astonishment, as the blood moon fully morphed into its crimson form, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the dark abyss behind him. Puzzled, Yuan quickly probed with his mental energy, but discerned nothing amiss. Following the roar, a red beam of light descended from the blood moon, piercing the abyss below. Without hesitation, Yuan activated his elemental shield and leapt towards the location illuminated by the moonlight. The wind rushed against him as he plummeted, his descent accelerating. Within the confines of the dark abyss, visibility was severely limited, and his mental energy was stifled. He could only faintly sense the surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, a vast crimson vortex loomed below. Assuming this was the portal, he dove into it. Ding. Congratulations. You have discovered the hidden dungeon, Realm of the Void. You have entered, and a quest for advancement has been detected. Please complete the Realm of the Void, Apocalypse, dungeon. A system notification resonated in his mind. Finally, he had arrived. Chapter 34, Realm of the Void. Yuan emerged from the Crimson Vortex into the Realm of the Void, with the dungeon's difficulty automatically set to Apocalypse. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how the Apocalypse-level dungeon differed from the Disaster level, especially since he had never heard of an Apocalypse dungeon since the advent of the Blue Star gaming phenomenon. Realm of the Void, Apocalypse. Required level, 1 to 99. Player limit, unlimited. Dungeon description. Completion condition, defeat the Void Lord Sor, true form. Staring at the information before him regarding the Realm of the Void, Yuan fell into contemplation. This was the first time he encountered such a dungeon, with its description entirely obscured by question marks, truly perplexing. It seemed that this dungeon expedition would not be a simple endeavor. However, Yuan was mentally prepared for challenges, so he shifted his gaze to observe his surroundings. He found himself in a desolate desert, with a gloomy yellow-gray sky overhead and soft yellow sand beneath his feet. The landscape was barren, devoid of any vegetation, indicating a lifeless terrain. Lacking a map, he arbitrarily chose a direction to explore. Unfortunately, after wandering for over an hour, he encountered no signs of life. This dungeon is rather intriguing. Are the monsters playing hide-and-seek with me? He mused, squinting against the glaring sun, which was painfully bright. Since entering, he had maintained an elemental shield, for the desert climate was intolerable without it. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the silence. He promptly sprang to his feet and sprinted towards the sound, yearning to see any living creature. Solitude in the desert was exceedingly dull. Upon nearing the source, he was taken aback to discover a horde of enormous scorpions, their hard white shells resembling metallic armor, glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. Most terrifying of all, their heads bore grotesque, human-like features, contorted into expressions of anguish. As Yuan beheld them, the swarm of giant scorpions noticed him as well, unleashing a piercing shriek as they charged towards him. Adhering to his usual strategy, Yuan initiated with an identification spell. Human-faced armored scorpion, Demon King. Level, 12. Health, 96, 00096, 000. Mana, 60, 00060, 000. Attack power, 17, 000. Physical defense, 10, 000. Magical defense, 10, 000. Skills, Lethal Scorpion Sting, Blood Toxin, Scorpion Dance, Armored Shield, Devour. Monster description. These are among the feeblest creatures in the Realm of the Void. But do not underestimate them. A sting from their tail can be quite painful. What? A horde of Demon King tier minions? Is the heavens toying with me? Yuan's heart raced as he scanned the attributes of the human-faced armored scorpions. Thankfully, he had encountered numerous Demon King tier monsters before. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to fear. Was this the standard of an Apocalypse-level dungeon? Fortunately, these minions were not excessively high in level, which eased his mind. It appeared that the dungeon's difficulty adjusted according to his own level. The scorpions charged with incredible speed, closing the distance like a tempest. Grasping his frost pillar, Yuan summoned the fire elements surrounding him and waved his staff forward. Countless flames surged towards the swarm of human-faced scorpions, manifesting as a vast inferno of curses. He understood that against such low-tier monsters, conventional spells would struggle to penetrate their defenses. Employing forbidden spells would be most effective. Yet, Yuan opted to rely on his regular abilities for now, as this Apocalypse dungeon was exceptionally peculiar. He resolved to reserve his forbidden spell opportunity for future, more formidable adversaries. The infernal curse engulfed the charging scorpions, momentarily slowing their advance. Seizing the moment, Yuan unleashed a series of 3 teleportation spells, materializing amid the swarm. An eruption of icy magic ensued, as a cerulean ice ring radiated outward from him. As the ice ring activated, all the scorpions became immobilized, albeit briefly. Given their Demon King status, while they were ensnared, Yuan unleashed a barrage of infernal curses upon them. Damage numbers erupted before him in a flurry. 2, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0. Thus, by adeptly combining Ice Ring and Infernal Curse spells, he effortlessly vanquished the horde of Demon King tier monsters. Yet, curiously, despite the multitude he had slain, Yuan received no experience points. The fallen scorpions transformed into shards of purple crystal. He picked one up and used his identification spell. Experience Purple Crystal, Special. Item Type, Consumable. Effect, grants experience points equal to level 1 upon use. Now I can truly soar. The worries of not gaining experience vanished without a trace. These crystals were invaluable, as leveling up became increasingly challenging with progression. The fact that the experience Purple Crystal could enhance his current experience percentage was remarkable. He resolved to keep them for later use when his level rose. Hastily, Yuan gathered all the experience Purple Crystals scattered on the ground, counting a total of 32. Not bad at all. After vanquishing the horde of monsters, He continued his journey forward, soon catching a glimpse of a colossal city in the distance. Throughout his expedition, Yuan was meticulous in his reconnaissance, eager to encounter more minor foes in hopes of acquiring additional experience crystals. Before long, he arrived before the immense city, marveling at its sheer scale. The distant city gate loomed several hundred meters high, and Yuan estimated that standing at its base would render him no larger than an ant. Surrounding the city were numerous gigantic footprints, each measuring 3 to 5 meters in length. This sight left Yuan momentarily speechless, pondering whether this might be the domain of the giant race. He recalled having encountered references to them in the library, where they were depicted as an exceptionally rare group from another realm. Legends spoke of certain giants reaching sovereign-level strength upon maturity, a truly terrifying prospect. Considering that sovereign-level practitioners represent humanity's elite combatants. Determined to explore the city, Yuan resolved to venture inside, wondering if he might uncover any clues regarding the Void Lord. Without hesitation, he activated his teleportation skill, propelling himself swiftly toward the entrance. Such a skill proved invaluable for travel. Any other mage would undoubtedly envy the ease with which he utilized it, for the ability to cast it instantaneously greatly enhanced its worth. He moved with remarkable speed, akin to a golden flash, reaching the base of the city gate in no time. Before him, the entrance gaped darkly, resembling a chasm poised to consume all. Deep pits lay scattered at the threshold, filled with a viscous black substance that emanated a foul odor. Driven by curiosity, Yuan promptly identified this mysterious material, revealing its attributes before him. Sinful soul mud. Special. Item description. This peculiar substance is composed of the most vile and corrupt thoughts from the depths of countless souls. It is advisable to maintain a distance from it. Gazing at the substance, Yuan fell into contemplation, discerning that the city likely harbored numerous secrets, as such a phenomenon would not occur without reason. Chapter 35. In the city of giants at the entrance where the sinful soul mud lay, Yuan refrained from engaging with the troublesome substance, typically opting to keep a respectful distance from such ominous entities. Thus, he swiftly maneuvered around the pits using his teleportation. Entering the heart of the city, the interiors bore the scars of abandonment over countless years, with massive skeletal remains strewn about, their surfaces eroded by the ravages of time. Some even decaying to the point of emitting creaking sounds with the slightest breeze. What could have caused such an abundance of skeletal remains? Strangely, each skeleton was devoid of its skull. Utilizing his identification skill, Yuan examined one of the bones, skeleton of the amethyst giant race. Special. Item description. These are the remains of the amethyst giants who once inhabited this city, having long since perished in the wake of a cataclysm that transpired many years ago. Their bones are on the brink of decay. Yuan was taken aback by the results of his identification, struggling to fathom the calamity that had befallen these once mighty giants. As he ventured deeper into the city, the skeletal remains grew increasingly larger, some shimmering with a lustrous glow akin to precious jade. He understood that such resplendent remains belonged only to beings of formidable power. While he was surveying the surroundings, a resounding chime echoed from afar. Dong, dong, dong. This eerie toll reverberated through the desolate city, and Yuan noticed the light before him dimming. Looking up, he was startled to find that the sky had turned dark. Could it be? Although the time within the realm of the void was inconsistent with the outside world, it shouldn't shift so rapidly. He had entered during the night. Yet now the realm was still in the morning. How could it be dark already? Perplexed, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the potential consequences. As if on cue, the chimes summoned a chorus of weeping throughout the giant city, initially subdued, akin to a solitary individual sobbing in secret, then swelling into a cacophony of sorrow. Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing the city's unsettling nature. He found himself on a broad street, surrounded by the mournful cries echoing from all directions. The tolling bell intertwining with the lamentations, causing him to feel increasingly vexed. After several minutes, the weeping gradually subsided, ultimately fading into silence, and the tolling grew softer. He felt as if the very fabric of reality shifted, transforming the city from a lifeless necropolis into a thriving metropolis of giants. Yuan observed the bustling street filled with giants, each emanating an aura of formidable energy. A regal purple crystal adorned each giant's forehead, exuding opulence, yet curiously, none seemed to notice Yuan, as if they existed in an entirely different temporal plane. Suddenly, the scene shifted again, revealing a grand altar surrounded by countless giants seated in meditation, attentively listening to a leader among them speaking in a language Yuan could not comprehend. However, their expressions conveyed fervor, culminating in a unified standing ovation for their commanding giant. As the giants dispersed, the altar was left with only the leader, who began to emit a gray mist, transforming into a demon with spiral horns. This demon bore a resemblance to the blood demon Yuan had encountered before, the only distinction being its dark skin. With that, the visions dissipated, and the city returned to its eerie stillness. Reflecting on the gathering place of the giants he had witnessed, Yuan resolved to investigate further. Having noted the routes taken by the giants in his previous visions, he discerned the direction and set forth. Continuing to utilize his teleportation for swift travel, he soon arrived at the base of the altar, towering several hundred meters. The altar was constructed of colossal green stones, each intricately inscribed with arcane runes. While Mu Yuan recognized some of the symbols relating to fortitude, many remained unfamiliar to him. Surrounding the altar were the skeletal remains of innumerable giants, appearing to increase in number as he approached the summit. From their positions, it became evident that these giants had perished while rushing towards the altar, as if some terrifying entity pursued them from behind. The accumulation of bones created a scene reminiscent of a bone-laden hell, chilling in its intensity. Determined, Mu Yuan ascended to the altar's pinnacle, eager to discern what lay above. At the summit, he discovered a vast plaza, its surface etched with countless intricate lines, interlinking with the runes on the lower stones. By attuning his mental energy, he sensed a magical resonance between the two. At last, another being has set foot in this domain. A gentle voice emanated from behind him, prompting Mu Yuan to turn. To his astonishment, it was the spirit of a giant. Unfazed by the sudden appearance of the giant's soul, he remained calm. Having encountered myriad monsters and spirits throughout his numerous adventures in various realms. Thus, Mu Yuan smiled faintly and inquired, "Greetings, esteemed elder of the giant clan. I have inadvertently arrived in this city, yet I am unaware of its whereabouts." The spirit of the giant, upon hearing Mu Yuan's question, bore a sorrowful expression. Its eyes filled with the weight of ages as they surveyed the surroundings. It spoke slowly. "This is the ancestral land of the Amethyst clan. Once, the Amethyst clan was a peace-loving race of giants within the vast universe, but alas, 3,000 years ago, calamity befell them, and the entire clan was slaughtered here." Listening to the giant spirit's response, Mu Yuan displayed a contemplative demeanor and subsequently asked, "So, elder, are you a member of the Amethyst clan?" "Nay, I am merely an observer who remains in this place." "An observer?" Mu Yuan was intrigued by this new title bestowed by the giant spirit. What truly transpired with the Amethyst clan back in the day? His curiosity piqued. Mu Yuan wondered what could have led such a formidable race to its demise in such a brief span of time. What reason, but the lamentable fate of the weak? Perhaps it was greed, or perhaps it was treachery. The giant spirit's visage revealed a complex array of emotions. "Young human, the truth is still far beyond your grasp. Could you assist me with a task? Should you succeed, I shall grant you a favor within my capabilities." Observing Mu Yuan, the giant spirit suddenly proposed a bargain. "Elder, my powers are limited. I find it challenging to undertake difficult tasks." Mu Yuan refrained from giving a direct affirmation, subtly indicating that more compensation might be necessary. Upon hearing this, the giant spirit chuckled softly, "A shrewd young human indeed. I am aware of your intentions for entering here. As long as you assist me, I shall maintain the original terms and additionally reveal the location of the Void Lord to you." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan felt as though a glimmer of hope had appeared before him, and he promptly replied, "It is a promise." Chapter 36, The Servant of Chaos. "Pray tell, esteemed observer, what task do you require me to perform?" Mu Yuan immediately acquiesced to the observer's request, for the information regarding the Void Lord was of paramount importance to him. The realm of the Void, the dungeon he was in, was far more expansive than he had anticipated, resembling a true world, seemingly boundless. Seeing Mu Yuan readily accept his request, the observer smiled in satisfaction. "You need only venture to the 4 cardinal directions of this city and disrupt the 4 magical formations therein." Disrupt the magical formations? Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a task from the observer. "Indeed, if you can assist me in accomplishing this, I will fulfill my promise and divulge the information regarding the Void Lord." The observer nodded gravely at Mu Yuan. "Very well, I shall return." Without wasting further time, he promptly set off towards the coordinates provided by the observer. Along the way, Mu Yuan pondered the veracity of the observer's sudden appearance and words. "Regardless, I shall proceed as instructed. If this old fellow dares to breach our agreement, I shall send him to the afterlife." With this thought, Mu Yuan ceased his deliberation and made his way to the eastern magical formation. This city was indeed the domain of giants, even though he utilized his teleportation skill repeatedly. It took him considerable time to arrive at the location indicated by the observer. Upon arriving at the enormous magical formation, Mu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had envisioned a formation inscribed with runes or symbols, yet before him lay a formation constructed from purple crystals. Countless purple crystals were laid out on the ground, tracing intricate patterns, and it was astonishing that after so many years, the energy of these crystals had not dissipated, still emanating a formidable aura. Mu Yuan employed his appraisal skill on the formation, and an array of information appeared before him. Soulforge formation, taboo, item description. This formation can only be arranged by that clan, capable of manipulating the souls of living beings to merge countless souls, giving rise to new existences. Gasping in astonishment, Mu Yuan realized he had encountered something truly bizarre. In the game of Blue Star, taboo items were not classified within conventional tiers due to their rarity. This is quite the predicament. From the appraisal information, Mu Yuan discerned the lurking troubles. It was not merely the taboo item itself that posed a problem, but the beings capable of arranging such a formation were equally formidable challenges for him at this juncture. Alas, you obstructed my path. Had we been unrelated, I might have shown you some leniency, but regrettably, I have no choice this time. With this thought flashing through Mu Yuan's mind, he reached a decisive conclusion. Energy surged through him, and countless bolts of lightning manifested above the formation, unleashing a barrage of electrifying fury. Silver serpents crackled through the sky, striking down fiercely upon the Soul Forge formation below. Just as Mu Yuan's spell was about to descend upon the crystalline formation, an eerie gray mist suddenly appeared above it, instantaneously engulfing the bolts of lightning. The mist coalesced into a colossal visage, roaring at Mu Yuan. Insignificant insect, dare you defile the formation left by my master? At that moment, the giant spirit atop the altar felt a stirring in its essence and gazed towards that direction, subsequently letting out a deep sigh. It has finally begun. Meanwhile, as the giant visage materialized, Mu Yuan swiftly employed his appraisal skill upon it. Guardian of the Chaos Servant Formation, Avatar, level, 12 health points. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 mana points. 200, 0, 0, 0, 200, 0, 0, 0 attack power. 200, 0, 0, 0 physical defense. 180, 0, 0, 0 magical defense. 210, 0, 0, 0 skill. Power of Chaos Monster description. This is an anomalous creation forged by that clan, destined to safeguard the Soul Forge formation, having laid waste to countless intruders over the years. Exhaling deeply, Mu Yuan thought to himself, this creature is utterly monstrous, a level 12 entity with 1,000,000 health points. If anyone else were to face it, they would find themselves utterly helpless. And with an attack power of 200, 0, 0, 0. Even a tank of my level could not withstand a single blow. Let the battle commence. Mu Yuan unleashed the curse of the flame spirit, conjuring a sea of cursed fire that surged towards the gray visage. You dare to resist the power of the divine, pitiful insect? It retorted, transforming into a cloud of gray mist that rushed towards Mu Yuan, swallowing the cursed flames without so much as a flinch. What on earth? Mu Yuan marveled at the scene before him, realizing that this creature was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The gray mist visage grinned with satisfaction and addressed Mu Yuan. Very well, indeed, a pure essence of fire element. Bring forth more, and I may spare your life. Mu Yuan's expression darkened as he mused. Does this creature intend to treat me as a chef? If you wish to feast, then I shall provide you with a grand banquet. A decisive individual by nature, he wasted no time and raised his frost pillar towards the grinning beast, uttering 4 chilling words, heavenly fire scorching the plains. Upon seeing Mu Yuan raise his staff once more, the gray visage displayed an expression of begrudging respect. Yet, when it heard the incantation heavenly fire scorching the plains, it was momentarily taken aback. Mu Yuan's forbidden spell was unleashed with remarkable swiftness, enhanced by the talent of the Elemental Lord, instantly manifesting with doubled potency. In an instant, the sky above the city of giants transformed. The previously overcast heavens were ablaze with swirling golden fire clouds, and soon, torrents of golden flames cascaded from the sky. These fiery orbs continually converged, forming a magnificent golden river of flames that surged toward various parts of the city. Under Mu Yuan's control, the reach of this forbidden spell was confined to the city of giants, with the only sanctuary being the altar within the city. The chaotic servant, upon witnessing this terrifying incantation, trembled in despair and exclaimed, "Who are you? This cannot be. Those beings have perished. How can such power still exist in this realm? Moreover, you bear no trace of that place. What manner of creature are you?" The chaotic servant's demeanor appeared to teeter on the brink of madness, as if it had beheld the most dreadful sight imaginable. Hearing its words, Mu Yuan pondered, what place could it possibly be referring to? The Mad Lich had previously mentioned that he bore no essence from that location. Now, this so-called chaotic servant echoed the same sentiment. Mu Yuan's mind was beset by an increasing number of questions, yet now was not the time for contemplation. He must first vanquish this monster and fulfill his current task. With this thought, he directed the golden river of flames toward the chaotic servant. Chapter 37. The Terrifying Forbidden Spell. As the chaotic servant beheld the golden river of flames rushing toward it, it screamed in terror, "You little brat, no matter who you are, my master will not let you go." It threatened Mu Yuan while summoning more gray mist, hoping to form a barrier to thwart the fiery onslaught. Alas, in the face of the forbidden spell, its power proved woefully inadequate. Such divine-level spells wield the might of the highest elemental laws of fire. The chaotic servant could easily consume Mu Yuan's previous flame spirit curse, yet it could not devour this river of flames. Just as he anticipated, the gray barrier released by the chaotic servant barely held for a moment before being entirely incinerated by the river of flames. "Great master, grant me the power of the array." The chaotic servant cried out, realizing it could not withstand Mu Yuan's forbidden spell with its own strength. It began to draw upon the power of the soul furnace array behind it. Pulses of violet light flashed within the array, and the violet crystals surged with energy, infusing the chaotic servant's form. As this power poured in, its once dim body became increasingly solid. Taking a deep breath, it exhaled a plume of gray smoke toward the river of flames, which instantly transformed into an arcane sigil that began to spin restlessly in the void. The river of flames, born of Mu Yuan's heavenly fire incantation, was consumed by the gray vortex. Although it temporarily halted the assault, the chaotic servant was far from unscathed. Its recently solidified form became insubstantial after unleashing this spell. Mu Yuan, observing this, sneered coldly. I wonder how many more times you can endure? With a flourish of his hands, an even more terrifying surge of energy emanated from the sky, and the golden fire clouds morphed into massive, swirling fire vortices. Divine-level fire elements from the void elemental realm continuously surged forth, infusing the river of flames before Mu Yuan. In an instant, this golden river of flames seemed to come alive, boiling with renewed vigor, its might amplified several-fold. The chaotic servant, upon witnessing this, displayed a countenance of despair, but then, gritting its teeth, its eyes gleamed with a frenzied determination. It let out a piercing howl, and the soul furnace array behind it erupted with energy, causing countless violet crystals to shatter. As the crystals burst, transparent violet crystalline giants emerged above the array. These souls glanced mournfully at the ruins of the city of giants before being entirely consumed by the array. After devouring all the violet crystalline giant souls, the array radiated a terrifying wave of energy, which coalesced into a chaotic pillar that enveloped the creature. With this infusion of energy, the gray vortex grew immensely, ravenously consuming the indomitable flames. Mu Yuan gazed at the unfolding spectacle with a twinge of intrigue. He had initially perceived the violet crystals laid within the array as reminiscent of those adorning the foreheads of the violet crystalline giants, and now he was proven correct. A sense of wariness towards the entity behind the chaotic servant began to take root within him. This mysterious being not only annihilated an entire race, but also employed souls as batteries. Such a cruel heart. However, Mu Yuan believed the chaotic servant's final struggle would yield no fruit, despite having absorbed the entirety of the soul array's power. It remained fundamentally outmatched by the divine might of the forbidden spell. Indeed, as the gray vortex continued to devour the eternal flames, the golden river of flames not only remained undiminished, but grew even more formidable. The entire city of giants became shrouded in a thick haze of fire elements, which continually fed into the river of flames. At last, with a resounding crash, the gray portal summoned by the chaotic servant shattered, unleashing a torrent of golden flames that surged toward its monstrous form. No, my master will avenge me, it cried out in despair. Uttering this final lament before being engulfed by the golden river of flames, a horrific damage numeral floating away from its form. 99,999,9999. The chaotic servant was instantaneously obliterated by the forbidden spell, and a gray crystal plummeted to the ground with a chime. Mu Yuan retrieved the fallen gray crystal and immediately activated his identification skill. Chaos Crystal Special. Item description. This crystal core is formed from the entirety of the chaotic servant's power. Allowing your pet to absorb, it will grant them a random skill. What a splendid find. Mu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he promptly stowed the crystal in his backpack. Recognizing that this chaotic servant was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far, though it had relied on the power of the soul array, it had indeed managed to withstand his forbidden spell momentarily. At long last, it was over. He surveyed the city of giants, now engulfed in golden flames, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. As for the other soul arrays in different locations, he no longer needed to rush to them. Faced with the all-encompassing forbidden spell that enveloped the city, those arrays, like the one before him, crumbled once their power was drained. Mu Yuan dissipated the heavenly fire incantation, and the golden flames gradually vanished from the space. It was time to return to meet the observer. He was exceedingly eager for information regarding the location of the Void Lord. Once he eliminated this monster, he would clear the current dungeon. Mu Yuan moved swiftly, soon arriving once more at the azure altar at the heart of the city. Due to his previous control over the forbidden spell's power, this area had remained untouched. Upon his arrival, the observer immediately manifested before him, bowing deeply. Its face was awash with reverence as it expressed, "Thank you, mighty human, for fulfilling my wish. It was my oversight before. In gratitude, feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Additionally, here is my token, simply shatter it, and I will assist you in any matter within my capacity." It was evident that the observer was subdued by the forbidden spell Mu Yuan had unleashed. Taken aback by its courteous demeanor, a peculiar expression crossed Mu Yuan's face. However, he refrained from protest. With such an opportunity, he could probe into the secrets of this world. Accepting the token, he spoke slowly, "Let us discuss the Void Lord." This information was what he yearned to uncover the most, and the observer, upon hearing Mu Yuan's inquiry, did not exhibit any signs of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, it spoke. The Void Lord is the most formidable entity within the realm of the Void, slumbering atop the highest tier of the Starry Sky Tower not far from Giant City. Legend holds that the Void Lord guards the secrets of the Old World. The Old World? Mu Yuan glanced at the observer, puzzled. Noticing Mu Yuan's expression, the observer proceeded to elucidate. Indeed, the Old World is said to be a long-lost realm, essentially the world of antiquity. Within the legends of this old world lie slumbering, dreadful beings. Mu Yuan listened attentively to the observer's explanation, his interest in the Void Lord growing considerably. Chapter 38. Journey to the Starry Sky Tower. What is the strength of this Void Lord? To know oneself and the enemy is to win every battle, and I place great importance on intelligence about my adversaries, Mu Yuan inquired. For one like you, dealing with it is still quite manageable. If measured by the standards of the human world, it would be considered an emperor-level being, the observer replied. Mu Yuan inwardly gasped, silently chiding. Has Gaia lost its mind, sending a mere teenager like me to confront an emperor-level monster? That equates to over level 80 by Blue Star standards. For an ordinary person, facing such a dungeon would mean utter despair. Now, tell me about the enemies of the Amethyst Giants. Mu Yuan shifted his focus, setting aside thoughts of the Void Lord to inquire about the culprits behind the destruction of the Amethyst Giant clan. The enemies of the Amethyst Giants? The observer looked at Mu Yuan with a hint of confusion. Seeing this, Mu Yuan clarified, I mean the ones who annihilated that giant clan. Upon hearing this, the observer's face turned pale, followed by a bitter smile. To them, the Amethyst Giants are but insignificant foes. Regarding that clan's information, I cannot divulge much. I hope you understand. If you encounter members of that clan, remember to flee as far as possible. Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of dread creeping in. Are they deities? You have witnessed me wield forbidden spells, which implies you know I command divine powers. Yet, you still advise me to keep my distance from that clan. It puzzles me. The observer smiled wryly. I cannot disclose their origins, not even their name, for fear of invoking great terror. I can only reveal one trait about them. When you believe you are confronting the purest force of destruction in the world, that is when you face them. Rest assured, this world has long been forsaken by them. The guardian of the magic array is merely a pawn. They will not notice you for slaying the guardian. This is why I dare entrust you with destroying the array. Otherwise, I too would flee at the mere scent of their presence. Even the slightest entanglement with their fate leads to obliteration. Mu Yuan absorbed the observer's revelations about that enigmatic clan, his apprehension deepening. However, he took solace in the fact that he would not cross paths with them anytime soon, and vigilance would suffice if he ever did. Moreover, his own power was steadily growing, especially after completing this ascension quest, promising a rapid surge in strength. The outcome of any future encounter with them remained uncertain. Such a world was truly exhilarating. Particularly regarding that mysterious clan, Mu Yuan's curiosity burned intensely. What kind of existence could inspire such fear that even their name was forbidden? Now, please tell me the approximate location of the Starry Sky Tower, Mu Yuan said, having resolved his thoughts and feeling a renewed yearning for power. Very well, Elder. Simply exit the southern gate of Giant City and proceed southward for about a day's journey. You will see the towering spire. The Void Lord resides at its pinnacle. The observer instructed. Having received the directions, Mu Yuan wasted no time, leaving through the southern gate and following the prescribed path. Thus, after a day and a half of intermittent travel, he arrived at the region the observer had described. Not far ahead, a colossal tower loomed over the barren land. Constructed from an unknown blue material, its surface was adorned with various star motifs. The tower soared so high that Mu Yuan could not discern its summit, which vanished into the clouds. Truly a magnificent spectacle. Instinctively, 3 words flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. Tower of Babel. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. He swiftly moved to the tower's base, observed it briefly, then pushed open the door and entered. Contrary to his expectations, the interior lacked any staircases. Instead, a small vortex swirled within. A spatial teleportation portal? Mu Yuan sensed the power of space emanating from the vortex. Without hesitation, he stepped into it. A sudden sensation of spatial transfer enveloped him, akin to traversing a teleportation array. Streams of starlight flashed before his eyes, and he found himself transported into a grand hall. The ceiling of the hall was open to the sky, and starlight streamed in through tiny apertures, bathing the chamber in a mystical glow. Intruder, you shall face the judgment of the void. Shortly after Mu Yuan's arrival, a beam of intense starlight struck the floor ahead. The space rippled like water, and a void vortex slowly materialized, emitting a deep, resonant voice. Then, a gigantic entity emerged. Its entire body was composed of transparent crystal, radiating an uncanny brilliance. Embedded in its forehead was a massive amethyst, though unlike the amethyst giants Mu Yuan had seen before. Mu Yuan paid it no heed, immediately casting an identification spell upon it. Void Lord Soul, true form, level, health points, mana. The feedback from the identification spell did not surprise Mu Yuan, as he had already learned of the Void Lord's strength from the observer. He merely sought confirmation. Moreover, the monster's rank displayed as true form. Could it be an existence surpassing even the demon lord's rank? Questions arose in Mu Yuan's mind, but now was not the time to ponder. Sensing Mu Yuan's probe, the creature's expression darkened instantly. It roared, "Lowly trespasser, you have entered the forbidden sanctum of life. Let the power of the void cleanse you." With that, it slammed its massive arm onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. Sharp stone pillars erupted from the earth, relentlessly surging toward Mu Yuan's position. Facing an emperor-level beast, Mu Yuan did not dare underestimate the threat. He prepared to unleash a forbidden spell. The stone pillars advanced swiftly, but Mu Yuan felt a powerful energy surge beneath his feet. His ice god shield activated instantly, blocking and freezing all the incoming pillars. Experience the might of the gods. Mu Yuan wielded his staff, casting the forbidden spell Heavenly Fire Scorches the Plains. Simultaneously, an intense cold force from the void locked onto the Void Lord. It should be noted that Mu Yuan's ice god shield was a divine-level skill. With a freezing effect of conceptual magnitude, whomever attacked him could be frozen at his discretion. Void Lord Soul, witnessing its attacks effortlessly repelled, and the sudden eruption of a terrifying aura from this seemingly weak being, felt an unprecedented chill in its heart. That aura was the breath of death, the supreme power of the gods. At this realization, the Void Lord's expression shifted abruptly. It turned and fled toward the teleportation portal from which it had emerged. Unfortunately, an overwhelming force of extreme cold surged into his body in an instant. Thor felt as though every ounce of his strength was encased in that icy chill, a manifestation of elemental divinity's power. As an emperor-class being, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance, merely a spectator as his form was gradually encased in frost. Chapter 39, Mission Accomplished. Despite being a formidable emperor-level creature, the Void Lord Thor stood powerless against this supreme divine force, swiftly entombed in ice. To exacerbate his despair, a searing essence of fire elemental law materialized before him, followed closely by a torrent of golden flames surging towards him. It was over. A singular thought flashed through his mind before he was completely engulfed by the fiery deluge. An overwhelming wave of damage emanating from his being. Though the Void Lord was a creature of over level 80, he clearly could not withstand the devastation wrought by this fire-based forbidden spell. Truly terrifying. It appeared that the disparity between emperor and divine beings, though merely a tier apart, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Mu Yuan gazed upon the Void Lord, effortlessly vanquished by the forbidden spell, feeling a renewed sense of reverence for divine might. In retrospect, the ease with which he had slain the Void Lord was tinged with a measure of serendipity. Had it not been for the Lord's initial assault with the stone pillar, triggering the defensive ice god shield, the sequence of events would have unfolded differently. It was this seemingly trivial detail that led to his immediate transformation into an ice sculpture, allowing Mu Yuan to land a strike with his Heaven Fire Wildfire forbidden spell. Without that fortuitous occurrence, while the emperor-level creature would inevitably meet its demise, it would not have been so effortlessly dispatched. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the Void Lord Thor, true form. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the key of the void. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the void domain, Apocalypse. At last. It is over. It is time to depart from this instance. Mu Yuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He needed to return and rest after completing his task. After all, he was merely an unremarkable high school graduate. Facing emperor-level monsters and contending with terrifying entities was utterly exhausting. And then there was this item. Mu Yuan regarded the ancient key floating before him. His curiosity piqued. This was the sole item dropped by the Void Lord, and he promptly chose to identify it. Key of the Void, Epic. Item description. This is a vital artifact guarded by the Void Lord, capable of unlocking deeper layers of the void domain. The secrets of the ancient deities are said to be concealed within. The key emitted a captivating array of colors upon identification. A spectacle that Mu Yuan beheld for the first time with an epic-level item. However, the secrets it harbored felt far beyond his reach. To send a mere high school student in search of divine mysteries seemed a grave oversight. Mu Yuan gazed at the key with a hint of exasperation. Stowing it in his backpack, perhaps he would explore its secrets when his strength was greater, though the allure of divine mysteries was indeed enticing. At that moment, his adventurous spirit stirred once more. Exit. Observing the starry tower consumed by flames, he chose to exit the instance. In truth, Mu Yuan felt quite satisfied with this adventure. Although he had not directly acquired equipment or experience, he had obtained the Observer's token and the Key of the Void, an epic item, not to mention the experience crystals. These items would undoubtedly serve him well in his future endeavors. With this thought, Mu Yuan felt that this instance had indeed been worthwhile. Upon re-emerging, he found himself standing atop a dilapidated stone platform, surrounded by swirling black mists. He surmised that he remained beneath the abyss of darkness. Though the crimson vortex above had long since vanished, it was time to return. Mu Yuan promptly exited the necropolis instance. With a swift motion, he was transported back to the original entry point, the gathering stone of the necropolis instance. As he emerged, he noticed a throng of adventurers bustling about, forming parties for dungeon runs and hawking equipment. It seemed that after his defeat of the Crimson Hawk, those transported back here had alerted the authorities to the change. At present, everything was calm, and the atmosphere mirrored that of other instance gathering areas. As Mu Yuan journeyed onward, he encountered many adventurers but chose not to linger, instead heading directly to the teleportation array to return to the novice camp. Upon his arrival at the camp, Mu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, observing the ebb and flow of adventurers around him. Gazing at the distant structures of trade guilds and taverns, he couldn't help but sigh. Now this is the normal human world. The solitary dwellers were either beasts or deities. Clearly, he needed to cultivate a more resilient mindset. Mu Yuan returned to the Jiangxing Adventurers Association via the camp's teleportation array, intent on submitting his mission. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the front desk, where the attendant seemed to recognize him, as the Elemental Mage was a rare sight in Jiangxing. "Mr. Mu, are you here to complete your promotion task?" The attendant, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the handsome youth, inquired with enthusiasm. "Indeed, I am here to complete the task. I would appreciate your assistance." Mu Yuan replied with a warm smile. "Certainly, Mr. Mu. Please fill out this form," she said, promptly handing him a promotion task completion form. Clearly impressed by his strength and politeness, he filled it out swiftly and soon received a red token, which would grant him access to the class transfer stone once more. Mu Yuan made his way to the hall where he had initially accepted the promotion task. The staff member reviewed his token and meticulously verified his information. Once confirmed, he smiled and said, "Young man, you've arrived just in time. No one is using the transfer stone at the moment." Mu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the transfer stone in the hall. As before, he placed both hands upon the stone. "Ding! Congratulations on completing your promotion task." Energy infusion commencing. Mu Yuan felt a gentle yet powerful force emanating from the transfer stone, flowing through his hands and into his being. In an instant, countless arcane symbols representing magical elements materialized around him, far surpassing those that had appeared during his initial class transfer, radiating an even more potent energy. The staff in the hall, along with adventurers outside, were drawn to the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. What a grand display for a class promotion. How astonishing. It appears to be a spellcaster profession. Ah, mage. Then all is well. The onlookers exhibited expressions of envy as they beheld Mu Yuan's advancement. Chapter 40, Legendary Profession, Radiant Spirit. On the second floor of the Adventurers Association, an elder with graying hair observed Mu Yuan's promotion with keen interest. "Is this the rare new class that has emerged from Jiangxing No. 1 High School?" The elder, exuding an aura of immense power, turned to the attendant who had assisted Mu Yuan. "Yes, President. You instructed me to inform you when Mu Yuan submitted his promotion task." "Ah, splendid," the elder remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he watched Mu Yuan enveloped in the brilliance of his promotion. His rate of advancement is remarkably swift. He has only just transitioned to his new class and is already progressing towards becoming an intermediate practitioner. A middle-aged man with a mustache beside the president expressed his confusion. What strong warrior does not harbor their own secrets? For the younger generation, our task is merely to nurture them. The stronger they become, the greater hope there is for our blue star, regardless of how swiftly he levels up or the hidden legacies he acquires. As long as he harbors a sense of duty towards our human race and contributes to Blue Star, we should not doubt or ostracize him. Do you understand? Upon hearing the inquiry from the middle-aged man, the elder responded with displeasure. "The president's intent is clear. Do we need to disperse the crowd below? No need. A genius must bask in the sunlight. Besides, leveling up does not reveal anything detrimental. Let them be." With that, the elder retreated to his chamber. At that moment, Mu Yuan felt an awakening of power within him. "Ding! You have received the blessing of Gaia." Suddenly, the transmutation stone pillar emitted a barrier that enveloped Mu Yuan. What is happening? The crowd outside was in an uproar, as the barrier had severed their perception. Could this be a reward for completing the initial dungeon? Mu Yuan felt a surge of joy, relieved that his efforts were not in vain. Just then, a cascade of prismatic light descended upon him. "Ding! Congratulations. You have received a super blessing." As the notification echoed, Mu Yuan sensed a unique aura burst forth from the transmutation stone pillar. It was an icy chill, and as this aura emerged, his body conveyed an intense desire, compelling him to absorb the energy voraciously. Beneath the radiant prism, countless arcane elemental symbols deepened in hue, flooding into his being. With a thunderous boom, Mu Yuan's body radiated a myriad of magical glimmers. "I have become more powerful." This thought flashed through his mind as he glanced at his class panel. Name: Mu Yuan class, Spirit of Radiance, Legendary, Level, 12 Talent, Master of Elements, God Level, Chaos, Unknown. His class had transformed into the Spirit of Radiance, a legendary template. Could this be the super blessing granted by Gaia for clearing the initial dungeon? Mu Yuan was astonished by such a bountiful reward. For a class is immensely significant for humanity in the gamified Blue Star. While ordinary template classes gain merely 2 primary attribute points per level, Legendary classes receive a whopping 10. This disparity grows more pronounced as one progresses, and each class template bestows unique skills upon its bearer. With this in mind, he hurriedly examined his skill bar and discovered a new skill at the bottom. Magical Radiance, SSS level, skill type, passive skill description. As a spellcaster capable of mastering all magical light in the world, your spells will ignore the magic resistance of your enemies. How extraordinary! Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this skill. Its presence meant that he would no longer experience the frustration of ineffectiveness, no matter the enemy's magic resistance. Every one of his skills would deal true damage. Coupled with his Master of Elements talent, his power was indeed formidable. As the blessing from his advancement concluded, the prismatic light gradually faded, and the barrier surrounding the transmutation stone pillar slowly dissipated. Look, the barrier has vanished. The onlookers outside began to murmur about what had transpired with the transmuter. Everyone, please disperse. Do not crowd together and disturb others' advancements. As Yuan stepped out, the staff of the Adventurers Association began to clear the throng. Initially surprised by the crowd, Yuan soon composed himself and stepped forth, the surrounding adventurers instinctively parting to grant him passage. Outside the Adventurers Association, he hailed a vehicle, engaging in idle chatter as he journeyed homeward. Arriving at the Green City community, he found himself at Sister Lee's fast food establishment. Yuan settled into his usual spot, observing the bustling proprietress at work. Brother Yuan, my mother says you are now a professional. Have you encountered any monsters? A little girl with a high ponytail, curious and wide-eyed, was none other than Sister Lee's daughter. Xiaoling Brother Yuan has not only seen monsters, but also those that particularly enjoy plump little girls like you. Upon hearing this, the little girl turned pale with fright, though her lively eyes sparkled with curiosity. The patrons nearby erupted in laughter at Yuan's playful banter. Brother Yuan, you are such a rascal, always teasing Xiaoling. The little girl, not one to be fooled easily, initially doubted Yuan's words, but upon witnessing the laughter, her expression morphed into one of realization. Yuan, don't tease this little girl. Last time she saw an adventurer with a pet, she wanted one too. She asked, Uncle, where did your pet come from? The adventurer replied, it hatched from an egg. This little girl then cradled a chicken egg for several days. Laughter erupted even more fervently at this tale. Mom, you and Brother Yuan are both bad eggs. Xiaoling won't talk to you anymore. Embarrassed by her mother's revelation, the little girl turned crimson and dashed off to play with her friends. Yuan enjoyed his meal thoroughly, encountering several familiar neighbors on his way home. They continued to show him warmth and care, for as an orphan, he had received much kindness from them in the past. Creak. Yuan pushed open the door to his home, and upon entering the familiar space, he felt as though he had traversed through time. In recent days, he had faced not only otherworldly monsters, but also tragic events in his adventures. With his nerves finally easing, he felt it was time to rest and contemplate his next steps. First and foremost, he needed to address his equipment. Recently, he had amassed a considerable collection of gear and skill books from other classes. He ought to visit the Yuan Chamber of Commerce to process them, though he regrettably missed the auction. Additionally, there was the matter of his pet, for the egg he obtained in the Inferno caverns. He needed to gather the necessary hatching materials and the summoning array, which could be arranged through the chamber or auction house. Furthermore, he had to return the soul crystals acquired in the bloodied lands to his homeland, which could wait until after the national examination. Lastly, there was the national examination itself. For him, achieving an excellent score was no longer a concern. He should consider which university to attend, depending on the offers they provide. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to secure the top position in the national exam. Only by demonstrating his worth could he entice universities to extend their olive branches. With less than 5 days until the national examination, Yuan resolved to reach level 15 within this time frame. With these thoughts in mind, he lay down on his bed and drifted into slumber. Chapter 41, Selling Equipment. What a delightful sleep it was. Yuan awakened naturally, greeted by the dappled sunlight streaming through the window. Rubbing his eyes, he stretched luxuriously, realizing it had been quite some time since he had indulged in such carefree rest. After a light breakfast at the nearby eatery, he made his way to the novice camp. Novice camp, Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Yuan entered without hesitation, this time encountering a different attendant instead of the previous Lu Xiaoi. Upon presenting the membership card bestowed upon him by Old Master Lu, the staff member attending to Yuan instantly donned a more professional smile. After all, as one of the largest chain business associations in Jiangxing, those fortunate enough to possess their membership card were invariably individuals of considerable wealth and stature. It was evident that a mere junior attendant could not afford to offend such patrons. I seek Old Master Lu, Yuan addressed the attendant. Sir, may I inquire if you are referring to Lord Lu Shan? The attendant, taken aback by Yuan's words, recognized that Lord Lu Shan, as a master appraiser, seldom made himself available, and could hardly believe that the young man before him was acquainted with such an esteemed figure. Indeed, Yuan nodded, recalling the excellent impression Lord Lu Shan had left on him during his last visit, when he had come to sell equipment and skill books. This time, he hoped to find a familiar face, especially as he had numerous items to sell. Very well, please wait here while I fetch Lord Lu, the attendant said, leading Mu Yuan to an elegantly appointed lounge before departing. Before long, he heard a familiar laughter behind him. My young friend Mu Yuan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Turning around, he saw Master Lu Shan, who greeted him with a smile and a respectful nod. Elder, I have come to trouble you again. Haha. You're here to support our business. How could that be considered a bother? Come, let us proceed to our usual place. Mu Yuan smiled in response and followed him to a luxurious reception room. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yuan retrieved his unidentified equipment from his space, which consisted primarily of various class items dropped in previous dungeons. I must trouble you once more, Elder, for your appraisals, he said as he presented two longswords. Of course. Old Master Lu promptly waved his hand. Following the familiar procedure, he gently caressed the blade, which soon emanated a blue glow, indicative of a finely crafted weapon. Berserker's Greatsword, exquisite, required level, 15 attack power, 300 strength, 20 armor penetration, 100 equipment description. This greatsword was once wielded by a powerful young berserker. Its blade is sharp, and its destructive capability astounding. Ah, a commendable warrior's equipment, Old Master Lu remarked, stroking his beard with satisfaction. He then picked up the adjacent longsword and began the appraisal anew. A resonant sword chant echoed from the blade, as boundless purple light coalesced around it. What a splendid sword. Upon concluding the appraisal, he handed the longsword to Mu Yuan. Famous sword Snow Willow, rare, required level, 15 attack power, 400 attack speed, 15 physical lifesteal, 10 armor penetration, 200 frost condensation. Special ability damage inflicted on enemies reduces their attack and movement speed by 20 for 5 seconds. Equipment description. This renowned sword is forged from cold jade crystal. Be wary not to harm yourself, lest you experience a chilling frost. The Snow Willow sword revealed its true form after appraisal, its entirety a pristine white, surrounded by an aura of coldness. Even while gripping the scabbard, Mu Yuan could feel a refreshing chill emanating from it. To think it possesses a special ability as well. Equipment with such traits is invariably of the highest quality, reminiscent of the unranked special ability of the Spirit Transcendent Staff I previously wielded. This is the finest low-level longsword I have encountered this year. Young friend, I must inquire whether you would part with these two items. Elder, there's no rush. I have more equipment, Mu Yuan replied, pulling out a blood-red spear from his backpack. Old Master Lu paused, recognizing the weapon's high caliber. He thought to himself, this lad certainly enjoys keeping me on my toes. Wasting no time, he commenced the appraisal. Death Knight's Forged Spear, rare, required level, 15 attack power, 330 agility, 30 armor penetration, 250 fire attribute enhancement, 30 equipment description. This Knight's spear is forged from otherworldly meteorite. Wielding it allows you to feel the Knight's unwavering conviction. You appear to have more equipment. Do present it. Old Master Lu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he regarded Mu Yuan, recognizing him as a true boon to an appraiser. While most patrons merely had green or blue items, he brought forth rare purple equipment, a true treasure for any appraiser. Alas, not many fine items remain. Mu Yuan chuckled as he retrieved the Goblin Great Axe and Goblin Knight Spear from his previous encounters. Old Master Lu, upon seeing the additional items, raised an eyebrow and commented, have you recently pillaged some otherworldly boss? Haha, not at all, Mu Yuan replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Any more? What about skill books? Old Master Lu teased, rolling his eyes, clearly aware of Mu Yuan's tactics. Oh, I nearly forgot, Mu Yuan said, hastily producing the 2 skill books he had obtained from the Plague Dungeon, the Priest's Holy Word and the Summoner's Beast Spirit Summon. This. Old Master Lu clutched his chest, regarding Mu Yuan with the eyes of one appraising a rare creature, internally lamenting, I merely jested, yet you truly brought them? Are you a wholesale dealer of skill books? Nothing else remains. Please calculate the price for me. For the skill books. If you can provide an equivalent value for a mage's skill book, I will exchange them. Otherwise, we can settle in crystal coins. Very well, young friend. The last 2 pieces of level 5 equipment you presented, 1 green and 1 blue, I will value at 5,000 crystal coins. As for the Berserker's Greatsword, I will offer 20,000, and the purple spear is worth 100,000. Now, regarding the Snow Willow sword. Old Master Lu paused in contemplation before finally stating, 500,000 it shall be. After a lengthy exhale, he proposed a substantial price. Mu Yuan pondered briefly, finding the offer reasonable, and nodded in agreement. As for these 2 skill books, I can only settle in crystal coins, as the auction just concluded and the association lacks stock. The Priest's skill book will be valued at 50,000, and the Summoner's at 30,000. The total comes to 750,000. If you have no objections, I shall instruct my staff to transfer the amount to you directly. None whatsoever. Mu Yuan waved his hand, quite satisfied with the generous offer. Chapter 42. Grouping for the Heart of Fire Elder. Do you sell contract magic arrays here? The ones used for hatching contract pets? Old Master Lu inquired, astonished. Indeed. That is precisely what I seek. Yes, we do, but they may be somewhat pricey. The elder smiled apologetically. That is quite all right. Business is business. Please state your price. Yuan had anticipated this, knowing well that pets were a significant financial commitment in Blue Star. I believe our association's warehouse still has some in stock. The price for a set of magic arrays is 200,000 crystal coins. Despite his mental preparation, Yuan was taken aback by the price. Indeed, pets were not a pastime for the average individual. No problem. I will take a set, and you may deduct the cost from the equipment sale proceeds. Old Master Lu nodded in agreement. Additionally, does the association have fire attribute materials for hatching pets? Yes, though the quality may not be very high, especially concerning the primary attribute materials. Oh, I would like to hear more. Is it not the same type of material used for hatching pets? Certainly not. It is crucial to understand that utilizing inferior materials for high-quality pet eggs will adversely affect the development of the pets. Lord Lu cast a sharp glance at Yuan, immediately concluding that this young man must have been a lackluster student during his time at school. He then proceeded to explain slowly. Hatching a pet egg requires both secondary materials and primary attribute materials. The secondary materials are relatively straightforward, typically consisting of ordinary attribute crystals. However, the primary materials must correspond to the appropriate grade to fully unleash the pet's potential. Upon hearing Lord Lu's words, Yuan realized that he had previously underestimated the complexity of the matter. Thus, he retrieved the pet egg that he had obtained from the fiery spirit and curiously inquired, Elder, what primary attribute material do you think would be suitable for this pet egg? As soon as the pet egg was presented, a surge of intense fire elemental energy rushed toward the two of them, swiftly elevating the temperature of the entire reception room. Lord Lu stared at the pet egg in a daze, stuttering for a moment before he could articulate a response. Senior. Yuan hastily nudged him, fearing that the elderly gentleman might faint at the sight, which would inevitably lead to him compensating the Yuan Chamber of Commerce for their appraiser's mishap. I apologize, young friend. I have lost my composure. You must forgive my folly, Lord Lu said, regaining his senses, his face flushed with embarrassment, silently reprimanding himself for his lack of self-control. Young friend, this pet egg indeed possesses quite the remarkable origin. Once Lord Lu regained his composure, he regarded the pet egg, enveloped in a rich aura of fire elemental energy, and remarked, as a distinguished appraiser of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce, his discerning eye was well known. As fate would have it, he mused, what primary attribute materials do you think would be appropriate for this pet egg? Well, as a fire elemental pet, the flame jades are the most optimal choice. If the grade is too high, it may be unable to absorb it. If too low, it would squander the pet's potential. Thus, only the flame jades are truly suitable. Does the chamber have such materials? Yuan inquired immediately. Indeed, we do, but in limited quantities. This material has always been in high demand, as flame jades can only be harvested from the final boss area of the level 15 team dungeon. The Heart of Molten Fire. A team dungeon? Yuan frowned upon hearing this. He could solo regular dungeons effortlessly, but team dungeons required a minimum of 5 players to enter. Had it not been for this stipulation, he would have opted for solo play long ago. Yes, and each time you complete the dungeon, you can acquire only 1 piece of flame jade. Given your elemental spirit pet egg, you will require at least 10 pieces of high-quality flame jades, Lord Lu observed, glancing at the pet egg that Yuan had produced. What? The quality of the minerals varies with each collection? Yuan asked, astonished. Of course, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the better the quality of the flame jades obtained. However, one must remember that the attributes of monsters in team dungeons are invariably superior to those in regular dungeons, making it quite challenging to acquire. Seeing that Yuan was unfamiliar with this, Lord Lu patiently elaborated. Very well. Then please prepare the contract array and secondary materials for me. Lord Lu nodded and summoned his wristwatch to relay instructions to those below. Yuan wasted no time, securing the materials and payment before bidding farewell to Lord Lu and promptly heading to the teleportation square, preparing to transport himself to the dungeon area. In the assembly area of the Heart of Molten Fire dungeon, Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the red teleportation portal before him, recalling the information he had previously found on the forums. The Heart of Molten Fire was the first team dungeon accessible to novice adventurers, with a maximum capacity of 20 players and a minimum entry requirement of 5. Thus, Yuan needed to gather enough members for a small party. Moreover, he did not wish to team up with others for a low difficulty run. It seemed he would have to recruit players. With this in mind, Yuan took out his wristwatch and dialed Zhao Tianliang for a remote call, which connected swiftly. Brother Zhao, are you free? Yuan, my brother. I'm leveling up with Zhao Tian. What is the matter? Are you interested in the Heart of Molten Fire dungeon? I need help gathering the numbers. No problem. Zhao Tian and I will be there right away, Zhao Tianliang replied readily. We still need 2 more. Perhaps ask the little priestess and her sister? Yuan thought of the 2 Su sisters. Hello, little priestess. Are you and your sister free for a dungeon run? We are free, brother Mu. But my sister has gone back to school, Su Ling replied, her voice tinged with regret, realizing he still needed to recruit more players. Mu Yuan sent a message to Zhao Tianliang asking if he knew anyone else available. At that moment, Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaodian had just teleported back from a wild outpost. Is that a message from Brother Mu? Lu Xiaodian remarked as Zhao Tianliang's wristwatch chimed. Yes. Mu Yuan is asking if we can find one more person. Why not see if Yinjia is free? Lu Xiaodian suggested with a mischievous grin. You rascal, Zhao Tianliang chuckled. All right, I'll ask her. He then picked up his wristwatch and began messaging. Mu Yuan did not wait long near the dungeon assembly stone before he spotted a petite figure bouncing toward him. It was the little priestess, Su Ling. Having hurried along the way, her cheeks were flushed, and upon seeing Mu Yuan, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Brother Mu Yuan. The other adventurers in the area looked at Mu Yuan with expressions that suggested he was quite the charmer. Mu Yuan felt equally delighted to see her. The little priestess was pure-hearted and vivacious, making her one of the few friends he had made since arriving in this world. Isn't your sister starting school next month? He recalled a gentle girl in his mind and asked. My sister's school started early, so she went back. Without her, my parents won't let me go into dungeons alone. I had to sneak out by climbing over the wall, the little priestess boasted proudly. Mu Yuan sighed, covering his forehead, thinking to himself, this little girl is quite the handful. Zhao Tianliang and Lu Xiaodian soon arrived, seemingly having teleported directly. Upon seeing Mu Yuan, Zhao Tianliang embraced him heartily. Brother Mu, it's been days since we last met. I've missed you terribly. He remained his usual boisterous self. Brother Mu. Lu Xiaodian greeted him in turn. Brother Mu, let me introduce you. This is Lu Yin, a psychic gunslinger and a longtime friend of mine. After Zhao Tianliang's introduction, Mu Yuan turned to the woman behind him, who was clad in a striking red catsuit, her figure alluring, with long legs and two gleaming blue pistols holstered at her waist. Hello, Yinjia. Hello, Brother Mu Yuan. I've heard so much about you from Tianliang. Lu Yin said with a warm smile as she shook his hand. All right, let us form a party. I'll brief everyone on this dungeon. Mu Yuan declared as everyone gathered. He promptly sent out party invitations, enabling them all to benefit from the dungeon's damage exemption mechanism. Once the party was successfully formed, they began to approach the teleportation portal for the Heart of Molten Fire dungeon. Chapter 43, A Path of Domination. Ding. You have entered the Heart of Molten Fire, Team, Dungeon. Heart of Molten Fire. Entry level, 1025. Capacity limit, 520. Dungeon description. This was once the domain of the Molten Dwarfs. When the divine calamity struck, the demigod Saron of the Molten Dwarves was banished to the eternal void. In a bid to summon their god back, the dwarves expended their entire clan's efforts to construct a colossal underground palace of lava, engraved with summoning arrays bearing signals throughout. Regrettably, when the magical array was activated, what emerged was not the demigod Salong, but a mysterious, malevolent deity. Hope was swiftly replaced by despair, marking the onset of the end for the Molten Dwarfs. After perusing the dungeon introduction, Mu Yuan felt a profound sense of melancholy. Sighing deeply for the fate of these molten dwarfs, please select the difficulty level. Cataclysm difficulty. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan opted for the highest level of difficulty, as only the Cataclysm difficulty piqued his interest at this juncture. Brother Mu Yuan, are you truly that formidable? Xiao Tian, could you possibly strike me once? Zhao Tianliang gazed at Mu Yuan in bewilderment as he chose the Cataclysm difficulty, feeling as though he were in a dream. Is that true, Brother Zhao? Well then, here I come. Lu Xiaodian, the cunning little boy, rolled up his sleeves, eager to test his mettle. All right, Brother Zhao, you all can stay here. Just leave the rest to me. Mu Yuan interjected, quickly stopping Lu Xiaodian and turning to the others. Do you really not need our assistance? Zhao Tianliang asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, as grouping together would yield shared experience. Mu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary, for they had been called upon to assist him in gathering numbers. Moreover, the attributes of the monsters in the Cataclysm dungeon were exceedingly formidable. He feared that negligence could lead to dire consequences. Let us heed Brother Mu Yuan's words. Observe the attributes of these minor monsters. Lu Yin displayed the most composure. Though she too was puzzled by Mu Yuan's choice of difficulty, she understood well enough that everyone should follow his lead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianliang was momentarily taken aback, quickly casting an identification spell towards the cluster of dwarven monsters in the distance. Fallen Lava Dwarf, Elite. Level, 15. Health points, 8,000, 8,000. Mana points, 3,000, 3,000. Magical attack power, 1,500. Physical defense, 2,000. Magical defense, 2,000. Skills, Lava Fireball, Lava Armor. Monster description, they were once the masters of this land, but after the calamity, they became corrupted, serving as minions of the malevolent deity, aimlessly wandering their homeland. Truly monstrous, Zhao Tianliang remarked, knowing that Lu Xiaodian, as a shield warrior, possessed roughly 1,800 health points. Any one of these minor monsters could dispatch him with ease. What do you mean by monstrous? Lu Xiaodian asked, utterly perplexed as he looked at Zhao Tianliang. Zhao Tianliang pointed toward the dwarven monsters ahead, gesturing emphatically. That thing could take you down with just 2 fireballs. Goodness. Is this the level of a cataclysmic raid? Lu Xiaoyan's eyes widened as he stared at the clustered lava dwarves. A vivid image of being overwhelmed by them flashed in his mind. He quickly shook his head, casting aside the terrifying thought. Brother Mu, are you truly going to face this alone? The little priestess voiced her concern, looking at Mu Yuan anxiously. Fear not. Remain here, Mu Yuan reassured them without further elaboration, then dashed toward the horde of monsters below. Utilizing the blink spell, he appeared among the fallen lava dwarves in a flurry of golden light. Brother Mu Yuan. The little priestess was momentarily taken aback by his swift maneuver, instinctively calling his name with worry. Hearing her, Mu Yuan turned and offered her a gentle smile before unleashing a surge of icy magic, colossal azure ice rings blossoming amidst the monsters. The fallen lava dwarves, caught off guard, were instantly frozen in place, their grotesque expressions preserved vividly. 2700, 2700, 2700, terrifying damage numbers erupted above the monsters' heads. And with the ice ring spell acting as a formidable control technique, these creatures were rendered utterly powerless to resist. Delightful. With the magic radiant skill, I no longer need to merely scratch the surface against these high magical resistance monsters, Mu Yuan mused, relishing the damage he had inflicted. A long-standing dilemma finally resolved. Is this the power of Brother Mu Yuan? Lu Xiaotian stammered, turning to Zhao Tianliang for confirmation. Noticing that Zhao Tianliang was momentarily speechless, he turned to find him staring in astonishment. Is this truly the prowess of a mage? Lu Xiaotian felt his own shield suddenly lackluster in comparison. Ordinary mages lacked the exceptional strength exhibited by Brother Mu Yuan. Lu Yen, however, was less convinced. Having encountered numerous magic users, none had demonstrated such capabilities. The little priestess, meanwhile, gazed at Mu Yuan with starry-eyed admiration, completely captivated. After vanquishing this wave of monsters, Mu Yuan noted his experience surging upward by 1. Excellent. As expected of a level 15 raid, the experience is abundant. I anticipate that once I acquire sufficient flame jade essence, my level should reach 15. Without delay, Mu Yuan beckoned the others to follow and set off towards a distant cluster of monsters. Regardless of whether he faced elites or enhanced elites along the way, Mu Yuan dispatched them as effortlessly as one would cut through vegetables. None posed a challenge. Witnessing this spectacle, the 4 onlookers transitioned from initial shock to a growing sense of numbness. Before long, Mu Yuan arrived at the chamber of the first boss. The Molten Heart raid housed a total of 6 bosses. The initial adversary was a warrior-type, fallen lava dwarf chieftain, and Mu Yuan boldly pushed open the boss door and stepped inside. He instructed the remaining 4 to wait outside, concerned that the shockwaves from the battle might inadvertently harm them. Let me see which foolhardy creature dares to trespass upon the master's domain. As Mu Yuan entered, a sinister, piercing voice echoed from afar. Turning his gaze, he beheld a dwarven warrior bearing a black longsword. Its armor had long since decayed, and its exposed skin bore various sinister black inscriptions that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. Mu Yuan set his identification spell to automatic trigger, sparing himself the need to cast it individually each time he entered a dungeon. Fallen Lava Dwarf Chieftain, Lord. Level, 15. Health points, 70,000, 70,000. Mana points, 10,000, 10,000. Attack power, 11,000. Physical defense, 12,000. Magical defense, 14,000. Skills, Black Iron Slash, Chi's Secret Technique, Potential Explosion, Sword Energy Slash, Lava Shield. Monster description. This was the former chieftain of the Lava Dwarves, who, after the calamity, became a puppet of the malevolent deity, guarding the entrance to the Molten Heart. Upon reviewing the attributes of this creature, Mu Yuan felt no trepidation. For one who had slain Imperial-level monsters, this foe seemed rather beneath his notice. Chapter 44, The Unruly Monster. Mu Yuan raised the frost spire in his hand, unleashing a barrage of dazzling white lightning bolts at the creature. 3,400, 3,400, 3,400. As soon as the fallen lava dwarf chieftain emerged, it was stunned by the electric onslaught, having never anticipated such a brazenly unscrupulous opponent. With a furious roar, it summoned a lava shield that absorbed the brunt of Mu Yuan's lightning strikes, then drew its black longsword, delivering a powerful crescent-shaped sword energy slash toward him. Sword energy slash. Regrettably, despite its strikingly rigid movements akin to lightning, its action still appeared somewhat sluggish. Before the sword energy could reach him, Mu Yuan utilized a blink to distance himself from the creature, retreating rather than advancing. This was ill-fated. Upon witnessing Mu Yuan's sudden disappearance, the monster turned to see a surge of fiery energy emanating from behind. A pale hand, enveloped in 5 flames, was imprinted directly upon its back. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through it, followed by the constricting embrace of a massive chain of flames. This was none other than Mu Yuan's Flame Spirit Curse, a curse that entirely disregarded the enemy's magical resistance. The damage was terrifying. 16,000, 16,000, 16,000. Mu Yuan, elated at having incapacitated the first boss with a single skill, reflected on his unexpected growth. No, The glory of the lava dwarf clan must not extinguish here. Lord Salon. Why? The creature emitted a final, unwilling scream before collapsing entirely, and simultaneously, a purple gleam of equipment fell from its form. Upon inspection, Mu Yuan discovered it to be an armor tunic, the inherited armor of the lava dwarf clan, rare. Required level, 15. Armor, 600. Magic resistance, 700. Health, 1000. Damage reduction, 5. Fire element resistance, 50. Equipment description. This armor has been passed down through generations of the lava dwarf clan's leaders. Though it has sadly deteriorated over the endless passage of time, Mu Yuan promptly cast this equipment into his backpack, intending to sell it later. Chuckling at the thought of old Master Lu's astonished expression. Continuing onward, Mu Yuan sent a message to Zhao Tianliang and proceeded ahead. The most frequently encountered monsters ahead were terrifying lava spiders. Mu Yuan cleared the path swiftly with ice rings and chain lightning. Before long, he arrived at the chamber of the second boss, the lava spider matriarch. This colossal half-human, half-spider creature possessed a human upper body and 8 furry spider legs. Lava spider matriarch, Lord. Level, 15. Health, 120, 000, 120, 000. Mana, 50, 000, 50, 000. Magical attack, 12, 000. Physical defense, 11, 000. Magical defense, 15, 000. Skill description, self-destruct spider, evil seduction, lava fireball, spider demon summon, crimson flame pillar. Monster description, she is the matriarch of the spider demon clan and a slave to a certain entity. Do not gaze into her eyes, or you shall be ensnared and devoured. Upon sighting this creature, Mu Yuan felt a sting to his eyes and quickly muttered, let not gaze upon the indecent. Hee hee. Little handsome, you're quite shy. Come, let sister check your body. Mu Yuan's face flushed crimson at her words, wondering why this spider seemed so improper. You old crone, trying to masquerade as a fresh vegetable? He shouted, brandishing his staff as numerous arcs of lightning struck towards her, causing her hairs to stand on end. Damn human, I shall devour you whole. The lava spider matriarch screeched, detecting the burnt stench emanating from her own body, and charged at Mu Yuan with her 8 long legs. Her speed was remarkable, as she closed the distance to 10 meters. She contracted her abdomen and unleashed a lava fireball radiating with fiery energy. With a resounding boom, the fireball exploded upon Mu Yuan, and the matriarch revealed a cruel smile. Yet, before her laughter could dissipate, a blue ice ring encased her in a frozen prison, followed by the flame spirit curse. This S-rank skill, in an unexpected stroke of fortune, combined with the skills Mu Yuan had acquired from his new class template, spelled doom for any monster it touched. No, mere moments later, the lava spider matriarch let out a wretched scream before collapsing. Checking his experience, Mu Yuan noted it had risen to 70. He estimated he would level up before facing the final boss. The experience from this team dungeon was indeed bountiful. The lava spider matriarch dropped a red curved dagger, another rare piece of equipment, which he added to his backpack. Without lingering, he continued blazing a trail of lightning towards the next boss's chamber. From the forum guides, he learned that the third boss was accompanied by the fourth, a pair of contract symbiotic 2-headed lava ogres. Upon entering the hall, Mu Yuan beheld these fearsome creatures. They boasted robust bodies, each shouldering 2 grotesque heads, wielding flame-imbued red spiked clubs. 2-headed lava ogre, Lord. Level, 15. Health, 1, 000, 000, 100, 000. Mana, 30, 000, 30, 000. Attack power, 13, 000. Physical defense, 11, 000. Magical defense, 14, 000. Skill description, Wolf Fang Strike, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Dual Tornado, Mountain Crushing, Crippling Strike. Monster description, this is the most terrifying mutated species among the ogre clan. Influenced by the power of an evil deity, their already formidable strength has become more frenzied. Beware their spiked clubs, for this brutal weapon has claimed the lives of countless souls. These 2 brutes appeared quite formidable. Of course, this was a mere perception for the average person, but for Mu Yuan, a seasoned player, these 2-headed ogres were hardly a concern. Engage. He aimed at the 2 ogres, initiating with the flame spirit curse. With a flourish of his staff, several flames surged towards them. Upon witnessing Mu Yuan's audacity to attack first, they roared thunderously, shaking the dust on the hall's floor. Such loud voices. Mu Yuan internally scoffed, realizing that despite their heavy builds, the 2-headed ogres were remarkably agile, as evidenced by their rapid approach. The ogres clasped hands, with one wielding the spiked club, charging at Mu Yuan like twin tornadoes. Spinning top, tornado annihilating the parking lot. A particular anime character's signature skill flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the massive lava club descended towards him, and the 2 ogres simultaneously revealed cruel grins. Mu Yuan looked up at the incoming club with a dismissive smile, extending his right hand to gently touch it. Crack, crack, crack. The ice god shield activated, encasing the two ogres in crystalline ice sculptures. Chapter 45. The Divine Abomination, Abos. Yuan gazed at the two frozen giants with satisfaction. Accept your fate. Simultaneously, the flame spirit curse he had previously unleashed penetrated the surface of the ice sculptures, burrowing into their bodies. 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. The two ogres could not withstand the onslaught for long and were reduced to ashes by his flame spirit curse. Subsequently, an orange glowing piece of equipment fell from their remains. Looted. It seems the drop rate in this dungeon is indeed high. Yuan gleefully collected the fallen equipment, discovering it to be a fire-red spiked club. Its shaft glowing vividly, exactly like the weapon previously wielded by the ogres. He was astonished to have obtained it. Eagerly, he examined the attributes of the equipment. The lava club of the ogre chief, legendary. Required level, 15. Attack power, 800. Armor penetration, 1000. Damage enhancement, 15. Stun probability, 10. Fire damage, 100. Crush. Trait: you have a chance to inflict 200 crush damage with your attacks against enemies. Equipment description. This is a cherished heirloom passed down through generations of the ogre clan, wielded solely by the chieftain. Do not be struck by it, or you shall experience the agonizing pain of shattered bones. The additional damage of this weapon is astounding. Yuan marveled at the massive, flame-licked wolf tooth club in his hands. Not only did it offer a substantial boost to attack power, but it also bore the coveted armor-penetrating attribute, making it the quintessential choice for those who relish in brute force. Moreover, the presence of the crush trait promised devastating results. Should it trigger, a single blow could likely obliterate a frail opponent. Indeed, possessing such a weapon ensures that even in the absence of further loot, this dungeon run would not be in vain. After stowing the wolf tooth club in his backpack, Yuan continued deeper into the heart of fire, where the temperature escalated with every step and molten lava flowed freely across the ground. Although the path was treacherous, the multitude of minor foes posed little threat, as Yuan was immune to magical damage, rendering them ineffective against him. In no time, he arrived at the chamber housing the fifth boss. The fifth boss was a lava priest, a diminutive creature draped in a crimson robe. Upon entering, Yuan immediately caught sight of its form. Lava priest, Lord. Level, 15. Health points, 100, 000, 100, 000. Mana points, 90, 000, 90, 000. Magical attack power, 13, 000. Physical defense, 12, 000. Magical defense, 15, 000. Skills, lava summoning, flame chains. Divine prayer, lava sacrifice, self-destruct. Monster description. Once a priest of the lava dwarves, it forsook its faith upon the arrival of an ominous entity, surrendering to the embrace of that malevolent force. Since then, its hands have been stained with the blood of countless kin, deepening its inherent wickedness. Now, it remains loyal only to the dark god, guarding the last bastion. Foolish human, this place is not meant for your kind. The lava priest raised its staff. Surging with magical energy, its slanted eyes fixed intently on Yuan, perhaps aware of the terror that lurked within one who could approach it alone. You mutt. Do you think yourself worthy to judge me? Yuan defiantly raised his middle finger, delivering an internationally recognized gesture. Though the creature may not comprehend the full significance of the gesture, it could discern that the words spoken were far from cordial. Die, cursed insect. Great ancient god of lava, grant me the power to summon the denizens of magma. Lava summoning. It hastily chanted its incantation, and 5 crimson whirlpools materialized before it, followed by a surge of spatial distortion. 10 colossal beasts, wreathed in fiery lava, emerged from the portals, each towering at 20 meters, radiating an intense heat. The ground trembled with every step they took. Go forth, my servants, crush the enemy before you. As the lava priest beheld the successful summoning of these lava creatures, a cruel smile twisted across its grotesque visage, envisioning Yuan being torn apart by the giants in the next instant. Your fantasies are quite naive. Yuan scoffed, shaking his head, then raised his frost pillar to cast a blink spell. Whoosh. In a flash of golden light, he deftly maneuvered past the lumbering lava creatures, materializing right before the lava priest. The lava priest's expression shifted to one of panic upon seeing Yuan suddenly before it, as it, being a spellcaster, greatly feared close combat. You what? Ice ring. Yuan had no intention of contesting with the minions it summoned. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king, and he executed a decapitation strategy. Flame spirit curse. The ice ring froze the lava priest in place. And although this skill's control effects diminished against higher tier monsters, for Yuan, capable of instant casting spells, it provided a fleeting window to unleash his damage. Before the lava priest's eyes, a hand emanating a sinister flame pressed against its chest, followed by 5 enigmatic flames penetrating its robe and seeping into its very being. 14. 000. 14. 000. 14. 000. No. Cursed insect, we shall descend into hell together. The lava priest, witnessing its health rapidly deplete, soon found itself on the brink of collapse. Casting a desperate, defiant gaze towards Mu Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. At the brink of death, the lava priest detonated in a final act of self-destruction. Mu Yuan, having sensed the violent energy fluctuations, swiftly distanced himself, and the remnants of the shockwave were absorbed by his shield. The lava beasts summoned by the lava priest were also drawn back into the vortex, returning to their original realm. With a resounding thud, Mu Yuan leveled up, but regrettably. Perhaps his luck had run dry, as the lava priest dropped only a blue staff. Ah, you truly are impoverished. I hope your master possesses greater wealth. Observing the lava temple guarded by the creature, Mu Yuan rubbed his hands together. This temple had originally been constructed by the lava dwarves in reverence to their deity, now usurped by a malevolent god. With a creak, he pushed open the door and stepped inside, facing a lengthy corridor leading to a grand, red lava altar, surrounded by a sea of flowing magma. At the center of the altar stood a colossal one-eyed statue, exuding an ominous aura. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot towards Mu Yuan, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was emanating from the statue, causing the entire altar to tremble. The avatar of the god Abros, Demon King. Level 15. Health points 250,000, 250,000. Mana points 150,000, 150,000. Attack power 27,000. Physical defense 50,000. Magical defense 58,000. Skill description: Dark Rite, Lava God Seal, Curse of the God Abros, Lava Domain, Dark Space, Summon Servants, Dimensional Blade, Spatial Distortion. Monster description: Abros was once one of the ancient old gods. After the cataclysm of the divine calamity, a strange entity was born within its deceased form, the avatar of Abros. This creature devoured half-gods of the lava clan within the void, and was subsequently summoned by the dwarves through a beacon-laden array, successfully arriving at the Heart of Fire. The ancient divine calamity? This world truly harbors many secrets. No wonder it is a creature linked to divinity. The mere names of its skills exude formidable power. Lowly insect. You dare to tread upon the domain of the divine. The colossal statue fixated its gaze on Mu Yuan, who had entered, its voice resonating directly within Mu Yuan's mind. Do not delude yourself. You are not a former old god, merely a wretched aberration. Mu Yuan felt no fear of this creature, for it was not a true old god. Furthermore, for centuries, the Heart of Fire dungeon had been relentlessly tackled by adventurers, its power gradually waning. Though it drew upon otherworldly energies, under the suppression of Gaia, its attributes barely amounted to that of a demon king. Roar. Cursed insect, you dare to blaspheme the divine. The giant statue, upon hearing Mu Yuan's words, reacted as if a scar had been torn open, its eyes glowing with a blood-red hue. Chapter 46, Talent Upgrade. Strike first, lest you suffer the consequences of delay. As this thought crossed his mind, Mu Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity, and an aura of icy magical energy erupted around him, sending forth a colossal ice ring that surged toward the divine aberration, Abos. In truth, his decision to initiate with this skill was merely to ascertain whether his ice ring could still exert control effects against a demon lord-tier creature. With a resounding crash, a damage value of 2,500 emerged from the creature, albeit regrettably, it failed to inflict the freezing effect. Mu Yuan was not particularly disheartened, for he had long prepared himself for such an outcome. Accursed desecrator, how dare you offend the majesty of the divine? Accept your punishment. The divine aberration, upon witnessing Mu Yuan's audacity to launch an attack, felt its divine authority scorned. In an instant, a dense aura of darkness emanated from Abos, and the dark elements atop the altar began to coalesce wildly. Darkness commenced its insidious consumption of all within the temple space. Even the flames upon the altar and the very essence of life were shrouded by this encroaching void. Possessing the talent of the elemental master, Mu Yuan could keenly sense the shifts in elemental forces around him. This must be the dark spatial skill of the divine aberration. Indeed, monsters associated with the divine are never to be underestimated. For an ordinary individual, the dark space skill is truly formidable. Once ensnared by its grasp, not only are vision and perception utterly constrained, but one's vitality is also inexorably drained by the dark elements. Moreover, within this dark realm, the adversary is free to strike at will. How can one defend against such a plight? As anticipated, the divine aberration, seeing Mu Yuan engulfed in darkness, lunged toward him, raising its hands to deliver a crushing blow. With a whoosh, an overwhelming pressure of wind descended from above, violently sweeping Mu Yuan's magical hood aside, stinging his face. However, due to his immunity to negative effects, Mu Yuan remained acutely aware of all that transpired within the dark space. You cunning fiend, resorting to underhanded tactics? I shall ensure your schemes backfire. Remaining steadfast, Mu Yuan resolved to serve as bait, intending to utilize the active effect of his ice god shield to entrap the creature in ice. subsequently unleashing the infernal spirit's curse for a devastating combination of ice and fire. True enough, the divine aberration fell for the ruse. Oblivious to Mu Yuan's immunity against its skills, it believed him to be helplessly blinded within the dark space. Insect, be reduced to mush. A thunderous boom erupted where they collided, revealing a deep blue frost shield manifesting above Mu Yuan's head, while a chilling current in the void locked onto Abos. The attack was thwarted. When did he notice? The divine aberration, seeing its assault repelled without inflicting a scratch, felt a jolt of alarm, recognizing the eerie familiarity of the shield. No, this is... A long-buried memory resurfaced in its mind, harking back to an ancient epoch where divine beings wept and the heavens shattered. Its previous incarnation had encountered a similar shield, albeit one much grander in size. Indeed, it was a manifestation of its own power. Who are you to Sarah? The divine aberration, incredulous, directed a panicked inquiry at Mu Yuan. Sarah? I know not of whom you speak. Your immediate concern should be how to evade being entombed in ice. Chill, activate. In an instant, a bone-chilling wave of ice enveloped the divine aberration. The potency of Mu Yuan's ability was truly terrifying, yet the creature remained unperturbed. The divine aberration observed as its parasite statue was encased in the blue frost, exclaiming in admiration. However, before long, it transformed into a shadowy figure, emerging from the statue to reveal its true form. By the essence of the divine aberration, I curse you to be eternally ensnared in the depths of despair. Your soul shall slumber in the abyss. The language it uttered was foreign to Mu Yuan, each syllable steeped in mystique, a divine tongue, yet it bore the most malevolent of curses. The divine aberration, a conglomerate of grievances born from a slain deity's body, was rife with negative energy. You resist foolishly, overestimating your prowess. Mu Yuan remained unperturbed. Endowed with the gift of chaos, he was immune to all negative effects. The so-called curse posed no threat to him whatsoever. Indeed, upon the formation of the curse, it manifested as a blood-red thread. With a swift whoosh, it shot toward Mu Yuan's mind. The skill's velocity was astonishing, so much so that Mu Yuan barely had time to react before it penetrated his consciousness. Hee. The divine aberration, Abos, erupted into cruel laughter, convinced that Mu Yuan, now afflicted by its curse, was doomed. However, the moment the crimson thread entered Mu Yuan's mind, it was enveloped by a gray light, the power of chaos. The thread, seemingly a unique life form, quivered in terror upon encountering the gray light, as if it had glimpsed the most horrifying entity in existence, shrieking in fright. Though it trembled in fear, it dared not resist, and was ultimately consumed by the chaotic radiance. Ding, your chaos talent has upgraded. The curse of the divine aberration can actually enhance my talents? Mu Yuan, noticing the transformation, immediately glanced at the talent section of his character panel. Chaos, unknown, blessed by the supreme deity, you possess a remarkable fate, rendering you impervious to negative states and undetectable by divinatory spells. Upgrade effect 1. You will be able to consume all divine substances in existence to augment your own power. In the eyes of the stars, you, concealed within chaos, shall be the most enigmatic presence. Phew, it seems I am delving deeper into the realm of the absurd. Just as Mu Yuan absorbed the crimson thread, the divine aberration, Abos, let out a piercing wail. The curse, fundamentally rooted in its soul's divinity, was now entirely consumed, resulting in a backlash. What have you done? Abos pointed a trembling finger at Mu Yuan, its visage contorted with dread, struggling to fathom how anyone could devour a curse intertwined with their own divine essence. No, there exists another such entity. How could this be? He bears no trace of that essence. The divine aberration clutched its head, emitting cries of anguish. Mu Yuan, intrigued, observed that since he had absorbed the crimson thread, the creature's health had been plummeting. The decline was akin to a flood breaching a dam, swiftly reducing the divine aberration's vitality to its nadir. Hey, don't you dare play the victim. And no, I cannot perish here. The divine aberration, Abos, had no time to react before it collapsed to the ground. Concurrently, Mu Yuan's experience surged dramatically. Ding, a ring fell to the ground, ringing with a crisp chime. Mu Yuan promptly retrieved it, revealing its attributes before him. Ring of the Old Goddess, summoning, legendary. Required level, 15. Magical attack, 600. Spell penetration, 500. Casting speed, 15. Mana recovery speed, 20. Summon creatures, 1. Summoning. Allows you to seal the souls of defeated monsters within, retaining their top 50 attributes, to fight alongside you until death. Currently capable of sealing 2. What a remarkable ring. Quite impressive indeed. Mu Yuan stowed it in his backpack, intending to equip it once he reached the requisite level. Finally, it is over. He surveyed his surroundings and sighed. Chapter 47, Bountiful Harvest. Now to mine. Mu Yuan had long since noticed the fiery jade embedded within the altar's wall, a crystalline mineral of vivid crimson hue, its surface intermittently traversed by a shimmering streak of light, emanating an intense aura of scorching flame. The fiery jade, rare, was described thus: a crystal mineral sourced from the very heart of the molten core, imbued with abundant fire elemental power, especially conducive to the absorption by fire affinity companions. Yuan delicately extracted the gem using his prepared tools and carefully stowed it within his backpack. At last, I've secured a piece, truly no trivial feat. The system chimed. Ding, you have conquered the molten core. Ding, your completion record has been ranked on the leaderboard. Would you like to conceal it? He chose to hide the record. Subsequently, Yuan sent a message to Zhaoshan Liang and the others waiting outside the boss chamber, then settled cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. Shortly thereafter, they entered the room. Brother Mu, you actually defeated that monster? Zhaoshan Liang gazed at the colossal, ice-encased statue of the divine abomination atop the altar, his face a portrait of astonishment. Haha, it was no easy task, Yuan replied modestly. Indeed, the divine abomination Yabos was far more formidable than the typical dungeon foe. Brother Mu, what is next? Lu Xiaodian curiously poked the icy block and turned to ask. I'm afraid we'll have to run it a few more times. Not sure if you all have the time to accompany me for a while longer, Yuan explained. Then shared his plan to gather materials for his pet with the group. Haha, as long as Brother Mu doesn't mind us being dead weight. Honestly, we can't offer much help and just leech your experience, Zhaoshan Liang said sheepishly, scratching his head and grinning innocently. Brother Mu, as long as we can be of assistance. It's fine. Besides, leveling up is leveling up, wherever. And the experience from this catastrophic level raid is abundant. Lu Xiaotian nodded eagerly. I have no objections. Lu Yin replied with a smile. Min then looked toward the young priest, who blinked her large eyes, and sweetly said, I'll follow Brother Min's lead. Having gathered everyone's opinions, Yuan nodded in agreement. Thus, he repeatedly cleared the molten core dungeon. Strangely, since Yuan first slew the divine abomination Yabos, the creature had become dull-witted. Time passed swiftly. On the eve of the national joint examination, Yuan reached level 15. The fiery jade had long been collected in quantities exceeding expectations. This dungeon has truly worn me out. I never want to return to the molten core again. The vast and treacherous terrain, even with constant use of teleportation, is time-consuming, he lamented. Zhaoshan Liang and the others experienced both pain and pleasure, the pleasure of watching their experience soar, the pain of being mere bystanders. After several days, all were utterly exhausted, especially mentally. Thanks for accompanying me through the dungeon these past days. Dinner on me. Yuan declared generously, his pockets jingling with hundreds of thousands of crystal coins. Cost was of no concern. Same old place, Piaoxiang Pavilion, he added, addressing the weary four behind him. Haha, another feast. Lu Xiaodian, ever the foodie, brightened instantly, a joyous smile spreading across his face. The group promptly used the teleportation array to return to the novice camp and headed straight to the Piaoxiang Pavilion. After a satisfying meal, everyone parted amid warm farewells. Yuan then made his way home to Jiangxing residential area. Upon arrival, he retreated to the bathroom and luxuriated in a hot bath, thoroughly relaxing. Afterwards, he retrieved a chilled soda from the refrigerator and quenched his thirst in hearty gulps. With a contented sigh, he summoned his character panel. Name, Yuan class, Radiant Spirit, Legendary, Level, 15, Intermediate Professional, Health Points, 1700 Mana Points, 365. 000 Magic Attack, 3500 Physical Defense, 980 Magic Defense, 1400 Talents, Master of Elements, Divine. Chaos, Unknown, Active Skills, Wildfire Conflagration, Divine, Flame Spirit Curse, S, Blink, S, Chain Lightning, C, Elemental Shield, D, Ice Ring, E, Frostbolt, F, Passive Skills, Ice God S Shield, Divine, Magical Radiance, SSS, Source of Mana, S, Mana Absorption, F, Equipment, Weapon, Pillar of Frost, Legendary, Robe, Lich S Ceremony Garment, Rare, Pants, Spellcaster S Frost Leggings, Rare, Belt, Novice S Belt, Common, Gloves, Goblin High Priestess Flame, Gauntlets, Exquisite, Hat, Goblin Starlight Hood, Exquisite, Boots, Bone Maker S Magical Boots, Rare, Necklace, Ice Necklace, Exquisite, Rings, Flame Spirit S Energy Ring, Rare, Old God S Summoner Ring, Legendary, Metal, Dungeon Speedrunner S Metal Remaining Enhancement Points, for not bad. On Blue Star, few peers at this level can rival my attributes. Still, the hat, belt, and gloves are somewhat subpar. I'll see what I can find among the dungeon loot. Yuan admired his splendid gear, but was slightly dissatisfied with those three pieces. With that in mind, he withdrew all the items acquired over the past days within the molten core from his storage space. In an instant, a dazzling array of equipment, radiant in greens, blues, purples, and oranges, flooded his room, painting the surroundings in a chaotic palette. This was the bounty of his dungeon runs, for legendary items, 15 rare, 40 exquisite, and countless white and green pieces. The 4 legendary artifacts comprised a greatsword, a hammer, a shield, and armor. Except for the hammer, the rest remained unidentified. He planned to consult a professional appraiser later. Quickly, Yuan selected 3 rare items suitable for his use. Golden Hood of the Spellcaster, rare, level requirement, 15 armor, for 80 magic resistance, 600 magic attack, 300 magic penetration, 400 casting speed, 10 mana regeneration, 10 elemental spell damage, 5 description, a magical hood woven from advanced arcane cloth and golden mana threads. Imbued with formidable magical power. Treasure Seeker S belt, rare, level requirement, 15 health, 300 magic attack, 280 item drop rate, 5 spell accuracy, 20 description. Legend holds that wearing this belt grants the favor of the goddess of fortune, perhaps. Who can say? Lava Priest S energy gauntlets, rare, level requirement, 15 health, 200 magic attack, 310 spell penetration, 200 mana regeneration, 5 fire spell damage, 10 description. These gauntlets have been passed down through generations of lava priests. Containing immense fiery power. These 3 will suffice, Yuan decided, equipping them immediately. His magical attack surged to 4390, with notable improvements in other attributes. Turning to his enhancement points, he pondered which skill to upgrade first. He retrieved 7 skill books obtained from the dungeon, only one suitable for his magic-based class. He promptly chose to learn it. After all, one can never have too many skills. Wind Barrier, C. Mana cost, 2000 description. Harnessing the power of the wind element. This skill erects a wind barrier that absorbs damage equal to 3 times your magic attack. Surpassing this limit breaks the barrier. Cooldown, 1 minute. Yuan gazed at the skills displayed in his skill panel and resolved to allocate his enhancement points to Chain Lightning. Although he already possessed the S-rank skill, Flame Spirit Curse, which could serve as a single target damage skill, it could also function as an area attack under the right circumstances. However, it still lacked the true essence of a dedicated area of effect skill. Thus, he decided to enhance this ability first. With a chime, the enhancement was successfully applied. Transforming Chain Lightning into Thunder Dragon Summon. Chapter 48, Pet Red Eye. Yuan applied 3 enhancement points in quick succession, and the previously C-rank Chain Lightning immediately elevated to S-rank Thunder Dragon Summon. As before, further upgrades would require super enhancement points. Thunder Dragon Summon. S. Skill cost, 50. 000 skill description. You gain the ability to summon a Thunder Dragon from the Void Elemental Realm. The Thunder Dragon inflicts 10,000 magic damage per second in an area of effect, and enemies struck by its attacks will have their mana continuously siphoned until their demise. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Once again, he had acquired a formidable skill. Yuan looked with satisfaction at his enhanced Chain Lightning, envisioning the scenes of commanding the Thunder Dragon to wreak havoc in future dungeons. This thought brought a joyful smile to his face. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. Indeed, I, Yuan, am endowed with extraordinary talent and divine grace, akin to the illustrious figures in the tomes I have read. I must not forget about my pet egg. In his excitement, Yuan had momentarily overlooked the pet egg while engrossed in reviewing his attributes and enhancing skills. He hastily retrieved the fiery red egg, radiating a searing aura of fire elements, from his backpack, along with the contract array. Following the instructions of the array, he set it up and placed the Flame Spirit pet egg upon it. Next, he arranged the Flame Jade Essence and secondary fire energy crystals around the edge of the array. Once the contract array was activated, it would facilitate the egg's absorption of energy. After arranging all the materials, Yuan activated the contract array. A brilliant crimson light flashed. The pet egg began to absorb the fire elemental power from the Flame Jade Essence and energy crystals. He observed as the fire elemental force from the materials transformed into a red thread, slowly connecting with the pet egg. Taking a small knife, Yuan gently pricked his pinky, allowing a droplet of his blood to fall onto the pet egg. Soon, the blood melded with the material's essence and was absorbed by the egg. He then felt a profound connection forming between himself and the pet egg. He could distinctly sense a small life hatching within, even perceiving its thoughts. I want to eat. I want more. Seeing this, Yuan promptly retrieved several high-quality Flame Jade Essence pieces from his backpack and placed them on the array. With a series of cracking sounds, the pet egg emitted a noise, and a small opening appeared in its shell. A tiny, pale hand emerged from the crack, and with a gentle tug, the pet egg was pried open wider. Soon, a small head peeked out, curiously surveying its surroundings. Finally, with a determined push against the shell's edge, it emerged from its confines. To Yuan's astonishment, a little girl with fiery red hair and crimson eyes, clad in a fiery aura, stood before him. As soon as she emerged, she looked at Yuan and began to babble excitedly. Connected to her mind, Yuan understood her words. She was clearly calling him Mama. At this title, his expression darkened, and he quickly corrected her, instructing her to call him Master. With a puzzled expression, the Flame Spirit's crystalline red eyes reflected her confusion, and she continued to babble. Upon hearing her change of address, Yuan turned to inspect her attributes. Flame Spirit, Mutated Demon Lord, Gender, Female Level, 0 health points, 300 mana points, 1000 magic attack, 200 physical defense, 240 magic defense, 300 talent. Crimson Eye, unknown. Her eyes harbor the most mysterious and fearsome flames in this world. capable of incinerating all. Flame Heart. The fire magic damage she inflicts on enemies will increase over time, and she is naturally immune to fire damage. Active skills: Fire Arrow, C. Flame Cloak, A. Fire Chain, C. Pet description: this is a formidable mutated flame spirit. Her kind is inherently capable of mastering all flames. But due to exposure to the highest aura, this flame spirit has undergone mutation, a process that will continue to evolve. The attributes of this little creature are astonishing. Yuan reflected upon his own attributes when he had just transitioned jobs, feeling like a mere novice in comparison. Little one, how about I give you a name? He proposed. With wide, starry eyes, the flame spirit eagerly awaited her name. Since you are a flame spirit and have red eyes, how about we call you Little Red? Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating before addressing her. Upon hearing her new name, the little one's 3 fiery tufts drooped instantly, and she began a series of chirps in protest. Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that this newly hatched creature would be so difficult to appease. Then, captivated by her blood-red eyes, an epiphany struck him. From now on, you shall be called Crimson Eye. At the sound of her new name, the little one expressed delight, her flames flickering animatedly, after which she began nibbling on her eggshell with quiet grace. Yuan raised his wristwatch and captured a clear selfie of the little Crimson Eye devouring her eggshell. What's this? She inquired with a puzzled expression, clearly baffled by her master's actions. Before long, she had consumed every last bit of her eggshell, patting her belly with satisfaction as she let out a contented burp. Yuan checked her attribute panel, noticing no significant changes aside from the flames enveloping her form becoming more solidified. Suddenly, he recalled the chaotic crystal he had obtained after vanquishing the chaotic servant in the realm of the void. He hastily retrieved the peculiar gray crystal from his backpack. Chaotic crystal, special, item description. This is a crystalline core formed from the concentrated energy of the chaotic servant. Feeding this to your pet will randomly grant it a skill. Crimson Eye, I have a special treat for you. He held the gray crystal before her, and instantly, she was entranced by its aura. Much like a cat drawn to catnip. Eager are we? With a swift motion, he placed the chaotic crystal in her hands, and she hurriedly brought it to her mouth, where it transformed into a gray liquid that she eagerly consumed. Burp. She patted her belly, her sparkling red eyes shimmering with delight as she wobbled slightly. Sitting on the ground. Crimson Eye, are you all right? Yuan inquired, noticing her tipsy demeanor and feeling a surge of concern. With great effort, she opened her eyes and emitted a soft, kitten-like sound, conveying that she was fine, merely needing a moment to rest. After hearing this, Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned his gaze towards the attribute panel of Qi Tong, where he observed a progress bar gradually ascending. The pace of its increase was somewhat sluggish, having only risen by 1 thus far. Yuan estimated that it would take at least several hours to reach completion, and thus decided to summon Qi Tong back into his pet space. Yaya. Upon sensing the summoning array, Qi Tong slowly opened her eyes, reluctantly waved her little hand at Yuan, and then completely closed her eyes, drifting back into slumber. Chapter 49, National Unified Examination. After retrieving Qi Tong into his pet space, Yuan sprawled comfortably on his bed. He then called up the information regarding the National Unified Examination sent by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, and began to read it attentively. The National Unified Examination is a unique talent selection mechanism established by Manhwaedit following the invasion of the Blue Star by an otherworldly force. Although similar examinations had existed in the past, they were primarily conducted at the provincial level. Now a unified national standard has been set, with identical dungeons established for assessment by city. The examination venue has been designated as Jiangxing No. 1 High School, where candidates from 5 high schools in the city will enter the dungeon simultaneously. Yuan read through the materials swiftly, most of which contained examination rules, and soon fell into a deep slumber. He dreamt sweetly through the night. Yaya. Yuan was awakened early in the morning by Qi Tong's calls. He glanced towards the summoning space and saw that the little creature was standing with her hands on her hips, calling out to him incessantly. All right, I'll let you out. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and released the noisy little one. Yaya. As soon as Qi Tong emerged, she floated directly to his face and began to nuzzle against him. Enough, Qi Tong, don't do that. Yuan, slightly overwhelmed by her clinginess, gently pushed her away. Ya. The little creature, suddenly pushed aside, looked up at Yuan with big, tearful eyes, a picture of innocence. Yuan sighed. Fine, do as you please. He affectionately tapped her forehead. Qi Tong's expression brightened. Suddenly, he noticed a new gray flame-shaped pattern appeared on her forehead. He quickly summoned her attribute panel. Qi Tong, Variant Demon King. Race, Spirit of Flame. Level, 0. Gender, female. Health points, 300. Mana points, 1000. Magical attack power, 200. Physical defense, 240. Magical defense, 300. Talent, Qi Tong, Heart of Flame. Passive skill, Chaotic Flame SS. Skill description, Qi Tong's fire spells will receive a boost from chaotic energy and can consume the strength of enemies. Active skills, Flame Arrow, flame cloak, flame chain. Oh, this newly added passive skill is quite impressive. It resembles the skill characteristics of the chaotic servant that once consumed its own flame spirit curse. Truly worthy of being my pet, Qitong. Ya. Upon seeing Mu Yuan's proud expression, the little one immediately pointed at herself. All right, you're the best. Is that enough? Mu Yuan was defeated by her haughty demeanor. Let us go, Qitong, it's time for school. Today is the day your master participates in the National Unified Examination. Ya. Haha, you won't be of any help. You're still too weak. Ya. Qitong vigorously shook her little head and then raised her pale arm, showcasing her miniature muscles to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan chuckled. By the time he mounted his bike downstairs, it was already late. Qitong perched on his shoulder, gazing curiously at the world outside. He found it somewhat amusing how this little one seemed so averse to entering her pet space. Thus, he allowed her to remain on his shoulder, her small size resembling that of an oversized figurine. As soon as they stepped outside, Qitong clutched Mu Yuan's hair tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she observed the world around her. Xiao Yuan heading out? As they passed a snack shop, they happened upon Sisterly, who was just stepping outside. Upon hearing someone speak, Qitong immediately darted into Mu Yuan's hood like a startled rabbit, hiding behind his hair. She then peeked out, observing the woman before her through the strands of hair. Sisterly's professional level was not particularly high, so she merely caught a fleeting glimpse of red light and assumed she was seeing things. Ah, Sisterly, today is the day of the National Unified Examination. I'm heading to the school to gather with my classmates. Sisterly, upon hearing this, touched her forehead. Look at me. I've been so busy lately that I forgot today is the examination day. Xiao Yuan, good luck. I will. Well then, Sisterly, I'll be on my way. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Mu Yuan smiled and waved at Sisterly before heading directly towards the school. By the time he arrived at the school gate, it was already a sea of people. Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed at the sight. Mu Yuan, over here. He turned to the voice and saw his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, whose robust figure stood out prominently among the crowd. I've been waiting for you at the entrance for quite a while. The principal said there would be a large turnout today, so he asked me to take you in through the VIP entrance. Is that really appropriate? Mu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, considering all the students waiting outside. It's fine. I'm not helping you cheat. The principal has some words to share with you. All right, let us go. Hearing this, Mu Yuan decided not to be overly modest and followed Mr. Wang towards the adjacent VIP passage. Mu Yuan, how do you feel about this examination? Do you have confidence? Mr. Wang, as always, spoke candidly. You should have no problem securing the top spot. Mu Yuan pondered for a moment before giving an affirmative response. Indeed. Given your professional attributes, the city's top spot should belong to us at number 1 high school. After all, you are the only one awakened with a rare profession in Jiangxing this year. Mu Yuan glanced at Mr. Wang, but refrained from elaborating further. If he were to claim he aimed for the national top spot, Mr. Wang would surely think he had lost his mind. This also related to his chaotic talent, as others could not perceive his true strength unless he revealed his attribute panel. Thus, Mu Yuan and Mr. Wang chatted casually until they arrived at the principal's office. Mr. Wang knocked on the door, which opened automatically, allowing them to step inside. Mu Yuan, the reason I called you here is to remind you that there will be 2 exchange students at Mingda High School. You should be aware of this. Exchange students? Mu Yuan was somewhat puzzled, unsure of how this related to him. Yes, they are students affiliated from other cities. As you know, the city's top achiever receives certain privileges upon entering university. Therefore, in fiercely competitive large cities, some factions will attempt to have their kin registered at smaller city high schools through connections. Oh, I understand now. Don't worry, Principal. I'm quite confident in my current abilities. Good. Regardless of what you face, you must maintain this calm and composed mindset. Principal Lu gazed at the spirited young man before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then patted Mu Yuan's shoulder and said, a mighty eagle is destined to soar high in the skies. Xiao Wang, please take Mu Yuan to the designated gathering spot for your class. Meow. Just as they left, a magical cat emerged from beneath Principal Lu's desk. What did you say? You sense the aura of a superior being? Are you certain you're not mistaken? Principal Lu inquired urgently of the magical cat. Meow. Oh, it seems this little one has many secrets. Let me witness what kind of brilliance our seed candidates will exhibit in this unified examination. Principal Lu chuckled softly, stroking his beard before proceeding toward the examination venue. Chapter 50, Approaching the Threshold. The little Akagami, upon seeing Old Wang earlier, had quietly perched atop Mu Yuan's head, concealed beneath her hood and undetected by Principal Lu and the others, who had not deliberately sought her presence. She remained unnoticed. Iya, came the telepathic murmurs from Akagami, which Mu Yuan discerned clearly. You sensed a kindred spirit just now in the principal's office? It shouldn't be the flame spirit, right? Iya. The response came again. Something furry. Suddenly, an image flashed through Mu Yuan's mind. The magical cat belonging to Principal Lu. Yes, it must be that creature. Don't worry, little one. If you're frightened, I'll withdraw you back into the pet space for now. You need to intervene this time. Iya. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's intention to withdraw her, the little creature tugged playfully at his hair. All right, as you wish, Mu Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. Mu Yuan, wait here for a moment. I'll go bring the others in, Old Wang said, then strode directly toward the school gate. The assembly point for this joint examination was the playground of number 1 high school, which made sense given the large number of candidates requiring a spacious venue. Mu Yuan did not have to wait long before examinees began arriving one after another. Hey Mu Yuan, someone called from behind. Turning around, he saw his old deskmate. Qian Xiaoqiang. Long time no see, old classmate. Long time no see, Mu Yuan smiled in return. You've got some tough competition this time. I heard Mingda High School brought 2 transfer students. Although they are both elite professionals, they hail from influential families, and their strength should not be underestimated. No worries. What is meant to be mine will be mine. No one can snatch it away. You're impressive, Qian Xiaoqiang said, momentarily stunned before giving a thumbs up in admiration. Look, Old Wang and his group are coming. Mu Yuan followed the direction Qian pointed to see Old Wang leading his Class S examinees toward them, though noticeably fewer in number compared to the time of their job transitions. Understandably, many who found their new professions unsatisfactory had abandoned the joint exam to enter the workforce directly. Mu Yuan exchanged greetings with familiar classmates from his own class and quietly awaited Principal Liu and the others' entrance. Suddenly, a wave of detection magic energy surged from afar, targeting him. Frowning, he glanced toward its source. It emanated from the area where Mingda High School's candidates gathered. Among the crowd, a slender man clad in black stared at Mu Yuan with disbelief. Upon noticing Mu Yuan's gaze, the man awkwardly cupped his fist in greeting. Mu Yuan guessed this individual was likely one of the transfer students from Mingda, probably attempting to gauge his strength in advance. Alas, not even a higher-level professional could penetrate the veil concealing Mu Yuan's innate chaos talent, let alone this lowly practitioner. Principal Liu and the others have arrived. Someone remarked near the entrance. Indeed, and that woman is truly beautiful. Overhearing this, Mu Yuan turned to see Principal Liu's entourage cautiously escorting a young woman dressed in white toward their side. He surmised she must be the inspector dispatched from above. This was customary for the national joint examination in Huagua. Each city sent one inspector, who not only carried a dungeon teleportation stone, but also supervised the exams locally. Once the group settled into the VIP seats, Principal Liu, clad in a red magical robe, approached the stage and began an eloquent, unceasing speech. Mu Yuan found himself growing weary. No matter the dimension, this soporific ritual was unavoidable. Now, Inspector Xiaochan Yue will arrange the dungeon teleportation stones for this national examination. Finally, a phrase that awakened Mu Yuan's attention, signaling the imminent commencement of the nationwide exam. In a flash step, Xiaochan Yue descended from the stage to the area designated for placing the teleportation stones, her white robes fluttering as she left behind faint afterimages in midair. Such breathtaking speed. Mu Yuan admired her graceful agility. She then produced a massive crimson stone from her backpack space. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the ground, sending clouds of dust scattering in all directions. Impressive strength, Mu Yuan observed approvingly. Principals, please come forward to receive the activation scrolls. Xiaochan Yue instructed after meticulously arranging an intricate array of runes around the crimson monolith. The principals, not daring to neglect this, received the red scrolls one by one from her hands before proceeding to their respective school areas. Once all scrolls had been distributed, Xiaochan Yue promptly activated the array, and a blood-red pillar of light shot skyward from the stone, piercing the clouds. Wow, how magnificent. This is my first time witnessing such a spectacle. I wonder what dungeon awaits this time. The students below buzzed with excited chatter at the marvelous sight. Seeing the commotion, Xiaochan Yue bellowed sternly, silence. With her shout came a terrifying wave of energy. Feeling the overwhelming aura wash over him, Mu Yuan smiled lightly, thinking, this young lady certainly wields considerable authority. Though he could easily withstand the onslaught, others were visibly shaken, their minds unsettled by the murderous intent embedded in her presence, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Xiaochan Yue noticed Mu Yuan among the crowd, his expression one of amused defiance amidst the fearful throng. Troublesome, she gritted her silver teeth, arriving at this conclusion but refraining from singling him out. Once the examinees quieted down, she withdrew her imposing aura and returned to the VIP seats. Meanwhile, Principal Liu approached the students of number 1 high school, holding the red scroll. Channeling his magical energy into it, the scroll slowly unfurled, transforming into a sanguine portal. At the instant the portal opened, a dazzling red beam of light shot forth from the pillar and entered the gateway. Having completed this, Principal Liu returned to the platform. Seeing all the distributed scrolls activated, Xiaochan Yue rose and addressed the examinees below. Non-combat professionals, please select the special dungeon upon entry. You should all be familiar with the joint examination rules. The entire process will be monitored. Do not attempt any cunning tricks. Any cheating detected will result in immediate disqualification and a lifetime ban from participation. I hereby declare the Jiangxing Region National Joint Examination officially commenced. Line up and enter the portal in order. At last, the moment had arrived. Mu Yuan stared at the crimson portal ahead, his heart stirring with anticipation. He believed this would mark a new beginning in his otherworldly journey. Since each participant's dungeon space was calculated independently, Mu Yuan felt no concern that entering later would be disadvantageous. Soon, it was his turn. A flash of red light passed through the portal, and a six-pointed star beacon appeared in the palm of his hand. From Old Wang's information, he knew this beacon would record his performance within the dungeon. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yuan stepped into the blood-red portal. Immediately, a sensation of spatial distortion enveloped him, a feeling to which he had long grown accustomed. Akagami, however, seemed less acclimated, her eyes sparkling with golden stars as she wobbled and emitted her characteristic iya sounds. Ding. Welcome to the Huagua National Joint Examination Dungeon Realm. Candidate Mu Yuan's identity has been bound. Please select your dungeon challenge difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the greater the points earned. Mu Yuan glanced at the available difficulty levels, noting that they were akin to those of standard dungeons, devoid of the apocalyptic challenge. Thus, he promptly opted for the highest difficulty, the Cataclysm level. The Cataclysm dungeon still held some allure for him. Observing the three red skull icons denoting the dungeon's difficulty, Mu Yuan displayed a rather disinterested expression. Ding! The dungeon difficulty has been selected, teleportation commencing. Chapter 51, The Dragon's Rest. Ding! You have entered the Dragon's Rest, Cataclysm. Completion requirement. Defeat the fallen dragon soul of Saron, Demon Lord. Mu Yuan cast his gaze upon the dungeon information displayed on the panel. Dragon's Rest, Cataclysm. Dungeon type, Artificial Mirror Realm. Player limit, 1. Required level, 0 to 30. Dungeon feature. In this dungeon, being killed by monsters does not result in actual death, but will automatically end the assessment. Dungeon description. Saron was once the guardian dragon of the vast universe. One day, at the world's end, atop the Thundercliff, he inadvertently uncovered a harsh truth. From that moment, this guardian dragon underwent a drastic transformation, aspiring to annihilate the entire world. Eventually, he was sealed deep within this realm. Mu Yuan had not anticipated that the examination dungeon would be so formidable. He speculated that when the other candidates saw the name of this assessment dungeon, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of dread, perhaps even despair. Even Principal Lu and others outside were astonished that the Dragon's Rest would be chosen as the assessment dungeon, albeit only a mirror version. The so-called mirror dungeon is an artificial construct, created by formidable beings of royal rank or higher through special methods that extract the essence of the original dungeon. In comparison to genuine dungeons, the monsters within a mirror dungeon are artificially suppressed in level, but this does not imply that clearing it is straightforward. Taking the Dragon's Rest as an example, although the monster levels are lower than those in the actual dungeon, their attributes remain equivalent to those of monsters of the same tier. Moreover, being a dragon-themed dungeon, the difficulty is undoubtedly high for ordinary individuals. Most would likely opt for the simple difficulty to grind small monsters for points. Xia Chaiwei was also unaware of the dungeon's specifics beforehand. It was only upon sensing the astonished gazes of Principal Lu and others that she realized it was indeed the Dragon's Rest. Xia Chaiwei was quite familiar with this dungeon, as it was a well-known branch within the Dragon Kingdom's dungeon cluster, and she and her teammates had traversed it numerous times. With these thoughts, she furrowed her brows and instructed Principal Lu, "Principal Lu, please activate the pre-prepared virtual projection." Then she connected to the exceptional level professionals from Jiangxing's occupational template. Understood, Inspector Xia. Principal Lu complied and hurriedly issued instructions to the staff. In a short while, a colossal virtual screen materialized in the sky. Subsequently, this screen was segmented into smaller panels, revealing scenes of Mu Yuan and others within the dungeon. "Look quickly, this candidate has chosen the Cataclysm difficulty," exclaimed the principal of the second high school, an elderly summoner, as he immediately recognized Mu Yuan's chosen difficulty level. "What? Someone has actually chosen the Cataclysm difficulty? This is a dragon-themed dungeon. How dare he?" The principals and Jiangxing officials were drawn to the spectacle of Mu Yuan, engaging in fervent discussion. Upon hearing that it concerned one of his students, Principal Lu was incredulous and double-checked, then exchanged a glance with Old Wang beside him, hurriedly clutching his chest. Is this kid out of his mind? Xia Chaiwei was equally taken aback. Having become a local inspector at a young age, she had always been surrounded by a halo of genius. Throughout her journey, despite encountering many remarkable talents, she had never witnessed someone as audacious as Mu Yuan, who dared to single-handedly tackle a Cataclysm-level dungeon in a national examination. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Are you simply foolish, or truly a prodigious genius? Yet, when Xia Chaiwei recalled the earlier scene of the youth effortlessly resisting her pressure, her previous thought was swiftly cast aside, replaced by a burgeoning anticipation. Within the dungeon, Mu Yuan was not preoccupied with such musings. His thoughts were solely focused on the method of clearing the dungeon. Should he unleash a forbidden spell to cleanse the area? He quickly dismissed this notion, as he wished to retain a trump card. Then he decided upon summoning the Thunder Dragon, perfectly suited to test the might of his newly acquired S-rank skill, which also dealt area damage, ideal for a sweeping advance. With this resolve, Yuan clapped his hands together, a surge of magical energy enveloping him. In an instant, a colossal magic circle radiating with lightning brilliance materialized before him. It was his newly acquired skill, Thunder Dragon Summon. The magic circle emitted blinding arcs of lightning, and soon a massive purple claw emerged from the summoning circle. Following that, a gigantic dragon head adorned with spiraled horns appeared, its eyes flashing with violent lightning capable of obliterating all. Upon its emergence, it let forth a dragon's roar, neither lion nor tiger, neither bear nor leopard, its cadence resonating with a unique charm. The dragon's roar echoed across the realm, causing all monsters in the vicinity of the dragon's rest to tremble in fear, as if confronted by the most terrifying creature in existence. Ultimately, the thunder dragon soared forth from the magic circle, measuring over 100 meters in length, its body covered in purple lightning scales, all aglow with blinding radiance. It flew directly towards Yuan, trailing thunderous roars before hovering quietly behind him. "Look, that student named Yuan," exclaimed the elderly principal of the second high school, now resembling a rodent caught by its tail, as he released another sharp cry. "I say, old Han, could you refrain from being so dramatic? I'm currently watching Lu Hongbin from our school." "No, look." The principal of the second high school, trembling, pointed at the scene of Yuan summoning the thunder dragon, exclaiming loudly. If it weren't for the throng of onlookers, he would have thought himself ensnared in an illusion. How could a high school graduate summon such a being? Has he gone mad? What an overwhelming presence. At this moment, everyone was captivated by the thunder dragon summoned by Yuan, staring in awe at the colossal creature. "Is this truly your strength?" Xia Cheiyue's eyes shimmered with intrigue, perhaps then beginning to grasp the source of Yuan's confidence. Meanwhile, Principal Lu gazed at the thunder dragon with disbelief, questioning Old Wang beside him. "Isn't this kid an elemental mage? Why has he suddenly taken up summoning?" Old Wang, disregarding the astonishment of the onlookers, within the dungeon, the crimson-eyed creature that had just emerged from its hood looked at its master, who had effortlessly summoned this gigantic thunder dragon, with envy gleaming in its eyes. Then, a spark of inspiration struck her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yay! Following this, she raised her small hand and clapped, reciting incantations of her own. Yay! A cold breeze swept through, and the atmosphere turned silent. Yuan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his lips twitching in exasperation. "All right, Crimson Eye, let's go. I'll take you to level up." Yay! Upon hearing that Yuan would take her to level up, the previously disheartened Crimson Eye burst into joy. As they progressed, they encountered their first foe, or rather, a group of foes would be more accurate. Chapter 52, The Outskirts. Before them was a cluster of dog-headed creatures with red skin and black-scaled necks. Yuan swiftly cast an identification spell, revealing the attributes of the monsters before him. Dragonblood Dog-Headed Man, Enhanced Elite. Level 5. Health points, 4,000. Mana points, 2,000. Attack power, 800. Physical defense, 720. Magical defense, 850. Monster skills, Dragon Transformation, Charge, Slash. Monster description. This is the most common type of creature found on the outskirts of the Dragon Slumberland. Originally mere gnolls, they inadvertently received the blessing of dragon blood, transforming into formidable dragon-blooded gnolls, typically found in packs. "Go forth, Thunder Dragon." Without hesitation, Yuan commanded the Thunder Dragon. Upon hearing this, the colossal electric dragon emitted a mighty roar, instantly petrifying the pack of gnolls in fear. They stared, wide-eyed, at the gigantic dragon over 100 meters long, radiating an aura of violent electricity, utterly terrified by its presence. The Thunder Dragon moved with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of violet lightning that surged into the throng of monsters. With a sweeping strike of its massive electric claws, it unleashed devastating damage upon the hapless creatures. 19,000. This damage far exceeded what the dragon-blooded gnolls could endure, causing them to collapse like severed stalks of rice. Additionally, the Thunder Dragon, enveloped in the power of lightning elements, caused any creature that dared approach to become rigid before being swiftly obliterated. Indeed, such is the power of an S-class area attack skill. Yuan observed the rampaging Thunder Dragon with a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, Qitong began to absorb the experience from the fallen monsters, but due to her high tier, this group of creatures was likely insufficient for her to level up. Before long, the dragon-blooded gnolls were entirely eradicated by the elemental Thunder Dragon, leaving behind 2 pieces of green level 5 gear. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Yuan collected them and tossed them into his backpack, continuing onward. "This lad is extraordinarily formidable. He truly lives up to the reputation of being from our esteemed school." Principal Lu gazed at Yuan's Thunder Dragon effortlessly crushing the elite gnolls, a proud smile gracing his face. The surrounding principals, overhearing his words, felt he was somewhat shameless. Unperturbed by the disdainful glances from his peers, Principal Lu continued to watch Mu Yuan advance through the throng of enemies with ease. In that moment, he felt the wrinkles on his forehead smoothen, making him appear notably younger. At that moment, Principal Lu wanted to proclaim, "Who else dares challenge?" He understood that Mu Yuan's position as the top scholar was nearly assured, and given the boy's prowess, he still had room for further growth. They were rapidly approaching the first boss. Teacher Wang, beside him, was equally exhilarated. After all, this was a student he had personally guided. Watching Mu Yuan head towards the boss room, he tightly clasped his hands, his palms slick with sweat. Mu Yuan stood before the imposing giant gnoll, his heart betraying no emotion. Giant dragon-blooded gnoll chief, Lord. Level 5. Health points 20,000, 20,000. Mana points 10,000, 10,000. Attack power 3,600. Physical defense 3,000. Magical defense 3,500. Monster skills: Dragon Blood Frenzy, Dragon Claw, Frenzied Strike, Charge, Armor Piercing Slash. Monster description: this chief of the gnolls inhabits the outermost region of the Dragon Slumber Land, having undergone mutation due to the Dragon Blood's blessing. Do not underestimate it. The great sword it wields is remarkably sharp. Thunder Dragon, attack and tear it apart. Mu Yuan pointed towards the gnoll chief, and the Thunder Dragon's eyes flashed with electric light as it lunged at the chief. The gnoll chief, witnessing the hundreds of meters-long dragon charging towards him, felt a tremor of fear, yet mustered the courage to raise his long sword defensively. With a resounding clang, the Thunder Dragon's colossal electric claw sent him flying, and under the influence of the lightning element, his body became rigid. 16,000. With that single, effortless blow, the giant dragon-blooded gnoll chief was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. In its desperate gaze, the Thunder Dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing a sphere of terrifying electric energy that hurled towards it. With a thunderous boom, the creature was obliterated into nothingness. Simultaneously, a blue piece of equipment dropped, the very sword it had wielded. Chi Tong, having absorbed the experience from this Lord-level monster, finally leveled up to level 2. This lad is too formidable. The outer boss was dispatched in an instant by the Thunder Dragon he summoned, a realization echoed by Principal San, who despaired at seeing his own school as candidate still grappling with ordinary goblins. I wonder how far he can go. Keep in mind, this is merely the outermost edge of the Dragon Slumber Land. The monsters here are only level 5. The next area is a gathering of level 10 monsters. I refuse to believe he can continue with such ease. Perhaps the higher he climbs, the harder he will fall. Principal Mingda's expression darkened. After all, he had invested a significant sum to secure an agreement with the Liu family in the provincial city for this year's joint examination, intent on claiming the top spot in Jiang City. Yet, with Mu Yuan's unexpected emergence, his hopes could easily be dashed, leaving him far from jubilant. What else with your cryptic remarks, old man? What do you mean by the higher he climbs, the harder he falls? Care for a duel? I'd be happy to show you what a real fall looks like. Principal Liu had no intention of indulging in such provocations. After all, Mu Yuan was a prodigy from his own institution. He would not allow anyone to disparage him. Upon witnessing this exchange, Principal Mingda quickly lost his temper, understanding that Principal Liu, a seasoned master practitioner, was not someone he could compare to. All right, let us observe the assessment. Mu Yuan has entered the Dragon Beast domain. The principal of School San hurriedly interjected, aware that with Xia Chanhua present, it would not do for their own people to brawl and provide fodder for laughter. He subtly signaled for them to cease hostilities. Principal Liu and the others, being astute individuals, temporarily chose to lower their defenses and return their attention to Mu Yuan's examination. After the Thunder Dragon dispatched the Gnoll Chief, Mu Yuan consulted the map provided at the start of the dungeon and made his way deeper into the Dragon Slumber Land. Ahead lay the territory of the Dragon Beasts. Dragon Beasts are fearsome creatures, though they lack the awakened dragon lineage. The dragon blood coursing through them is far superior to that of the dragon-blooded gnolls. As soon as Mu Yuan stepped into this realm, he heard distant roars echoing, the sounds resonating like thunder, filled with a savage, bloodthirsty intent. Thunder Dragon, silence these hybrid beasts. Upon receiving Mu Yuan's command, the elemental Thunder Dragon soared into the air, its magical energy surging as it unleashed a terrifying roar. In an instant, the previously cacophonous dragon beast territory fell silent, with only the echo of the dragon's roar reverberating across the desolate wilderness. Chapter 53, The Dragon Beast Domain. As far as the eye could see, the entire Dragon Beast domain was littered with barren rocks, occasionally interrupted by withered yellow grasses rustling in the chill wind, amplifying the region's desolation. Upon being quelled by the Thunder Dragon's roar, the savage beasts, known only for their bloodlust, quieted significantly, their fearful growls now subdued. Qitong perched on Mu Yuan's shoulder, savoring a piece of crimson flame jade, licking it with delight, as if indulging in a delectable ice pop. Yum yum. It appeared she was thoroughly pleased with the sweet treat Mu Yuan had provided. Mu Yuan meticulously observed the distant throng of dragon beasts, each towering over 10 meters with sharp fangs and claws, their visages a grotesque display of savagery. Bloodthirsty Dragon Beast, Enhanced Elite. Level 10. Health points, 9,000, 9,000. Mana points, 4,000, 4,000. Attack power, 2,000. Physical defense, 2,500. Magical defense, 1,500. Monster skills, Tyrant Charge, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Super Recovery. Monster description, a terrifying beast residing within the land of dragon slumber, devoid of reason, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Indeed, with each level descended, the monster's levels escalated by 5. One could only wonder if this trend would persist. If so, the dungeon would prove to be quite intriguing. Yuan subtly adjusted his golden hood, gazing at the attributes of the dragon beasts before him, a flicker of fervent battle intent igniting in his eyes. He needed a few more. Thus, he clapped his hands and summoned 3 thunder dragons. Go forth, thunder dragons. At Yuan's command, the quartet of thunder dragons charged with ferocity toward the group of dragon beasts. Could it be a ruse? How could it be? This skill was evidently a high-tier summoning technique. Why did his skill cooldown refresh so swiftly? This lad was truly an anomaly. Onlookers outside gasped in astonishment as Yuan summoned 3 identical elemental thunder dragons with a mere clap. Even Principal Liu found himself perplexed. How could this newcomer, freshly transitioned into his role, exhibit such extraordinary prowess? Could it be a unique talent? With this thought, his eyes brightened, a grin spreading across his face. Witnessing the 4 thunder dragons wreaking havoc among the dragon beasts, Xia Changyue beside him was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, her cool demeanor softened, her gaze toward Yuan growing increasingly fervent. He must be recruited to our school. Within the dungeon, as the 3 elemental thunder dragons joined the fray, the dragon beast horde was swiftly torn asunder. They unleashed colossal orbs of lightning upon the dragon beasts, which fell one by one, transforming into experience points absorbed by the crimson pup. With a sudden crack, the little one leveled up once more. After Yuan eradicated the last of the monsters, a massive dragon beast, entirely crimson, lumbered forth from the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Its immense size caused each step to resonate with thunderous sound. Unlike the other dragon beasts, this creature appeared more robust, particularly the sharp claws glistening with a chilling green luminescence. Additionally, it was cloaked in thick scales, its blood-red eyes radiating a ferocious intent. Dragon Beast King Lord. Health points, 40,000, 40,000. Mana points, 20,000, 20,000. Attack power, 7,000. Physical defense, 8,000. Magical defense, 10,000. Monster skills, Dragon Roar, Dragon Beast Charge, Dragon Fury. Dragon Claw Venom, Super Recovery. Monster description, this is the sovereign of the Dragon Beast clan, a pet of the Red Dragon offspring, Mihal. Do not underestimate this mindless, frenzied beast, for it is a terrifying killing machine. Onward, Thunder Dragons. Yuan commanded the 4 Thunder Dragons to launch an unrelenting assault. Roar. Upon seeing the 4 Thunder Dragons charging toward it, the Dragon Beast King raised its head and unleashed a furious roar, its crimson eyes deepening in hue. A blood-red aura enveloped it. It was employing its Dragon Fury skill, causing its form to swell by several meters. While it was still not as large as the Thunder Dragons, it presented an imposing figure. With a resounding crash, the 2 forces collided, and in the next moment, the Thunder Dragon's violet claws seized its body. 9,000. A massive wound materialized across the Dragon Beast King's form, and its health plummeted significantly. Roar. In response to the assault, it emitted a pained roar, clearly indicating that the Thunder Dragon's strike had inflicted considerable damage. Simultaneously, it bore the pain inflicted by the Thunder Dragon, its green glowing claws raking against the Thunder Dragon's form. However, regrettably, the Thunder Dragon was a being of the void elemental realm. Its core resided solely in the elemental crystal atop its head, while the rest of its body was merely a manifestation of condensed lightning. The Dragon Beast King's attack not only failed to yield results, but also triggered a discharge of purple energy, enveloping the Thunder Dragon in a haze of white smoke, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. In that fleeting moment of the Dragon Beast King's rigidity, the 3 Thunder Dragons unleashed their assault. Instantly, it was sent careening away by the 3 Thunder Dragons. 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. 3 terrifying strikes reduced the Dragon Beast King's health to a mere sliver. At that juncture, a verdant glow suddenly radiated from its body. 20,000. A massive health restoration appeared above it, and Yuan deduced that this must be the monster's super recovery skill. Yet, he had no intention of intervening. He firmly believed that the Thunder Dragons would handle it with ease. After all, its super recovery must have a cooldown. It could not be utilized indefinitely. The 4 Thunder Dragons, observing the Dragon Beast King rejuvenated from the brink of death, glanced back at Yuan. They then emitted an enraged dragon's roar, a sound akin to the clash of metal, imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill. In unison, the 4 Thunder Dragons ascended into the sky, their violet energy shimmering as they encircled the Dragon Beast King in a square formation. Subsequently, 4 robust lightning pillars enveloped them, swiftly connecting to form a colossal lightning prison that ensnared the Dragon Beast King within. The lightning prison constricted relentlessly, crackling with energy. and the Dragon Beast King's countenance shifted to one of despair upon witnessing this scene. Even with its diminished intellect, facing such a life-or-death crisis incited a flicker of panic, yet it proved futile. The lightning prisoned swiftly and snared it completely. 36,000. A tremendous blow obliterated its health, which had only partially recovered. In an instant, the little crimson pup leveled up again, casting a satisfied glance at the thunder dragons summoned by Mu Yuan. It gulped down the remaining fragment of fire jade essence in its mouth, then patted Mu Yuan's shoulder, extending its delicate white hand to mimic the shape of a popsicle. Observing the little one's appetite, Mu Yuan felt a pang of concern but retrieved a new piece of fire jade essence from his backpack and presented it to her. This little one truly proved to be an extravagant burden. Yay. All right, enough about you. After the demise of the Dragon Beast King, the Thunder Dragons returned to Mu Yuan's side as he stepped forward to collect the equipment that had fallen to the ground. A glance revealed it to be a level 10 blue item. He could not be bothered to identify it, and simply tossed it into his backpack. On to the next area. Mu Yuan consulted his map to verify the direction before leading the Crimson Pup and the 4 Thunder Dragons onward. Ahead, a thick black mist loomed, unmistakably the domain of the Black Dragon Offspring. Chapter 54, The Black Dragon Offspring. These 4 Thunder Dragons are undeniably extraordinary in their presence. The horde of dragon beasts appeared as fragile as paper. The level of their skills must be remarkably high. I am genuinely curious as to how he manages to utilize his mana so freely. Perhaps it is a talent. It is quite possible. He truly is a prodigy. Awakening his talent immediately upon his transition. My word, this student shows no regard for fair play. 4 against 1. Let us mourn for the Dragon Beast King. At this moment, all onlookers were captivated by Mu Yuan's assessment, with scarcely anyone paying heed to the other candidates. As they watched Mu Yuan effortlessly annihilate the Dragon Beast horde and swiftly dispatch the Dragon Beast King, exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd. Principal Lu now radiated with a vibrant glow, resembling someone who had just ingested an elixir of immortality, buoyed by the flattery of those around him. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Our school is destined for fame. He then turned to cast a glance at Xia Changyue. Aware of her esteemed background as a graduate from the Imperial University, she would likely advocate for the recruitment of Mu Yuan for her alma mater. With this in mind, old Lu straightened his posture with newfound resolve. At that moment, Xia Chanyue's heart was anything but tranquil. Observing the young prodigy in the dungeon who effortlessly dominated his opponents, she felt increasingly convinced of his remarkable potential, a true gem yet to be polished. It was imperative to secure Mu Yuan for the school. She bit her crimson lip, having made a firm decision. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Mu Yuan had just stepped into the territory of the first Dragonborn messenger. Scanning the area, he noted the absence of lesser monsters, save for an opulent chamber not far from the entrance. As he entered, the dark mist gradually dissipated, revealing a humanoid creature adorned with 2 black dragon horns emerging from the room. Pitiful insect, you have entered the domain of the Black Dragonborn. Without acknowledging the creature, Mu Yuan proceeded to cast an identification spell right before it. Black Dragonborn Lord. Level, 15. Health, 70, 00070, 000. Mana, 30, 00030, 000. Attack power, 11, 000. Physical defense, 15, 000. Magical defense, 14, 000. Monster skills, super resistance, super recovery, dragon transformation, bloodthirsty frenzy, dark elemental cloak. Monster description: the Black Dragonborn is one of the 4 guardians of Salong, possessing the frenzied destructive power of the Black Dragon, characterized by its cruelty and bloodlust. Vile worm, do you dare to disdain the great Black Dragonborn? Ist bellowed in fury as Mu Yuan, instead of responding, casually cast an identification spell before it. Have you finished with your insults, calling me insect and ant? Ist shouted. Thunder Dragon, teach this young one some manners. Mu Yuan found himself at a loss for words, having barely entered the domain when he was accosted twice. Might I inquire if you hail from Zon? He retorted. Upon receiving Mu Yuan's command, the elemental thunder dragon erupted in a blaze of lightning, hurtling towards the Black Dragonborn. Insect, do not harbor delusions of defeating me. Mu Yuan regarded the irate dragon with bemusement, thinking to himself how the Black Dragonborn could behave in such a manner. Did it not comprehend the challenge it was about to face? Indeed, with a resounding crack, the elemental thunder struck, sending Ist flying. 5,000 damage. This was merely an accident. How dare you offend the great Black Dragonborn? Ist was now completely enraged, but before it could issue further threats, the other 3 elemental thunder dragons struck again with their electrifying claws. Crack, crack, crack. 3 sharp sounds echoed as the Black Dragonborn Ist was left bewildered. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. As it beheld its plummeting health, its eyes turned crimson, and with a primal roar, it cloaked itself in a dark elemental shroud. At that moment, Mu Yuan assessed its attributes, noting that both its magical and physical resistances had skyrocketed to 18,000, with the dark elemental cloak enveloping the dragonborn nest. Its eyes gleamed with murderous intent as it activated bloodthirsty frenzy and dragon transformation. Before long, the once humanoid black dragonborn had fully morphed into a colossal black dragon, its form radiating a fierce crimson glow, indicative of its berserk state, opening with a powerful attack right away. Quite impressive, though not overly so, Mu Yuan mused, his expression revealing intrigue as he observed the unfolding clash. The 4 elemental thunder dragons had already engaged in a fierce battle with the transformed ist, exchanging blows with unrelenting ferocity. Naturally, the elemental dragons were undeterred by the black dragonborn's physical strikes, though ist's attributes had improved with its berserk state. Under the relentless assault of the 4 elemental thunder dragons, it was left with no choice but to endure punishment. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Even with the protection of the dark elemental cloak, the damage continued to accumulate, and soon its health began to dwindle significantly. Roar! This cannot continue. The frenzied ist quickly recognized the predicament, not being the mindless, bloodthirsty dragon it was believed to be. Thus, it began to shift towards Mu Yuan while engaging in combat. Mu Yuan sensed its movements, but what of it? Should it dare to launch a close-range assault, it would swiftly learn the meaning of dual elemental extremes. However, the black dragonborn had other plans. As it gauged the distance, it activated super recovery. The health it had lost to the thunder dragons was swiftly restored, and a more vibrant red glow enveloped it, significantly increasing its speed. The 4 thunder dragons were caught off guard as ist burst through their encirclement, charging directly at Mu Yuan. Not good. This is the end. The crowd watching from outside gasped in shock, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the berserk black dragonborn. With the high attributes of a level 15 boss monster from the Cataclysm dungeon, no one believed Mu Yuan could withstand its onslaught. Quick! Dodge! Principal Lu and Teacher Wang shared a tense moment of anxiety for Mu Yuan. How will you defend against this strike? Xiaochan Yue observed the charging black dragonborn, yet felt no apprehension. The young man before her exuded an unshakable calm. Meanwhile, Principal Lu and the others, consumed by concern, failed to notice the subtleties of the situation. As Mu Yuan faced the approaching black dragonborn, a playful smile danced across his lips. He gently placed the crimson-eyed creature behind him and extended a single finger towards the black dragonborn ist. Is he out of his mind? Was the collective thought of all present. The crowd watching was left in stunned silence by Mu Yuan's audacious action. Even Xia Chanyue lost her composure, springing to her feet in bewilderment. What is this boy thinking? Principal Lu muttered, glancing at Teacher Wang, who returned a look of confusion. Even ist was taken aback. Having finally broken through the barriers to confront this human, the audacity of the gesture was utterly disrespectful. Watch as I tear you apart, the dragonbornist boasted, its massive claws poised to strike Mu Yuan. A triumphant grin etched across its fearsome visage. Yet, that smile quickly faded as, upon contact, a glimmering blue shield manifested around Mu Yuan's finger. An intense chill radiated from that fingertip, swiftly enveloping ist in a frost-like grip. Crack, crack, crack. In no time, it was entirely encased in ice. Thunder dragons, unleash your fury. Upon command, the 4 elemental thunder dragons encircled the frozen black dragonborn ist, releasing torrents of thunderous breath from their maws. Soon, the area surrounding the ice transformed into a tempest of lightning, and the black dragonborn ist succumbed without raising a single ripple. With a resounding chime, a purple piece of equipment materialized on the ground, which Mu Yuan promptly retrieved, discovering it to be a pair of chainmail gauntlets. He stowed the item in his backpack and turned towards the next region, ready to continue his journey. Chapter 55, The Gentle Mile. What just transpired? How did he withstand the ferocious blow from the black dragonborn? Is it possible that the boss monster from the Cataclysm dungeon was icebound by him? As Mu Yuan extended a single finger and effortlessly encased the black dragon descendant in ice, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. This young man is truly formidable. The atmosphere among the spectators ignited with fervor as they fervently debated the skill Mu Yuan had just employed. This lad is indeed a powerhouse. Principal Lu patted his chest, unaware that Mu Yuan's impression in his mind had shifted from genius to beast. Xia Chanyue, overhearing Principal Lu's murmurs, allowed a hint of amusement to flicker across her fair, snow-like visage, her curiosity about Mu Yuan intensifying. Meanwhile, within the instance, Mu Yuan had stepped into the realm of the golden dragon Mihal. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were adorned with an array of crystals, reds, greens, blues, and whites, a riot of colors. The moment little Qitong caught sight of these vibrant, glimmering objects, her eyes widened in fascination. With a gleeful chirp, she soared onto a purple crystal, her delicate hands grasping it as she attempted to pry it loose. Observing Qitong's avaricious demeanor, Mu Yuan's expression darkened. Qitong, come here. Be careful of monster attacks. After all, they were still in the perilous Cataclysm instance. Although Qitong had just leveled up to 5 after vanquishing the Black Dragon Descendant, she remained quite fragile. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's call, Qitong immediately ceased her actions and obediently flew over, perching on his shoulder, her gaze still fixated on the alluring crystals. I'll fetch some for you shortly, Mu Yuan reassured her with a smile, gently tapping her forehead. Qitong's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing Mu Yuan's promise. Shimmering like stars. Ah, a guest approaches. I am the Golden Dragon Descendant, Mihal. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea? Mu Yuan turned to see a golden portal materializing in the distance, from which emerged a man clad in a white robe, adorned with a pair of golden horns. His visage bore a resemblance to humans, distinctly different from the grotesque features of the previous Black Dragon Descendant. His demeanor was amiable, and his tone gentle. Golden Dragon Descendant Mihal, Lord. Level, 15. Health points, 80, 000 80, 000. Mana points, 90, 000 90, 000. Magical attack power, 13, 000. Physical defense power, 11, 000. Magical defense power, 12, 000. Monster skills, Crystal Seal, Spatial Teleportation, Crystal Manipulation, Golden Dragon Transformation, Super Recovery. Monster description. The legendary Golden Dragon Descendant Mihal is known as a gentle sage, typically treating favored youths with great warmth, though this is merely a legend. Then let us have a cup. This was Mu Yuan's first encounter with such a tranquil creature, igniting his curiosity to sit down and share a cup of tea. Hoping to glean more about his counterpart. Please wait a moment. With a wave of his hand, Mihal conjured a golden crystal, which gradually transformed into a table before them. Intriguing. Is this the power of super-controlled crystals? And it appears to possess spatial abilities as well. Mu Yuan observed Mihal's display, his eyes glinting with insight as he discerned the extent of his capabilities. Mihal then began to prepare tea for Mu Yuan with the grace of a true noble, meticulously following each step, pouring, steeping, and serving, all conducted with exquisite elegance. Dear guest, please. Once everything was ready, Mihal gently pushed a cup of brewed tea towards Mu Yuan. The aromatic fragrance wafted towards him, rich and inviting. What a fine tea, Mu Yuan exclaimed, and without hesitation, he employed an appraisal spell on the cup. Crystal Needle Leaf Tea, Special. Item description. This tea is brewed from rare plants from another realm, capable of slowly enhancing your mental strength without side effects. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's praise, the Golden Dragon Descendant smiled faintly, lifting the teacup to savor a sip, his expression one of satisfaction. Observing Mihal drink, Mu Yuan followed suit, but after just one sip, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! You have been poisoned. You are now immune. How did I fall victim? Mu Yuan felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated being ensnared despite his caution. Thankfully, his chaotic talent granted him immunity to all negative statuses, which emboldened him to partake in the creature's tea within the instance. Are you feeling dizzy, with your entire body aching as if cut by knives? Mihal inquired, his gaze fixed on Mu Yuan with a gentle smile. How did I get poisoned? Mu Yuan pressed for clarification, as the appraisal of the tea had indicated it was free of toxins. The crystal needle itself is harmless. However, when combined with the tasteless white fruit powder I possess, it becomes quite different, Mihal explained, watching Mu Yuan with a glint of interest. Impressive indeed. But how is it you remain unaffected? What is your motive for poisoning me? Mihal appeared to relish the opportunity to elaborate, responding playfully, I simply took the antidote beforehand. As for my intention, given that you have slain my pet, I can only transform you into a new one. Ah, Qitong flitted to the forefront, enveloped in fiery energy, glaring fiercely at Mihal. I did not expect you to have such an adorable little creature, Mihal remarked, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes as he beheld Qitong. Let us deal with the troublesome creature before addressing your useless master. With that, he interlaced his fingers, summoning a peculiar wave of magical energy, which coalesced into 4 golden crystal cages. Go. With a flourish of his hands, the crystal cages transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the thunder dragon behind Mu Yuan. Upon witnessing the sudden assault, the elemental thunder dragon roared in defiance, unleashing a lightning ball in an attempt to thwart the attack. Yet the crystals behaved oddly, traversing through the lightning ball as if leaping through an alternate space, appearing instantaneously beside the thunder dragon to encase it within 4 massive golden crystal cages. Futile. My crystal seal ensures that once ensnared, there is no breaking free from within, Mihal proclaimed triumphantly, observing as the thunder dragon struggled against the crystalline prison. Qitong's eyes narrowed, a mysterious aura beginning to emerge, and a flicker of enigmatic blood flame ignited within her gaze. You need not intervene, little one. Mu Yuan pulled Qitong behind him, extending his fingers slightly, conjuring 5 arcane flames that instantaneously transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the golden dragon. Impossible? Mihal's brow furrowed, confusion etched across his face. He could not fathom how this individual, who had consumed his tea, remained unaffected by the poison. It was known that this ultimate neurotoxin was the result of countless formulae he had devised. Once ensnared, the victim's mental strength would be relentlessly devoured, rendering them incapable of casting spells. There's nothing impossible about it. If you wish to poison me, perhaps in your next life, Yuan retorted, sending forth a massive azure ice ring radiating with an icy chill toward Mihal. Chapter 56, Vanquishing the Golden Dragon Descendant. Mihal's expression darkened as he beheld the two spells hurtling towards him, his once amiable demeanor replaced by a stormy countenance. So, you have been toying with me all along. His eyes burned crimson, teeth clenched as he glowered at Yuan, his voice low and menacing. One might say that. I merely sought to uncover your true intentions. Yuan gazed at the formidable Mihal with a teasing glint in his eyes. It was indeed the first time he encountered such a cunning creature. Truly, legends can be deceiving. This gold dragon scion was nothing short of a sly trickster. Very well, insignificant insect, how dare you mock me? Mihal's face flushed crimson with rage upon hearing Yuan's retort. He had always prided himself on his wisdom, never expecting to be treated like a fool. Huh. This is what you call poetic justice. Prepare to meet your demise. Before long, Yuan's infernal spirit curse soared towards Mihal, accompanied by a massive azure ice ring. Impudent worm. Enraged, Mihal swiftly adopted a new gesture, thrusting his hands forward to conjure shimmering golden crystal walls, instantly blocking Yuan's infernal spirit curse and ice ring spell. The crystalline barriers sparkled brilliantly, appearing exceedingly sturdy. Upon impact, the ice ring shattered, sending icy currents scattering in all directions. Seeing this, Mihal laughed triumphantly. What are you so pleased about? Do you truly believe this will thwart my S-rank skill? Yuan regarded him with an expression of bemusement, unable to suppress his scorn. One must understand that the infernal spirit curse was the highest damage single-target skill he currently possessed, and he was confident that the gold dragon before him could not withstand it. Indeed, the 5 flames pierced through the crystal walls after merely a brief delay. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. In the blink of an eye, they reached the final barrier. Mihal's golden pupils constricted in alarm. An overwhelming sense of impending danger washed over him, raising every hair on his body. I must not let this flame touch me. This instinct, honed through years of battle, compelled him to react. His expression shifted dramatically, and he instantly teleported to a distant location. In its place, another golden crystal cage emerged, temporarily sealing Yuan's infernal spirit curse within. Haha, though your skill is indeed peculiar, it cannot possibly escape my crystal seal. Mihal's laughter rang out as he felt the life-threatening crisis dissipate with the curse now trapped in crystal. But how many times can you seal? Yuan mused, casting a playful glance at the creature. With a wave of his staff, 10 infernal spirit curses manifested before him, transforming into fiery arrows that shot towards the golden dragon. No, you monster. Mihal fell into utter despair, unable to fathom how such an entity could continuously unleash skills. Furthermore, the skill's high level dawned on him as he recalled the 4 thunder dragons that had trailed Yuan upon his entrance. Could it be? He dared not entertain the thought further. This human was undoubtedly a terrifying monster in human guise, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Yet, Yuan's infernal spirit curse paid no heed to Mihal's thoughts and surged directly toward him. No, the gold dragon scion roared, transforming into a colossal dragon of pure gold, its body sprouting crystalline scales in preparation to withstand Yuan's infernal spirit curse. Foolish. Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Mihal's obstinate choice. He had not anticipated such stubbornness. To be sure, the infernal spirit curse possessed terrifying damage, enhanced by his magical brilliance. What could Mihal possibly use to endure it? As expected, the 10 fiery arrows ignited Mihal's golden dragon form upon impact, resulting in devastating damage. 14,000, 14,000, 14,000. The monstrous dragon scion could not even activate its super recovery in time before being annihilated in an instant. With a resounding crack, Xiao Qitong leveled up once more. Simultaneously, a purple piece of equipment fell to the ground. Yuan picked it up, discovering it to be a necklace, the heart of the golden dragon, rare. Level, 15. Mana, 1500. Magic attack, 310. Casting speed, 10. Spell vamp, 2. Mana regeneration speed, 10. Item description. This enchanting necklace, infused with the magical essence of the golden dragon, allows the wearer to feel the surge of elemental power. Quite a splendid necklace indeed. Yuan removed his ice necklace and adorned himself with the newly acquired purple one, bringing his magic attack to a formidable 4700. He needed to hasten his pace. He lifted the still-gathering crystals Xiao Qitong onto his shoulder, instructing the little creature to hold onto his hood as he swiftly blinked deeper into the dragon's rest. Was the gold dragon scion so easily dispatched? I can't shake the feeling that this lad is a mere illusion of a mage. Could it be that he truly possesses the capability to conquer this cataclysmic difficulty dungeon? At that moment, those outside had become utterly numb, perhaps entirely captivated by Yuan's consistent display of prowess. Xiao Yu promptly retrieved her wristwatch and sent a message to her mentor, fearing that if she did not act soon, it would be too late. Many shared this sentiment. exchanging glances and discreetly messaging one another. Principal Liu observed the scene, his mustache twitching with delight, his face wrinkled in joyful laughter. Look, Mu Yuan is about to enter the domain of the twin-born dragons. I wager these two dragon pups will not withstand this monstrosity. Let us pay our respects to the unfortunate creature. The atmosphere outside grew ever more peculiar. Mu Yuan glanced at the map. The grand hall before him was the last chamber leading to the Dragon's Rest Temple, guarded by the twin-born dragons. With a creak, he pushed open the copper doors of the hall, accompanied by the Thunder Dragon and Xiao Qitong. The interior was dimly lit, and as he surveyed the surroundings, he found no sign of the twin-born dragons, only two statues. Could it be? Just as he pondered this, the two statues began to stir, shedding copious amounts of dirt as their eyes emitted beams of light. Intruder, you shall perish in our domain. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the statues radiated light. One glowed blue while the other shone red, soon morphing into two grotesque humanoid monsters. One of the creatures brandished a spellbook emanating an icy chill, while the other hefted a massive sword wreathed in flames. The two formed a classic combination of melee and magic, locking their murderous gazes upon Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan swiftly cast an appraisal spell, revealing their attributes one by one. Ice Dragon Scion Ashu, Lord. Level, 15. Health, 80,000. Mana, 90,000. Magic Attack, 16,000. Physical Defense, 13,000. Magic Defense, 11,000. Monster Skills, Icebound Barrier, Ice Pillar, Ice Roar, Frost Armor, Ice Dragon Transformation. Monster Description, a descendant of the ice dragons that thrive in frigid domains. It wields terrifying frost spells and is a natural spellcaster. Do not underestimate it, or you may find yourself encased in ice. Fire Dragon Scion Tel, Lord. Level, 15. Health, 85,000. Mana, 30,000. Attack, 14,000. Physical Defense, 15,000. Magic Defense, 17,000. Monster Skills, Blazing Slash, Flame Strike, Firestorm Blade, Dance of Flames, Fire Dragon Transformation. Monster Description, possessing the bloodline of fire dragons, it not only commands the power of flames, but is also a born warrior. Do not take it lightly, or you will be reduced to ashes. How intriguing. As Mu Yuan beheld that fierce gaze, a spark ignited within him, revealing a fervent spirit of combat. With a flourish, he beckoned with his fingers and boldly declared, "Come forth, arrogant insects, and face the judgment of ice and fire." Upon witnessing Mu Yuan's audacious gesture, Ashu and Ter, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of indignation and roared in unison. Chapter 57. The Fierce Battle of the Twin Dragon Descendants. Thunder Dragon, entangle that fire dragon descendant. Upon receiving Mu Yuan's command, the four thunder dragons erupted with brilliant arcs of lightning, charging directly at the fire dragon descendant, Ter. In a flash, they conjured a massive sphere of lightning within their maws. Crackle. The colossal sphere pulsed with countless currents, radiating an aura of destruction. Roar. The thunder dragons unleashed their charged orbs, targeting the distant fire dragon descendant. Unfazed by the impending strike, Ter's countenance bore no trace of trepidation, but rather a resolute spirit of battle. Flame Cyclone Sword. Surrounded by seething flames, it donned a blazing mantle and raised its gigantic sword, pointing it forward with fierce intent. Suddenly, a formidable vortex of fire manifested at the sword's tip, from which hundreds of tiny flame swords launched, zipping toward the four thunder dragons. In midair, the massive lightning spheres collided with the barrage of flame swords. Lightning and fire, both embodiments of fury, clashed violently, resulting in a cataclysm of explosive energy. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Ashu, the ice dragon descendant, witnessed its companion ensnared by the thunder dragons. Grasping its ice spellbook in its left hand, it began to chant incantations. Insect, let the eternal chill seal your fate. The incantation flowed swiftly, and soon, a dense aura of ice elemental magic coalesced around it. Pointing at Mu Yuan with its right hand, sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground, hurtling toward him with relentless force. Observing this, Mu Yuan executed a swift blink, retreating only to advance, a yellow light flashing as he deftly evaded the onslaught of ice pillars, charging toward the ice dragon descendant. Insect, your hopes are misplaced. The fire dragon descendant, engaged in combat with the thunder dragons, transformed into a swirling inferno, driving them back with a fierce blaze. Seizing the opportunity, it positioned itself directly in front of Mu Yuan, raising its fiery greatsword for a downward strike. Mu Yuan regarded the attack with disdain. A golden light flickered as he effortlessly sidestepped the blow. With fingers splayed, he summoned a wave of fiery energy, swiftly appearing before the ice dragon descendant. You are finished. Mu Yuan's cold gaze locked onto the now perturbed Ashu. In its eyes filled with despair, he forcefully imprinted the flame spirit curse upon its chest. No. Instantly, a dreadful surge of fiery energy erupted from its chest, burrowing into its very being. 14,000. 14,000. 14,000. The ominous flame spirit curse ignited the ice dragon descendant, with horrifying damage accumulating at an alarming rate. Observing its plight, Yuan chose to disregard it. Pivoting to confront the ensnared fire dragon descendant, Ashu, you wretched insect, how is this possible? Was utterly astonished by Yuan's formidable prowess. Having incapacitated Ashu in an instant, fear etched across its visage. Now it is your turn. Without hesitation, Yuan blinked behind casting another flame spirit curse towards its back. Faced with Ashu's grim fate, dared not absorb the skill, unleashing a burst of fiery power as it swiftly retreated. Your fantasies are futile. Ice ring technique. Wind barrier. Seeing the fire dragon descendant accelerate away from his reach, Yuan unleashed 2 binding spells. The azure ice ring sped forth, encasing the ground in frost. In response, swung its greatsword, launching a crescent flame slash. In an instant, the fierce flames clashed with the ice ring, billowing clouds of steam obscuring the vision between them. Despite the obscurity, Yuan's innate perception as a legendary class remained sharp, allowing him to navigate the chaos. The wind barrier successfully ensnared the fire dragon descendant. You are deluded. Sensed a powerful surge of wind energy, realizing it was trapped within a verdant barrier. With renewed vigor, it swung its giant sword, summoning a spectral image of a fire dragon, which roared as it charged toward the wind barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, though Yuan remained unfazed. After all, the wind barrier was merely a C-tier skill, and to withstand a strike from a level 15 Calamity Lord was commendable. Seizing the fleeting opportunity as broke free, Yuan executed a blink, materializing beside it. This is bad, gasped, realizing its skills were still on cooldown, leaving it unable to evade. In its unwilling gaze, a pale hand adorned with 5 eerie flames pressed against its chest. It is over. A backlash reverberated as Yuan's ice god shield activated, encasing in ice as the flame spirit curse simultaneously infiltrated its body. 14,250. 14,250. 14,250. Flame spirit curse, death upon contact. Even the fire dragon descendant could not escape this fate, meeting the same end as the ice dragon descendant, reduced to ashes. With the demise of both dragon descendants, Qitong absorbed their experience, leveling up twice to reach level 8. Now, only the final boss remained. Yuan gazed at the passage behind the bronze hall, his spirit aflame with anticipation. At that moment, Qitong lifted the loot dropped by the 2 monsters with fiery energy, presenting it before Yuan. He examined the spoils, recognizing the weapons wielded by the twin dragon descendants. Fortune indeed favored him. Perhaps the treasure hunter's belt he wore was at play. He identified the items, their properties materializing before his eyes. Frost Magic Tome of the Ice Dragon, rare. Required level, 15. Mana, 2000. Magic attack, 350. Casting speed, 10. Ice spell damage, 10. Traits, no level restriction. Item description, crafted from rare magical crystals found within the colossal glaciers of another realm. This tome grants the wielder the sensation of extreme chill. Caution, beware of frostbite. Flame Giant Sword of the Fire Dragon, rare. Required level, 15. Attack power, 400. Armor penetration, 600. Critical hit chance, 5. Fire attribute enhancement, 30. Item description, forged from the ancient teeth of a fire dragon. This giant sword perfectly transmits the essence of fire. Wield it, and you shall be the most dazzling figure in this world. Quite impressive. This will fetch a handsome sum. Yuan placed the identified weapons into his inventory. Then, accompanied by Qitong and the Thunder Dragons, he proceeded toward the Dragon Slumber Temple. The Dragon Slumber Temple is the resting place of the soul of the mighty dragon, Salong. Legend has it that after being sealed, Salong's fallen spirit wanders within the temple eternally. Yuan commanded the 2 Thunder Dragons to lead the way, while he followed leisurely behind. Qitong perched on his shoulder, playing with the crystals collected in the Golden Dragon domain, occasionally emitting cheerful sounds of delight. Before long, the 2 Thunder Dragons announced their discovery with roars, signaling that they had found the entrance to the Dragon Slumber Temple. The little one has arrived. Upon concluding his words, a series of radiant golden lights flashed in rapid succession as he hastened toward the location of the Thunder Dragon. In no time, a colossal palace emerged before them. Chapter 58, Conquering the Dragon's Slumbering Domain. I told you, those 2 draconic whelps could never withstand this fiend. Who would have imagined that our modest Jiang city harbors a true dragon? Look, he has found the dragon's slumbering shrine. The onlookers outside the arena fixated intently on Yuan's figure within the instance, lest they miss any spectacular moment. At this very instant, all bore witness to the ascendance of a dazzling new star. Yuan stood at the threshold of the dragon's slumbering shrine, refraining from entering immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the grand edifice. Gazing upward, he observed that the entire shrine was constructed from enigmatic azure bricks, each inscribed with intricate runes. Mu Yuan surmised these must be seals laid by the formidable beings of the ancient universal world. Adorning the shrine's massive doors were 3 exquisite reliefs, their antiquity evident in their weathered appearance. Approaching for closer examination, Mu Yuan conjectured that the central figure was likely the erstwhile guardian dragon, Saron. The first relief depicted a pure white dragon, tirelessly repelling demonic forces at the world's edge, safeguarding the entire realm. The second showed the dragon amidst a sea of thunder, ensnared by a sinister black mist, heralding the world's destruction. The final image portrayed the dragon mysteriously bound within this very place, guarded by the 4 great dragon scions tasked with watching over the slumbering giant. History is invariably shrouded in enigma. The universal world again, recalling that the Violet Crystal clan, annihilated in the Void Realm, also hailed from that world. Could Saron's descent into madness be linked to that clan? Pondering this, Mu Yuan paused, sighing inwardly. This world harbors too many secrets. With a thunderous rumble, the ancient bronze doors, sealed for untold ages, yielded to Mu Yuan's push. A chilling wind swept forth. The bronze lanterns within swayed as the dim, sickly green light cast distorted shadows upon the group. Upon hearing the eerie gust, Little Scarlet Eyes gasped softly, covering her eyes with trembling hands. Yet peering cautiously through a narrow gap between her fingers, Mu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Summoning magic. He condensed a vast fireball from the flame spirit curse in his right hand and hurled it into the distant air. With a resounding boom, the fireball erupted, scattering embers that illuminated the bronze hull brilliantly. Before him lay a staggering sight, for thick ebony chains suspended the colossal corpse of a dragon midair. Though lifeless for many years, devoid of any vitality, the dragon's body still radiated an imposing aura, intermittently emitting waves of energy. The chains glimmered with ghostly light, siphoning the energy seeping from the corpse. Could this be the guardian dragon sealed within the dragon slumbering shrine? And where might its soul reside? Look, another pitiable insect. A sharp voice pierced the silence from above the dragon's corpse. Suddenly, a ghastly emerald spectral dragon descended slowly, its visage contorted in agony, eyes bloodshot and suffused with despair and madness. Mu Yuan swiftly cast an identification spell. Saron, the fallen dragon soul, Demon King. Level, 15. Health, 150, 000, 150, 000. Mana, 220, 000, 220, 000. Magic attack, 30, 000. Physical defense, 40, 000. Magic defense, 45, 000. Skills, Soul Poison Flame, Dragon's Might, Soul Suppression, Fear, Soul Clone. Death Whip, Confusion, Soul Burst. Description: once the revered guardian dragon known as Saron, upon uncovering the world's hidden truths, everything changed. Doubt consumed its purpose and the lofty deities it once revered. One day, a voice echoed in its mind, "Destroy this filthy world." Its eyes lost all hope, forsaking its role as protector of the universal world to become the fallen dragon of ruin. "I loathe riddlers. Could you not simply reveal the secret?" Mu Yuan muttered, exasperated, as he examined the creature's lore, sensing layers of concealed truths. The once mad Lich Daedals, and now Saron, both profoundly altered by a shared secret, stirred Mu Yuan's insatiable curiosity. Pitiable insect, face the truth of this world. Descend into oblivion. Be destroyed. Soul Poison Flame. While Mu Yuan contemplated the connection between these enigmas, the fallen dragon's soul launched a ruthless assault. Its massive jaws parted, spewing forth a torrent of verdant flame. The poison fire darted swiftly and erratically toward Mu Yuan. Smirking, he summoned a surge of magical energy, conjuring 10 wind barriers before him. Pale azure light cast a divide between them. Sensing the soul poison flame's nature, he discovered it was not hot, but chillingly cold. Flames could indeed be cold. The toxic fire hissed as it collided with his wind barriers, gradually burning through layer after layer. 1, 2, 3 layers succumbed. Much like when the flame spirit curse pierced the crystalline barriers set by the golden dragon's scion. This poison fire was highly corrosive. Indeed, offense is the best defense. A fiery gleam ignited in Mu Yuan's eyes as he raised his right hand, 5 flames flickering atop his fingers. Then, 5 more blazing tongues of fire manifested, the flame spirit curse. Not enough. Still insufficient. Summoning every ounce of his magical power, in an instant, a colossal fireball swelled in his palm. Composed of countless flame spirit curse embers, the sphere expanded, 20 centimeters, 30, 50, eventually reaching nearly 2 meters in diameter. With a slight push from his feet, Mu Yuan ascended, wielding the immense molten orb. With fierce resolve, he hurled it towards Saron's fallen dragon soul. Boom! The enormous fireball, blazing with the flame spirit curse, streaked through the air, leaving a brilliant trail of flames. The searing heat distorted the surrounding space itself. Impossible. The fallen dragon's soul trembled at the sight of the explosive Inferno. The despair once veiled by black mists and bloodshot eyes now flickered with a trace of fear. Roar! Soul clone! With a furious bellow, Saron unleashed 3 identical spectral duplicates. Intercept it. Block it for me. The three spectral clones drifted before the fireball, each exhaling massive balls of soul poison flame. You think too highly of yourself. Mu Yuan immediately discerned their strategy. With a sharp hiss, as the three colossal soul poison flames made contact with the fireball of the fire spirit, they were devoured instantaneously, akin to a droplet merging into a vast river. Soul explosion. The fallen dragon soul of Saron was indeed a formidable entity. Realizing that its toxic flames could not thwart the fire spirit's fireball, it resorted to self-detonation through its avatars. In an instant, the three dragon soul avatars before the fireball swelled dramatically, followed by a resounding explosion. A violent surge of energy radiated from the epicenter of the soul explosion. And at the cost of the three soul avatars' detonation, the fire spirit's fireball was finally shattered. Victory shall ultimately be mine. Upon witnessing the fireball's dispersion, the dragon soul erupted in a frenzied roar. You are perhaps celebrating a tad too early. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Mu Yuan slightly spread his fingers, and the flames that had previously scattered from the shattered fireball swiftly converged once more, transforming into a barrage of fiery arrows that soared towards the fallen dragon soul. Fiery will-o'-the-wisps, a rain of arrows unleashed. No. As Saron gazed upon the celestial archers descending upon him like meteors, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. Ultimately, he could only emit a desperate cry before being mercilessly pierced by the cursed fiery arrows of the fire spirit, leaving him riddled with holes. 17,500. 17,500. 17,500. Countless horrifying damages obliterated the fallen dragon's soul in an instant. Subsequently, two orbs of white experience, one large and one small, drifted from its lifeless form and merged into the bodies of Mu Yuan and Qi Tong. With a whoosh, the substantial experience from the level 15 Demon King creature propelled him to a new level, while little Qi Tong ascended 2 levels, reaching level 10. At long last, it was over. Mu Yuan collected the equipment dropped by Saron, and at that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the Dragon's Rest catastrophe. Would you like to exit the dungeon? Yes. Gazing at the vast, empty hall, Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he stepped through the portal with Qi Tong in tow. Chapter 59, The Tenacious Qi Tong. He has emerged. Mu Yuan has emerged. Where is he? Don't crowd. Wait, who is touching my old man? At that moment, the crowd outside the playground surged towards him the instant Mu Yuan stepped out of the portal. It seemed they were eager to catch a glimpse of this prodigious youth. Upon his emergence, Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the chaotic scene before him, wondering if he had entered the wrong venue. A glance towards the distant podium revealed Principal Lu and Xia Chuanyue among others, confirming he was indeed in the right place. Yet, the fervent and peculiar gaze of the crowd upon him sent a chill down his spine. Mu Yuan, time to slip away. Look, the scores are out. Suddenly, the principal of the third high school pointed excitedly at the virtual screen overhead. The crowd immediately turned to gaze at it. Such high scores. This must surely break the record for the joint examination over the years, right? The screen displayed Mu Yuan's joint examination results prominently. Name, Mu Yuan. Assessment score, 500. 000, full marks. Indeed, the points for monsters in the catastrophe difficulty level are exceptionally high. Of course, the 4 dragon descendants and the ultimate Saron alone accounted for 220. 000 points. But can an ordinary person contend with level 15 monsters? Level 15? Most candidates are currently below level 7, right? I wonder what level this extraordinary individual is now. At least level 10. Full marks, truly astonishing. Upon seeing this score, the crowd was left in sheer astonishment, followed by fervent discussions. Seizing the opportunity while they were captivated by his results, Mu Yuan swiftly maneuvered through the throng towards Principal Lu and the others. Principal. Oh. Mu Yuan, splendid work. Jiangxing No. 1 High School will forever take pride in you. Principal Lu gazed at the young man before him, reflecting on the years gone by. Feeling a swell of emotions, it had been so long since their school had produced such a prodigious talent. Beside them, Xia Chuanyue observed quietly as Mu Yuan conversed with Principal Lu. Once they finished, she smiled and addressed him. Mu Yuan, congratulations. Thank you. In the presence of this inspector, with whom he had no conflicting interests, he responded courteously. Principal, Inspector Xia, does this mean I can return home now? Yes, indeed. Your results were transmitted to the official website of the National Joint Examination the moment you stepped out. Once all candidates have completed their assessments today, your national ranking will be available for inquiry. Principal Lu chuckled, stroking his beard, and spoke kindly to Mu Yuan. Rest assured, with your score, securing the top spot in this session is a certainty. I estimate that tomorrow, recruitment officers from various esteemed universities will come to Jiangxing to extend invitations to you. Xia Chuanyue regarded the young man with admiration. Such a talent is a rarity. Well then, Principal Lu, I shall take my leave. Farewell. After bidding farewell to the two, Mu Yuan hailed a cab at the school gate and made his way home. Before long, he arrived back at his residence. Time to sort through the gains from this adventure, especially the equipment dropped by Saron, which he had yet to examine. Employing his identification skill, A flash of white light enveloped the item, revealing its true form, a piece of armor. Saron's Guardian Armor, Rare. Level, 15. Armor, 700. Magic Resistance, 800. Health, 2500. Block Chance, 10. Damage Reduction, 5. Elemental Resistance, 5. Item Description. This armor was once part of Saron's collection, yet after enduring the ravages of endless time, it had long since lost its former luster. Not bad. Once I select a school tomorrow, I'll package it for sale. Chi Tong. Eep eep. The little creature before him half closed its eyes, responding lethargically. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Yuan then realized something was amiss. It seemed this little one had been like this since emerging from the dungeon. Initially, he thought she was merely fatigued, but it appeared to be more than that. Eep eep. You say you're feeling a bit sleepy? Mu Yuan was puzzled. Was she truly exhausted? He then glanced at Chi Tong's attributes. Name, Chi Tong. Race, Flame Spirit, Variant Demon King. Gender, female. Level, 10. Health, 70,000. Magic points, 100,000. Magic attack, 17,000. Physical defense, 15,000. Magic defense, 19,000. Talent, Chi Tong, Heart of Flames. Passive skill, Chaotic Flame. Active skills, Flame Arrow, Flame Cloak, Flame Chains, Glazed Lotus Heartfire. Status, Evolving. Current progress, 10. I feel like I'm worthless. Mu Yuan gazed at his own magic attack, barely reaching for 700 despite being clad in rare equipment, while this little creature, at level 10, boasted a staggering 17,000. Does being a demon king carry such weight? As for health, it was barely a fraction of hers. Is there no justice in this world? Who truly is the weak link here? He found himself at a loss, staring at the explosively powerful Chi Tong, spiraling into self-doubt. Moreover, she had gained yet another skill. Glazed Lotus Heartfire S. Skill cost, 50,000. Skill description. The flame spirit harnesses the power of its essence to summon the glazed lotus seed from the boundless sea of flames in the void elemental realm. Upon the blooming of 1,000 lotuses, it deals 10,000 magic damage to enemies. Excellent. This little one has acquired yet another skill. Chi Tong. Why don't you return to the pet space and rest? Eep eep. Receiving Chi Tong's response, Mu Yuan promptly summoned her back into the pet space. Watching her drift into a deep slumber, his heart brimming with anticipation. It seemed that pets like Chi Tong evolve similarly to humans, every 10 levels. Subsequently, Mu Yuan retrieved his wristwatch and began to search for information regarding the premier universities of Huagua. Through a combination of his recollections and online inquiries, he discovered that the nation's top institutions comprised 4 esteemed universities. Di Du Qingmu University, commonly referred to as Di Du University, alongside 3 others. Mo Du Ling Yin University, Fufeng Cheng Xingxi Academy, and Tianshui City Nuaha University. Numerous other first-rate universities also existed, yet Mu Yuan had not taken the time to scrutinize their details. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would likely select one from these 4 elite universities, ultimately depending on which institution offered conditions most suitable for him. Meanwhile, at the admissions office of Di Du Qingmu University, a voluptuous middle-aged woman was tending to the flowers while humming a soft tune, wielding a watering can. The water cascaded abundantly, soon overflowing the pots, causing the vibrant red petals to appear even more resplendent. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the wristwatch resting on her desk. Upon hearing it, she gently set the watering can down and picked up the watch to examine it. Oh, has Xia recommended a prodigy to us? She pondered aloud. If memory serves, this is the first time since Xia Changyue assumed the role of inspector that she has endorsed a genius. How extraordinary. I wonder what remarkable talent has captured the attention of our genius inspector. The speaker was a bald man seated across from the woman, appearing to be in his 40s. With a robust physique and a face marked by righteousness. Let me see. Mu Yuan from Jiangsheng, he stated. Jiangsheng? Where's that? The woman chuckled softly before consulting the watch, replying, it's a small city adjacent to Yanshan. Oh, what are the candidates' grades like? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xia Chanyue's recommendation to originate from such a modest locale. Let me check, since Chanyue has sent me a message. His results must have already been uploaded to the Joint Examinations official website. After speaking, she accessed the special admissions privileges of Qingmu University. But upon witnessing Mu Yuan's scores, she trembled with excitement. Chapter 60, The Arrival of the Admissions Officer. Hey, Yuji, what on earth are you doing? The middle-aged man was momentarily perplexed by the woman's demeanor. Guohua, I am afraid we must consult the principal about this. The woman, now composed, gazed gravely at the man, whose face was filled with skepticism, and slowly uttered those words. Consult the principal? Are you serious? Of course. Look at this child's results. She then passed the wristwatch displaying Mu Yuan's scores to Guohua. Impossible, right? How could it be fabricated? Not only were there exam proctors present, but those individuals would also be closely monitoring the joint examination. Yuji pointed upwards, and Guohua immediately grasped her meaning. Indeed, you are correct. Let us consult the principal. Otherwise, we will surely struggle to secure this genius. After reaching a consensus, they hurried without delay towards the back mountain of Qingmu University. At the rear of Qingmu University, by Lingyan Lake, an elderly man with white hair, yet a youthful countenance, clad in a white silk robe, sat motionless on a stone bench, holding a wireless jade bamboo fishing rod, gazing intently at the distant lake. Principal. Upon hearing the calls from behind, the old man furrowed his brow slightly, offering no response as he continued to fish. The callers were Guohua and Yuji, who, growing increasingly anxious on their way, feared a delayed report might allow another university to intercept their opportunity. What is it? As senior admission officers of Qingmu University, must you act in such a flustered manner? Finally, the old man's irritation was stirred by their hasty actions, and he turned to reprimand them. Principal, a genius has emerged from Jiangcheng, recommended by that girl Chanhua. So what? What is the big deal? If he meets our admission criteria, just send someone to recruit him. The old man casually shook his fishing rod, seemingly indifferent. This situation is different. The candidate's capabilities are exceptionally high. How high? The old man smiled at this. How far can an ordinary individual progress in 10 days of advancement? Unless they hail from a prestigious family and are guided in their growth. But I have always held such individuals in disdain. Jiangcheng, such a small place. For Chanhua to select him, he must possess some merit. With this thought, he suddenly felt a flicker of interest in the candidate and inquired, what are his grades? Yuji and Guohua exchanged glances, both swallowing hard before tremblingly responding. Principal. He has cleared the catastrophe-level joint examination instance. Upon hearing this, the old man's previously hazy eyes sparkled like a multitude of stars, compelling the two to avert their gazes. Why did you not mention such vital news earlier? Yuji. Guohua. We must secure this candidate for Qingmu University. You two should immediately use the long-distance teleportation array to head to Jiangxing. Upon receiving the instructions, they nodded in agreement. What about the conditions? Yuji cautiously glanced at the old man, inquiring softly. There are no conditions. Regardless of what other universities offer, we will double it. Alternatively, let him propose his own terms. After hearing the old man's nonchalant declarations, Yuji and Guohua exchanged a look, both reflecting unprecedented astonishment in their eyes. Only Qingmu University can nurture such a talent. You do not yet comprehend this. Now go. After their departure, the old man gently lifted his fishing rod, revealing a shimmering golden fishing line, at the end of which dangled a rainbow-hued hook. Attached to the hook was a blurred orb, within which resided a miniature world. Excellent. The old man murmured, a faint, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips upon observing his catch. Iya. Mu Yuan was once again roused by the voice of Qi Tong, stretching comfortably. He glanced at his wristwatch, realizing it was already afternoon. Subsequently, he released Qi Tong from her pet space, noting the little creature was brimming with vitality, devoid of any signs of fatigue. He then turned his attention to her attribute panel, discovering that the progress bar was already full, indicating the completion of her current evolution stage. Additionally, beneath her original skills, a new skill labeled Flame Incarnation had emerged. Flame Incarnation, S. Skill cost, 30,000. Skill description, the spirit of fire releases the seal within its body, transforming into the Flame Incarnation. In this state, the pet's attributes are enhanced by 30, while casting speed increases by 20, and skill cooldowns are reduced by 50. Qi Tong, you are truly magnificent now. Mu Yuan gently tapped the little creature's pristine forehead, speaking earnestly. Iya. All right. I shall rely on you to protect me from now on. Upon hearing this, he smiled and retrieved a piece of flame jade from his backpack, presenting it to her. Iya. Upon sighting the gem, Qi Tong's crystalline eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly accepted it from Mu Yuan's hands, licking it joyfully. Beep beep. At that moment, Mu Yuan's wristwatch emitted another notification. He picked it up, bemused, and discovered a message from Principal Liu, informing him that the admissions officers were on their way to find him. Mu Yuan was taken aback, promptly initiating a voice call to Principal Liu. Hello, Principal. This is Mu Yuan. Wasn't he arranged for me to go to school tomorrow? Haha, are you a genius? Not just any genius, but an extraordinary one. Naturally, the admissions officers fear being outpaced by others. Do not rush to a decision. Take your time to compare, especially the conditions of the 4 prestigious universities. All right, I understand. If anything remains unclear, feel free to call me. Mu Yuan ended the call and sank into quiet contemplation while awaiting the arrival of the admissions officers. Just as he pondered which school to choose, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Yuan surmised that the admissions personnel had arrived, and he promptly strode towards the door, swinging it open with a creak. Indeed, the corridor outside was brimming with individuals, all exuding a formidable presence, rivaling that of Principal Liu. You must be Mu Yuan, correct? I am Xia Yan, an admissions officer from Lingyun University in Magic City. Hello, esteemed teacher. Mu Yuan stepped aside to allow the group to enter, for it would be quite inconvenient to block the doorway. Mu Yuan, as long as you agree to attend our Magic City University, we can offer you exceedingly generous conditions, including, hey, Xiaoyan, could you refrain from rambling? Since everyone is here, let us present the conditions and allow Mu Yuan to make his own choice, interrupted a burly man, directly cutting off Xiaoyan's speech. I say, Wang Batian, could you not interrupt me? What? Do you want to fight? With that, he rolled up his sleeves. Excuse me, esteemed teachers. May I have a word? Seeing that a brawl was about to ensue, Mu Yuan quickly interjected. Go ahead, Mu Yuan. Yes, please speak. We are listening. Mu Yuan was taken aback by the gentle demeanor of the two teachers, momentarily wondering if he had misjudged them earlier. Since the teachers were there to recruit him, why not candidly disclose their respective offers? I will consider carefully and select a school that suits me. Does that sound agreeable to you? Upon finishing, Mu Yuan calmly regarded the admissions officers. Splendid. I appreciate your forthrightness. Wang Batian exclaimed, giving Mu Yuan a thumbs up. Xiaoyan's face twitched slightly, silently criticizing Wang Batian for his foolishness. He truly could not comprehend why Lingzhou University would dispatch such a dimwit for recruitment. The other teachers, upon hearing Mu Yuan's proposal, quickly grasped his intentions. He was cunningly prompting them to compete openly. However, at that moment, they had no alternative but to exchange glances and nod in agreement. Chapter 61, Abundant Offers. Ahem, allow me to begin. Xiaoyan cleared his throat. Should you choose Lingyun University, Mu Yuan, your tuition for 4 years will be completely waived. Additionally, the university will provide you with an annual stipend of 1 million crystal coins. Throughout your university years, all equipment will be covered by us, ensuring that the quality is above the rare level. Lastly, you will have the privilege to select 5 skill books of C grade or higher from the school's secret collection. A collective gasp arose from the audience as they absorbed the magnitude of Lingyun University's offer. They were astonished that the university would go to such lengths to entice a rising star like Mu Yuan. Amidst the shock, another deep voice chimed in. Hee. We at Lingzhou University are offering the same conditions, plus we will add a pet evolution stone. Xiaoyan, is Lingzhou University out of their minds? The other admissions officers could not help but think this upon hearing Wang Tianba's proposition. Zhao Kuan, an admissions officer from nearby Jingzhou University, immediately grew anxious. He swiftly pulled Wang Tianba aside, saying, You mustn't make reckless promises out of momentary excitement. Although they were now teachers from different universities, they had once fought side by side. Their bond was akin to that of brothers, and Zhao Kuan was genuinely concerned about his friend's potential misstep. More importantly, he was well aware of Lingzhou University's circumstances. While this offer might merely be a concession for Lingyun University, it was akin to severing an artery for first-tier universities like theirs. Don't worry, Lao Zhao, this is within the authority granted to me by our principal. He stated that rather than recruiting a horde of mediocrity, it is better to invest all resources in a genius. Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless, marveling at the peculiar mindset of Lingzhou University's principal. After a moment of reflection on the offers they could present, they realized they could not compete with even Magic City University and promptly took their leave after bidding farewell to Mu Yuan. Pet Evolution Stone, Mu Yuan inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Tianba. Indeed, the Pet Evolution Stone is a rare item that can only be obtained from hellish dungeons above level 55. Its purpose is to elevate the tier of the pet you have contracted. Wang Tianba cast a smug glance at Xiaoyan before explaining to Mu Yuan with a smile. Oh, can it upgrade any tier of pet? Mu Yuan's eyes brightened at the prospect, considering that if he could elevate Little Chitong's tier, she would become the first existence above the Demon Lord tier in Blue Star. Well, not exactly. This item can only enhance pets below the Lord tier. Wang Tianba's face flushed as he realized Mu Yuan's misunderstanding, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was akin to blowing up a balloon only for it to burst unexpectedly, leaving him feeling quite foolish. After receiving the answer, Mu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was a reasonable expectation. After all, if such an item existed to allow pets to transcend the Demon Lord tier, it would likely be found only in top-tier dungeons. He believed that as his strength increased, he would eventually obtain it. If the drop rate is low, then he would simply grind it out repeatedly. Shaking off that thought, Mu Yuan turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals, who were the admissions officers from the other 3 elite universities. Noticing Mu Yuan's attention, the admissions officer from Nuahai University broke the silence. Allow me to present our offer. In addition to the same conditions as Lingyun University, we are willing to provide a professional advancement task scroll. Xiaoyan, a professional advancement task scroll? Yes, indeed. Upon completing the task, it allows you to elevate your professional template tier. Is there a tier restriction? Yes, it is limited to below the legendary tier. For instance, Mu Yuan, you are currently in rare tier Elemental Mage. After using this scroll, you can undertake a task, and we at Nuahai University pledge to assist you in its completion, thereby ensuring your successful advancement to a legendary professional template. Wang Ping felt quite confident in the offer he had presented. This scroll had been specially selected by their principal from his private collection and was exceedingly rare throughout the country. Oh, Mu Yuan felt a pang of regret. He was already a legendary tier Radiant Spirit, which rendered the scroll somewhat redundant for him. Consequently, he shifted his gaze toward the last 2 universities. Lu Shui from Xingxi Academy. Noticing that Mu Yuan had yet to make a decision regarding the professional advancement scroll, felt a surge of excitement. She hastily added, "Our offer is also based on that of Lingyun University, and additionally, we will provide you with an artificial secret realm." Xiaoyan, an artificial secret realm? Yes, it is akin to a personal dungeon exclusively for you. What purpose does that serve? Mu Yuan questioned, somewhat perplexed. Considering the abundance of dungeons outside that could be accessed at any time without limitations on attempts. Perhaps sensing Mu Yuan's bewilderment, she offered a gentle smile and elucidated. The artificial secret realm we provide can be carried with you, and the quality of the sealed replica is exceptionally high. Should you find it unsatisfactory, simply express your desires, and we can tailor it to your preferences. Upon hearing that Xingxi Academy would present such a precious item, Xia Yan was taken aback. However, reflecting on it, he recalled that the head of their academy was a renowned royal-level seal master in Huagua, thus it became clear. What was exceedingly rare for others was not particularly difficult for them, yet he still felt it necessary to caution the young one. Just as he was about to interject, Yu Ji's teasing voice rang out. "Lu Shui, aren't you going to inform Mu Yuan about the wear and tear concerning the artificial secret realm?" Upon hearing Yu Ji's words, Lu Shui's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal, and she coldly replied, "Naturally, there will be wear and tear, but our academy offers 10 opportunities for repairs each year." 10. Quite generous, isn't it, Mu Yuan? Do you find it acceptable? Understanding Yu Ji's insinuation, Mu Yuan discerned that there were certainly pitfalls he was unaware of. Thus, he tentatively inquired, "Might I ask, Teacher Lu, under what circumstances would the artificial secret realm sustain damage? If utilized at the highest difficulty 5 times within a month, it will incur wear. If not exceeded, it will gradually restore itself." After hearing this, Mu Yuan's interest significantly waned, as the artificial secret realm appeared somewhat superfluous. He could effortlessly continue to grow by conquering outdoor dungeons. Consequently, he turned his gaze towards Yu Ji, who had posed the initial question. Observing this, Yu Ji exhaled in relief and regarded him with gentle, watery eyes. "Our Qingwu University offers double the resources compared to Lingyun University." Upon hearing Yu Ji's proposition, Wang Tianba, Wang Ping, and Lu Shui exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. Additionally, if you have any other conditions, feel free to share them with us. The school is amenable. At this moment, Guohua, standing behind Yu Ji, articulated the final stipulation, effectively silencing Xia Yan, who wished to speak again. Mu Yuan was somewhat astonished, as he had not anticipated Qingwu University would extend such generous terms, offering resources that had doubled. "Are all conditions negotiable? As long as it is within our capabilities at Qingwu University, we shall certainly accommodate you," Yu Ji affirmed, nodding gently at Mu Yuan with a smile. "Very well, I shall choose Qingwu University. As for my conditions, may I take some time to ponder before responding?" "Of course," they replied. Witnessing Mu Yuan's decision, Xia Yan and the others chose not to linger any longer, leaving only the 2 enrollment teachers from Qingwu University to continue discussions with him. Chapter 62, Equipment Appraisal in Jiangxing District, at Mu Yuan's residence. Yu Ji gazed at the youthful and refined boy before her, juxtaposed against the simplicity of his home, reflecting on his remarkable achievements in the joint examination. A sense of admiration for talent welled up within her, softening her gaze. "Mu Yuan, here is your admission notice and your identity card. As for the resources promised, you may collect them from the treasure secret realm at Qingwu University using your identity card once you enroll. Furthermore, if you finalize your conditions, do not hesitate to inform us." "Understood." After Mu Yuan tucked away the items, Yu Ji and Guohua added him as a friend before departing without delay. Once they had left, Mu Yuan released Qi Tong, watching her frolic with the crystal while he contemplated how to utilize the time before classes commenced. He needed to expedite his level-up process, enhancing both his and Qi Tong's levels to accrue more strengthening points. By the time he arrived at Qingwu University and collected his resources, he could directly augment his skills. With this thought in mind, Mu Yuan activated his wristwatch to search for suitable level 20 dungeons near Jiangxing. Upon investigation, he discovered 4 such dungeons: the Dark Maze, the Yuling Snake Den, the Phantom Castle, and the Spore Kingdom. After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to venture into the Dark Maze, intrigued by its final boss, the Evil God Priest, as he remained keenly interested in all things divine since his chaotic talent had leveled up. "Indeed, I shall choose it." Having made his selection, Mu Yuan logged into Blue Star Duel, embarking on a joyful 5v5 journey in the canyon. After an exasperating match where he inadvertently led to 20 deaths, he ruthlessly reported his teammates. "What a bunch of incompetents. If only they had followed my rhythm, we would have won." Watching Mu Yuan's flushed face, Qi Tong gently patted his forehead with her small hand, her expression one of innocent confusion. Thus, they battled until the late hours of the night, and upon witnessing his 20 consecutive defeats, they fell into silence. The following day, he rose early, indulging in a bowl of his favorite wontons at a nearby eatery before directly teleporting to the novice camp. Mu Yuan intended to offload all the equipment he had accumulated during this period to the Huan Merchant Association. once again arriving at the familiar high-level reception room of the Yuan Merchant Association. Elder Lu, upon seeing the young boy he had only been away from for a few days, was surprised at the considerable transformation he had undergone. From an aura perspective alone, he appeared significantly stronger than before. Yuan, my young friend, have you any equipment to sell us? Yes, I recently acquired some gear. I would appreciate it if Elder Lu could appraise them. Yuan lifted the fragrant tea before him, savoring a sip as he expressed the purpose of his visit. Oh, may I ask the levels of the equipment? Roughly level 15, Yuan replied, contemplating the quantity he had previously counted at home, though he was unsure of the exact number of white and green items. Approximately 100 pieces. Elder Lu, who had been sipping his tea, immediately sputtered, spraying it forth and choking in surprise. How many? 100 pieces? His eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly sought confirmation from Yuan. Yes, I accrued them during recent dungeon runs. We should be accepting white and green quality equipment, correct? Yuan inquired, recalling the gear he had amassed from the Molten Heart dungeon. Indeed, though the prices will not be particularly high. So, what would be the purchase price for level 15 white and green quality equipment? 1,000 for white, 2,000 for green, Elder Lu replied thoughtfully. Very well. Let us proceed with these. With that, Yuan emptied his bag of the white and green equipment he had farmed over several days. In an instant, a cascade of items filled the floor. What is this? Elder Lu gazed at the mountain of equipment before him, his goatee trembling as he stammered. You haven't resorted to robbery, have you? Yuan's expression darkened in response. After all, he prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. Noticing his reaction, Elder Lu hastily chuckled and summoned staff to begin counting the items. Young friend, allow them to tally these. You may present your other equipment in the meantime. Very well. Yuan replied, promptly retrieving an additional 40 exquisite items from his bag. You still claim you aren't involved in any robbery? Elder Lu looked at Yuan with an expression of utter disbelief. As he continuously extracted his gear, the entire reception room became enveloped in a mesmerizing blue radiance. Well, 40 pieces of blue equipment. Do the math, he remarked. Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment under the old man's scrutinizing gaze and hastily replied, I can offer you 20,000 for each blue piece, matching the price of the Berserker Greatsword you sold last time. What do you think? Elder Lu meticulously examined the pile of equipment before presenting an offer identical to the previous one. After contemplating for a moment, Yuan deemed the price fair and nodded in agreement. There are also some rare pieces, he added, retrieving 13 rare items from his backpack. Are you some kind of robotic cat? Elder Lu quipped, taken aback by the sheer volume of equipment Yuan was selling. The young man, feeling slightly awkward after the comment, quickly sipped from his tea to mask his discomfort. I truly have a laborious fate. Every time I authenticate your gear, I feel utterly exhausted. How about I handle the authentication myself, and you just focus on procurement? Yuan teased, well aware that the elder would likely refuse. Never mind. I'll take care of it. Elder Lu hurriedly swept the equipment close to his chest, fearing the loss of his cherished items. As the white light flickered, the forms of the dozen or so purple rare items gradually revealed themselves. With every piece Elder Lu authenticated, his excitement grew, instilling a sense of trepidation in Yuan. He inwardly mused, I hope this old fellow doesn't get too ecstatic and faint. Given that he exhibited this fervor each time, Yuan decided it would be wiser to have the items authenticated beforehand to safeguard Elder Lu's health. Oblivious to Yuan's thoughts, Elder Lu continued to revel in the joy of authentication. These items are commendable, though it's a pity none possess unique skills. How does 100,000 sound? That works. Yuan replied, noting that this was the same price as the Death Knight's enchanted spear he had sold previously. Finally, the authentication was complete. Elder Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply as he took a hearty sip of tea. Oh, there are still 3 more pieces. I wonder if they pique your interest? Why didn't you bring them all out at once? Elder Lu grumbled, albeit reluctantly acquiescing to Yuan's request. Thus, Yuan unveiled 3 unverified legendary items obtained from a dungeon, a great sword, a hammer, and a shield. Could this be? Elder Lu's eyes widened at the sight of the 3 pieces, his speech faltering with excitement. Indeed, they are legendary items. With a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, You truly care for this old man's business. Upon hearing Yuan's confirmation, he swiftly retrieved a bottle of mysterious liquid glowing with a purple hue from his backpack and donned a pair of elaborately patterned silk gloves, gently caressing the 3 items. As he examined them, he marveled, excellent, splendid. Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, pondering whether all authentication specialists were such enthusiasts. Young friend, I shall commence the authentication now. The process is somewhat intricate, so please bear with me, Elder Lu said, eagerly grasping the great sword. He poured a bit of the purple liquid into his palm, meticulously wiping it along the blade while muttering incomprehensible incantations. As time passed, beads of sweat cascaded down Elder Lu's forehead, indicating the strenuous effort he was exerting. Before long, the sword emitted a captivating orange glow, its form beginning to transform. At this juncture, Elder Lu paused, hurriedly handing the weapon back to Mu Yuan while wiping his brow, gasping, "Allow me a moment to recuperate." Chapter 63, Entering the Dark Maze. Mu Yuan accepted the long sword and assisted Elder Lu, noting the frailty etched on the elder's face, which elicited a pang of guilt within him. "I'm fine. You should take a look. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Perhaps sensing Mu Yuan's concern, Elder Lu waved him off with a smile. Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Mu Yuan finally turned his attention to the authenticated long sword. Crimson Flame Skyfire Sword, Legendary. Required level, 15. Attack power, 700. Armor penetration, 1200. Critical hit rate, 15. Attack speed, 15. Fire attribute enhancement, 120. Inferno. Each attack on an enemy adds a layer of fire mark, stacking up to 10 layers. When fully stacked, your attack will detonate the mark, inflicting physical damage equal to 3 times the fire damage. Item description: forged from the Red Sun Stone by the master craftsman of the Molten Dwarf clan. This legendary weapon harbors a ferociously volatile flame power. However, due to corruption by an evil deity, its level has significantly diminished from its original state. Observing the crimson blade exuding a potent aura of fire element, Mu Yuan felt immensely satisfied. Truly, the equipment authenticated by a specialist not only boasted impressive attributes, but also unique characteristics. Contemplating this, he glanced at Elder Lu, who was still recuperating, and couldn't he help but admire his authentication prowess. "What kind of look is that? I know you're impressed, but please, don't become infatuated with me," Elder Lu remarked, proudly stroking his goatee. Mu Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He realized that as their camaraderie deepened, Elder Lu's once lofty demeanor had considerably diminished in his presence. "All right, bring forth the remaining 2 pieces of equipment," Elder Lu urged, puzzled by Mu Yuan's unusual expression. After finishing his tea, Elder Lu resumed authentication, the process mirroring that of before. Once completed, Mu Yuan scrutinized the attributes of the 2 remaining items. Aegis Tower, Legendary. Required level, 15. Health points, 2000. Physical defense, 800. Magical defense, 800. Block chance, 10. Damage reduction, 15. Item description: this shield was once wielded by the strong Aegis of the Lava clan. Bearing it grants an unparalleled sense of security. Raging Dwarven Warhammer, Legendary. Required level, 15. Attack power, 700. Armor penetration, 1500. Ignores physical resistance, 15. Critical hit rate, 20. Charged damage, 30. Shockwave. Each of your attacks will inflict a shockwave effect, generating a powerful impact wave that deals 15 points of area damage. Item description: the Raging Hammer was once the weapon of the first warrior of the Lava Dwarfs, Jerry, who charged forth against the gods during a cataclysm. When you grasp the hammer's handle, you can sense the power of the shockwave. Impressive indeed. "No wonder you are a master authenticator," Mu Yuan exclaimed, giving Elder Lu a thumbs up after reviewing the attributes of the 2 legendary items. "Don't flatter me, you rascal. I'm past my prime now. In my youth, I was quite the striking young lad, reminiscent of Panin, and very enduring," Elder Lu boasted, eliciting an exasperated response from Mu Yuan. "Elder Lu, let us discuss the prices of these 3 items." Unable to endure the elder's self-absorption, Mu Yuan swiftly redirected the conversation. Truly lacking in perception, Elder Lu retorted with a glare, then furrowed his brow in thought. During this time, Mu Yuan remained patient. Browsing the auction house, "I can offer you 500,000 for the shield and 800,000 for the 2 items with unique characteristics. Would that be acceptable, young friend?" Upon hearing Elder Lu's proposal, Mu Yuan felt quite satisfied and nodded gently in agreement. "Very well, let me calculate that for you." Observing the staff beside him, who had just finished tallying the equipment previously retrieved by Mu Yuan, he promptly began to quote a price. 79 pieces of white equipment, 52 pieces of green equipment, totaling 183,000. 40 pieces of blue equipment, amounting to 383,000. "How about I round it off to 380,000. Mu Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had not anticipated such a display from you, old Master Lu. "Haha, I was merely jesting with you, young fellow. The Yuan Chamber of Commerce would never engage in such dealings. As per our usual practice, shall I transfer the amount directly to you?" "Yes," Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. After selling the equipment, he had no intention of lingering further. After bidding farewell to the old man, he stepped into the teleportation array, arriving at the gathering area of the Dark Maze dungeon. Without hesitation, he entered the dungeon. Ding. "You have entered the Dark Maze dungeon. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Calamity." Selection complete. Preparing to enter. Dark Maze, Calamity. Entry levels, 15, 30. Dungeon description: in the vast world of the cosmos, the ancient gods once ruled this expansive land until their supreme fall, resulting in the banishment and sealing of all ancient gods. Subsequently, the old gods were reborn into this world, among them the malevolent god Inogu, for whom this dark maze was constructed by his priests to appease him. Completion condition: defeat the malevolent god priest Thor. Darkness, endless darkness. Despair, infinite despair. Standing at the dungeon entrance, Yuan gazed at the faint, indistinct silhouette of the maze in the distance, which provided him with the most immediate impression of this place. Crimson Eye. Yeah. The Crimson Eye responded, her body awash with magical energy, and then a fiery red cloak materialized around her, illuminating their path ahead. Very well, maintain this state. Yeah. The Crimson Eye nodded in response and floated ahead of Yuan. Simultaneously, he extended his mental energy outward, perceiving the blind spots that the Crimson Eye could not illuminate. Let us proceed. Yeah. With the Crimson Eye accompanying him, Yuan walked step by step toward the maze entrance, the sound of his footsteps echoing in this dark void. Lingering in the air. Woo woo woo. A gust of wind swept past, causing Yuan's hood to flutter audibly. He raised his hand to press it down, and then stepped into the dark maze. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment he entered, a piercing sound reverberated from afar, followed by the rustling sound of movement. Yuan looked into the distance and discovered a horde of rat-like creatures with blood-red eyes, numbering in the hundreds, charging towards them. Dark Rat, Elite. Level, 20. Health points, 12,000, 12,000. Mana points, 8,000, 8,000. Attack power, 2,000. Physical defense, 1,800. Magical defense, 1,500. Monster skills, Dark Poison Claw, Ear-Piercing Shriek. Monster description. This is the most common type of monster in the outer area of the dark maze. Do not allow yourself to be surrounded by them, or you will be devoured. Crimson Eye, deal with them. This time, Yuan refrained from acting immediately, choosing instead to allow the Crimson Eye to engage in combat, clearly intending to hone this little one's battle instincts. With such exceptional talent, you cannot merely become a mascot. Yeah. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Eye's eyes sparkled with determination, floating to the forefront. She extended her hands, and a torrent of fiery elemental energy coalesced in her grasp, transforming into countless fiery chains that shot toward the advancing horde of rats. Chapter 64. The Three Corpses of the Spirit Clan. Though these fiery chains appeared slender, they were enveloped in a ferocious surge of fire elemental energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They streaked through the air, leaving trails of flames akin to meteor showers that engulfed the dark rats. Puff, puff. The rat creatures were pierced by the fiery chains, strung together in a line, and the chain's intense heat ignited their bodies. -28,000. -28,000. -28,000. A swift annihilation. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the dark rats were utterly powerless against the Crimson Eye's deft manipulation of the fiery chains. As time passed, the last dark rat fell victim to her onslaught. The little Crimson Eye floated down from the sky. Yeah. Excellent work, Crimson Eye. You truly are remarkable. Yeah. Upon receiving Yuan's praise, the Crimson Eye's eyes curved into adorable crescent shapes. Let us continue. There lies a long journey ahead. Yuan gently patted her little head and then settled her onto his shoulder. Along their path, they dispatched wave after wave of minor monsters, with the majority of the combat being handled by the Crimson Eye. As they continued to battle, the little one's control over her fiery powers grew increasingly adept. Suddenly, Yuan halted his steps, causing the Crimson Eye to display a look of confusion. It seems we have reached the boss area, Yuan explained, and upon hearing this, the Crimson Eye's eyes immediately radiated a fierce battle spirit. Indeed, as they turned a corner, they beheld 3 massive coffins laid upon the ground, entirely black and adorned with countless crimson threads. Surrounding the coffins were 3 red magical circles, from which a foul stench of blood emanated intermittently. Roar, perhaps sensing their arrival. The coffins began to tremble violently, followed by a terrifying roar. With a resounding crash, the lids of the coffins were flung open, and 3 eerie corpses floated upward. Each corpse was clad in golden, silver, and bronze garments, with 3 black-red nails driven into their heads. Spirit Clan Golden Corpse, Lord. Level, 20. Health points, 80,000, 80,000. Mana points, 20,000, 20,000. Attack power, 13,000. Physical defense, 21,000. Magical defense, 12,000. Monster skills, Natural Corpse Poison, Cruel Claw Strike, Leap Attack. Embrace of the Earth, Golden Rampage. Monster description. Noah was once the most promising genius of the Spirit Clan, the future of the clan. Tragically, on that night, when darkness fell, the Spirit Clan was utterly annihilated. He was killed by the malevolent god priest and transformed into a golden corpse. Beware of this formidable creature. It wields powers that do not belong to it. Spirit Clan Silver Corpse, Chief. Level, 20. Health points, 40,000, 40,000. Mana points, 50,000, 50,000. Magical attack power, 7,000. Physical defense, 5,000. Magical defense, 10,000. Monster skills, Silver Corpse Curse, Mana Burn, Life Drain, Weakness Spell, Berserk Amplification. Monster description. She was once the most cherished little princess of the Spirit clan and the childhood companion of the genius Noah. When the catastrophe descended upon her race, she was ruthlessly transformed into a silver corpse, her soul eternally trapped in this fate. Spirit Clan Iron Corpse, Chief. Level, 20. Health points, 40,000, 40,000. Mana points, 30,000, 30,000. Attack power, 6, 500. Physical defense, 7,000. Magical defense, 4,000. Monster skills, Corpse Soul Contract, Heart of Darkness. Monster description. The most despicable things in this world stem from the darkness that resides deep within one's heart. IRS was once Noah's younger brother, consumed by envy of the brilliance overshadowing him. During an operation to eradicate heresy, he unfortunately fell into captivity. In his cowardice, he not only betrayed his own soul, but also sought to bring his entire clan to their knees before his master, attempting to obscure his past. It appears to be yet another tale of treachery. After perusing the introductions of the three monsters before him, Yuan felt a twinge of regret. However, he had witnessed much over the years. Crimson Eye, be cautious. Free them. The Iron Corpse was the first to awaken, its sharp fangs and blood-red eyes glistening from beneath a thick coat of black iron. Noah, manling, my humble servant, awaken and rend this detestable intruder to shreds. As soon as the words left its mouth, two crimson threads shot forth from its body, instantly connecting with the nails embedded in the golden and silver corpses. Iris, my brother, your soul has fallen. The moment the golden corpse was ensnared by the bloodlines, a flicker of sorrow crossed its eyes before being completely engulfed in darkness. With a roar, it radiated a sanguine glow, its form gradually swelling in size. Brother Iris, turn back. The silver corpse managed only that single plea before falling entirely under control, an eerie silver light manifesting in the space around them. Crimson Eye, direct your attacks at the Iron Corpse, Yuan commanded. Hearing his words, Crimson Eye felt a surge of fiery power. Her fiery, elemental cloak brightened, and with a clasp of her small hands, crimson chains were summoned behind her. They swiftly shot towards the Iron Corpse. You shall be torn asunder by my servant. In an instant, the golden corpse appeared before the Iron Corpse, shielding it from the fiery chains of Crimson Eye. Observing the Iron Corpse's maneuver, Yuan silently thought, fool. As the one most familiar with Crimson Eye, he understood that her abilities were far from simplistic. Empowered by the Flame Heart and the Chaotic Flame, each of Crimson Eye's skills possessed an inexplicable force, a power belonging to a higher echelon. Indeed, as three chains of crimson fire pierced through the golden corpse, a peculiar gray energy enveloped the chains. 16,000, 16,000, 16,000. The golden corpse's health plummeted drastically. Hiss. This gray energy began to devour the golden corpse's strength, rendering it incapable of resistance, merely trembling in place. Foolish creature, let me awaken you. The Iron Corpse, witnessing the golden corpse subdued by Crimson Eye's chains, revealed a fierce expression. It spat forth a stream of black blood upon the golden corpse. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black blood quickly permeated the surface of the golden corpse, which began to wail in agony. Before long, a more ferocious aura emanated from its form. Simultaneously, an intense earth elemental force surged from its legs, submerging its lower half deep into the ground. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. A cascade of green light enveloped the golden corpse as its health steadily replenished. Once its health was restored, it radiated a blinding golden light, exuding a sharpness that seemed capable of tearing asunder all. Roar. The golden light upon the golden corpse intensified, beginning to contend against the gray light of Crimson Eye's fiery chains. Yet, even so, its resistance remained arduous. As the golden light continued to be consumed by the gray mist, unmistakably the skill trait of the former chaotic servant. This was a power of a higher order, transcending the realm of reality. In Chapter 65, the blooming of glazed lilies, the gray energy entwined tightly with the golden corpse, accompanied by the fiery chains. Absorb, absorb. The chains grew increasingly robust, emanating waves of searing heat, while the brilliance of the golden corpse diminished. Roar. Just as Crimson Eye's chaotic flames relentlessly devoured the golden corpse's energy, the silver corpse began to stir. With a mighty roar, a strange silver energy wafted from it, swiftly penetrating the golden corpse's form. In an instant, a blood-red glow surfaced on the skin of the struggling golden corpse, which began to swell rapidly, ultimately inflating to several times its size, resembling a small mountain. Crimson Eye, use your new skill, Yuan urged. Hearing his directive, Crimson Eye nodded gently, bringing her delicate hands together. Pure fire energy coalesced around her, forming a glazed fire seed between her palms. Glazed lotus heart flame. The seed, glimmering in a translucent hue, contained a small crimson flame within. Though it appeared as if a mere breath could extinguish it, it paradoxically emanated an aura capable of annihilating all. Go. Crimson Eye waved her small hand, gently tossing the glazed lotus heart flame seed towards the location of the golden corpse. The seed danced through the air before rooting itself in the ground, and then a flicker of red and green light flashed, causing more seeds to manifest upon the earth. 1 seed, 2 seeds, 3 seeds, until the entire area was filled. Bloom. Crimson Eye's eyes sparkled with determination as she activated the seeds. As energy surged, the seeds erupted in resplendent light, blinding all who beheld it. Once the light dissipated, the seeds had blossomed into numerous lotus buds. Before the 3 corpses could react, the buds began to bloom simultaneously. Truly, it echoed the description of her skill. At the moment of 1,000 lotuses blooming, all living beings are met with annihilation. In the terrified gaze of the iron corpse, waves of destructive power emanated from the lotuses. A sea of fiery brilliance engulfed the area where the lotuses stood. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions erupted continuously, as the glazed fire seeds from the boundless fire sea of the void unveiled their formidable might for the first time. 83,000. 88,000. 91,000. Waves of flames surged outward, illuminating the dark labyrinth with brilliant light. No, how could I fail? The grotesque iron corpse managed to utter but a single phrase before being vaporized by Crimson Eye's flames, and the same fate befell the golden and silver corpses. After a brief struggle, the blood-red nails embedded in their heads were reduced to ashes by the flames, and at that moment, 2 souls drifted forth from their bodies. Warrior from another realm, thank you for rescuing us from the clutches of the evil god. Beware of that evil god's priest. I can still sense the lingering power of Inogu in this place. Mu Yuan quietly observed the 2 souls before him, recognizing a handsome man and a sweet-looking woman. Hand in hand, they bowed deeply to Crimson Eye and Mu Yuan before transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. Subsequently, a necklace fell from the spot where they had perished. Mu Yuan picked it up and identified it. Noah's token of affection, rare. Required level, 20. Health points, 1,200. Mana points, 2,000. Dodge chance, 10. Critical hit chance, 15. Item description. This was a token of love that the warrior Noah once gifted to Princess Manling. Alas, time has passed, and all has changed. Wearing it in the remnants of the Spirit Clan will reveal the truth behind their annihilation. Ah, perhaps we shall meet again. Let us depart, Crimson Eye. Yea, are you saying the Iron Corpse's soul did not emerge? Mu Yuan pondered for a moment before articulating his conjecture. It is likely that his soul had long been devoured by the malevolent deity, and what now resided within that husk was merely the vestiges of once despicable desires. Ya. Chi Tong, in a state of perplexity, nodded in agreement. Prompting Mu Yuan to smile gently, he tenderly ruffled her hair, and together they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. The dark maze was indeed vast. They traversed through the domain of the 3 corpses for an extended period without reaching the realm of the next boss. Instead, they faced numerous attacks from bizarre corpses clad in tattered armor, seemingly long deceased. It appeared that this ominous labyrinth concealed an abundance of wickedness. As they journeyed, Mu Yuan observed the bleached bones scattered across the ground, and the once crimson stains on the walls now turned black, and he could not help but sigh. Chi Tong, be cautious, yet another creature approaches. Within the sphere of his mental perception, he sensed a group of monsters exuding a dark aura emerging from a nearby corner. Dark Maze Guardian, Enhanced Elite. Level, 20. Health, 20, 000 20, 000. Mana, 16, 000 16, 000. Attack power, 4, 000. Physical defense, 3, 400. Magical defense, 4, 200. Monster skills, Dark Slash, Bloodthirst, Charge. Monster description. A common monster in the second layer of the Dark Maze. They are fervent followers of the malevolent deity Yagu, ready to slay any intruders that dare to enter this labyrinth. This time, Mu Yuan did not watch Chi Tong battle alone. Instead, he raised his frost pillar and unleashed a series of 3 ice rings towards the advancing foes. Damage, 4, 700. 4, 700. 4, 700. The Guardians were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the damage inflicted upon them, but soon a thick layer of solid ice encased them completely. Little Chi Tong hovered in front of Mu Yuan, her tiny hands forming a fist as she unleashed a barrage of fiery arrows upon the enemies ahead. Resembling a relentless hail of arrows, these flaming projectiles, imbued with the essence of flame heart and the characteristics of chaotic flame, inflicted irreversible damage upon impact. Under Mu Yuan's control and Chi Tong's onslaught, the Maze Guardians were swiftly annihilated, collapsing like harvested wheat. Observing the experience bar of both himself and Chi Tong, Mu Yuan wore a satisfied smile, confident that vanquishing the next boss might lead to an upgrade. As wave after wave of Maze Guardians fell, Mu Yuan surmised they were nearing the boss's domain, for he could already sense the aura of brutality. Indeed, after dispatching the final group of Guardians, they traversed a corridor and beheld a massive pit littered with the remains of various creatures. At the center of the pit stood a colossal tree, shrouded in eerie black mist, emanating a terrifying and tyrannical presence. with a gigantic blood-red stone door looming behind it. Chapter 66. The Tree of Brutality. Yuan fixed his gaze upon the giant tree in the pit, and its attributes swiftly materialized before him. Tree of Brutality, Boss. Level, 20. Health, 90, 00090, 000. Mana, 50, 00050, 000. Attack power, 14, 000. Physical defense, 18, 000. Magical defense, 18, 000. Monster skills, Undead Servant Control, Brutal Assault, Death Tree Domain, Brutal Parasite. Soul Self-Destruction. Monster description. Legend has it that the Tree of Brutality is a terrifying abomination cultivated by the evil god priest Thor with divine gifts. Possessing the ability to command the undead and consume living beings, beware its soul self-destruction. What a magnificent tree. Yuan reflected on all the trees he had encountered, realizing none could compare to this one. Yet, this tree was entirely bare, devoid of any leaves, rendering it rather unsightly. Its form resembled that of a willow, with its drooping branches adorned with peculiar fruits. Look, new playthings have arrived. Upon Yuan's entry into the pit, its branches quivered like whips, striking the air with a sharp crack. Arise, my servants, bring him to me. Are you the legendary grandmother? Yuan was taken aback as the tree spoke, memories of a film from his past surfacing in his mind. As the raspy voice of the Tree of Brutality echoed, the elongated fruits began to plummet from its trunk. Upon hitting the ground, these fruits writhed and emitted a creaking sound, swiftly scuttling towards them like insects. Initially, their movements were somewhat stiff, but they soon became agile. Qi-Tong, illuminate our path. Ya. Qi-Tong nodded in response, conjuring a massive fireball and hurling it into the center of the pit. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball erupted, illuminating the area below. Through the flames, Yuan discerned that the crawling elongated fruits were, in fact, bizarre humanoid creatures. Servants of the Tree of Brutality, Enhanced Elite. Level, 20. Health, 15, 000. Mana, 14, 000. Attack power, 3, 000. Physical defense, 2, 800. Magical defense, 3, 000. Monster skills, Toxic Corrosion, Self-Destruction, Devour. Monster description, once members of the spirit race. The souls of these beings were sacrificed to Yagu by the evil god priest Thor after the annihilation of their kin, their bodies discarded into this pit of death, becoming servants to the Tree of Brutality. Upon witnessing the blazing fire, the corpses of the spirit race grew increasingly agitated, emitting piercing shrieks. Their bodies writhed, dark liquid oozing from their mouths, sizzling upon contact with the ground. Seeing these abominations, Yuan furrowed his brow and clapped his hands, summoning 10 elemental thunder dragons. These colossal beings positioned themselves between him and Qi-Tong, channeling lightning elements and unleashing massive thunderballs upon the enslaved tree servants. The thunderballs detonated amidst the horde, showering the area with plasma, paralyzing the surrounding corpses. Before long, the location of the corpse horde transformed into a tempest of lightning. Qi-Tong joined the fray as well, conjuring her own fire arrows to rain down upon the massive bodies, creating a violent convergence of thunder and flame. Yuan watched as the thunderballs and flames erupted, the horrific damage annihilating the tree servants one by one. They did not even have the chance to self-destruct before their essence was absorbed into the experience of the two. Accursed insects. Death Tree Domain. The Tree of Brutality, incensed by the ease with which Yuan dispatched its servants, radiated an ominous red glow. Its branches began to tremble and grow rapidly, soon enveloping the sky above the pit. You are overly optimistic. Qi-Tong, utilize the glazed lotus heart fire. Thunder dragons. Ensnare its core. Without hesitation, Qi-Tong began to summon the power of fire, while the 10 thunder dragons roared and charged toward the Tree of Brutality, which braced itself for the impending assault. New branches continuously sprouted from its trunk, entwining around the thunder dragon. Unfortunately, the thunder dragon, being an elemental life form, exhibited remarkable resistance to such physical assaults. Soon, 10 thunder dragons encircled the malignant tree, extending their enormous purple claws, unleashing lightning spheres, or coiling their bodies around it. Upon realizing that the thunder dragons were temporarily incapacitated, the malignant tree summoned its surrounding trunks to form a thick wall, encasing itself within. Thus, the thunder dragons found themselves at an impasse, for their defensive capabilities had reached an astounding 18,000, compelling them to incessantly bombard the wooden barrier to deplete its energy. At the moment the Death Tree realm materialized, Akatsuki summoned the seed of the glazed lotus heart fire, gently tossing the seed into the air. It began to bloom across the vast pit, subsequently erupting into a multitude of glazed-colored lotus flowers. The flames of the glazed lotus surged forth, incinerating the thick wooden wall that shielded the malignant tree. A piercing scream escaped the tree as it felt the searing heat. Cursed be it. Let the power of my master descend upon this place. You shall not have that opportunity. Yuan observed the malignant tree's trunk fissuring, an ominous black aura intensifying. and he held nothing back. With a pointed finger, 3 flames of the curse swiftly shot toward it. A terrifying fire damage surged forth from its head, instantly draining the malignant tree's health to nothing. No, my master will avenge me. Huh, your master? I shall send to meet you. Mu Yuan scoffed disdainfully after hearing this. Absorbing the experience orbs dropped by the defeated boss. With a sudden burst, he and Akatsuki leveled up. Excellent. Akatsuki transformed into a flickering red flame, darting to the side of the malignant tree to retrieve an item from its lifeless body. Mu Yuan's gaze fell upon the object as a white light flickered in his hand. Heart of the malignant tree, legendary. Item description. This is the core energy of the malignant tree, containing a fragment of the power of the malevolent deity Iago. Please keep your distance from this object, lest you fall prey to the corruption of the old gods. Chapter 67. Priest of the Malevolent Deity. Oh, quite intriguing. Mu Yuan toyed with the heart of the malignant tree in his hands, interest gleaming in his eyes. Did it really harbor a fragment of Iago's divinity? With that thought, he pressed the heart to his forehead, reaching out with his mental energy. Initially, he felt nothing but a chill radiating from his brow. However, as his mental probing deepened, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly violent mental force surging toward him. Kill. Destroy everything. Obliterate all that lies before you. Embrace the malevolence. Return to brutality. A cacophony of terrifying whispers enveloped him, omnipresent and growing ever closer. This seemed to be a dreadfully potent mental force, and upon hearing it, it began to encroach upon Mu Yuan's mental realm. Yet his gaze remained clear, the effect of his chaotic affinity manifesting. He meticulously scrutinized the violent force attempting to assimilate him. Within his mental realm, the initial black mist of malevolence morphed into a grotesque, monstrous visage. Ha ha ha, become my slave. The monstrous face roared within Mu Yuan's mind, laughing maniacally. You shall regret this. Just as the visage prepared to invade further, a gray tentacle suddenly surged from the depths of his mental world. With a sharp sound, the chaotic tentacle pierced through the black visage, which then sprouted countless smaller appendages that began to tug at it. No, the black face trembled, displaying an expression of despair. Yet it did not dare to resist as it was gradually consumed. Mu Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced after absorbing a fragment of the divine essence from the godly aberration Abos. Indeed, this was the right path. Pursuing these entities intertwined with divinity was undoubtedly correct. However, it was insufficient. These special powers were too scarce. Perhaps he needed to devour more. With this thought, Mu Yuan hastily advanced with Akatsuki toward the domain of the next boss, eager to validate his hypothesis. Under the combined might of 10 thunder dragons and Akatsuki's fiery onslaught, Mu Yuan's monster hunting pace quickened. Soon, he arrived at the final boss area, where the malevolent deity's priest, Thor, awaited. This wicked priest had annihilated the entire spirit race to appease the deity he worshipped. Mu Yuan looked up to behold a colossal altar, upon which the priest stood, observing him as he ascended step by step. Priest of the malevolent deity Thor, Demon King, level, 20 health points, 150, 000 150, 000 mana points, 200, 000 200, 000 magical attack power, 30, 000 physical defense, 31, 000 magical defense, 35, 000 monster skills, malevolent curse, malevolent fist, divine servant summon, malevolent fangs, black mist incarnation, mental shock, malevolent transformation, divine descent. Monster description: Iago, a member of the old gods, wields the primal force of malevolence, thus known as the god of malevolence. When divine calamities once again unfolded, the old gods, having replaced the ancient deities, faced their doom. Priest Thor constructed this dark labyrinth to preserve the divinity of the deity he worshipped, hoping one day to resurrect it here. Akatsuki, return for now. Upon viewing the monster's attributes, Mu Yuan promptly recalled Akatsuki into his pet space. Alien being, your heart is steeped in darkness. Worship me, and your soul shall find salvation. The malevolent priest, draped in a full black robe and wielding a skeletal staff, gazed intently at Mu Yuan, his sunken eyes swirling with a blackish-red aura. He fixated on Mu Yuan, rasping out those 2 sentences. I'll darken your banana. How about that? Take 10. With that, he unleashed a barrage of 10 ice arrows towards the monster. Ha! Foolish one, do you not comprehend the might of the gods? The robed Thor scoffed as he observed Mu Yuan's ice arrows hurtling towards him, effortlessly dissipating into a cloud of black mist, revealing his bulging muscles. What madness is this? A dual practitioner of martial and magical arts? Mu Yuan marveled at the monster's terrifying physique, glancing enviously at his own slender frame. While he was lost in thought, the priest of malevolence raised his fist, shrouded in black mist, to meet Mu Yuan's ice arrows. With a resounding crash, the ice arrows detonated upon his fist, the chilling wave cascading down his arm, clearly showcasing the skill's accompanying slowing effect. 7-0-50. 7-0-50. 7-0-50. A series of damage notifications appeared above the monster's head. momentarily stunning him. The priest of malevolence stared at the black mist swirling around his fist, plunged into deep contemplation. Where exactly did it go wrong? Why does my body, cloaked in the essence of malevolence, fail to mitigate magical damage? Seeing this, Yuan chuckled. How does it feel? Want a few more? With that, he unleashed another volley of 10 ice arrows, which zipped towards the priest of malevolence. Thor, seeing the repetition of Yuan's attack, snorted dismissively and transformed into a mass of black mist, evading the onslaught. Realizing it had effortlessly evaded his skills, Yuan was not surprised. After all, it was a ruthless being capable of annihilating an entire race, naturally possessing formidable prowess. With that thought, he spread his fingers slightly, summoning small flames that danced upon his fingertips before casting them forth. This time, how will you evade? Instead of the icy arrows, he unleashed a fire spirit curse with a locking mechanism, 10 fiery curses soaring directly towards the profane priest. Upon seeing these fiery curses advance towards him, Thor remained surprisingly calm. With a flick of his skeletal staff, a cloud of black smoke enveloped him as he sprinted forward. However, he soon realized that no matter how he altered his form, those 10 flames relentlessly pursued him, ready to strike the moment he hesitated. Divine Servant summoned. The profane priest, recognizing the futility of evading Yuan's spell, felt a surge of dark energy in his eyes, and in an instant, devised a countermeasure. With a wave of his staff, he summoned 4 portals that materialized beside him. From these portals emerged 4 grotesque monsters, their bodies imposing yet grotesquely disfigured, missing eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. As the 4 divine servants appeared, they formed a wall around the profane priest like a fortress. Yuan's fire spirit curse found no respite, plunging directly into the bodies of these divine servants. Roaring in agony, the servants began to emit damage from their heads as their skin flushed crimson, their cries echoing in despair. What a peculiar spell, what a vicious human. Accept divine retribution. The profane priest, witnessing the plight of his servants, could no longer afford to underestimate Yuan. With a sudden, violent thrust, he plunged his skeletal staff into his own heart, unleashing a torrent of savage power. The avatar of fury, Yuan watched as the priest's physique expanded, transforming into a veritable mountain of flesh. A dark red aura enveloped him, rendering him even more fearsome. In his avatar of fury state, he charged at Yuan like an unstoppable tank, creating a tempest in his wake. As he extended his arms forward, a surge of dark red energy manifested above his fists, bearing an immense weight that bore down upon Yuan. This is somewhat amusing. Yuan scoffed. Do you truly believe that transforming from a mage to a warrior and engaging me in close combat will lead to your victory? Chapter 68. The Avatar of the Ancient Gods. Upon hearing Yuan's taunt, the Avatar of Fury let out a furious roar, accelerating to a new level of speed. It was astonishingly swift. A mere blur flashed past, followed by a resounding crash as the two collided violently. Its fist was abruptly halted by a crystalline ice-blue shield. A smirk crept onto Yuan's lips as he addressed the bewildered profane priest. Freeze. The priest, now somewhat dazed, struggled to comprehend how his full-force strike in this state of fury could be so effortlessly thwarted by this seemingly weak human. Was this even reasonable? Seizing the moment of distraction, Yuan unleashed the second stage of his ice god shield, conjuring an ethereal icy gale that locked onto the priest. It is over. No. You wretched human, you have forced my hand. Seeing himself on the brink of being encased in ice, the profane priest's expression shifted dramatically. In a frantic gesture, he slashed the air with his finger, conjuring a black rift from which a peculiar eyeball emerged. The moment the eyeball appeared, it unleashed a black-red tempest, and Yuan found himself struggling to rise under its oppressive force. What is this? The priest, reveling in Yuan's plight, seized the eyeball and consumed it voraciously. Xiao Yuduan? Yuan was taken aback, not anticipating such audacity from the priest. After devouring the enigmatic eyeball, the priest became encased in ice. It is finished. Observing the frozen figure, Yuan thought to himself that this was indeed a tough battle, and prepared to unleash the fire spirit curse for a final blow. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A violent force erupted from the ice sculpture, prompting Yuan to swiftly evade. The profane priest within the ice began to emanate a black-red glow, counteracting the frigid power of the ice god shield. Yuan's expression grew grave as he observed the situation. This was the second time the ice god shield had exhibited anomalies. The first instance was against the divine abomination Abos, where the opponent evaded by sacrificing their form. Yet the current profane priest appeared even more formidable, capable of resisting the ice god shield's freezing power through sheer will. The black-red radiance intensified, and the priest's avatar of fury began to swell. With a thunderous crack, he burst free from the ice. Yuan frowned as he beheld this abominable creature before him. Its grotesque head bore a ring of eyes, its mountain-like frame extending 8 arms, accompanied by a thick tail. Scars marred its body, rendering it terrifyingly repulsive. Roaring, I have finally returned. This familiar power is truly nostalgic. Mu Yuan's expression darkened as he recognized the complete transformation of the creature's attributes. The avatar of Iago, Ultimate Descent Mode. Level 20. Health 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. Mana 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Attack power 200, 0, 0, 0. Physical defense 250, 0, 0, 0. Magical defense 420, 0, 0, 0. Monster ability, Savage Power. Monster description, the profane god Iago, one of the 72 pillars of the ancient gods, wields the power of savagery over the world. Legends claim he perished in the divine calamity. Yet deities are often the most enigmatic of existences. Even in death, they may return from the river of time. This divine avatar has been summoned using his remnants. Ding. An invasion of transdimensional power detected. The instance is now closed. Are you kidding me? Must it be this grand? Mu Yuan gazed incredulously at the creature enveloped in black-red energy, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. Is this the power of Sarah? That damned wretch. He eyed Mu Yuan's ice god shield, then glanced at the frost swirling around his own form, seething with rage. How did you acquire his power? Has he also been consumed? Ha! At this, the priest seemed to recall something exceedingly amusing. A deity consumed? Mu Yuan's pupils constricted as he urgently inquired. What do you mean he was consumed? Foolish insect. One as insignificant as you dares to probe into the secrets of the divine. Now, allow me to bury you. The divine avatar did not respond to Mu Yuan's question. Instead, it surged with savage power, unleashing waves of black-red shockwaves. Then, its 8 arms converged into one, forming a black-red triangular pillar in its grasp. Become my servant. The triangular pillar was raised high, emanating a terrifying aura of savagery, as if capable of seizing one's very sanity. The cage of fury. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the triangular pillar expanded rapidly, ensnaring Mu Yuan within its confines. The moment he entered, he felt a mysterious power gnawing at him, a force that defied quantification, suggesting a deeper, more primal strength. In that moment, Mu Yuan conjured a wind barrier around himself, eager to test a hypothesis. Lowly illusory powers, daring to resist the strength of the divine. The 8-armed monstrosity chuckled derisively at Mu Yuan's spell. Within the cage of fury, as the black-red light struck the barrier, it shattered with a pop. Indeed, this power seems to possess a different nature, akin to the contrast between the ice god shield and the heavenly fire's Inferno. The skill panel utterly failed to display any data. Was it Gaia's incapacity to render the information, or was there some other underlying cause? The incarnation of the malevolent deity seemed to perceive his doubt, curling his lips into a sinister grin and remarking, the power of illusion is ultimately not genuine. Has Sarah not enlightened you? Embrace the divine might. A sinister glow of black and crimson began to envelop Mu Yuan incessantly. This power exuded an uncanny aura, and as time elapsed, it began to pervert all that surrounded it. Mu Yuan sensed the very fabric of space contorting. The stones beneath his feet and the bones lining the altar's edge appeared to possess emotions, manifesting violent wrath towards him. Indeed, was this corruption? He felt that the incarnation of Iago wielded an indescribable force of metamorphosis, akin to a contamination. Anything that came into contact with its power was twisted, assimilated. The ice god's shield still clung to Mu Yuan's form, yet he doubted its efficacy against this spiritual corruption. He had no recourse but to rely on his own chaotic innate talent. He could disbelieve in forbidden spells, skills, and attributes, but he placed unwavering faith in his innate gift. For it was intrinsic to his very being, the trump card that belonged solely to Mu Yuan. Soon, the altar's surface morphed into a quagmire of black and crimson, as countless bloodied hands emerged, slowly dragging Mu Yuan downward.